If I had to describe the strange events of these days in a simple sentence, it would be, she transmigrated, her father disappeared, and she became a lord. Sunlight seeped through, casting dim light and mottled rain streaks on the wall. It took several days for her to get used to her new identity. After finally accepting that she had traveled to another world, she was shocked to find that the original family had fallen apart, and she faced a tough situation. She had 2 underage brothers and sisters, 20,000 impoverished villagers, a dying insect spirit, and a pile of messes to deal with. Jiang Ran looked sad, feeling a wave of regret. She regretted that she had been confused when she first arrived in this world and had promised the deceased Lord Father to take responsibility for everything in Sualing Town, becoming a lord. But running away wouldn't make things better either. This world is a fantasy land, very dangerous, filled with powerful magical beasts everywhere. Human strength hasn't yet dominated this world. There are also beings called Yaoling, which Jiang Ran couldn't understand. Yaoling are like plants that have become spirits. They start as plants and can also help plants grow. The number and level of Yaoling are signs of how strong a territory is. Now, Jiang Ran is a landowner of a territory with about 20,000 people and 2 small Yaoling. She came from the modern world, and half a month ago, she possessed the body of the eldest daughter of the original lord of Sualing Town, Jiang Fuqing. Jiang Ran inherited some of the original owner's memories, but not all. The original memories were incomplete, only pieced together through certain scenes, people, and things that touched her mind. Currently, Jiang Ran has only inherited about 50 to 60% of those memories. She estimates this is the limit of what she can inherit. Tiske, what a strange thing. Jiang Ran pinched her tired forehead, gradually calming her slightly worried face. Young lord, no lord. Something's wrong. Miss Xiaowen has fainted. A hurried male voice rang out. A middle-aged man ran over quickly. He ran so fast that he couldn't stop in time, lost his balance, and awkwardly fell at Jiang Ran's feet. The man was Li Fuxing, the steward of the Jiang family estate, Jiang's butler. Li Fuxing was honest and kind. From what Jiang Ran observed these days, he was loyal to the Jiang family. Jiang Ran's mind raced. In the past 7 days, she had been walking on thin ice. Although the original owner had already died when she arrived, she still felt guilty, since the person had not agreed to share their body. Plus, she hadn't fully inherited all the memories, so she had to pretend nothing was wrong and secretly gather information. Currently, the Jiang family and the people of Suling Town are restless, with wolves watching from outside. Jiang Ran just took power, and there aren't many people she can trust. As the housekeeper, Li Fuxing is very important to help her manage the family affairs and calm everyone down. In just a moment, Jiang Ran quickly made a decision. She bent down to help Li Fuxing up and asked with concern, "Housekeeper Li, be careful. Don't panic.
Take your time."
What's wrong with Xiaowen? Her gentle attitude surprised Li Fuxing for a moment. The former young lord was very aloof and cold, not giving him a friendly look. But now wasn't the time to worry about small details. Li Fuxing hurriedly got up and pulled Jiang Ran along, saying, "Miss Wen fainted and can't wake up. I went to find Dr. Wang, but he's not here. I had no choice but to come find you quickly. Dr. Wang isn't here?" Jiang Ran slightly furrowed her brow. Although Suling Town isn't large and doesn't have many strong people, it's still within the Jiang family's territory. Outside Suling Town, things aren't peaceful. Dr. Wang isn't very powerful, so he wouldn't leave the town easily. Why is he missing now? Housekeeper, don't worry. Take me to see my younger sister. Jiang Fuqing has 2 daughters and a son, listed from oldest to youngest as Jiang Ran, Jiang Nancheng, and Jiang Xiaowen. Their mother died giving birth to Xiaowen, and their father, Jiang Fuqing, passed away 7 days later. So, the siblings had to rely on each other. Honestly, Jiang Ran's feelings for her brother and sister are complicated. The original owner was proud and aloof, favored her older sister, and was busy with her own affairs, neglecting her younger siblings. She was wary of Jiang Nancheng and disliked Jiang Xiaowen. Jiang Ran, who was an only child before, wasn't good at handling these relationships. She was cautious around Jiang Nancheng and simply disliked Jiang Xiaowen. But now she's decided to live on with this new identity. No matter what, she has a responsibility to these two kids. After weighing her options, Jiang Ran quickly reached Jiang Xiaowen's room. A girl about 8 years old looked pale and weak, lying in bed. Next to her was a handsome boy about 9 or 10, with a yellowish face and red, swollen eyes. These are the brother and sister, Nancheng and Xiaowen. Hearing the noise, Jiang Nancheng quickly wiped his tears and looked towards the door with blurry eyes. However, upon seeing Jiang Ran, he seemed to see his main support. His mouth trembled suddenly, tears almost falling naturally, but recalling his sister's usual coldness, he couldn't help but shrink back and forcibly held back his tears. Seeing this, Jiang Ran remained calm on her face, but secretly thought, "This is trouble." She took 2 quick steps to the bedside. Using her hand, she checked Jiang Xiaowen's forehead. It wasn't hot, so she ruled out a fever. She then checked her nose and lifted her eyelids to look. Cold sweat broke out, and she was short of breath. Perhaps she fainted from hunger? Fainting from hunger? As a young master or lady, could she really faint from hunger? Jiang Ran almost laughed out loud in anger. Where did Jiang's servants go? Fainting from hunger. This was truly absurd. Jiang Ran turned her head to look at Jiang Nancheng, who shivered slightly because of her gaze. Her eyes twitched. Could it be that the original owner had mistreated her younger brother and sister? How long has it been since you last ate? Although Jiang Ran's tone was still gentle, Jiang Nancheng looked like a scared cat. He was then overwhelmed with surprise, counting on his fingers, and made a small, weak sound like a kitten. 2 days? Jiang Ran's tone was not angry but very soft. 2 days? Her ambiguous tone made Li Fuxing feel a chill run down his spine. Housekeeper Li, where are the people from the back kitchen? Li Fuxing looked anxious. Jiang Ran repeated coldly, "Housekeeper, where are the people?" Jiang Ran's expression was actually very calm throughout, but because it was so calm, it made people feel even more uneasy. Anxiety spread in her heart, followed by anger and self-blame. The anger was directed at the people in the back kitchen. She had only been watching for a day or 2, yet these people had slackened their work. She also blamed herself for not fulfilling her responsibilities. Knowing that the old lord had passed away and that everyone in the manor was disoriented, she hadn't stepped forward to comfort them immediately. "Lord, I was negligent. I will call the cook to prepare some food right away." Xiaowen's condition couldn't be delayed. Although Jiang Ran was angry, she still responded with a neutral She understood that the negligence in the back kitchen couldn't entirely be blamed on Housekeeper Li. The original owner's father's funeral was managed by Housekeeper Li, who was busy and might have forgotten about Nancheng and Xiaowen. But a small punishment was necessary. She said, "Housekeeper Li, I see your diligence, but Nancheng and Xiaowen are the masters. How could servants let the master go hungry? You will be fined this month's wages." Fortunately, only her wages were deducted, and Housekeeper Li let out a sigh of relief. She couldn't help but glance at Jiang Ran. It seemed like something was different. Is it her temperament? She feels calmer and more steady. Although her expression remains cold, she appears more gentle in her attitude toward others. It must be a sudden change. Has she become more sensible? She originally thought that without the old lord, Shuling Town would fall apart, but now perhaps. By the way, Jiang Ran paused and stopped Li Fuxing. "Tonight, gather all the servants from Zhang's house, the warriors from Shuling Town, the managers, and the village chiefs from the 4 villages. I want to see them all." After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Ran added, "Also, keep looking for Dr. Wang's whereabouts. Call Sheng Sao to take care of Xiaowen and Xiao Cheng." Sheng Sao is Jiang Ran's maid. Though Shuling Town is small and poor, like the original owner, who was raised as a successor, she still had her own personal maid. However, neither the original owner nor Jiang Ran liked having someone constantly following them. Now, She could have Xiang Xiao come over to care for Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Xiaowen, and also call over my injured uncle Jiang Yuan. If he doesn't come easily, use a little force. When Jiang Ran mentioned Jiang Yuan, a hint of suspicion and doubt flashed in her eyes. Li Fuxing was surprised for a moment, but didn't ask further, and quickly stepped back. Jiang Nancheng, who had been watching the whole process, finally couldn't hold back and asked weakly Sister Xiaowen. And her father. Could Xiaowen also? He couldn't help but wipe away his tears as he spoke. His eyes were red and swollen, probably from crying for a long time. Jiang Ran felt a headache coming on. She didn't know how to comfort children. The death of the original owner's father had undoubtedly dealt a heavy to the Jiang family and even the entire territory. The most directly affected were his children. Jiang Ran was not heartless. Seeing how pitiful he was, she gently patted his head. Thinking he hadn't eaten in a while and might not hold up, she reached into her and found only a few candies. She tried to be gentle with children, stuffing the candies into Jiang Nancheng's mouth and softening her tone a little. Xiaowen will be fine. While speaking, she felt the energy flowing within her body, moving through her meridians to her hands. Her palms suddenly felt hot, and a powerful, unfamiliar force shattered another candy into powder. She poured a glass of water, added the powdered candy, and shook it until it dissolved into warm water. Then she gently lifted the still unconscious Xiaowen and carefully fed her the mixture. Under instinct, Jiang Xiaowen's throat moved as if she were a traveler who had long awaited sweet nectar, eagerly swallowing the source of life. After being fed a glass of sweet water and seeing her face improve, Jiang Wan finally relaxed a little. With a taste of sweetness still in her mouth, Jiang Nancheng looked foolishly at his usually distant older sister. Did she just pat his head? Did she give him candy? Is this really the same sister? But strangely, he felt a sense of peace. After feeding Xiaowen, she was patted on the face and pinched at the pressure point, causing her to slowly wake from her deep sleep. Jiang Xiaowen was confused. She was still young but more mature than others her age, even more so than her older brother Jiang Nancheng, who was 2 years older. Thinking of their late father, a wave of sadness flooded her. Big sister, Xiaowen is awake. Jiang Nancheng couldn't help but lean in, and his gloomy face finally brightened. Hearing the word big sister, the confused Jiang Xiaowen suddenly woke up. Her talent for cultivation was poor, and her body was weak. She had always been the lowest in status in the Jiang family. She was often looked down upon and despised by her beloved older sister. When she was very young, she couldn't forget the harsh words her sister once said with hatred. You shouldn't have appeared in this world. If it weren't for you, Mother wouldn't have died. Mother exchanged her life for you, yet you can't even lift a sword. You're so dull. You're a shame to the Jiang family. In reflex, Jiang Xiaowen broke out in cold sweat, her eyes panicked, like a small rabbit caught by a wolf, helpless. Feelings of inferiority, guilt, and humility overwhelmed her. Big sister.
I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have appeared in front of you. It makes you unhappy. Jiang Xiaowen was so anxious, she almost cried. Seeing her fearful expression, Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow, her temples throbbing. Actually, she was also at a loss about the extra younger siblings. Jiang Xiaowen's past flashed through her memory. Jiang Wan thought that the original was still too
young.
At only 15, she was naive and blamed her younger sister for her mother's death. What could Jiang Xiaowen have decided back then? She didn't even have the right to choose her own birth. Jiang Wan was not the original. She didn't understand the original's attitude, but she had her own pride. Even if she had taken someone else's body unjustly, she wouldn't pretend to be the original in every word and deed, nor did she need to imitate the original's attitude towards Jiang Xiaowen and Jiang Nancheng. But perhaps they all needed time to adjust. It was a bit difficult for her to suddenly accept a younger brother and sister. However, she could give it a try. At least, she didn't dislike either of them. Jiang Xiaowen and Jiang Nancheng stared blankly. Jiang Ran said, You should rest well first. The food will be ready soon. Father, don't think too much. I won't abandon you easily. Jiang Ran admits she is a bit selfish, so her promise is not to abandon them lightly, but not an absolute guarantee. She won't give up. The condition is that her two younger siblings won't see her as an enemy. However, these two little ones didn't think that much. When they heard Jiang Ran's words, they felt like they were hit by a wave of happiness, making them dizzy. Jiang Ran saw that one was standing by the bed, and the other leaning on it. Both had big, round eyes, like puppies she had rescued, but they were overwhelmed by happiness, showing a very cute and funny expression. Jiang Ran's expression was complicated. Not good at dealing with such situations, she asked Vanilla to take good care of them and then left. After Jiang Ran left, Jiang Xiaowen and Jiang Nanqing looked at each other. Big sister is so gentle. Jiang Xiaowen looked a bit confused. Like a little bird about to fly out of her heart, she felt uncontrollably happy. But mostly, she couldn't believe it. Brother, just now, Big sister said she wouldn't abandon us. Jiang Nanqing also looked stunned, touching his pounding heart, and said, yes, it seems like Big sister is different now. She even gave us candy. It's a bit too sweet. Jiang Ran returned to her room. Her bedroom had an original style, with a few exotic decorations. Looking at herself in the carved mirror, her appearance was exactly the same as before. She suddenly realized she was still on that earth. The imperfect mirror reflected a stunning beauty, breathtaking and captivating. Jiang Ran felt a bit wronged about her death. If she remembered correctly, she died suddenly from reading a book. She tugged at her white clothes, feeling a bit uncomfortable. She liked white, but not the rough fabric. But her main concern was not her appearance. Looks like I've already reached the early stage of the fifth realm of spirit gathering. As she thought this, a flow of spiritual energy instinctively circulated within her body, flowing into her hands, filling her with powerful strength. This was a fantasy world with a vast universe and magical spiritual veins. Those with talent could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, cultivate with secret techniques, and develop superpowers. The original owner's father was able to conquer a piece of land and become a leader followed by thousands, mainly because of his status as a cultivator. Spirit energy cultivation can be divided into martial arts and magic techniques. Martial arts include professions like warriors, knights, and swordsmen. Magic practitioners include mages and spiritual artists. There are also special roles such as spirit beast trainers, alchemists, and forging masters. The two cultivation paths differ quite a bit and focus on different skills. Martial artists enjoy transforming their bodies with spirit energy to make their physical strength better at absorbing pure spirit energy. Magic users focus on strengthening their spiritual power, making the spirit energy inside them more pure, and combining it with their own abilities. Their fighting styles are also very different. Since human energy and life are limited, ordinary talents usually choose only one cultivation path. Of course, some gifted people can practice both martial arts and magic. Whether they are warriors, magic users, or even magical beasts, the levels of cultivation are the same, divided into 10 stages: opening meridians, gathering spirit, refining spirit, mysterious bone, mind sea, elixir heaven, transcending mortal, saint passage, concentration, and spirit transformation. Each stage contains 10 smaller substages. The original owner was a water element, land-level talent at the gathering spirit stage. Jiang Ran is currently at the early stage of the 5th level of gathering spirit. But she finds it strange because when she arrived, the original owner was only at the peak of the 3rd level of gathering spirit. In these 7 days, she hasn't practiced at all, yet she mysteriously advanced to the 5th level. Jiang Ran wonders, is cultivation really this fun and easy? She remembers that the original owner's father, Jiang Fuqing, started practicing at age 10 and cultivated for 30 years, but only reached the peak of the 9th level of gathering spirit. And this half-month change is even more than that. Thinking this, Jiang Ran opens her palm. A ball of water appears, and the temperature around her drops sharply. The water at the bottom begins to freeze, turning into ice, until only a floating ice chunk remains in her hand. Her water element attribute has somehow mutated into ice, but it still retains her original water traits and seems to have gained space attributes. She discovered this space ability after repeatedly touching objects, only to see them strangely teleport about 1 meter away from her body. She tested it and found that she could only move objects about the size of a fist, and the distance couldn't exceed 1 meter from her. It's a bit useless. So, she guesses she is now a martial artist with water, ice, and space attributes. All of these changes happened after she traveled here, so Jiang Ran suspects that her soul might be different from the original owner at its core. The essence of cultivation is closely related to the soul. Fortunately, the original owner was a cold person who didn't interact much with others. When Jiang Fuqing passed away, and she faced such a big, even if her personality changed suddenly, it wouldn't raise too much suspicion. Moreover, even if others noticed something was wrong, what could they do? Jiang Ran is already bold enough to take over others' bodies, so what else is there to worry about? After dealing with her father's funeral, she finally had time to analyze her current situation. She first checked her belongings, which were her foundation for survival. First, there was a water-based cultivation manual called the True Water Technique. This was Jiang Fuqing's lucky find, a top-tier cultivation method. It was this technique that allowed Jiang Fuqing, who was of average talent, to reach the peak of the spirit-gathering 9th layer. This cultivation method was kept secret. Her father didn't even share it with Xiao Wen or Xiao Cheng, only passing it to the original owner. Next, there were 2 spirit creatures. Spirit creatures, they are truly amazing beings. Even after some time, Jiang Ran still marveled at them when facing the spirits. She summoned 2 insect-like creatures from her body. Both insects were about the size of a palm, resembling silkworms. One had a translucent body with golden veins flowing through it, glowing faintly, with amber-like eyes that sparkled with intelligence. Above the eyes, there was a pattern resembling a wheat grain. The other was clear and purple, with a mulberry-shaped mark on its forehead. Aside from its color and the pattern on its forehead, it looked very similar to the first one. It can be said that spirit creatures are plants that have become spirits after reaching a high level of cultivation. When a plant becomes extremely powerful, it can transform into a spirit insect. But unlike malevolent monsters, spirit creatures are harmless. They are like true hermits, naturally avoiding humans and other beings. Because of this, spirit creatures are quite rare. They are favored by this world. Ordinary people cannot harm them. If they do, they will face backlash. They are only attracted by living spiritual energy, which means only cultivators and magical beasts can form contracts with them. Spirit creatures can be inherited or seized. These plant spirits and monsters cannot reproduce on their own. When they reach the end of their life, they return to dust along with fallen leaves. As for the spirit creatures, they also have levels, divided into 5: young spirit worm, young spirit monster, juvenile immortal, sacred immortal, and super sacred immortal. The 2 spirits in Jiang Ran's hands are the lowest level, young spirit worms. They are born on wheat plants and mulberry trees. Depending on the type of plant they originate from, these 2 are called wheat spirit worm and mulberry spirit worm. These 2 spirit creatures can help cultivate their respective plants. Powerful young spirit worms can influence an entire village, and they might even allow crops that usually grow once a year to produce 2 harvests. Young spirit worms have some intelligence, but cannot communicate well yet. The Jiang family has over 10,000 followers, partly because the land they provide is free from monster attacks, but mainly because the wheat spirit worms supply a steady food source. With wheat spirit worms around, as long as the villagers work hard to farm, they almost won't go hungry. Higher-level spirits, like the young spirit monster, can influence an entire town. Compared to young spirit worms, they affect a larger area. Once they transform the land, it remains active for at least 10 days. The cocoon to butterfly young spirit monster grows wings, with 2 forms: bird-like wings resembling tree plants and butterfly wings from non-tree plants. It is said that the young spirit monster has a humanoid body, but its hands and feet look like hairless cat paws, and its nose resembles that of a cat or dog, slightly raised. Its hair symbolizes its plant nature. Jiang Ran thought, if the wheat spirit monster evolved into a young spirit monster, it probably wouldn't have a rough wheat straw on its head. The young spirit monster is only as big as a human palm. It becomes more intelligent, but unfortunately, it's not a fairy from a picture book. Even after evolving into its final form, it seems spirits don't speak. Its intelligence does improve with evolution. The average lifespan of a young spirit monster is about 30 years. With such incredible abilities, there's no need to mention juvenile immortals, sacred immortals, or the legendary super sacred immortals. The two spirits summoned are very loyal and trusting of Jiang Ran, especially the mulberry spirit worm, which is still quite young, just over 3 years old, and very lively. It happily nuzzles Jiang Ran's finger with its adorable big head. Choo-choo, greater than over equal to less than over equal to Q, it seems to want to eat. Feeling the mulberry spirit worm's mood, Jiang Ran smiled helplessly. Want to eat so badly that you're acting cute. Basically, spirit creatures are manifestations of plants. Jiang Ran thinks spirits are very similar to fairies that can transform after reaching a certain level of plant cultivation. These fairies are harmless and do not pose a threat. They can survive without eating, only absorbing energy from their own kind of plants. To help them grow better, there are special items in the world that can provide energy to these spirits. Jiang Jia often feeds the two spirits low-quality jade essence. According to Jiang Ran, jade essence is considered a poor-quality food among spirit foods. However, even if it is low quality, jade essence still helps the spirits grow. The Jiang family is not wealthy, and being able to provide jade essence to the spirits is already good. Jiang Fuqing himself tightens his belt. Even if his clothes are not fancy, he still makes a monthly trip to Tianjin City to bring back some jade essence. Jiang Ran complains about the greedy spirit insect, but her body honestly goes to find food for the two spirits. She turns around the room, opens a box filled with neat little porcelain bottles, each containing food for the spirits. She takes out a bottle and feeds the two spirits. When the little creatures see the food, they become very excited and happily start eating. It feels like feeding children. Jiang Ran gently strokes the patterns on the spirit worm. The spirit worm moves very slowly, like an old person nearing the end of life, showing signs of fatigue both physically and spiritually. The average lifespan of a spirit worm is only 10 years. If it cannot break through to become a spirit within this limited time, it might. Only these two spirits exist in the entire Shuling town. The spirit worm, which controls the main food source, is especially important. Jiang Ran is sure that if the spirit worm dies, at least half of the townspeople might betray and join other lords. Losing her identity as a lord would make her future even more uncertain. Feeling a bit worried, Jiang Ran suddenly sees some panels appear before her. Lord Assistance System. Territory Basic Information Panel. Territory Name: Shuling Town Lord. Jiang Ran Territory Area: 135 square kilometers. Population: over 20,000. Loyalty: 20 out of 100. Number of spirits: 2. Spirit worm, spirit insect. Overall level: town level, village, town, county, prefecture, province, country. Overlord level: evaluation: a pitifully small territory, very few people and wealth, extremely low loyalty. Your position as lord is in danger. Seeing this, Jiang Ran internally mocked the harsh and sarcastic evaluation. Here is the improved and simplified version of your text. Personal panel. Name: Jiang Ran. Age: 15 years old. Gender: female. Cultivation level: gathering spirit realm, early stage of the 5th level. Talent: unknown. Aptitude: unknown. Attributes: water, ice, space. Internal cultivation technique: water drop. True scripture, heavenly level technique, skill techniques, water/technique, common. Breaking waves. 3 styles, common, skills. Water surface / breaking waves, finger. Divine power, none owned. Spirit beasts: Ma spirit worm, Sang spirit worm. Magic tools: none. Pets: none. Territory: Suling town. Reputation: 1255. Spirit beast panel: Ma spirit worm. Aptitude: poor, red, rarity, common. Personality: persistent. Age: 10 years. Spirit essence: none. Mutations: None. In its last moments of life, the persistent moss spirit worm still clings to the land, but this small creature seems a bit unwilling to give up. Sang spirit worm aptitude: elite, green, rarity, common personality, steadfast age, 3 years spirit essence, none mutations, none, an ignored and undervalued spirit worm, trying hard to gain recognition. The system is a bit dreamy. But after experiencing so much in these 2 weeks, another system doesn't seem impossible. However, this system panel appearing suddenly in her mind still needs some time to get used to. After playing with it for a while, she found that the panel could switch and zoom in or out according to her thoughts. Besides these 3 panels, the system also has a quest bar and a shop. But the quest bar shows no available tasks, only a note. Can be triggered manually. Jiang Ran was a bit stunned. Jiang Ran used her mind to open the curious shop and saw a simple search bar at the top, probably for searching items. Below, only 3 items appeared: Phoenix Divine Fire, Eternal Fire 150,000 reputation points, Top Quality Fire Source Crystal, 500,000 reputation points, 10,000 Phenomena Body Cultivation Technique, Heavenly Level 100,000 reputation points. Jiang Ran was speechless again. All 3 items cost at least 100,000 reputation points, but she only has 1,000. She couldn't afford any of them. But now she was sure that if this system had no other purpose, then it was definitely beneficial to her. So, she decided to study carefully how to use this system. She was also worried about how to help Moss Spirit Worm break through its life barriers. Recently, she has developed feelings for these 2 little creatures. After all, who wouldn't love a pet that is both capable and good-looking? She doesn't want the spirit worm to leave her, especially since the spirit worm has a strong will to survive, like a wildfire. She just inherited the town of Suling, where the loyalty of the people is very low. She doesn't want her people to leave due to lack of food, or she might end up as a powerless leader. In fact, she might not even be a leader anymore, as other towns or nations could take over. So, for her own sake, she needs to find a way to help the spirit worm get through this difficult time. Jiang Ran looked at the system. Suddenly, she had an idea. Although she doesn't know much about spirits, the system might. The system seems simple now and doesn't offer much help, but it has a task list and a shop. Tasks can be triggered, though she doesn't know the conditions yet. That's okay. She can start by checking the shop's search bar. Jiang Ran thought to herself, maybe there's a book about spirits, or a way to help the spirit worm evolve into a spirit creature. Forgive Jiang Ran for being obsessed with reading. She had died suddenly in her past life, and now, in this dangerous situation, her first thought is still about books. Without hesitation, she quickly opened the shop's search bar and typed in spirit. A wide array of products appeared instantly. The main page was divided into nearly 100 small sections, and she could scroll down further. After browsing briefly, Jiang Ran found that the shop didn't sell individual spirits. It seems the system can't sell spirits directly. She felt a bit disappointed. However, there were many foods for spirits, like common jade essence. They came in various flavors, and some rare foods like milk cottonworm grass and spirit worm grass, priced between 100 reputation points and 100,000. Jiang Ran didn't need to buy affordable foods, and she couldn't afford the useless ones. She shook her head, giving up on the idea of using good food to help the spirit worm break free from its constraints. Instead, some books about spirits caught her attention. Titles included overview of spirits costing 10,000 reputation points, the 4 evolutions of spirits costing 100,000 points, and the trail of the Super Saint Fairy spirit costing 500,000 points. Although she couldn't afford these books now, that didn't matter. What she really wanted to know was how to evolve an ordinary spirit worm into a spirit creature. The book titled The 4 Evolutions of Spirit Beasts Revealed seems to be about the evolution of spirit beasts. It might help Jiang Ran, but she is poor. However, it gave her an idea. Jiang Ran licked her dry lips, closed the search for spirit beasts, and changed it to books, spirit insect. Sure enough, an answer appeared that Jiang Ran wanted: a life history of a spirit insect, 1,000 reputation points. This is a short autobiography that records the author's experience of meeting a spirit insect, growing with it, and the insect's eventual disappearance. Books about spirit beast evolution are very expensive. This one doesn't directly explain how a spirit insect evolves into a spirit monster, but starts from the insect's normal life, mentioning almost every aspect. Jiang Ran plans to find clues in the book and figure out her own way for a spirit insect to evolve into a spirit monster. She straightforwardly bought the book, watching her reputation drop from 1255 to 255 with a blank expression. Curious about how the book would arrive, she was about to think more when she saw a faint glow suddenly appear in front of her. Then, a poorly made book fell to the ground from thin air. Are you joking? Jiang Ran admits she was a little excited at first, but the very poor quality of the second-hand book made her feel that this system was quite disappointing. After all, cheap things are not good, but having it is good enough. She didn't want to waste energy criticizing a system that at least helped her, but she didn't know how to feel about it. After comforting herself, she picked up the book. Appearance isn't important, the content is.
To me?
The cute spirit insects had finished eating and happily crawled to Jiang Ran's side, showing excited emotions. Jiang Ran chuckled softly, stroked the chubby heads of the two little ones, and looked at the spirit insect, Mai Ling, who was not in good condition but still persistent. She promised, I know you're not willing to give up. I'll find a way.
Trust me.
Someone once said that Jiang Ran looks very cool when she is serious. Mai Ling, though not human, felt her new owner's warmth and reliability. Mai Ling now was like an old person nearing the end of life, slow-moving, fragile, yet her strong spirit couldn't be contained. The intelligence of spirit insects was very limited, but Mai Ling's determination to live was very strong. Her previous owner never responded to her pleas, maybe because they couldn't. The spirit and the owner's mind are connected. Hearing Jiang Ran's words, the spirit insect's affection for its new owner greatly increased. Deep down, their bond grew stronger, and their contract became more solid. Carrying the spirit insect's hope, Jiang Ran was about to open a book and browse when suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Lord, the cooks have prepared the meal. Miss Wen and young master, Nancheng, have already been served some food. The other lords you asked to be notified are all in the hall. The servants at the Jiang residence are waiting nearby. Do you want to dine now? Housekeeper Li did not push the door open directly, but knocked and asked from outside. Looking out the window, the sky was dimming. It was already evening. Jiang Ran put the system's book into her arms, her black eyes slightly serious. Housekeeper Li, come in first. I need your help with a few things. Her tone was very serious. Hearing this, Li Fuxing did not dare delay. He gently pushed the door open, slightly bowed, and carefully closed it behind him. Seeing this, Jiang Ran secretly praised him. Li Fuxing was attentive and loyal enough, at least someone useful. She first asked, Housekeeper Li, has Dr. Wang been found? Li Fuxing shook his head, puzzled. As the only doctor in Sualing Town, Dr. Wang usually stays at the Jiang residence on standby. Since the day before yesterday, when he was supposed to treat Lord Jiang Yuan's injuries, I haven't seen him. Jiang Ran was not surprised. She told Li Fuxing later, find a few trustworthy people and go to Jiang Yuan's house to look for him. Do it quietly, without making a fuss. Once you find him, bring him to the hall immediately. Why should they go quietly to Jiang Yuan's house to find Dr. Wang? Li Fuxing was clever. Thinking of Jiang Yuan's background and Dr. Wang's strange disappearance, his eyes widened in surprise. Lord, do you mean? Could Jiang Yuan have? If Jiang Yuan truly harbored ill intentions, Li Fuxing would not even dare to call him Lord. He silently cursed him as ungrateful. Also, earlier, when you called Dr. Wang to the Jiang residence, did you mention it to anyone else? Li Fuxing shook his head. The people at the Jiang residence are now anxious. It's better not to cause trouble. Miss Wen fainted without reason. I didn't dare to speak openly, so I didn't tell anyone else. Jiang Ran nodded, feeling more confident in her plan. Then, Housekeeper Li, you go ahead first. Tell the people in the hall that I cannot accept my father's death. Last night, I went alone to find the ice demon wolf to take revenge, and was seriously injured. I am now barely holding on." Li Fuxing nodded seriously, and quickly stepped back. He was very grateful to Jiang Ran for trusting him and was determined to do his best to complete the 2 tasks assigned by the Lord. The ice demon wolf mentioned by Jiang Ran is a beast in the early stage of refining spirit, and it is also the murderer who killed the original master's father. As for why Jiang Fucheng, who is at the peak of the gathering spirit 9th realm, would bother provoking a beast much stronger in the refining spirit realm, the reason is a yaoling called Bingji Ling Chong, which has spiritual essence and can improve the cultivation of cultivators and beasts. Originally, with Jiang Fucheng's cultivation and nearly 100 cultivators, even if they could not defeat the ice demon wolf in the early stage of refining spirit, they could retreat safely. However, a team led by Jiang Yuan was caught by a beast in the gathering spirit 5th realm called the explosive hare. It even involved other small teams. For beasts of the refining spirit level, some cultivators in the pulse gathering realm rushing forward would be futile. Jiang Fucheng's plan was to injure the refining spirit beast and then escape, calling others to attack it together.
But
he couldn't. Jiang Fucheng fought alone against the ice demon wolf, and in the end, it was Tian Jing, the 2nd cultivator of Shuling Town, who arrived just in time to rescue Jiang Fucheng. He was severely injured, and after barely holding on and entrusting Shuling Town to Jiang Ran, he passed away. Jiang Yuan is definitely suspicious. Behind the coincidence is human intent. Moreover, after the original master's father died, Jiang Yuan, the uncle, did not help with the funeral but disappeared, as if he was looking for something. Jiang Ran probably also suspects that Jiang Yuan is searching for something else. The most valuable items in Shuling Town are only 3 things. One is the Water Sutra, known only to Jiang Ran. The second is the territorial contract, Yutu, and the last are 2 yaoling. The territorial contract Yutu, symbolizing control over Shuling Town, was passed to her in front of Jiang Yuan before Jiang Fucheng died. Jiang Yuan could only want the 2 yaoling. If Jiang Yuan knew that the 2 yaoling had already been given to me by Jiang Fucheng 2 weeks ago, he would probably try every means to kill me. After all, the only way to seize yaoling is to kill the original owner and let the contract automatically jichu. Jiang Yuan's cultivation is only at the pathetic peak of pulse opening 9th realm, while the original master's cultivation was at the 3rd level of gathering spirit. If he doesn't show weakness intentionally, that timid man wouldn't dare reveal his wild ambitions. To avoid revealing flaws, Jiang Ran applied a thick layer of powder on her face and mouth, making her look seriously injured. Only then did she walk out weakly, like a fragile willow. Most of the prominent figures in Shuling Town gathered at Jiang's residence, filling the main hall of the Jiang family. Housekeeper Li, following Jiang Ran's instructions, quietly went to find someone to see Dr. Wang at Jiang Yuan's residence after she was seriously injured. Yes, Lord, no, I mean Lord, it looks like she's badly hurt. I hope she's okay. The former Lord just left, and Shuling Town can't be without an heir. Many people's worried expressions almost showed through, especially the soldiers directly under the Lord's command. The old Lord's sudden departure was unexpected, but luckily, the new Lord is very talented. With good support, Shuling Town might even improve. However, the new Lord is still young. Jiang Ran knew that currently, public opinion was unsettled. She could only take one step at a time. Right now, her main goal was to remove those with bad intentions and build her own trusted followers. She then looked at the 4 village chiefs. Shuling Town is divided into 4 villages: Qingshan Village, Shitian Village, Aojia Village, and Fengyu Village. The village chiefs each had different thoughts. Qingshan Village's chief, Li Yinyo, was the most honest and responsible for his village. He muttered softly, "This year's wheat isn't growing well. The Lord's wheat spirit worms haven't been seen in a long time. I wonder if Lord would allow the wheat spirit worms to cast their spells. Oh, it's so worrying." Yang Dong from Shitian Village was more opportunistic. Seeing such an important gathering, he was already flattering everyone and moving around the hall. Lin Ling from Ao Jia village and Zhang Li from Fengyu village were close to Zhang Yuan, and they seemed friendly. Zhang Ran looked at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan had a big face, small eyes, high cheekbones, thin skin, dark complexion, and a petty demeanor. Zhang Yuan's original name was Uncle, a name the original owner had used for 15 years. But in fact, Zhang Yuan had no blood relation to the original owner. He wasn't even surnamed Jiang and had no name. People just called him Go Dan. It was said that when Jiang Fuqing was young, he lived a hard life. When he was about to starve, Zhang Yuan gave him a moldy bun. For a beggar, a moldy bun was precious. Jiang Fuqing always remembered this kindness. Later, Jiang Fuqing got an opportunity and met Go Dan, who was almost beaten to death. Jiang Fuqing recognized him and saved him. He repaid his life, and Jiang Fuqing was very loyal. Go Dan wanted to follow him, so Jiang Fuqing took him in, even making him a brother. Go Dan then changed his name to Zhang Yuan. Jiang Ran sighed, thinking that perhaps when Zhang Yuan was Go Dan, he still had a kind heart. But after so many years, Zhang Yuan was no longer the same fool he used to be. His comfortable life over the years had made him greedy and had planted unwanted thoughts in his mind. Jiang Ran's eyes lowered slightly, feeling sad for the original owner's father. She concealed her emotions, afraid she might reveal her murderous intent toward Zhang Yuan. However, she didn't expect that besides Zhang Yuan, there would be other gains. It seemed Zhang Yuan lacked other skills but was quite good at deceiving others and even managed to persuade a few resentful people. The village chief, on the surface, didn't seem to be a big deal. But in Suling town, there are only 4 village chiefs. Each manages the affairs of their village directly. If a village chief has a change of heart, it could directly or indirectly affect the villagers' loyalty to Suling town. But it didn't matter. She would re-elect the village chief. Anyone found betraying would be executed. With Jiang Ran's arrival, the originally noisy hall suddenly fell silent. Big sister. 2 small heads popped out from the kitchen. Looking at Jiang Ran, the 2 little ones were a bit cautious and still a little afraid of her. But their eyes sparkled with hope, an expression of expectation. Clearly, Jiang Ran's behavior during the day had made these 2 children feel a bit dependent on her. Feeling trusted was always a good thing. Jiang Ran looked down at them, a slight smile forming on her lips. She waved her right hand to signal them to come over. Children are very perceptive, especially sensitive kids like Jiang Xiaowen and Jiang Nanqing. They sensed Jiang Ran's acceptance of them. Their emotions couldn't be contained, like chubby newborn animals stumbling around, but with a fearless spirit of new bravery, they rushed toward Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran still pretended to be injured, holding the 2 children, and turned her face slightly away from the crowd, her brows furrowed as if she was suppressing pain. Suddenly, someone became restless. "Have you eaten?" Jiang Ran asked. Jiang Nanqing tilted his head slightly and replied, "An hour ago, I ate some porridge. The cook said we were hungry for a long time, so it's best to eat some porridge first to settle our stomachs." "Good, then you can eat with me now." Although the Jiang residence was small, it was well equipped. The Grand Lord's mansion had a dining hall, but Jiang Ran asked the servants to bring the food to the sitting room for discussion. Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what the new lord was thinking, gathering them all together but not discussing anything, just wanting to eat first. But as the lord held the highest authority, no matter what she did, they only needed to obey. Here, Zhang Yuan is feeling very upset. He searched for 2 spirit insects for a long time but couldn't find them. Before Jiang Fuqing died, he stayed by his side. Of course, it wasn't out of brotherly love. Zhang Yuan just wanted to prevent the spirit insects from falling into the wrong hands. He is sure that Jiang Fuqing did not give the insects to that stubborn girl. The spirit insects are very good at hiding. If they become unclaimed, they might disappear quickly from the town of Suling. Why is that blonde girl gathering people now? Anyway, that stubborn girl is really lucky. The venom I used on the sand scorpion didn't even hurt her. Jiang Yuan's eyes are full of malice. He won't let Jiang Ran go. Once he finds the 2 spirit insects and takes control of Suling town, He plans to send the three siblings to their doom. The sky is gradually darkening. The blackish light presses down on the sky, making it feel heavy and tense, as if blood-red drops are falling. The living room is crowded, but everyone feels very gloomy. It's getting late. Jiang Ran's face is turning paler. She tells Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Xiaowen, eat slowly. Jiang Xiaowen and Jiang Nancheng are confused. They actually find it hard to eat because many people have come to Jiang's house, and countless eyes are watching them, making them feel uncomfortable. Jiang Yuan feels uneasy, but knows that outside Jiang's house, the Lord's guards are watching. Without Jiang Ran's order, no one can leave. He wants to get the two spirit insects from Suling Town as soon as possible. He doesn't have much time or energy to deal with a little girl. He tries to say something, Xiao Ran. Before Jiang Yuan can say more, Jiang Ran gently waves her hand and the two spirit insects, Mai Ling Chong and Sang Ling Chong, appear on the table. Jiang Ran reaches out to play with the two small spirit insects. Their extraordinary aura immediately attracts everyone's attention. Li Yinyo, the village chief of Qingshan village, immediately brightens his eyes.
Great.
It's a spirit insect. As long as the Lord is kind, the fields in Qingshan village will surely produce a good harvest. There are murmurs of discussion in the hall. With these two spirit insects, the gloomy atmosphere begins to lift a little. Jiang Yuan's expression changes instantly. His eyes are bloodshot, and his veins bulge. His previously ugly face twists even more. He didn't expect that the spirit insects he searched for days for had already been given to Jiang Ran by Jiang Fucheng. Jiang Fucheng was seriously injured and died. Jiang Yuan and his children, the landowner, and Dr. Wang stayed close to him. Jiang Yuan's purpose wasn't brotherly love. He was waiting to pass the spirit insects to Jiang Ran. But when Jiang Fucheng died, he only left the territory's jade map seal, and the spirit insects were missing. And now, is there anything you don't understand? Jiang Fucheng had already transferred the ownership of the two spirit creatures to his daughter without telling anyone. Jiang Yuan was angry and felt a bit wronged. I am his lifesaver. He calls me brother, but in the end, he still used me as a shield. Lin Ling and Zhang Li, who were around him, were also shocked and looked displeased. Their eyes all stared at Jiang Yuan.
You said.
Before he finished speaking, they saw Jiang Yuan's face turn pale with fear. They also remembered that Jiang Yuan had the strength to open his meridians, while they were just ordinary people. They could only hold back their anger and not argue. These two small followers didn't care about Jiang Yuan anymore. When they saw Jiang Ran holding a spirit creature, they started to get restless.
People are like that.
The bigger the price they pay, the harder it is to decide to turn back. Jiang Yuan dreamed of sitting in that position. But in the hall, many people were loyal to the old lord. Not only were they loyal to Jiang Ran, who just took over as the new lord, but at least they would protect Jiang Fucheng's children. He didn't dare to act rashly. Next time, he must not fail again. Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Xiaowen were still struggling to chew their food. At this moment, Butler Li Fuxing appeared, suddenly breaking the overly quiet atmosphere. Butler Li looked serious and angry, bringing an old man with a white beard and several young people into the hall. The old man with the white beard was Dr. Wang, and the other young people were his apprentices. If you can't eat, then don't eat. Jiang Ran patted Jiang Nancheng's back, telling him to take his sister back to their room. The two of them sighed in relief and obediently were taken away by the maid, Xiang Cao. When Dr. Wang entered the hall, he stared fixedly at Jiang Yuan, grinding his teeth and showing a face full of anger. You good for nothing. You heartless scoundrel. Jiang Yuan was shocked. His face changed dramatically, and he stared at Jiang Ran with wide eyes. Jiang Ran responded with a small smile. That smile was like a devil's deadly threat. Jiang Yuan's body started to tremble uncontrollably. Jiang Ran mocked him, thinking Jiang Yuan was truly cowardly. But to make Jiang Yuan gather his courage, she had to add fuel to the fire. She activated her internal energy, causing her body to surge like a storm. Then she frowned and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. It was this blood that made Jiang Yuan decide to go all in, planning to kill Jiang Ran and seize the spirit creature. Jiang Yuanlao's face suddenly showed worry and concern. He quickly moved toward her while speaking. "Niece, what's wrong? You spat a large mouthful of blood. I heard you went alone to find the ice demon wolf, a beast at the early stage of refining spirit. If something happened to you, Big Brother would be heartbroken from the underworld." His speech sped up, and his steps became hurried. As he approached Jiang Ran, he suddenly changed from walking to rushing fiercely toward her. Jiang Yuan was holding a knife, and he stabbed it toward Jiang Ran's heart. One moment he was kind, and the next, his face was ugly and fierce. "Be careful," someone shouted when they saw the knife in Jiang Yuan's hand. But the expected thing did not happen. Smack! Jiang Ran quickly cut off Jiang Yuan's attack with her knife, then slapped him hard. The force was so strong that Jiang Yuan's 7 orifices bled instantly. Jiang Yuan looked terrified. "You?" At this moment, he knew he had been tricked. Breaking through the 9th level of the meridian opening stage and starting at the early stage of spirit gathering was like a chasm. Had Jiang Yuan ever thought of attacking Jiang Ran directly? He had dreamed of killing Jiang Ran outright and taking the Town Lord position himself. He thought he had planned everything perfectly, poisoning Jiang Ran first, then setting a trap to kill Jiang Fuqing. But he didn't expect this stubborn girl to be so tough. Jiang Ran bent down and smiled. But in Jiang Yuan's eyes, she was just a devil playing with him. "Just joking with you." Looking at Jiang Yuan as if watching a dead dog, Jiang Ran chuckled lightly, but her eyes showed no smile, only coldness. "Little Ran and Jiang Yuan Laifu, what is going on here?" A man in his 40s stepped forward, his eyes fierce and full of killing intent as he looked at Jiang Yuan. He had been with Jiang Ran's father long ago, helping to build the town of Suling. He had made significant contributions. Although Suling was small, it had the basic defenses of a territory, especially the army to protect the homeland. He was a commander of Suling, named Tianjing, in charge of patrols, and second only to the lord in the territory. However, when the old lord suddenly passed away, Jiang Ran, who was suddenly appointed as the acting lord, knew in her heart that if Tianjing was the one with evil intentions this time, she would already be left with nothing. Jiang Ran smiled slightly. "Commander Tian, you should see clearly now." Jiang Yuan tried to assassinate the current lord to seize the demon spirit. As she spoke, she firmly grabbed Jiang Yuan's right hand, which was still holding the dagger. Under everyone's watchful eyes, all schemes were laid bare. Tianjing's eyebrows furrowed deeply, and his gaze grew cold. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan panicked, still trying to justify himself as death approached. "No, I just wanted to test my niece's alertness." Such a weak explanation. Like a stray dog, Jiang Yuan hurriedly explained while tugging at Jiang Ran's white dress. "Niece, how could you think that of me?" The pristine dress was stained with disgusting red handprints. Jiang Ran frowned. Seeing the helpless and disheveled Jiang Yuan, Jiang Ran lost patience and kicked him hard. This kick was fierce, directly knocking him against the wall. Then he slowly slid down. "Aren't you quite brave? First, you drugged me, then you planned to have my father killed by monsters, and now you've even kidnapped Dr. Wang. And at this moment, you only kneel and make excuses?" Everyone in the hall was stunned. They couldn't believe that Jiang Yuan, who once seemed wise and brave, could be harmed by such a coward. When Jiang Yuan suddenly tried to attack Jiang Ran, Dr. Wang was startled and interrupted him. Now that Jiang Yuan was restrained, Dr. Wang finally couldn't hold back and cursed loudly. "You good for nothing. The old leader showed you great kindness, yet you even wanted to harm the leader's children. You're worse than animals." Tianjing and others looked at Jiang Yuan, who was bleeding from the mouth. Considering his previous actions, even if they didn't want to believe it, they had to accept the truth. Tianjing found it hardest to accept that the wise old leader Jiang Fuqing could die at the hands of his own people, especially under Jiang Yuan's incompetence. Jiang Fuqing was only in his 40s. The future of Sualing Town could have been bright. Tianjing's greatest dream was to follow powerful people, kill monsters, and expand territory. But Jiang Fuqing paused his monster hunts because of his wife and children. He only wanted to gather more experience over the years, improve his cultivation, and train the highly talented Jiang Ran. Tianjing listened and waited. He longed to draw his sword and kill this traitor, yet someone else drew his heavy sword from his waist first. As dusk deepened and coldness arose, Jiang Ran moved like a ghost. She casually drew the heavy sword from Tianjing's waist and stepped forward with killing intent. Dragging the heavy sword across the ground, it made a chilling, scratching sound. Everyone present seemed to lose their composure at the harsh, grating sound. It was as if the scene had slowed down, and everyone stared in shock. Jiang Yuan was crying and bleeding, looking disheveled and pitiful, constantly bowing his head. He wanted to say something to beg for mercy. Jiang Ran's lips were pressed tightly, like a sharp sword. She remained silent, walking neither quickly nor slowly, only making a chilling sound with each step. The ruler showed no fear. With a swift motion, Jiang Ran cut off Jiang Yuan's head with a clean strike. The bloody head rolled on the floor, making a gurgling sound, finally stopping at Jiang Ran's feet. Jiang Ran glanced at it, retracted her sword, and turned to leave. Everyone was silent, stunned by what they saw. This was, even though not a relative, Jiang Ran had called that man her uncle for 15 years. No one expected a girl in her teens to be so ruthless, commanding, cold-blooded, and decisive. But those gathered in the hall were not ordinary people. Besides some servants of the Jiang family, they were all key figures from Suling town. They didn't think Jiang Ran's action of killing Jiang Yuan was wrong. In fact, they thought this was the kind of dominance a ruler should have. The former lord was good in many ways, but he was too kind and naive at times. Things took everyone by surprise. Jiang Fuqing was considered a benevolent ruler, and they thought his children inherited his kindness. But Jiang Ran did the opposite. Though kindness has its charm, in this era, strength is everything. Jiang Ran didn't cry or hesitate, nor did she question Jiang Yuan angrily, asking why he did such a thing. Instead, she simply cut him down. The hall was silent, unable to make a sound. Jiang Ran was gambling. She knew her position as a ruler was unstable. A new leader often makes bold moves to leave a good impression on her officials, so she publicly executed Jiang Yuan. There was no real conflict between them. Jiang Ran even created some conflicts herself. She wanted to show everyone, although the new ruler of Suling is young, she is not weak. Suling is not defeated. It is ready to rise again. Everyone was slightly surprised. Actually, Jiang Ran was also a bit surprised by her own coldness.
But
killing someone. No one knew that the cold, ruthless Jiang Ran, who had just killed her uncle, was trembling slightly as she held the sword. Blood filled her vision, the smell of blood filled her nose, her throat churned, and she felt an uncontrollable urge to, but she had to hold it back. This was her first time killing someone, brutally beheading him. Jiang Ran kept telling herself to stay strong. Starting today, she is the new leader of Suling town. How can Wang be weak? How can weakness help her survive in this world? Even if she is cruel, even if her legs and hands are trembling, even if she is actually very scared, she must still maintain her proper dignity. She took a deep breath, holding back her trembling. She showed no signs of fear or weakness, took out a clean white cloth from her, and carefully wiped the sword. She smiled and said, "Uncle Tian, this is truly a sharp and fine sword." As she spoke, she dropped the blood-stained cloth and slowly sheathed the sword back into the scabbard at Uncle Tian's waist. For a moment, everyone was speechless, and a strange atmosphere filled the air. In the past, Tianjing felt a little numb on his scalp. He had never seen such a version of Jiang Ran. She seemed like a different person altogether.
And
she was so easily taken away by someone with her sword. What a shame for a martial artist. He decided to go back and train hard, starting with swinging his sword 10,000 times. Jiang Ran quietly took a deep breath, her heart pounding rapidly. Gathering the core members of Suling Town this time was not only to avenge the original master and serve as a warning to others, but also to establish authority. Jiang Ran turned around and sat in the main seat of the hall, slowly lifting her eyes. Perhaps the powerful presence of the blood in her veins made everyone feel an unspoken pressure when looking at her. She addressed the people in the hall. "This time, I summoned you all here to discuss important matters with the elders. One of these is about Jiang Yuan. His father passed away unexpectedly, and I took office in a hurry. I believe everyone is feeling uneasy, but his spirit will forever guard Suling Town." The hall was very quiet. Jiang Ran paused, quickly observing everyone's reactions. When she mentioned the death of the old lord, she noticed that only a few people close to Jiang Yuan looked guilty, while others appeared sorrowful. Jiang Ran gently swung her blood-stained skirt and said, "Everyone here is older than me, and you have all helped the father build this town. You are the pillars of our town. Now, Suling Town faces danger from wolves in front and tigers behind, with risks everywhere. I hope everyone will stay alert." Her expression became much more serious. "As you all know, my father was fatally injured while fighting the Ice Demon Wolf due to treachery. I have dealt with the traitor, but the Ice Demon Wolf is still at large. The beast is very vengeful. If the Ice Demon Wolf heals its wounds, it will surely track the scent and come back to avenge itself on Suling Town." When Jiang Ran said this, everyone suddenly realized the danger and was immediately alarmed. The Ice Demon Wolf is a beast at the first level of spirit refinement. If it really comes to attack Suling Town, the first to suffer would be the ordinary people who cannot defend themselves. Among those present, the highest cultivation level is only the 8th realm of gathering spirit. How can we fight it? The speaker is Lin Sha, a civil officer from Suling Town. Everyone present understands the seriousness of the situation. Tian, the commander, frowned when he mentioned the Ice Demon Wolf. A surge of hatred filled his heart. "It's this beast that caused the death of his old friend." He said, "Young commander, lord, what do you think we should do?" Jiang Ran's eyes flashed with determination. "We can't just wait and see. We must find a way to attack actively. If we defeat the Ice Demon Wolf, we can eliminate a hidden danger and maybe even get a new spirit insect. After all, the original owner's father aimed to hunt the Ice Demon Wolf because it held a spirit insect in its grasp." Someone opened their mouth to object, thinking that fighting a beast at the spirit refinement realm with Suling Town's current strength was impossible. But Jiang Ran seemed determined to deal with this beast. "Commander Tian, gather all the cultivators in Suling Town at the gathering spirit level. Equip them with the best gear in town. Tomorrow morning, I want to see the best army of cultivators Suling Town can produce." Jiang Ran then took a key from her sleeve and threw it to Li Fuxing, telling him to guard the warehouse. Li Fuxing caught it hurriedly, beads of sweat on his forehead. Everyone knew that the warehouse didn't contain anything particularly valuable, just some low-grade spirit-replenishing pills, a few sturdy iron armor, and swords. Suling Town was small and poor. But despite being poor, Suling Town had its advantages. This territory was conquered by Jiang Fuqing 20 years ago. The town had a population of 20,000, mostly young and strong people who survived the wars. Currently, about 200 cultivators are registered in Suling Town, but only a dozen are at the Gathering Spirit Realm. Jiang Ran had considered gathering all the cultivators, but those with lower cultivation levels played limited roles against a spirit refinement realm beast. Plus, if all the cultivators left, who would defend the town? Qianzhen stepped forward. Qianzhen, about 20 years old, was a young cultivator at the peak of opening meridians. Seeing the new lord call him, this young soldier quickly stepped forward. "Your subordinate is here," Jiang Ran said. "Lead the remaining cultivators to patrol the outskirts of Suling Town. Before we return to the town, no one is allowed to enter or leave. Anyone who disobeys will be executed without mercy." Qianzhen looked serious. "Understood, sir." Jiang Ran was already very tired after arranging these matters. This exhaustion was mostly mental. The smell of blood filled her nose, and the sticky sensation on her skin felt like hundreds of snakes writhing on her. Jiang Ran felt she was about to break down. Jiang Ran dismissed over 100 people. In front of everyone, she stood straight and walked out of the hall. The moment her foot stepped outside, several messages suddenly appeared in her mind. Task completed. Eliminate troublemakers. Secure the Lord position. Reward. Divine power. Purple Jade Demon Eye. Growth type Divine power. Task completed. First blood. You defeated and killed a martial artist at the peak of the 9th stage of Qi refining. Reward. Frost Sword. Earth grade. Low level. Citizens loyalty plus 10. Reputation plus 1,000. A spark of warmth suddenly appeared in Jiang Ran's eyes, as if something had changed. Her steps paused for a moment, but she quickly recovered and nonchalantly returned to her room. After closing the door, removing her blood-stained coat, and confirming no one was disturbing her, Jiang Ran checked what the small system panel had given her. Opening the panel, she was surprised to find she had completed 2 tasks and had rewards to claim. Seeing the rewards, Jiang Ran was a little startled. So generous? Could it be a protection during the novice period? Thinking for a moment, she claimed the Frost Sword. An icy blue sword appeared in the air. Jiang Ran reached out and grasped it. A Earth-grade spiritual sword. Although an Earth-grade spiritual sword isn't particularly rare, spiritual weapons are divided into mortal, Earth, Heaven, Saint, and Divine levels. According to the system, the Frost Sword given to Jiang Ran is just a low-level Earth-grade artifact. But at least, Suling Town still doesn't have an Earth-grade spiritual sword. She had just used General Tian's sword before, which was only a mortal-grade sword. And she had only defeated an opponent far weaker than herself. The system's reward for her demon eye seemed even more extraordinary. Jiang Ran looked into a mirror. The originally black eyes now seemed to shimmer faintly with purple light. Her personal panel had changed because of these 3 rewards. First, her divine power column now included the purple jade demon eye. She also had a new artifact, the Frost Sword. Additionally, the reputation points she had spent had been restored to 1255. The purple jade demon eye has the power to see through the flow of spiritual energy. Together with the Frost Sword, it undoubtedly greatly increases Jiang Ran's strength, giving her more confidence to face the Ice Demon Wolf tomorrow. Jiang Ran put away the Frost Sword, her expression returning to calm. She called her maid and prepared to take a bath. The water temperature was just right. The scene of a killing show in the hall made everyone tense, afraid that their heads might be at risk. Now, the attendants could finally focus on their duties. Although Jiang Ran is from the modern world, she doesn't believe in the idea of everyone being equal. She understands clearly that this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Every era has its own characteristics, and you can't force change. Trying to do so wouldn't earn many people's gratitude. As a lord, her main goal now is to improve her strength so that these people can survive well under her protection. However, with so many relying on her for their lives, Jiang Ran feels a lot of pressure. Thinking of this, she no longer felt like taking a bath. After the bloodstains on her body were washed away and her dirt removed, she dressed and returned to her bedroom. It was late at night. Thinking about the dangerous situation she might face the next day, she couldn't find peace in her heart. Training made her restless, and lying still made it hard to sleep. So she decided to take out the book she exchanged from the system, The Life Story of a Spirit Insect. Jiang Ran carefully read this biography, paying attention to every detail. However, Jiang Ran was a bit disappointed because the author of the biography was not an expert in raising spirit creatures, but rather quite amateurish. The book mainly described what the spirit insect looked like, boasted about how cute it was every day, and listed what it ate. In fact, the book didn't mention anything about raising spirit creatures. But Jiang Ran noticed a few details. Spirit insects are born from plants and trees. She had previously guessed that their power might be related to their main host plant, the plant that gave birth to them. Just like some egg-laying creatures hatch by biting through their eggshells to get energy, spirit insects also eat their host plants. However, the eaten plant doesn't disappear. Instead, it exists in a magical form inside the spirit insect. When the spirit insect needs to infect or catalyze a plant, it will implant its main host into the soil. The power of the main host plant might come from similar plants, which could explain why the book's spirit insects crave the same kind of weeds and dislike other plants. According to Jiang Ran's previous explanation of the world, weeds compete for nutrients in the soil, so farmers often remove weeds when planting vegetables. Jiang Ran guesses, basically, I need to prepare enough nutrients for my wheat spirit worm. It's best to find a fertile piece of land and plant the best wheat from Zhongxing town together, then fertilize so the wheat spirit worm can absorb the power inside the wheat. But is it really that simple? Every spirit monster worm is very hard to create. It not only requires the plant it comes from to be strong, but this strength must be the best among tens of thousands of similar plants. The traces of spirit monsters are even rarer, which shows that evolving a spirit worm is not easy. Thinking of the wheat spirit worm, she remembers its talent is poor. The book also mentions a creature called Earth's spirit magic earthworm. It is written that the protagonist accidentally placed an Earth's spirit magic earthworm into his garden. Later, he found that the flowers in his garden bloomed more beautifully, and his spirit worm grew fatter and fatter. By the end of the story, a miracle happened, and the spirit worm, which was thought unlikely to evolve, was born. Jiang Ran knows that earthworms can make soil more fertile, so what kind of magic power does the Earth's spirit magic earthworm have? Jiang Ran summoned her wheat spirit worm, but it seemed to be in worse shape. Every minute that passed, its vitality decreased. The wheat spirit worm relies heavily on Jiang Ran. Even though its life force is fading and it struggles to move, it still stubbornly twists its shiny, chubby body, opening its big eyes and looking drowsily at its owner. Jiang Ran said, "Maybe we still have a chance. Wheat spirit worm, I want to try to find the Earth's spirit magic earthworm." She hopes the Earth's spirit magic earthworm isn't a rare and precious beast. She decided that once she dealt with the ice demon wolf, she would focus entirely on saving the wheat spirit worm.
But
the only hope is that she doesn't die under the ice demon wolf's claws. The next day, Commander Tian followed Jiang Ran's orders, leading 13 spirit-gathering realm cultivators along with Jiang Ran to hunt the ice demon wolf near Mingyan Mountain. The forest was already lively in the morning, filled with various insect sounds, and small creatures like rabbits and mice hurriedly fled under the pressure of the cultivators. This was the first time Jiang Ran left the Jiang residence and Zhongxing town since arriving in this world to see the wild outside. As she ran swiftly, Jiang Ran instinctively activated the divine technique she learned yesterday, the Purple Jade Demon Eye. The world inside the Purple Jade Demon Eye shows a different scene. Flowers and grass have lost their normal colors, replaced by flowing energy. Under the purple eye, Jiang Ran can see the flow of spiritual energy within her body. She looks at Tianjing and the others ahead. The yellow of earth energy, the blue of ice energy, the red of fire energy. Various types of spiritual energy flow inside the cultivators. Jiang Ran can even see blockages and weak points in other cultivators' energy flow. If she wanted, she could point out these issues to help them improve their cultivation. But for now, Jiang Ran does not plan to do that. After about half an hour, she faintly hears the sound of a waterfall. Over 10 people become alert and tense. Tianjing says, "Leader, not far ahead is the territory of the ice demon wolf." Hearing this, Jiang Ran slows down and signals the team to stop. She lowers her voice and says, "Take a rest for 15 minutes to recover. A tough battle is coming soon." Jiang Ran feels very nervous, but she must pretend to be calm in front of Tianjing and the others. The strongest person in the team is Tianjing, a cultivator at the 8th level of spirit gathering. The next strongest is Wei Fengsheng, at the 5th level of spirit gathering. However, Jiang Ran has not revealed her own cultivation level. There are 8 warriors and 5 mages in the team. According to the plan, Tianjing will lead the attack on the ice demon wolf, while others will support him and create chances for him to strike. Additional setting, attributes and realm levels attributes. Both warriors and mages have their own spiritual energy attributes. Currently known are 10 types: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, thunder, space, and time. Realm levels: whether warrior or mage, cultivation levels are the same. Opening meridian, spirit gathering, spirit refining, mysterious bone, sea of consciousness, elixir heaven, transcendence, saint passage, focus spirit, and spirit transformation. Please vote. Jiang Ran has no experience fighting magical beasts, so the battle strategy was discussed and decided by Commander Tian and the other 12 cultivators. As the saying goes, leave professional work to the professionals. That's what being professional means. Although Jiang Ran is the leader, she does not consider herself superior. 15 minutes pass quickly, and each cultivator's condition is at its best. They climb a mountain, hiding among the grass and trees, holding their breath and carefully watching the ice demon wolf by the waterfall. Although its name contains the word wolf, the ice demon wolf's body is very different from a wolf on Earth. It looks like it's covered in icy blue, snow-like rough skin. Even when it is lying down, it appears to be at least 2 meters tall. At this moment, the ice demon wolf is resting, but exudes a powerful presence that surprises Jiang Ran and others from afar. Its swollen belly rises and falls with each breath, and cold, white steam escapes from its nostrils, freezing nearby plants and trees. Its sharp, fierce fangs are exposed, and Jiang Ran has no doubt that if anyone gets bitten by those fangs, they could easily lose half their life. Seeing the true face of the ice demon wolf, half of the cultivators turn pale with fear, and their breathing becomes unsteady. Jiang Ran thinks to herself that this is bad. If they start fighting now, they might accidentally provoke it. How can they fight if it gets angry first? A warrior carrying a bow and arrow trembles as he speaks. When did such a terrifying monster appear near the swelling town? It's a beast from the spirit refining realm. It's the reason Lord Jiang was taken. Don't be afraid. The ice demon wolf is badly injured. Just at the end of its strength, Jiang Ran quickly tries to calm everyone. Her plan to attack the ice demon wolf isn't just to prevent it from seeking revenge. She also wants to capture the ice spirit worm. However, these cultivators share her interests. As she mentioned before, once the ice demon wolf heals, it might come back to attack Swelling Town. Although they could escape, their families still live here, and fleeing would mean finding a new territory to settle. Rebuilding a territory or fleeing to another lord isn't easy for any of them. I always thought my people were brave and fearless. The cultivators under my town have the spirit to defy the heavens.
But
I was wrong, Jiang Ran says, her words rising and falling, praising and criticizing. This causes the dozen or so people to hesitate, feeling both defiant and speechless. They want to stand tall and tell their new leader that they have that kind of courage, but in front of the ice demon wolf, they can only retreat, an undeniable fact. The ice demon wolf is indeed strong, but so what? Someone says. Cultivators must face powerful enemies many times to grow. Besides, this is just a wounded ice demon wolf. If we kill it, its teeth and fur will become our trophies, another adds. They are determined to fight the ice demon wolf. This is the best opportunity. For ourselves and our families, we must stand up. This sentence undoubtedly shocked the monks present. Family, yes, they care about their hometown and they want to protect their home. Yes, the leader is right. Li Si felt very ashamed of his previous urge to run away at the last moment. Now, he wished he could rush forward to prove himself. There is encouragement, motivation, reward, responsibility, and hope for the future. Jiang Ran's series of sweet words hit them like a barrage, each word seeming to strike their hearts, making their previous pessimism disappear. Seeing they had calmed down quite a bit, Jiang Ran also let out a sigh of relief. Tianjing watched Jiang Ran quietly, without speaking. Tianjing is a martial artist with no particular thoughts. He just felt that a girl of only 15, facing the powerful ice demon wolf, was not afraid. Instead, she turned around to see her teammates scared and encouraged them. Just this alone made her better than the many monks who had trained for decades around him. Currently, The ice demon wolf was resting, seemingly unguarded. But everyone knew that within 100 miles, if there was any movement, the ice demon wolf would tear off this harmless disguise. Jiang Ran used her purple jade magic eye. Strangely, even from 1,000 meters away, she could clearly see each hair, the wrinkles around the eyes, and every detail of the wolf's body. Most importantly, the ice demon wolf was indeed badly injured, especially in the abdomen and left hind leg, where the flow of spiritual energy was blocked. Li Si, you are a famous sharpshooter in Suling town. At this distance, can you shoot the wolf's eye? Jiang Ran suddenly asked Li Si. The ice demon wolf had high defense, and its eyes were one of the few weak spots. Luckily, their team had an archer, which is why Jiang Ran asked this. Li Si felt even more ashamed and said awkwardly, at this distance, with my eyesight, I probably can't hit the wolf's eye. I might even scare it away. Li Si had a skill called 9 layers of broken arrow, but his archery was powerful, not accurate enough at such a long distance. The wolf's defense was strong, but hitting its eye would be very helpful for the upcoming fight. Initially, everyone was excited about Jiang Ran's idea, but after Li Si said it was impossible, they felt a bit disappointed. You don't need to aim, Jiang Ran said, feeling more confident. She pointed to her own eyes, her black pupils shining with a purple hue. Under the sunlight, they looked like a precious gemstone. However, in Tianjing and the others' view, they only felt that the Lord's black eyes somehow seemed to possess a strange, enchanting magic that made people unable to resist being drawn in. Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow and cleared her throat. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but quickly snapped out of their dazed state. Jiang Ran tilted her head. Even Tianjing didn't notice anything unusual. Her eyes flashed. It seemed that in these people's eyes, when she used the purple jade demon eye, they couldn't see the purple color in her eyes. They weren't sure if it was because their cultivation was not strong enough or if only she could see it. Jiang Ran didn't seem to notice their awkward reactions and continued, I haven't told anyone this before, but I've had better eyesight than ordinary people since I was a child. As my cultivation improved, this ability became more obvious. So, I think I can aim at the ice demon wolf's eyes. Tianjing and the others didn't doubt Jiang Ran's words. Instead, they felt hopeful and looked at her expectantly. But I haven't practiced archery, so the bow and arrow will be handled by Li Si. I will help him aim. All right, that's settled. Tianjing nodded decisively and agreed to Jiang Ran's plan. He didn't doubt Jiang Ran's claim that she could aim at the ice demon wolf from a kilometer away. Since Tianjing agreed, the others naturally wouldn't oppose the Lord and Tianjing's decision. The other main character, Li Si, took a deep breath, his expression becoming firm. Good, I will do my best to cooperate with the Lord. At this moment, Li Si turned around, drew his bow, and pulled out an arrow. Under Jiang Ran's purple jade demon eye, she could see that the arrow in Li Si's hand was filled with a blue spiritual essence, shining like lightning, ready to shoot from the bow. Jiang Ran adjusted Li Si's aim, although she wasn't holding the arrow herself, which could cause some deviation. But desperate times called for desperate measures. To improve the chances, Jiang Ran couldn't think of any other way. Everyone held their breath. This was a crucial shot. If it hit, the success rate of defeating the ice demon wolf would rise from less than 50% to 70%. If it missed, it would disturb the ice demon wolf. I'll count to 3. Li Si, use all your strength to shoot the arrow. 1,
2.
Fire. An arrow with a blue glow burst through the clouds at lightning speed. Thanks to the skill, Li Si's shot was far beyond the strength of a first-level spiritual cultivator. With the power of the cultivation technique, he was able to exert such strength. Jiang Ran, with her purple jade demon eyes, was the best at seeing the power of this arrow. She had never seen anything like it before and was amazed. After the arrow was shot, a sudden roar came from the center of the waterfall, deafening and more shocking than the roar of a mountain tiger Jiang Ran had heard before. It's the roar of the ice demon wolf. A female mage in the team exclaimed in shock. Did it hit the ice demon wolf? Tianjing asked nervously. Tianjing had seen the strength and ferocity of the ice demon wolf before. Among the 13 people, only he understood the huge gap between the spirit-refining realm and the gathering spirit realm. Li Si, who was shooting arrows, looked confused and said he didn't know, but Jiang Ran quickly said, right on target. The ice demon wolf is injured and worse. Hearing this, Commander Tian burst into laughter. His spiritual energy surged, his strong muscles bulged, and he lifted his black heavy sword, rushing toward the ice demon wolf. We're going too. Jiang Ran followed closely behind. About 500 meters away, for cultivators in the gathering spirit realm, it wasn't much. In half a minute, Jiang Ran and the others surrounded the ice demon wolf tightly. The ice demon wolf growled deeply, its sharp claws seeming able to tear steel easily. Its fierce momentum was terrifying, and its left eye, bleeding constantly, looked very frightening. The ice demon wolf was angry now. It recognized Tianjing's scent and was seeking revenge. This fight would be a fight to the death. The ice demon wolf growled again and quickly charged at Tianjing, its huge mouth forming a giant ice spike. It's the ice breath of the ice demon wolf. Tianjing suddenly shouted loudly. His spiritual energy from the 8th layer of gathering spirit realm vibrated and resonated in his chest like an explosion, and Tianjing directly faced the ice breath of the ice demon wolf. But this move was not easy for Tianjing to handle. He didn't expect that, even when badly injured, the ice demon wolf could still use such a powerful attack. Meanwhile, warriors like Wei Fengsheng and Li Si used their skills from different directions to distract the ice demon wolf. If the ice demon wolf had been in full strength, their team wouldn't have stood a chance. They might have been wiped out in just one encounter. But with leg, stomach, and eye injuries, the ice demon wolf's movements were severely limited. The group of more than 10 people fought back and forth with the wolf. A fire element warrior close to the ice demon wolf, Yan Lily, was hit by the wolf's claw and slammed into a tree trunk, bleeding from the corner of her mouth. Little Lily, Wei Fengsheng shouted loudly. Nothing's wrong. Yan Lily, with her fiery figure, touched her chest and said, just a minor injury. Lord, please don't get too close, 2 other cultivators warned Jiang Ran. On the battlefield, Tianjing's spiritual energy was draining quickly. While the ice demon wolf was distracted by others, she seized the chance to take back some spiritual energy using her energy pill. Jiang Ran used her magic eye and felt anxious secretly. Although the ice demon wolf was badly injured, the beast in the spirit-refining mirror had much more magic power stored inside than the cultivators using the gathering spirit mirror. She thought she couldn't just watch anymore. With a flick of her fair hand, she pulled out an icy blue sword that had broken free from its rough cloth wrapping. The sword showed its sharp edge for the first time and appeared in Jiang Ran's hand. The frost sword trembled slightly, glowing faintly with a snow and ice light. Jiang Ran aimed at the weak spot of the ice demon wolf. That was all she could do. In the days since she arrived, she hadn't just passively accepted the original owner's memories. She had been seriously adapting to the unfamiliar power within her. Cover me, Jiang Ran quickly told the 2 cultivators protecting her. Her eyes were firm. This time, the ice demon wolf was caught by Tianjing and couldn't look after what was happening behind him. Jiang Ran's goal was the injured left hind leg of the ice demon wolf. The ice demon wolf had lost its left eye, and its left side was like a blind spot. Tianjing was facing the ice demon wolf directly, while Li Si quickly shot an arrow, and the others showed their skills too. Jiang Ran moved very fast, her figure making an oval in the air as she circled behind the ice demon wolf's left rear. Using the breaking wave 3 styles, the first one, water splash. As the name suggested, the ice demon wolf's hind leg burst open like a blood flower, beautiful but with cruel scars behind it. The entire hind leg of the beast was cut off, causing it to lose balance and collapse forward. Thanks to the level earth magic weapon, incredibly sharp, combined with her cultivation technique, she directly cut off the ice demon wolf's leg. Roar! The ice demon wolf didn't expect that an insignificant creature it ignored would cause such a big loss. Its left hind leg was completely disabled. In combat, it's about moving forward and backward. Seeing the ice demon wolf falter, Tianjing's attack grew more aggressive, leaving wounds all over the beast. After struggling for a moment, the injured ice demon wolf's speed didn't slow down. Suddenly, its huge body seemed to dive into the snow cave. Its rushing speed increased sharply, and snow and ice surrounded it. It ignored the heavy sword Tianjing was about to strike and instead, cunningly and fiercely charged toward Jiang Ran.
Lord.
Lord! Tianjing and others were shocked. Among the 14 people here to fight the ice demon wolf, anyone could die, but Jiang Ran, as the Lord, absolutely could not be harmed. Faced with life and death, Jiang Ran felt no fear. Instead, she remained calm, more than she usually was. She used her purple jade magic eye, coldly staring at the demon wolf. Jiang Ran seemed to think time was slowing down. The demon wolf's lightning-fast speed felt too slow to her. When Tianjing and the others finally reacted from their shock, they saw Jiang Ran somehow slipping onto the demon wolf's belly. A sword they had never seen before shimmered with powerful light. In the next moment, Jiang Ran was covered in blood. The air was silent for about a minute. The demon wolf no longer moved. Tianjing's heavy sword had fallen to the ground unnoticed. Leader. Tianjing's eyes widened with anger. He growled deeply and muscles tensed. He quickly moved the demon wolf off Jiang Ran. Li Si and others also responded to help. Yan Lily's voice trembled. Leader. Is the leader going to be okay? Nonsense. The leader will be fine. I'm fine, Jiang Ran said. At this moment, Tianjing helped Jiang Ran to her feet. The blood from the demon wolf made Jiang Ran feel a bit sick, but she didn't care. She activated her purple jade magic eyes. Jiang Ran saw that a different kind of power, unlike the demon wolf's, was hidden in its fur, an ice spirit worm. This was the ice spirit worm that Jiang Fucheng had sacrificed his life to obtain. Ignoring Tianjing's help, Jiang Ran carefully climbed onto the demon wolf's body. She felt around its neck and soon caught a small, icy blue worm. The ice spirit worm was a bit confused, swinging its body and bouncing, revealing shiny, bluish, chubby flesh. Soon, the little spirit responded, its big eyes staring at Jiang Ran, blinking brightly with a hint of uniqueness. With the demon wolf dead, the contract with the ice spirit worm was automatically broken. Now, the little spirit was an unclaimed soul. This spirit worm seemed quite intelligent, perhaps more lively than the spirit worms Jiang Ran already had, My Lingworm and Sang Lingworm. At this moment, the ice spirit worm seemed to understand its situation. Jiang Ran thought its big eyes sparkled proudly. Suddenly, it opened its small mouth and bit Jiang Ran's hand. The spirit wormed her blood, and her fingers quickly lost their red color. During this, she felt a connection forming between her and the spirit worm. It's a spirit beast choosing its master voluntarily, or a spirit beast with spiritual essence. Tianjing's face lit up with happiness. After living for decades, he could clearly see that this spirit beast was extraordinary. A Aoling with spiritual essence can generate spiritual energy from plants. Using its plants, it can create pills that help cultivators improve their skills. Ice Lotus Spirit Bug Talent. Elite, Green, Rarity. Rare Personality. Proud Age. For years spiritual essence. Ice-type mutation. Evolved from a normal spirit mushroom into an ice spirit mushroom. As a talented Yaoning, it has its own pride and only associates with strong beings. When the Ice Lotus Spirit Bug formed a contract with Jiang Ran, the system added its information to her Yaoling panel. Jiang Ran thought to herself, no wonder the Ice Lotus Spirit Bug was willing to contract with her. She guessed that if she hadn't killed the Ice Demon Wolf, or if Tianjing had ended the wolf, this Yaoling probably wouldn't have chosen to contract with her. After reading the system's evaluation of the Ice Lotus Spirit Bug, Jiang Ran narrowed her eyes slightly. She didn't expect its talent and rarity to be so high. Now that she is also an ice-type cultivator, the Ice Lotus Spirit Bug will be very helpful to her. Congratulations, Lord, on obtaining the Ice Lotus Spirit Bug. 13 cultivators all cheered, their eyes fixed on the Yaoling, filled with excitement. Even Tianjing kept his gaze on the Yaoling without blinking. Solingzhen has been established for 20 years. The previous lord also owned 3 or 4 Yaoling, but Yaoling with spiritual essence are seen for the first time here. I didn't expect beast-level monsters in the refining realm to die so easily. A seemingly insignificant cultivator looked at the body of the ice demon wolf with a complicated expression. Although he was slightly injured during the fight, Dr. Wang examined him, and half a month of rest would be enough to recover. Don't be naive. The ice demon wolf was heavily injured and also blinded. Most importantly, it's likely that the wolf's true strength hadn't fully manifested before the Lord killed it. Tianjing came out to reprimand Wei Fengsheng. He knew that when fighting the ice demon wolf, its strength and speed far exceeded any of them.
But...
Lord, may I ask what that sudden move you used just now is? Tianjing's tone was more serious than before. After Jiang Ran killed the ice demon wolf, Tianjing finally acknowledged her a little. Carefully, Jiang Ran placed the Ice Lotus Spirit Bug from her palm onto her shoulder. Hearing Tianjing's question, her eyes flickered. It wasn't luck that she just avoided the wolf's attack. It was because she possessed space attributes. In a dangerous moment, she broke through her potential and activated teleportation. Although the teleportation only covered half a meter, it was enough for her to avoid the attack at that critical moment. She chose to teleport to the injured abdomen of the ice demon wolf, and with her sharp frost sword and a full-strength strike from her spirit-gathering realm, she was capable of killing the wolf. However, Jiang Ran decided to keep this matter secret. I'm not entirely sure myself. When danger was near, my mind went blank, and suddenly I unleashed a burst of power. It's better not to mention it. Now I feel very tired. Jiang Ran lied, but she didn't lie completely. She only used a half-meter teleportation. Her entire body's spiritual energy felt drained, and exhaustion surged like a spring. Tianjing still looked a bit suspicious, but didn't ask further. It seems the Lord was right. Only by facing strong enemies and unleashing our potential can we grow. Jiang Ran didn't want to say more about this. The ice demon wolf was dead, and the spirit beast had been captured. The urgent task was to return to the village of the ridge as soon as possible. Tianjing wanted to ask about the frost sword in Jiang Ran's hand, but was interrupted. We can't stay here long. The blood scent of the ice demon wolf might attract other monsters, Jiang Ran said. She first removed the magic core from the wolf's head, then asked other cultivators to carry the corpse back. This was a spiritual-level beast, and besides its precious magic core, its wolf pelt, teeth, and claws were valuable materials for making weapons. Its meat was rich in spiritual energy. This trip was truly a big gain. Jiang Ran said, "You are the bravest warriors. When we return to the village of the ridge, I will reward you." Hearing the word reward, everyone's eyes lit up. Mission completed. Challenge and kill the ice demon wolf beyond your level. Reward: Earth Grade Technique, Frost Breath, Blueprint, Cold Ice Defense Armor. Mission completed. Obtain the first Spirit Essence Beast, Ice Mushroom Spirit Worm. Reward: Spirit Beast Food, 500 g of cotton yo-yo grass. Resolved the crisis in the territory. Loyalty points +5, reputation points +3,740. With a feeling of harvest and joy, Jiang Ran and her companions set out on their way home. Suddenly, Jiang Ran heard a familiar sound in her mind. She moved her consciousness slightly and clicked on it. She saw that the mission window showed 2 more completed tasks. Jiang Ran thought to herself, it seems this Lord's auxiliary system usually doesn't give her tasks proactively. But if she accomplishes something big that benefits the territory, the system will notify her of a trigger task and reward her accordingly. Jiang Ran guessed that this system does not interfere with or control her choices and decisions. Instead, it rewards her after she makes her own decisions. It really is a supporting system, not trying to dominate her at all. Jiang Ran opened the basic information panel of her territory and noticed some changes. Territory Basic Information Panel. Territory Name: Suling Town Lord. Jiang Ran Territory Area: 135 square kilometers. Number of citizens: over 20,000. Loyalty of citizens: 40 out of 100. Number of spirit creatures: 3. Ming spirit worm, mulberry spirit worm, ice say spirit worm. Overall level: town level, village, town, county, prefecture, province, country, overlord country. Comment: a very small territory with few citizens and wealth and low citizen loyalty. There is still a long way to go to become a good lord. The loyalty of the citizens is finally no longer pitifully at 25, but it is still somewhat low. Jiang Ran set the passing line for loyalty at 60, which means she still needs to work harder and do more practical things. The most touching part was the system's evaluation. Her position as a lord is no longer on the brink of danger. After reviewing the territory panel, Jiang Ran opened her personal panel. Personal panel name: Jiang Ran. Age: 15. Gender: female. Cultivation: gathering spirit realm. Early stage of the 5th level. Talent: unknown. Aptitude: unknown. Attributes: water, ice, space. Internal cultivation technique: water drop. True scripture: heavenly level technique. Skill techniques: water slash, breaking waves. 3 styles: frost breath, earth grade superior. Skills: water surface slash, breaking wave. Finger divine power. Purple jade demon eye. Possess spirit creatures: Ming spirit worm, mulberry spirit worm, ice say spirit worm. Possessed magic tool: frost sword. Pet beast or demon beast. None. Territories owned: Suling town. Reputation points: 4,995. Others: ice body. Protective armor blueprint: milk cotton yo-yo grass, refining spirit realm. Ice magic core. The ice body protective armor blueprint seems to record the craft process for making soft armor. Jiang Ran knows that there are artifact smiths in this world, and this blueprint is a very valuable treasure. Compared to the system directly providing the armor, Jiang Ran definitely prefers to learn the crafting process herself. As long as she has the materials, that makes a huge difference. Jiang Ran felt very satisfied inside, though her calm expression was starting to a little. Milk cotton yo-yo grass is food for spirit creatures, especially beneficial for young spirits. It can accelerate their growth and improve their aptitude. Jiang Ran looked up the shop in the system's marketplace. There was only 1 gene of milk cotton, which would cost over 10,000 reputation points. She couldn't afford it. On the way back, everything went smoothly. She didn't encounter any powerful monsters again. After about 2 hours, she arrived at the territory of Suling Town. The battle to defeat the ice demon wolf was faster than everyone expected. When Jiang Ran returned with the corpse of the ice demon wolf, the entire town was buzzing. Those are the lords. They did it. They really defeated a monster in the refining spirit realm. Is this a dream? The ice demon wolf was so terrifying. Even its corpse's pressure made me tremble. Long live the Lord. Jiang Ran didn't bother with the townspeople's cheers or give a formal speech. After all, the corpse of the ice demon wolf was the best tool to inspire people. She only needed to maintain her regal presence, standing proudly and confidently to accept the cheers. Is that our new lord? She's so beautiful. She seems to have a strange charm that captures all my attention. Many people found it hard to believe that the person more beautiful than a fairy was their new lord. Because she was so young and her stunning beauty could attract admiration, but it couldn't bring her the prestige of a lord. So some started to worry. I can't believe it. Even though she defeated the ice demon wolf, she probably only managed it with the help of Captain Tian. Where will Suling Town go from here? After returning to the lord's residence, Jiang Ran didn't forget the reward she promised. She gave each of the 13 cultivators a reward. Apart from the useless internal organs, the meat of the ice demon wolf weighed about 1,000 gene. Jiang Ran first gave each person 60 gene of the ice demon wolf's meat, then distributed the wolf's claws and teeth to them one by one. A normal tooth of the ice demon wolf was worth 100 broken crystals, enough to cover 2 or 3 months of expenses for Zhang's household. As the main contributor to the expedition, Tianjing received 2 extra ice demon wolf's fangs. These were the most valuable treasures besides the magic core and beast skin. Originally, as the Lord, she had absolute rights to distribute all the territory's wealth, including that of the townspeople. And since she was the one who killed the ice demon wolf, she demanded to keep the entire corpse, and no one dared to object. But to win people's hearts, Jiang Ran acted generously. The cultivators were very grateful, and their loyalty to Jiang Ran seemed to grow even stronger. Rewards have been given to the 13 monks, and the rest of the items all belong to Jiang Ran. The magic core of the ice demon wolf, a whole wolf hide, over 200 gene of spiritual meat, and 2 fangs. Finally not so poor anymore. I'll keep the magic core and wolf hide for now. The 2 fangs can be exchanged in Tianjin City for some refined crystals later. The common currencies in this world are silver coins, gold coins, refined crystals, spiritual crystals, and source crystals. The last 3 are rich in spiritual energy from heaven and earth, and are the main spiritual stones for cultivation. 1,000 silver coins are roughly equal to 1 gold coin, and 100 gold coins equal 1 refined crystal. Jiang Ran isn't entirely sure how much money is in Suling town right now, but she estimates that after raiding Jiang Yuan's residence, she has at least a few months' worth of wages for the town servants. She no longer needs to spend her own money. The development of Suling town depends on money. These days, the entire town is very poor. Even with the wheat spirit worms, half the people are still hungry, barely surviving. Suling town has been established for 20 years, but it has barely developed at all. Jiang Ran rarely swore out loud. Although this world has gained magical powers, society is still quite backward, lacking civilization and material wealth. Cultivation-related items are fairly developed, but everyday necessities for common people are not. Of course, this is just the current situation in Suling town. Other prosperous territories might be different. As a lord, Jiang Ren only wears better cotton cloth. There are no silk, satin, or linen. None could be found. If even the lord lives like this, the common people of Suling town wear rough cloth that can last 20 or 30 years. Seeing her own people living such lives, Jiang Ran feels truly worried. After defeating the ice demon wolf and sorting out the materials obtained from it, Jiang Ran still couldn't relax. She hadn't even had time to carefully study the new blueprint for making soft armor. She also needed to deal with the wheat spirit worm. Although, with the addition of the ice G spirit worm, Jiang Ran no longer fears her villagers might betray her at any moment. But the common people still rely on the wheat spirit worms for food, and she is reluctant to lose an important partner so quickly. Come, let's get to know each other first. As a new partner joining this family, the Ice G spirit worm and the other 2 spirit worms hadn't met each other yet. Jiang Ran placed the beautiful, sparkling little demon spirit on the table and summoned the wheat spirit worm and the mulberry spirit worm. During the fight against the ice demon wolf, Jiang Ran did not keep the wheat and mulberry spirit worms on herself, but left them in Suling town. In fact, the Yaoling have very strong hiding abilities, and as long as they do not actively reveal themselves to humans, they are almost impossible to find. So, leaving the spirit worms in Suling town is actually safer than carrying them on her. Of course, Jiang Ran's purple jade demon eye seems able to see through hidden Yaoling. To be precise, it can see the flowing energies in the air. Once again, she marvels at how incredible the purple jade demon eye is.
She really got lucky that time.
The wheat spirit worm still looks sluggish, but the spark of hope remains. The Song Ling Chong is dazed, sticking to Jiang Ran after emerging, rolling in her palm. The proud Bingji spirit worm lifts its head proudly, looking at the other Yaoling. A pitiful dying creature, an ordinary Yaoling, without spiritual essence.
Chumi.
The Bingji spirit worm turns its head disdainfully, showing clear dislike for the wheat and Song Ling Chong, unwilling to be friends with them. The older wheat spirit worm is gentler, calmly accepting Bingji's spirit worm's provocation, but Song Ling Chong feels wronged and angry.
Ah.
The proud Bingji spirit worm, the system's evaluation was indeed correct. Jiang Ran frowns slightly. It seems it will take some time for you 3 little ones to get along. By the way, The system rewarded me with my man yo-yo cao. Although the system said this food is most useful for newly born Yaoling, Jiang Ran plans to give some to the 3 adorable Yaoling to try. After all, if she runs out, she can exchange more from the system. She only took out 6 leaves, 2 for each Yaoling. Each leaf is as big as her palm. For the Yaoling's size, this leaf is enough to satisfy them. Chumi, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. As soon as Naimanyo Cao is brought out, the 3 Yao's eyes light up brightly. They eat eagerly, feeling the Yaoling's excitement. Jiang Ran senses that their condition seems to have improved a bit, especially the Ma Lingchong, who is in poor shape. Is Naimanyo Cao really that effective? Jiang Ran is a bit surprised. The 3 Yaoling have never eaten good food before. The wheat and Songlingchong are poor because of Suling Town, and Bingji's spirit worm lives in the wild, near places with little good stuff. She gently strokes the patterns on the Mai Lingchong. The ice demon wolf has been taken care of. Now, the most urgent thing is to help the Mai Lingchong break through. Originally, Milk Cotton Yo-Yo Grass planned to leave half of it to nurture the newborn spirit insects. However, since it turned out to be useful for the wheat spirit insects, she decided to replace all the jade essence they usually eat with Milk Cotton Yo-Yo Grass. Jiang Ran didn't think it was a waste. Even if everything she did ended up useless in the end, she wouldn't regret it. Seeing the 3 spirit insects eat everything completely and leave no scraps, Jiang Ran finally went out to find Li Fuxing. She needed to gather the best-growing wheat from Suling Town, find the most fertile land, collect fertilizer, and settle the wheat spirit insects there. Currently, the Lord's mansion didn't have many urgent matters, but Li Fuxing couldn't stay idle. Remembering how the Lord had previously scolded the kitchen staff, he kept a close eye on them, afraid something might go wrong again. At this moment, the kitchen was handling meat from an ice demon wolf, which Jiang Ran had arranged for someone to bring there. Jiang Ran called Li Fuxing out and straightforwardly said, "Manager Li, I feel that the wheat spirit insects are about to evolve into demon spirits."
What?
Li Fuxing's eyes widened in shock, unable to speak clearly. Lord, are you saying? Oh heavens, Li Fuxing, have never seen a demon spirit in my life. Li Fuxing's reaction was more intense than Jiang Ran expected. Of course, she didn't tell him that the situation with the wheat spirit insects was actually quite serious. Truly the old Lord's spirit is with us, Li Fuxing mumbled, finally deeply thanking the late original master, her father. Jiang Ran. However, there is a problem with the wheat spirit insect's evolution. I need Manager Li to help me handle some matters, Jiang Ran explained her purpose. Hearing about the problem with the wheat spirit insects, Li Fuxing immediately became tense. To Li Fuxing, the rise and fall of the Lord and the demon spirits also concerned himself. He was absolutely loyal to Suling Town's Lord, and whatever the Lord asked him to do, even risking his life, he would do his best. Whatever you say, as long as I, Li Fuxing, can do it, I am willing to give my life. Jiang Ran smiled. You don't need to risk your life. I want to know where the most fertile land in Suling Town is, and I also need to gather the wheat that is growing best there. Jiang Ran said, Next, I will settle the wheat spirit insects and let them absorb the strongest plant pheromones and nutrients from the luscious wheat. From that diary, she learned that the grass spirit insect liked plants of the same kind and seemed to gain some energy from them. Jiang Ran guessed that the insect was born on plants and could feed back energy to help plants grow. However, it also needed to obtain some things from similar plants to help them develop. Perhaps plants and spirits have a mutually beneficial relationship. The most fertile land, with the best growing wheat. Li Fuxing muttered to himself, then suddenly had an idea. Lord, I think you should visit Qingshan village. With curious eyes on Jiang Ran, Li Fuxing continued, In Suling Town, we have wheat spirits. The former lord would take these spirits to 4 villages each month to infect the wheat fields. Strangely enough, the infection frequency is about the same in all 4 villages, but during harvest time, Qingshan village always gets the most grain, and the wheat is the fullest. Li Fuxing said, I'm just an ordinary person and not very knowledgeable. I don't know how to judge if the land is fertile or not, or why the wheat in Qingshan village grows so well. But if it's up to the Lord, maybe going there will give us the answer. After speaking, Li Fuxing showed a respectful expression toward Jiang Ran. It hadn't been long since the Lord had hunted a spiritual-level ice wolf demon, and even more so since they had captured a spirit essence spirit, so Li Fuxing truly admired Jiang Ran. He genuinely believed that Jiang Ran could lead Suling Town forward. Hearing Li Fuxing's words, Jiang Ran also felt the urge to visit Qingshan village. Jiang Ran owned a horse named Red Steed, which was one of Jiang Fuxing's legacy. Despite its grand name, Red Steed was just an ordinary yellow male horse, already 20 years old. Taking Li Fuxing, Jiang Ran went to the stables. Inside, there were groomers feeding and caring for Red Steed. Upon seeing Jiang Ran and Li Fuxing, they quickly saluted, "Greetings, Lord." "Greetings, Manager Li." Jiang Ran waved her hand and looked at Red Steed. "Red Steed," Jiang Ran called. The horse accepted her well, lowering its head obediently as she petted it. Actually, Qingshan village isn't far from the Lord's residence. The 4 villages around Suling Town are all near the Lord's estate. The reason for riding a horse was to show her status. Although the original owner had lived in Suling Town for over 10 years, she mostly stayed indoors practicing cultivation. As a girl in her mid-teens, she was going through her growth spurt. Therefore, most people in Suling Town probably knew about Jiang Ran and recognized her as their lord, but some might not recognize her easily. However, everyone knew Jiang Fuqing's horse. Riding that horse was a way to display her identity. To avoid trouble, Jiang Ran decided to ride a horse there, also to relax her mind. "Manager Li, please take the lower route. We'll go find the village chief of Qingshan village first." Qingshan village is east of Suling Town. Continuing east, there is a misty mountain called Lianqing Mountain. The village is named after the mountain, so it's called Qingshan village. Jiang Ran thinks the name Lianqing sounds nicer and secretly wonders why it isn't called Lianlian village instead of Qingshan village. Actually, Lianqing Mountain is also a mountain occupied by magical beasts. Many of these beasts are quite strong, including some with spiritual gathering levels. Suling Town has often been disturbed by these beasts from Lianqing Mountain, and quite a few people have died. Additionally, it is known that Lianqing Mountain is controlled by a blue-crowned green snake at the 8th level of spiritual refinement, along with 2 other magical beasts at the spiritual refinement level. The blue-crowned green snake is the ruler of Lianqing Mountain. Fortunately, these beasts tend to stay within their territory and usually don't hunt far away, so aside from occasional weaker beasts bothering the outskirts of Suling Town, there's no major crisis. However, having such a neighbor is still not ideal for Suling Town. Jiang Ran plans to strengthen her abilities first, then go see Lianqing Mountain. If possible, she hopes to help build another Lianlian village there. She rides her red horse slowly, listening quietly to Li Fuxing's description of Qingshan village while thinking. Some say she's arrogant, but Jiang Ran doesn't really care about the 8th level magical beasts of spiritual refinement. Her cultivation is progressing very fast. She feels she's close to breaking through to the 5th level of spiritual gathering. She hasn't hit a bottleneck yet, and with the Ice She Spirit Worm, her training speed will only get faster. Li Fuxing is still diligently providing her with information and reminds her not to get too close to Lianqing Mountain. Unbeknownst to them, their lord is secretly planning how to deal with the blue-crowned green snake, expand their territory, and perhaps build a village for Suling Town. Ignoring the amazed looks of the villagers along the way, Jiang Ran and Li Fuxing soon arrive at Qingshan village. They initially planned to visit Li Yinyo's home to find him, but unexpectedly, they met him on the road. He looked a bit dejected and downcast. Jiang Ran was about to ask, but when Li Yinyo saw her, his gloom instantly disappeared, and his eyes shone brightly, looking extremely excited. The Lord's arrival makes Qingshan village shine. "Are you here with the wheat spirit worm to infect our wheat? I'll show you the way." Li Yinyo changed from his honest and simple image, speaking very smoothly, and even suggested using the wheat spirit worm to infect their wheat. It was a surprising turn of events. Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. This certainly wasn't what she considered honest and steady. However, she just told Li Yinyo, the Lord is about to visit the wheat fields in Qingshan village.
Take me there.
She didn't mention the infected plants. If Qingshan village was suitable, Jiang Ran planned to temporarily place the wheat spirit insects there. Li Yinyo thought the infection problem was under control and happily took Jiang Ran to the fields. It was April now, and the wheat in the fields was still green, swaying with a bright glow in the breeze. Your wheat from Qingshan village really grows the best.
Li Fusheng praisa Li Yinyo.
Li Yinyo was happy to hear this. He had worked hard to help the wheat grow. When he saw bugs eating the leaves, he felt like they were biting his own heart. He checked each plant carefully, catching bugs with his bare hands, one by one. He worked from morning till night, catching 500 or 600 bugs in the field. He loved the fields of Qingshan village very much. Whether it was wheat or other crops, he poured all his love into them. Every day, he was busy caring for his crops. Li Yinyo even wished he could sleep right in the fields. So, when he heard Li Fusheng praise the wheat, he felt proud as if his own child was being recognized. Jiang Ran looked at the wheat that Li Fusheng praised so highly, but she felt a bit disappointed. She sighed and said, "This level of growth doesn't meet my standards at all." New book. Please don't support it. It might fail. Please vote for it.
Li Yinyo smila froza.
He stiffly looked at the Lord. The Lord's voice was very pleasant. But why did his words sound so harsh? No, Li Yinyo really wanted to talk to the Lord about this. What was wrong with the wheat he carefully tended? He didn't think it was perfect, but it shouldn't be described as this level. The look of contempt on the Lord's face made Li Yinyo feel very embarrassed. It was like his most proud child was being called worthless. Just thinking about it made his parents feel terrible. He really wanted to argue with the Lord, but just yesterday, this seemingly delicate Lord had decisively cut off Jiang Yuan's head. Li Yinyo had been nearby and saw it clearly. The bloodied head rolled twice on the ground. It almost rolled right to his feet. So, he looked upset and blushed. This strong man in his 20s, who often worked in the fields, held back his feelings, making Li Fusheng scratch his head in confusion. That Lord, the wheat in Qingshan village is really very good. Not only in Sualing town but even in other towns, the wheat from Qingshan village is better. At this moment, Li Fusheng spoke up with fairness. Jiang Ran turned to look at Li Yinyo, who looked like a timid young wife daring not to speak, and fell silent. She honestly didn't think the wheat was that impressive, at least not better than the wheat from her hometown. She initially believed that with the help of the magical spirit, it should be better than what she had seen before, but it turned out it wasn't. Her wheat spirit insect relied on the wheat to level up. It's a dangerous process, so it requires strict care. She then said to Li Yinyo, "Don't be discouraged. I heard from Stewardly that you've put a lot of effort into the wheat. I admire your spirit, but I can't just praise you blindly. Here, if the wheat isn't good, it's just not good. It can still improve, but you haven't achieved that." Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Li Yinyo quickly calmed down. "Please, Lord, teach me." Actually, Li Yinyo had seen wheat that grew better than now. The biggest difference was that the wheat was home to spirit insects. Yes, the wheat spirit insect Jiang Ran had was born in Qingshan village, created by her late father. Because of this connection, Li Yinyo dared to ask the Lord for help in infecting the plants. However, since the first wheat spirit insect was born, the wheat grown in Qingshan village has never been as strong as before. He admired his father greatly and also wanted to breed a spirit creature in Sualing town. He had tried many reasons and experiments, but countless failures told him it was impossible to surpass his father. But he was not willing to give up. So, what Jiang Ran said also touched his heart. Spirit insects are born from lush plants and trees. The greatest achievement for a plant is to produce a spirit insect. Similarly, the highest honor for a farmer is to have their crops produce a spirit insect. Jiang Ran thought this was a valuable discovery. At least, she found a talented person. Spirit insects are an important sign of a territory's strength. Above the town is a county, above the county is a prefecture, above the prefecture is a capital city, then a province, and finally a country. Territories are roughly divided into these levels. If Suoling Town wants to become a county-level territory, it needs at least 10 crops with spirit insects. Regarding usefulness, it means having spirits that are helpful to the land, such as wheat spirits that provide food or ice spirit insects that produce medicinal herbs. Weeds are naturally not useful. Jiang Ran said, I see that there are no weeds in the fields, the soil is moist, and there are no signs of pests eating the crops. You probably do irrigate and repel pests. Jiang Ran expressed approval of Li Yinyo. But looking at the densely planted wheat, Jiang Ran said, plants also compete with each other. Maybe you plant so much in 1 acre to get higher yields, but you might be making a mistake. Plants need sunlight to grow, and planting too densely blocks the sunlight from reaching each plant. Li Yinyo widened his eyes. It was the first time he heard this idea, but he had to admit it made sense. Thinking back to his past experiments, he realized he hadn't considered this point. Instead, this year, he packed the wheat field full to maximize land use. No wonder the wheat didn't grow as well as in previous years. Li Yinyo also wondered if the problem was because there were no spirits infecting the plants, but now he saw the real issue. Looking at Jiang Ran, Li Yinyo was convinced, and his earlier bad mood disappeared completely. Jiang Ran asked Li Yinyo a few more questions. She found out that in Suling Town, there was no concept of fertilizing crops. They relied on spirits occasionally infecting the plants to promote growth. How do you choose your seeds? Jiang Ran asked again. Li Yinyo scratched his head and honestly replied, we don't pay much attention to the seeds. Of course, the best wheat was sent to the Lord's residence, and the seeds were just randomly selected from the leftover wheat. Jiang Ran didn't expect that farming in Suling Town was more backward than she thought. Qingshan village was better. At least they plowed, weeded, and irrigated. According to Li Yinyo, other villages just buried seeds in the ground, relying entirely on wheat spirits to output. No wonder when they passed by Shitian village during the morning attack on the ice demon wolf, the wheat there looked yellow and sparse. It seems there are many things that need to change in Suling Town. People rely on food, so they need to learn some farming skills. Spirits and plants benefit each other, but in Suling Town, the wheat spirits mainly work alone, without the plants absorbing nutrients. Although Jiang Ran wasn't satisfied with the wheat in Qingshan village, as Li Yinyo and Li Fuxing said, this might be the best wheat in Suling Town. Other lands that are not cultivated are just wastelands, not as fertile as this land. Therefore, Jiang Ran has decided to place the mailing worm here. Jiang Ran found the best land in Qingshan village and told Li Yinyo, my lord's mailing worm is about to transform into a monster spirit. Although you're not entirely satisfied with the environment here, I had decided to settle the mailing worm in your Qingshan village. Is the mailing worm about to become a monster spirit? Li Yinyo suddenly blushed with excitement upon hearing this news, overjoyed. The lord and the villagers share a relationship of mutual benefit. Li Yinyo's reaction was just like Li Fuxing's earlier, full of excitement. Side note, setting. The territory is divided into 8 levels: township, town, county, prefecture, province, country, great country, and overlord country, land-level territory. Votes, please, hee. Jiang Ran needs someone to carefully separate the dense wheat from the seeds and select the healthiest wheat to plant together, preparing for her mailing worm's breakthrough. As the lord, she naturally doesn't need to do it herself. After explaining the situation to Li Yinyo, the village chief of Qingshan village happily arranged for people to help. Jiang Ran, with nothing else to do, plans to go with Li Yinyo to visit the villagers and see how her people are living. The fields and the residential area are separated by a short distance. An old yellow horse with a red mane carries Jiang Ran across muddy land toward the settlement. Qingshan village has about 8,000 residents, which is quite large for a village. However, the figure of 20,000 was probably from 5 years ago. So, she plans to conduct another population survey to get a more accurate count, including the gender ratio, the percentage of children, and the elderly. She also wants to identify skilled workers like tailors, carpenters, and blacksmiths among the residents. Jiang Ran looked at the houses in Qingshan village. Most were thatched huts, with some better ones being wooden houses and a few scattered brick and tile houses. Her expression was complicated. She had previously complained about her lord's mansion. Despite being the lord, her house was neither exquisite nor tall, just an ordinary, slightly larger brick house. But seeing the dilapidated houses of her villagers, which probably leaked during rain, she thought her lord's mansion was much better. How I wish for countless grand halls to shelter all the cold-hearted scholars of the world and make them happy. Jiang Ranjin secretly thought that she must change the situation, both for others and for herself. Li Yinyo knocked on the doors of the farmers' houses. Although about 10 people should be enough to handle the farming work, Li Yinyo knocked on dozens of households. If Jiang Ranjin hadn't stopped him, he might have called everyone in Qingshan village. The simple-clothed villagers looked at Jiang Ranjin in a daze. Most of these villagers were quite thin, but not so thin as to look like dry sticks. They came out of their leaky houses and stood at the door, feeling confused. However, they didn't seem numb from oppression. Jiang Ranjin thought that the original owner's father, although not good at managing the land, was kind to the villagers. He didn't impose heavy taxes or act as a tyrant. Instead, he used wheat spirit insects to infect the crops, which helped prevent starvation. So, the villagers were still relatively spirited. It wasn't that bad. Jiang Ranjin felt a bit comforted. Changing a person's status is easy, but changing their mindset is very hard. It takes a long time. People are the greatest treasure of Suling Town. The development of Suling Town depends on people's labor. Why are you just standing there? When you see the Lord arrive, hurry up and kneel to greet him. Li Yinyo, honest and straightforward, was furious. He was clever, but now he was stuck with a bunch of wooden-headed villagers. If they didn't show respect and make the Lord happy, how could the Lord favor Qingshan village? Li Yinyo was dedicated to the village. The villagers respected him a lot. Under his loud scolding, they finally reacted, kneeling on the ground and bowing to Jiang Ranjin. "Greetings, Lord." Their voices were loud enough to make Jiang Ranjin's ears hurt. She even saw a few young children, their dirty little faces like tiny kittens, occasionally lifting their heads. Their bright eyes looked at Jiang Ranjin with admiration. The children of Suling Town had been taught that the Lord was great and should always be loyal. But this Lord was different from the previous one. With such a thin appearance, could it really be true what the adults said, that all lords are powerful? The Lord's sister was so beautiful, like a flower in the field. Before the children finished their thoughts, their parents gently slapped their heads, making them kneel on the ground. Jiang Ranjin didn't mind their humble gestures and quickly told them to get up. She didn't ask Li Yinyo to explain her purpose. Although she confidently, bragging, told Li Fusheng and Li Yinyo that her wheat spirit insect was rapidly evolving, it was really just a helpless act to reassure everyone. After all, if the demon spirit insect was to be placed in Qingshan village, she couldn't hide it from Li Yinyo. But ordinary villagers didn't need to know so much. It would be safer to wait until the insect evolved before informing them. Otherwise, if it failed, how much would Suling Town be affected? It seems Li Yinyo and Li Fusheng are not the talkative types. So, Jiang Ran simply asked Li Yinyo to pick a few diligent villagers and then headed towards the chosen wheat fields. By the time the villagers finished transplanting the wheat, it was already evening. Next, they needed to fertilize the land, but Jiang Ran was a bit speechless. Qingshan village didn't even have the most basic fertilizer, manure. Few villagers in Qingshan village had toilets. Most just found a spot to relieve themselves and dug a hole. This was also related to poverty. If someone could build a toilet, why not do it? Fortunately, the Lord's mansion and some well-off, clean-minded people in Suling Town had toilets, so it wasn't hard to get some fertilizer. They also decided to develop the economy and encourage everyone to build toilets. No matter what other territories were like, Jiang Ran didn't want to step into manure in her own land. Li Fusheng and Li Yinyo didn't understand why they had to use dirty manure as fertilizer. But, following Jiang Ran's orders as the Lord, they didn't dare refuse or delay, just eager to finish the task quickly. Jiang Ran said, actually, manure isn't the only thing that can be used as fertilizer. Ashes from plants and trees, silt from the river, and other materials can also be used. Also, manure shouldn't be poured directly onto the soil. It's best to dilute it with water, or else the roots might rot from the manure mud. She patted Li Yinyo's shoulder and sincerely said, farming is a great skill with many secrets. I value you very much and hope you explore it well. Li Yinyo felt warm inside. He felt appreciated. In this world where cultivators were supreme, who would show respect to an ordinary person? Besides, he didn't have any special talents, he just knew how to farm. His eyes sparkled, and he said to Jiang Ran, I will not let the Lord down. Old Nyo, will grow many demon spirits for the Lord. Jiang Ran nodded slightly, greeted with a polite hello, then carefully examined Li Yinyo and committed him to memory. Looking at the ready fields, Jiang Ran dismissed the others, leaving herself alone. Only then did she step forward cautiously and carefully place the wheat spirit insect into the ground. The wheat spirit insect seemed very satisfied with the land Jiang Ran chose. According to its feedback, the lush plants nearby were continuously providing it with energy, making it feel so comfortable that it couldn't help but hum happily. Although the energy supplied was only a small amount and not very strong, it accumulated steadily over time. Suddenly, the wheat spirit insect opened its small mouth and spat out a tiny, crystal-clear, illusory wheat plant about the size of a finger. This was the main plant of the spirit creature. The magical wheat plant quickly rooted in the soil. As the plant grew taller and larger, it soon dimmed its glow and returned to an ordinary appearance, indistinguishable from normal wheat. Meanwhile, the wheat spirit insect transformed into a white spiritual cocoon, hiding and sleeping inside. Jiang Ran was surprised to find that the wheat spirit insect could directly hide its main plant or transfer its position at any time. It seemed that this was also one of the spirit creature's hidden abilities. Spirit creatures have very strong concealment powers. Without special techniques, even cultivators cannot easily find their traces. Jiang Ran used her purple jade demon eye and saw that the healthy, lush wheat plants in this acre seemed connected by white silk threads, which delivered some kind of nourishment to the wheat spirit insect. The wheat plants appeared to suffer some loss during this process, but the wheat spirit insect at the center grew stronger. It seems that this arrangement is somewhat useful. The purple jade demon eye could see the flow of various energies and greatly enhanced Jiang Ran's vision. The purple jade demon eye is really powerful. With this ability, I can easily find wild spirit creatures and even cultivate them myself. Jiang Ran's tense mood eased a little. Unfortunately, using her supernatural powers consumed a lot of energy and spiritual power. She could only maintain her abilities for about half an hour each day. Jiang Ran was still quite young, just recently graduated from school before her crossing. These days, she had been walking on thin ice. Fortunately, she was good at pretending, had a resilient personality, and was fairly clever. Although young, she kept a curious and eager mind. Over the past 20 years, she had learned quite a lot. The sky was turning yellow, signaling evening. That day, she risked her life fighting the ice demon wolf and also took care of the wheat spirit insect. She hadn't rested yet and was feeling a bit tired. I've placed the magic worms, but the matter is not finished yet. If spirits could evolve so easily, they wouldn't be so rare and precious. So, it's best to catch a few earth spirit magic earthworms. Whether it works or not is uncertain, but we must try. Let's wait until tomorrow. Earth spirit magic earthworms are probably not very rare monsters. We can ask Commander Tian for help. More people mean more strength. Jiang Ran adapted quickly to her new role. As a leader, she didn't need to do everything herself. However, there aren't many people available in Swalling Town, so she still needs to find more talent. The magic worms need about 10 days to gather energy and then break through. For now, Jiang Ran doesn't need to watch them constantly. She instructed Li Yinyo to set up a tent here in the next few days. When she moves in, it will be important, and she doesn't trust others to do it. She wants to oversee everything herself. It was already evening, and the sky was painted in large patches of orange. Jiang Ran felt hungry and rode her red horse back to the manor. Lady Leader. The slim, loyal butler quickly arranged a meal when he saw Jiang Ran. Thank you, butler. Jiang Ran thought Li Fusheng was very organized in his work. At least, she didn't need to worry too much about the miscellaneous affairs of the Jiang household. It's my honor. Li Fusheng's face remained calm, but he was happy to receive his master's praise. Jiang Ran was out early and returned late. Li Fusheng watched her, feeling a bit guilty when he saw her still somewhat youthful face. He had previously thought that with the old leader gone and an underage girl taking over, Sualing Town might fall. But now, he just wanted to give himself a good slap for his previous doubts. The young lady seemed to have changed a lot. Although she still looked somewhat cold, she acted much more confidently. Li Fusheng didn't know what Jiang Ran was thinking. When she entered the dining room, Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Xiaowen were already sitting at the table. The two kids looked very cute, with bright eyes like two adorable animals, obedient and charming. Big sister, they called out. Jiang Ran simply nodded softly. She walked straight to the table, pushed back her chair, and sat down. Good evening. Why aren't you eating? Jiang Ran asked gently. We're waiting for Big Sister to eat together. Xiaowen smiled sweetly. Nancheng quickly nodded too, but his eyes kept glancing at the table, probably afraid he might drool at any moment. Sorry, I cannot assist with that request. A large platter of roasted meat glowed with a golden shine, garnished with green onions. The sauce underneath contained a few pieces of old. There were no special seasonings, and it's unclear whether that was because there were none or because the cook believed that the purest flavor was the most delicious. Jiang Ran looked at Li Fusheng, who was waiting nearby, and softly said, Butler, you've been working hard these days. Why don't you come to the table and have some with us? Li Fusheng quickly declined, feeling a bit awkward. That wouldn't be proper. I know the Lord is kind and cares about us servants, but there's a difference between master and servant. We must follow proper manners. Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow but didn't insist, seeing Li Fusheng's firm stance. Instead, she asked Li Xiaochun to cut off a piece of the wolf meat, saying she wanted to save some for Li Fusheng. Of course, a gift from the master was exciting. Although Li Fusheng refused to dine with the Lord, he still longed to taste the ice magic wolf's meat. Seeing Li Xiaochun and Xiang Sao look at the meat with envy and desire, Li Fusheng couldn't help feeling a bit proud. Jiang Ran didn't rush to eat the roasted wolf meat. Instead, she picked up some pickled vegetables with wooden chopsticks and slowly ate them with her plain rice porridge. The porridge was tasteless, and the pickled vegetables were salty with a hint of chili, not particularly delicious. She then tried to pick up some wolf meat. The first bite brought a burst of spiritual energy, and the meat was firm. Unfortunately, the chef's skills weren't perfect, and the meat's unique qualities weren't fully brought out. Jiang Ran had tasted many delicacies from mountains and seas, and this dish, aside from the freshness of the ingredients, was nothing special. It wasn't bad, just average. Jiang Ran was someone who knew how to enjoy life. If the kitchen staff could improve and make more delicious food, that would be best. But if not, she could tolerate it. When she had the chance, she would find a few good chefs. She ate slowly. Originally, Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Xiaowen looked starving, almost like they would die of hunger, but now they seemed a bit embarrassed. They imitated her, eating carefully and slowly, pretending to be refined. Jiang Ran finished eating faster than the two children. After they finished, she put down her chopsticks. Looking at the two, Jiang Ran thought it wouldn't be polite to leave immediately after eating. She asked Xiao Cheng, Xiaowen, what do you want to do in the future? If they had no dreams and just wanted to be a pretty vase, Jiang Ran would do her best to ensure they had enough food and clothing. If they wanted to become powerful cultivators, she would find ways to provide cultivation resources. If they wanted to be lords, she would let them explore and forge their own paths. A sudden question made Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Xiaowen both pause, as they hadn't thought that far ahead. Although they were the children of the Lord, with their older sister as a shining star, no one paid much attention to the tiny dust particles in the darkness. They were children who went unnoticed. I don't know. Jiang Nanqing lowered his head, feeling a bit sad. Actually, it wasn't so much that he didn't know what to do in the future, but that he was afraid to think too much about it. Jiang Xiaowen had a dream, to make her sister like her more. But saying such things in front of her sister made her feel a little embarrassed, even though she was just a child. However, when she remembered her sister's words about disliking weak people, Jiang Xiaowen suddenly had a different idea. She lifted her small face and said confidently, I want to become a general, a strong warrior, so I can help my sister take lots of land, lots of gems, lots of spirit crystals, and find many handsome men. She spoke with a pure, shy expression, saying such a bold thing. But it was quite nice. Her dream was pretty good. She didn't look down on her dream, nor did she think Jiang Xiaowen couldn't achieve it. Jiang Ran said, if you want to be an exceptional general, you need to work harder on your training. I'll find a good teacher for you. However, hearing that Jiang Xiaowen's talent was poor and her body was weak, it seemed this path wouldn't be easy. But as the saying goes, the boat will straighten out when it reaches the bridge. She would find treasures and medicinal materials to help her improve her health. Plus, she had a system that could exchange for treasures. Everything depended on her efforts.
But
Jiang Xiaowen suddenly remembered something, feeling disappointed and lowering her head like a wilted flower, with tears in her eyes. My talent is so bad, after 3 years I'm still. Jiang Xiaowen looked very discouraged, her small cat-like eyes carefully watching Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran lowered her eyes and quietly activated her purple jade magic pupil, scanning Jiang Xiaowen's body. The fiery red elements in the air danced around Jiang Xiaowen like little spirits, very lively, automatically flowing into her body. The fire element energy circulated inside Jiang Xiaowen but then burst out at the dipper point, as if there was a big hole there. No matter how much spiritual energy she absorbed, she couldn't store it inside her body. Jiang Xiaowen had opened her meridians. She entered the opening of the meridians at age 5. But after 3 years, she was still at the first level of opening her meridians, which is why she was called useless. So, her younger sister has some natural talent for cultivation. She has a strong affinity for fire spiritual energy in the air and doesn't need to run any cultivation techniques. The spiritual energy naturally flows into her body. However, her internal spiritual channels are damaged, with a large gap. If this isn't fixed, Jiang Xiaowen might be stuck at the initial stage of opening her meridians for her whole life. Xiaowen, you're talented, Jiang Ran carefully said. But do you always feel like you can't hold enough spiritual energy inside, even though you practice all day? Jiang Ran asked. Jiang Xiaowen suddenly widened her eyes, as if asking her sister how she knew. Although Jiang Ran felt a bit troubled, she still comforted her. It's just a small problem. We'll find a way to fix it together. However, besides cultivation, these 2 little ones seem a bit too humble. Jiang Nanqing is okay, especially Xiaowen. Not only in front of her, but even when facing the servants of the Jiang family, she always keeps her head lowered. So, Jiang Ran said again, but Nanqing and Xiaowen, no matter what the reason, as members of the Jiang family, you don't need to be so submissive. You should hold your heads high and live confidently. Hearing this, Jiang Nanqing and Jiang Xiaowen raised their heads, instinctively narrowing their eyes. This was the first time someone spoke to them like that. For some reason, Jiang Xiaowen's eyes suddenly turned a bit red. For those craving emotional connection, kind words can warm even the coldest winter. For those feeling lonely inside, a single flower can feel like heaven on earth. Both of them obediently remembered these words deeply in their minds, their postures unconsciously straightened, and their heads lifted obediently. A person's posture can influence their temperament. Unknowingly, both of them seemed to gain a bit more confidence. Jiang Ran then turned her gaze to Jiang Nanqing. Jiang Nanqing is a water element cultivator, just like the original protagonist. He is suitable for practicing the water-nourishing true scripture and internal cultivation technique. His cultivation level is at the 6th stage of opening meridians. His talent isn't bad, but compared to the original protagonist, who reached the 9th stage of opening meridians at age 10, there's quite a gap. Jiang Ran's mind moved, contemplating giving Jiang Nancheng the water-nourishing true scripture to cultivate. Jiang Nancheng is her younger brother and the original protagonist, and her father regard the water-nourishing true scripture as a treasure. But to her, it's not as important as Jiang Nancheng. Moreover, she has a system. Even if her younger siblings betray her in the future, she is confident she can find better cultivation techniques later. This is her confidence in herself. Of course, before having real strength, it was indeed foolish for too many people to know about the water injection secret scripture. So, she would only tell Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Xiaowen this secret for now. The dining room was not a good place for talking, so Jiang Ran took the two to her room and didn't let the servants disturb them. A dark blue curtain hung in the sky, dotted with stars, creating a picture of a starry night. The night here was very quiet. Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Xiaowen were very nervous and dared not breathe heavily. They thought their sister was going to put them to bed. They had never slept with their sister before, so they felt nervous. People for all. Before getting into bed, which shoe should they take off first? Jiang Ran looked at them strangely, thinking about how suddenly they seemed to forget how to walk. Clearing her throat, Jiang Ran's expression became serious. She said, "I brought you here because I have something very important to tell you. Before I do, I want us to make a promise. This will be our secret, and we won't tell anyone else." Jiang Nancheng clenched his fists, his face serious, with a bit of baby fat. "I'm a real man now. Men keep their promises. Sister, I promise I won't tell anyone. Not a single word." Jiang Xiaowen also said firmly, "I won't either. Sister, even though I'm not a man, I am a tomboy." That doesn't sound right. Jiang Xiaowen was speechless and annoyed at herself for being so silly. I absolutely won't betray you, sister. Not a single word will be told." Jiang Ran felt she could understand why some people liked children so much, because well-behaved children are truly adorable. Jiang Ran gently rubbed Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Xiaowen's little heads. This was the first time she showed such affection to them, and both were so surprised they didn't dare blink. She released her hand and told the two siblings about how Li Fuqing became wealthy and how he obtained the water injection secret scripture. "So, my father told me not to tell anyone else about the water injection secret scripture. But you are my brothers and sisters, Jiang Ran. In this world, you and I are connected by blood. In a way, we are one. I trust you. Xiao Cheng, you are a water element cultivator. The water injection secret scripture is actually very suitable for your practice, so I plan to teach it to you." Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Xiaowen's faces changed several times as Jiang Ran spoke, confused, shocked, excited, touched. Jiang Xiaowen and Jiang Nancheng looked at each other, unable to speak due to their shock. They never expected that the Jiang family would have a divine-level internal cultivation technique. Such a technique, if Jiang Ran wanted, could be used to establish a small county-level territory in a remote area. Their sister had actually shared such a big secret with them. This level of trust was even more than what their father had given. The young Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Xiaowen felt a bit lost and didn't know how to react. "Xiaowen, you are a fire element cultivator. This water scripture is not suitable for your practice. But don't worry, I will find a technique that suits you." Jiang Xiaowen shook her head. "Sister, I'm fine." Jiang Nancheng's feelings were even more complicated. To pass such a precious technique to him. He looked at his sister, then at Xiaowen. His first thought wasn't joy or ambition from the technique, but fear and worry, worried that Xiaowen might be upset if he took it. He also thought about how kind his sister was to him, giving him a technique that even their father forbade him from knowing. How could he repay her? He was so excited he almost cried, but he held it in. He wanted to hug his sister, but he also held back. Hugging his sister and crying would be too embarrassing. He didn't dare. There was only one water scripture, and Jiang Ran hadn't given the original to Jiang Nancheng. Because he was still young, Jiang Ran was afraid that some unscrupulous people might discover the water scripture, leading to trouble. So, she taught Jiang Nancheng by instruction, guiding him to circulate spiritual energy and memorize the technique. Jiang Ran used her purple jade demon eye to quickly spot problems in Jiang Nanqing's practice and guide him efficiently. After 2 hours, Jiang Ran finally told the two to return to their rooms. Jiang Ran herself was exhausted from everything that happened today and collapsed onto her bed. But thinking about the brutal world they lived in, she clenched her teeth and sat cross-legged to meditate for an hour before falling into a deep sleep. Early morning, brilliant sunrise colors appeared in the east. A ray of sunlight shone on a budding flower, with sparkling dewdrops reflecting the glow of dawn. Jiang Ran went to find Commander Tian early in the morning. As a cultivator at the 8th realm of Spirit Gathering, Tian often led his small team of over 20 people to clear the edge of the monster-infested area around Suling Town. He frequently traveled to places like Yunming Mountain, known for its dangerous monsters. Therefore, Jiang Ran thought asking Commander Tian was the fastest way to find answers. Tian listened carefully, then paused for a moment before saying, "I have indeed seen the earth spirit magic worm you mentioned, Lord." As expected, Tian's words did not disappoint Jiang Ran. Her eyes lit up, and she asked eagerly, "May I ask where you saw this kind of monster, Commander Tian?" "It was probably on Haoxing Mountain," Tian replied, though he wasn't very sure. Usually, he didn't pay much attention to these small creatures living in the soil. Outside Suling Town, there are 3 mountains: Dongfang Wulianqing Mountain, Beifang Haoxing Mountain, and Shifang Yunming Mountain. 20 kilometers south is the ocean. The size of the ocean is not very clear because Suling Town lacks the ability to cross the sea. According to Jiang Ran, the people of Suling Town are troubled by the ocean because it blocks their efforts to conquer more land. Haoxing Mountain. Jiang Ran thought, on the other side of Haoxing Mountain is Xianheng Town. The lord of Xianheng, Yang Hao, is very domineering and ambitious. I hope I won't encounter his people when I go to Haoxing Mountain. Since arriving in this world, Jiang Ran has never been idle. She has studied all the information she could gather. Previously, Jiang Ran's campaign against the ice demon wolf led to Qianjin sealing off Suling Town. Besides fearing that her people might flee because of the original lord's father's death, a big part was also because she was worried that news of Jiang Fucheng's death would reach Yang Hao, prompting him to attack Suling Town. Moreover, if other towns heard this news, they might come to share the benefits. Jiang Ran sighed inwardly. Her start in this world was really tough. Inside, Zhang Yuan was eager to act, and outside, Xianheng Town was watching closely. The ice demon wolf could attack Suling Town at any time. Fortunately, she acted first, eliminating a major threat. There was also the problem of the Mailing worm, which faced a life-threatening crisis. The 20,000 residents struggled to farm, all starving and waiting for help. And they might betray her as their leader if issues with the Mailing worm worsened. Jiang Ran, still inexperienced, hadn't fully resolved her internal problems, and she didn't want to cause more trouble. Tian, hearing Jiang Ran's words, also felt a sense of danger. He understood how significant the death of the old lord was. Tian admired strength. Yang Hao is very powerful, but Tian had little goodwill toward him. Tian believed that true strength should be directed at stronger enemies, at fierce monsters, not at oppressing the weak or bullying peers. Leader Tian, since you said the earth spirit demon worm was seen in Haoxing Mountain, I plan to send someone to find it. Tian didn't understand why Jiang Ran wanted this weak magical beast. Usually, such weak creatures don't even form magic cores and have little value. However, Jiang Ran's recent behavior has impressed him, so he will faithfully carry out the Lord's orders. Jiang Ran didn't rush to leave immediately, since she didn't even know what the earth spirit demon worm looked like. Instead, she sent someone to the territory with a bounty notice. The notice roughly said, "Reward 500 silver coins for providing the exact location of the earth spirit demon worm. Report truthfully. Capture a live earth spirit demon worm and bring it to me, and you will receive 10 gold coins." Once the bounty was announced, it caused a big reaction across the whole territory. First, because it was the first major order from the new lord since taking power. Second, because of the reward. 500 silver coins and 10 gold coins might not mean much to the cultivators of Suling Town, but to ordinary people, they are huge sums. 500 silver coins could support a poor family for half a month, and the cost was just a message. Also, although the earth spirit demon worm is a magical beast, it's not as dangerous as common beasts like rabbits or wolves, so ordinary people don't need to fear it. This isn't really a bounty. It's more like the Lord is just giving away money. Someone cheered, especially since many people in the territory often go hungry. Long live the Lord. We bow to you, your grace. As a result, half of Suling Town started practicing and went out in pairs to search for the earth spirit demon worm. Jiang Ran didn't expect this bounty to bring her much reputation points, but she found it strange that her system panel suddenly showed over 1,000 more reputation points and a little loyalty. Jiang Ran herself went to Haoxing Mountain with Tianjing. Although she knew traces of the earth spirit demon worm had appeared there, the mountain was huge, and there were many powerful magical beasts inside. They couldn't go too deep or be too conspicuous. Additionally, since the description of the earth spirit demon worm in the book made it look like an earthworm, Jiang Ran guessed its habits were similar to ordinary worms. So she and Tianjing tried to go to dark, damp places with lots of fallen leaves. Sure enough, an hour after entering Haoxing Mountain, they found signs of the earth spirit demon worm in the moist soil of a small spring, thanks to Jiang Ran's purple jade magic eye, which could see the flow of spiritual energy and magic. "This is the earth spirit demon worm," she said. Jiang Ran held a 1-meter-long, thin magical earthworm and sighed a little. The earth spirit magic worm is mostly purple, segmented, with symmetrical ends, and if you look closely, it somewhat resembles a small snake. Looking at the area where these earth spirit magic worms live, the plants there are not home to spirit insects, but weeds and other plants seem to grow more lushly. This made Jiang Ran even more hopeful. Lord, what's the use of catching these ugly and weak monsters? Qianzhen, who had been silent all along, finally couldn't hold back and asked. I read in a book that earth spirit magic worms might improve the soil. Better soil helps plants grow better. If the plants grow well, maybe more spirit creatures will be born. So, I want to catch some earth spirit magic worms to try, Jiang Ran explained. Hearing this, not only Qianzhen was surprised, but everyone else was amazed. Such a small earth spirit magic worm has such a benefit? Then these worms are treasures. As the Lord, having more knowledge that others don't know is the right thing, so when Jiang Ran said she read it in a book, no one doubted her. After all, the former Lord often visited Tianjin City, so maybe the books the Lord read were bought there. Talking about Tianjin City, everyone couldn't help but show longing expressions. It's a county-level territory, and Tianjin City is not an ordinary county. It's especially wealthy, with 3 medium spiritual veins and 5 small spiritual veins. Rumor has it that it's about to become a city-level territory. Jiang Ren also really wants to go to Tianjin City to see it with her own eyes. The earth spirit magic worm was not exactly as Jiang Ran had imagined. As long as she found a suitable place for them, she could find at least a few. However, only one was found near Shaoquan. There were ordinary earthworms, but they couldn't solve Jiang Ran's current problem. Lord, earth spirit magic worms are still monsters. How can we ensure they stay obediently where we want them? They burrow underground, and it's hard for us to find them. We can't always guard them, Qianzhen asked again on the way. I've heard that some people have special skills, able to form contracts with monsters, making them obey commands. Those people are called spirit beast masters, said Shirshio Yenlili, who had fought the ice demon wolf before. Does the Lord have the ability to tame monsters? Is that what Miss Yen called a spirit beast master? Qianzhen looked at her with admiration. Jiang Ran was still marveling at how many professions there are in this world when she suddenly saw Qianzhen's eyes shining with anticipation.
No, but I have to try.
If I don't try, I will never know the outcome. Actually, Jiang Ran had thought about this problem before, but she had already decided to wait until she got the earth spirit magic worm. With the purple jade magic eye, Even if the Earth's spirit magic worm tries to escape, she can catch it in time. As for later, she would think of other methods. It would be best to keep the Earth's spirit magic worm, but if she can't, that's okay. Everyone accepted Jiang Ran's explanation. After 3 hours of searching the area, Jiang Ran caught 4 more Earth's spirit magic worms. As the sun rose high, everyone started feeling hungry. Jiang Ran didn't insist and decided to head back home. Tianjing had been watching Jiang Ran's actions silently, holding a heavy sword for a long time. On the way back to the manor, he suddenly asked, "Lord, what is your goal?" Jiang Ran paused, stunned. She was not a child and understood the deeper meaning behind his words. She knew that Tianjing's question about her goal was very different from the questions she asked Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Xiaowen yesterday about what they wanted to do. To be precise, Tianjing wanted to know about the future of Suling Town, her ambitions, and what heights she hoped to bring the town to. She remembered that Tianjing's dream was to follow the strong and expand territory with them. This was a very important question. Jiang Ran's answer would decide whether Tianjing would continue to follow her. Jiang Ran didn't hesitate for long. Instead of looking at Tianjing, she stared straight ahead. It's easy to say, but judging a person depends on what they actually do. Commander Tian, I thought you could understand what I want to do these days. Jiang Ran gave an answer that was not really an answer, which made Tianjing pause. In all the land under heaven, is there any land not belonging to the king? On the borders of the land, are there any subjects not under the king? Jiang Ran said, I read this sentence in a book, and I am still moved by its spirit. She looked up at the sky, which was very blue and vast. As a lord, at least you should strive for this goal. If Commander Tian wants a clear answer, this is it. In all the land under heaven, is there any land not belonging to the king? On the borders of the land, are there any subjects not under the king? Tianjing muttered to himself and looked at Jiang Ran. This sentence was not something a young girl of her age could say. The ambition and desire for stability and contentment contained in this sentence were different from those of Gucheng, who preferred to stay safe and be comfortable. It was a bold and ambitious spirit. Lord's ambition is truly high and far-reaching, Qian Zhenliang said with shining eyes. He was a passionate young man, easily stirred, with a fiery heart. Tianjing let out a long sigh. Despite the chaos in Sualing and the spreading rumors, he didn't know how others saw him, but he had never considered rebelling against the Jiang family. Old Jiang, though not ambitious, treated the people kindly, and he had worked hard to keep Sualing peaceful and free of war for 20 years. Still, Tianjing couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. His old friend was gone, and while he had no desire to seize power in Sualing, he was starting to think about leaving. However, the daughter of the Jiang family, now the leader, seemed to hold some potential. Tianjing's eyes suddenly sharpened. He clasped his sword and bowed respectfully, saying, "Then we will wait for the leader to achieve great things." This implied that he was willing to submit. Jiang Ren secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was not easy. She had accepted Tianjing's loyalty and understood that from this moment on, he was truly a loyal person she could rely on. Earlier, Tianjing's cooperation was mostly out of respect for Jiang Fuqing and his care for the younger generation. In fact, she was quite nervous when answering Tianjing's questions. She didn't have many possessions in this world and had to seize every opportunity she could. Good news kept coming. Back in Sualing Town, within just one morning, 10 reports about Earth's spirit magic worms reached the Lord's mansion, and 2 of these worms had been caught and delivered there. It was impressive how many people had the strength to do so. The 2 men who caught the worms were Wu Chuan and Dong Xiaozhua, both hunters from Ao village, often wandering in the mountains. Neither was a cultivator, but catching Earth's spirit magic worms so quickly showed they had some skill. Jiang Ran remembered these 2 and kept her promise to settle their accounts for the 2 worms. As for the 10 reports, she planned to verify them after the worms were caught before settling the accounts. She deducted 20 gold coins, feeling a bit poorer. The shrinking of her funds made her feel pressured. She had 2,000 people depending on her, and for development like building roads or houses, money was needed. She had to find a way to earn some. Holding 7 Earth Spirit Magic Worms, Jiang Ran finished lunch and headed toward Qingshan village to see the mailing worms. She was quite satisfied with Li Inyo's efficiency. Yesterday, someone set up a tent here, and by noon today, it was already ready. Li Inyo was curiously watching the fields where the mailing worms were kept but couldn't see anything unusual, feeling disappointed. Just then, he turned around and happened to meet Jiang Ran's gaze. Leader. Yesterday, Jiang Ran discussed planting with him. When Jiang Ran came over, he looked at her respectfully, with a hint of happiness. Seeing Li Inyo looking strangely at the bucket Jiang Ran was carrying, which contained Earth's spirit magic worms, Jiang Ran didn't explain anything. She just nodded at him, took out 2,000 silver coins from her pocket, and said, "Take these. Divide them among the 10 people who helped with fertilizing yesterday and those who set up the tents. Also, in the coming days, you need to fertilize the fields where the wheat spirit worms are twice more. I'm leaving that to you." Li Inyo accepted the money without hesitation, happily taking it. The villagers in Qingshan village are not doing very well. These 2,000 silver coins are almost 2 gold coins, which is about a month's worth of work for him. The people he chose yesterday are honest and hardworking, living tough lives. Sharing this money with the 10 villagers will help ease their burdens. Seeing him accept the money, Jiang Ran nodded. Using her purple jade magic eye, Jiang Ran quickly located the wheat spirit worms. The white cocoons surrounding them seemed to glow a little brighter. Jiang Ran thought to herself that her ideas weren't too far off. She noticed that the thin lines transporting nutrients from the surrounding plants to the wheat spirit worms had dimmed quite a bit, which made her feel uneasy. It's clear that turning a poorly qualified demon spirit worm into a demon spirit monster isn't easy. Jiang ran through the earth spirit magic worm into the ground. The frantic earth spirit magic worm immediately burrowed into the soil. As long as the earth spirit magic worm didn't harm the wheat roots and didn't escape, Jiang Ran didn't bother about how they moved around. The wheat spirit worms hadn't fully fallen asleep yet. Jiang Ran took out some milk cotton yo-yo grass, turned it into juice, and approached the cocoon. The juice quickly was absorbed, and the wheat spirit worm inside showed signs of happiness. Afterward, Jiang Ran sat inside the tent to meditate, practicing her cultivation while observing the movements of the wheat spirit worms and earth spirit magic worms. At first, the earth spirit magic worms tried to sneak away, but Jiang Ran caught them each time. Later, as long as they sensed her presence, they didn't dare to move. These days, Jiang Ran stayed inside the tent all the time, not returning to the Lord's mansion at night. When she was sleepy, she just closed her eyes for a short rest, not daring to sleep deeply. Even her meals were brought to her by maids from the Lord's mansion. During this time, Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Xiaowen came to see her many times, hoping to stay with her here, but Jiang Ran sent them back to the Lord's mansion. However, they came for several hours during the day, and Jiang Ran didn't pay much attention. She focused on cultivating and checking on the situation of the worms. From time to time, she also guided Jiang Nancheng on how to cultivate the water-focused true technique. Additionally, under heavy rewards, her followers found 5 earth spirit demon earthworms. Now, there are 12 demon earthworms living in this area. Her idea was correct. The earth spirit demon earthworms indeed greatly improved the soil's fertility. As a result, the wheat could steadily and continuously send nutrients to the wheat spirit worms. After 10 days, the wheat spirit worms officially entered their deep sleep. That day, Jiang Ran was still working her cultivation. Not long after crossing over, Jiang Ran felt no real sense of her cultivation, which was very mysterious. But now, she could clearly sense countless tiny light particles rushing into her body, competing with each other. They gathered into a glowing ball, radiating a powerful energy. It had been 15 days since she moved into the shed. Jiang Ran spent almost all day, about 20 hours out of 24, practicing cultivation. Besides eating, sleeping, and checking the wheat spirit worms field for 2 hours, she didn't rest at all. For many people, cultivation is very boring because, for those without talent, you might sit for hours without any increase in spiritual power. But Jiang Ran felt that cultivating was like drinking water. Each meditation and movement brought her noticeable changes. Thinking about continuing her practice, once she reached the consciousness sea realm, she could fly with the wind. Her motivation to keep going was full. In 15 days, her cultivation had risen from the 5th stage of spirit gathering to the peak of the 9th stage. That day, she could clearly feel a layer of barrier inside her loosening. Jiang Ran was not confused. It was like an instinct, her consciousness guiding the dense spiritual energy to attack the barrier. The spinning compression caused many light particles to fly toward the dark barrier. Slowly, it was melting away. The last straw that broke the camel's back was the final piece of spiritual energy rushing through the barrier. After a long time, the dark barrier suddenly opened a gap. Buzz. Early spirit refining realm. Jiang Ran suddenly opened her eyes. Finally, I've reached the spirit refining realm. Jiang Ran took a deep breath. Now that she was in the spirit refining realm, she no longer had to worry too much about Yang Hao and the Qingguan Bichu snake on Wulian Mountain. Cultivation is really hard. Jiang Ran twisted her stiff body, unaware of how shocking her words sounded. With her current progress, like drinking water, cultivation was still difficult. Was she supposed to give up? When she reached the spirit refining realm, the system suddenly issued a task completion notification. Jiang Ran looked at the system. Task completed. Despite poor cultivation techniques, you remain determined and diligent, breaking through to the spirit refining realm. Reward: Chaos Crimson Phoenix True Scripture. Incomplete, Jiang Ran. Actually, there's no need to go to such trouble to find reasons to give gifts. Chaos Crimson Phoenix True Scripture. Incomplete and inner cultivation technique of the saint level, the first part of the Chaos Crimson Phoenix True Scripture. Note: it requires very high talent to practice. The Chaos Crimson Phoenix True Scripture is only a fragment, but since it's a fragment, it must be saint level. If it were complete, could it be a divine level technique? As for the strict cultivation conditions, the system explains that only those with talent above saint level can learn it. Also, during early practice, the system suppresses the speed to allow for steady accumulation and powerful breakthroughs. But if she manages to cultivate it successfully, her spiritual energy will be incredibly dense compared to others at the same level, enough to fight beyond her current realm. Of course, the most important thing is that inner cultivation techniques are vital for a cultivator. The better the technique, the farther they can go. This incomplete Chaos Crimson Phoenix True Scripture can support Jiang Ran to reach the Transcendence realm and even higher levels, entering the Saint stage or cultivating divine powers, but she needs to find the middle and lower parts of the scripture. Without the system, even if this technique were extraordinary, she wouldn't choose it. After all, her talent is questionable even to the system, and her recent practice has made her aware of her own potential. But with the system, the middle and lower parts are not out of reach. She just checked the prestige shop earlier, where the middle and lower parts of the Chaos Crimson Phoenix True Scripture are available. Each part costs 100 million prestige points, totaling 200 million. In short, she decided to change her cultivation method. However, switching cultivation methods caused her to fall back to the 7th realm of spirit gathering. Luckily, it was during the spirit gathering stage, so recultivating is not difficult. Repeating the previous path is much simpler. After some hard practice, she returned to the spirit refining realm. The evolution of the spirit-absorbing worm finally reached a critical moment. The wheat in the fields was wilting from being eaten by the spirit-absorbing worm. Fortunately, the Earth's spirit magic worm was vomiting magical nutrients during feeding, improving the soil. According to Jiang Ran's observations, the activity of these 10 or so magic worms in one day is equivalent to a single fertilization, without the side effects of frequent fertilization. The sun was shining brightly midday. The maid Li Xiaochun, who was helping in the kitchen, was delivering food to Jiang Ran as usual. At this moment, a thick cloud blocked the sun temporarily. Jiang Ran was just accepting her lunchbox when she suddenly sensed the spirit-absorbing worm, which had been silent, emit a loud, high-pitched cry. Jiang Ran turned her head and activated the purple jade demon eye. She saw the white cocoon shining brightly, cracking open a small gap. A pair of golden wings trembled as they stretched out. Compared to the tough white cocoon, those newly born wings looked too fragile, like a delicate butterfly struggling in a storm, with its fragile life at risk at any moment. A drop of sweat dripped down Jiang Ran's forehead. She licked her dry lips. A long time passed, but they didn't seem to grow larger. The mailing insect appeared exhausted, and its newly born wings trembled weakly. Jiang Ran felt the pain of the mailing insect's spiritual form through the contract. It was like its soul being burned and torn apart. But the mailing insect kept holding on, even in unbearable pain. Suddenly, Jiang Ran remembered the system's evaluation of the mailing insect. In its final moments, the persistent mailing insect still clings to merging with the land. But it's not willing to give up completely. The mailing insect is very persistent. The mailing insect will succeed. Jiang Ran believed in it at this moment. Li Xiaochun, who was delivering food, looked at the lady with curiosity. She was staring intently at one spot and didn't even eat her meal. As an ordinary person, she wouldn't know that somewhere in this world, a brave mailing insect was quietly risking its last life to break free from its shackles. After a long while, the mailing insect's movements slowed down. It was exhausted, using all its strength, but the white cocoon still looked like an unbreakable prison, trapping its world. Despair, a tiny fairy, like a dying fledgling, was shrouded in darkness. Jiang Ran's heart sank, but she still chose to believe in the mailing insect. The mailing insect's personality was persistent. The words from the system could deceive her, but the strong willpower the mailing insect conveyed to her was undeniable. Doubting it was disrespectful to the mailing insect. Silence is the calm before the storm. Suddenly, a disturbance came from the mailing insect's soul. It let out a startling cry. A reckless, desperate storm swept over, and its magnificent golden wings trembled fiercely. Then, faster and faster, the cracks in the white cocoon widened continuously. With a loud cry, a breeze blew in, dispersing the fog. A ray of golden light shot down unstoppable. Now, it should be called the mailing monster, not the mailing insect. Jiang Ran let out a long breath and smiled. She realized she had been very nervous just now, her palms sweaty and sticky from gripping her hands tightly. The Yaoling Goth is very amazing. Jiang Ran reached out her arm, and the Maling God appeared, fluttering its wings gracefully and resting on her arm. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Task complete. The first Yaoling Goth of the territory. Reward. Heart of the Spirit Spring. Jiang Ran's mind moved slightly. Heart of the Spirit Spring? But she didn't rush to check the system's reward. Instead, she carefully looked at the Mailingar. The Yaolinga was just a little bigger than a human palm, glowing faintly with a golden light. It had butterfly-shaped wings covered with intricate golden wheat patterns, very delicate and detailed. It had big golden eyes, a pale pink nose that slightly protruded like a dog, and hair like smooth, soft wheat stalks, reaching down to its waist. The Mailingar's body had shed its insect form and now had a human-like shape, but its hands and feet were shaped like cat paws, smooth and pink, still very cute. Its body looked like golden crystal, but felt like jelly. It was but a beautiful wheat pattern extended from its back to its neck, chest, and thighs, very magnificent. Yumi the Mailingar's voice also changed. It was constantly transmitting excitement and affection to Jiang Ran. Its tiny, baby-like body climbed along her arm, nuzzled her neck, and gently kissed her. It was showing gratitude to her. The Marlingai knew that her owner had saved it. Compared to Alningchong, the Yaolingguap had not only evolved in ability, but also gained intelligence. The Yaolingguap's IQ was about that of a 4- or 5-year-old human. The system panel for Malingchong changed as it evolved into Malingua. Marlingua talent, ordinary orange rarity. Common personality. Persistent age. 0 years spirit essence. None mutation. None a Mai Lingchong with poor talent evolved through persistence into a Mai Lingual. Unlike before, the name changed from Mai Lingchong to Mai Linguar, and its talent level improved from poor to ordinary. Its age was now 0, probably because after becoming a Ao Lingual, its life was renewed and reset. The lifespan of a Ao Linguar is generally about 30 years, meaning that, barring accidents, the people of Zhoulingjeng wouldn't go hungry for 30 years. Jiang Ran felt very energized. She turned around but saw Li Xiaochun with wide eyes, staring in shock at the Mara, suddenly shouting in amazement, "Oh my God! My lord! Is this a magical creature?" Li Xiaochun's voice was a bit shaky from shock, sounding a little harsh. But Jiang Ran was very happy now and didn't care about Li Xiaochun's rudeness. Instead, she nodded and responded yes. The spirit worm had already evolved, so Jiang Ran no longer needed to hide it. She straightforwardly admitted it. Li Xiaochun was so excited he couldn't speak. As a resident of Suling Town and an employee at the Lord's Mansion, she had nowhere else to go besides Suling Town. Of course, she hoped the town would get better and better. Jiang Ran hadn't eaten the meal Li Xiaochun brought, but she preferred to eat in the clean, comfortable Lord's Mansion rather than on the dirty, messy grass outside. So, Jiang Ran took the spirit monster home directly. She needed a good bath. She arrived quietly and modestly, but left feeling confident and spirited, with no worries. Li Yinyo kept watching the spirit worm closely. When he sensed the wind, he hurried over. Seeing the extraordinary magical creature on the Lord's shoulder, he immediately smiled happily. This was a magical creature, the first of its kind in Suling Town, born in Qingshan Village. Congratulations, Lord! You've gained a magical creature. Jiang Ran didn't hide the spirit monster's form, because showing it was a way to win people's hearts. On the way, many people saw their beautiful, incredible lord with a stunning, extraordinary magical creature. They heard something and asked, "Is that a magical creature?" Good heavens! Suling Town has been around for over 20 years, but we've never seen a magical creature before. Even the late Lord Jiang, during the peak of Suling Town, only had 4 spirit worms. Their fate was tied to Suling Town and the Lord. Seeing Jiang Ran gain a magical creature made them all excited. Jiang Ran returned to Jiang's house like a star surrounded by others. Behind her, a large group of people startled Li Fuxing and others, but they quickly realized what was happening. They had guard Wang Man keep these people outside. Lord, is this a spirit monster? The spirit worm has successfully evolved. Li Fuxing knew Jiang Ran was preparing for the spirit worm's evolution, but seeing this still shocked him. How many days had it been since Jiang Ran took office? About a month? In less than 30 days, she had brought great surprises to Suling Town. Jiang Ran had been pretending all along, listening to praise for the spirit monster and her so much that her ears felt sore. She quickly waved her hand to stop Li Fuxing from casting a spell. "Housekeeper Li, have someone bring a bucket of water. I want to take a good bath." Jiang Ran said. Additionally, prepare some meals again. Make more, as there should still be some meat from the ice demon wolf. Once done, deliver some to Li Yinyo in Qingshan Village, and also give a few people who caught the earth spirit magic worm to Commander Tian. Most of the ice demon wolf's meat has already been air-dried by the kitchen staff, with some hanging inside the ice well to prevent spoilage. She paused, thinking that during these days, the servants at the Lord's Mansion had done a good job in her absence. Also, the wheat spirit bugs evolved into wheat spirit monsters, which was a good thing. It was a reason to celebrate. So she said, "Let's also reward the servants of the Lord's Mansion." The Lord is kind. Li Fuxing happily arranged everything. After Jiang Ran finished her bath and ate, Li Fuxing came to report that Tianjing, Qianjinlin Sha, and others were waiting in the hall to see her. Jiang Ran guessed they had heard about the wheat spirit monster and came to check. Just then, she had some things to do, so she tidied up and went to the hall. In the hall, about 20 people led by Tianjing sat quietly. Besides cultivators like Qianzhen, Yan Lili, and Li Si, Jiang Ran was especially impressed by the gentle-looking civil official Lin Sha and the tax officer Wu Yun. These people mainly managed Suling Town. The team was really poor, managing a town of 20,000 people with only about 20 officials, and none of their roles were fully systematized. Many matters were handled personally by the Lord. The original Lord's father was really weak, but Jiang Ran understood that her predecessor's father mainly focused on improving his cultivation. Suling Town was small, and there weren't many things to handle. When she appeared in the council hall with the wheat spirit monster, almost everyone's eyes fixed on it. Only Tianjing stared blankly at Jiang Ran. Her aura was very strong and oppressive, making Tianjing feel a bit confused about the Lord's cultivation level. Jiang Ran slightly raised her eyebrows, noticing Tianjing's surprised expression. He cautiously asked, "May I ask, Lord, what is your current cultivation level?" Some explanations were necessary. Jiang Ran had now become a cultivator of the water, ice, and space elements, but she hadn't revealed her ice and space powers yet. Some system rewards were also hard to show openly. As the Lord, she didn't need to explain, and no one dared to ask. Tianjing was quite capable and immediately sensed that her aura was a bit unusual. With a look of melancholy, Jiang Ran began to speak. She looked a bit sad and said, "My father passed away. I couldn't accept it at first. After grieving for a while, I suddenly discovered I had developed a second ability, ice magic. Moreover, my training speed has increased a lot. Now, I am in the early stage of refining spirit." Everyone was stunned, like a bolt from the blue, caught completely off guard. Refining spirit, early stage? Tianjing stammered, refining spirit. His expression was complicated. He started practicing when he was 10, and now, after over 30 years, he had only reached the 8th level of gathering spirit. And how old is Jiang Ran? Just 15? Although he knew there were geniuses in this world, this was still too shocking. But after thinking about it, Lord Jiang was a genius close to becoming a divine-level expert, and he had also been influenced by this. Like someone who suddenly saw the light, Tianjing accepted this explanation. What else could he do? The facts were right in front of him. Still, his mind was a bit overwhelmed. In their town of Suling, not only had they gained a spirit-infused ice mushroom insect, but also a wheat spirit monster. More importantly, the Lord was now a refining spirit cultivator. A series of surprises hit him so hard he couldn't react properly. It seemed. All these things happened after Jiang Ran's rise to power. Tianjing looked at Jiang Ran with a strange expression. Could it be that this young girl was blessed by fate? If so, then old Jiang Fuqing, though not very happy about it, he still had to say, "You're lucky to have died." If Jiang Ran hadn't risen, he wouldn't have known that Suling Town actually had such a fortunate person. Jiang Ran didn't realize that the commander she just tamed believed she was favored by heaven. She also didn't know that the other party was secretly praising her late, unworthy father for doing well. Right now, besides the wheat spirit insect, she also released the mulberry spirit insect and the ice mushroom insect. The ice mushroom insect appeared proud, its chubby head held high, and its delicate spirit body gently swayed. But when it saw the flying wheat spirit monster in the air, it froze completely. Slash. Yo, the wheat spirit monster waved its paw at the ice mushroom insect, then picked up the somewhat confused mulberry spirit insect, nuzzling it affectionately after a long time apart. The wheat spirit monster was very happy. The mulberry spirit insect tilted its head as if to say, "Who are you?" The wheat spirit monster was sad. Its old friend didn't recognize it anymore. It didn't realize how much it had changed. Clumsily, it flailed in the air, trying to make the mulberry spirit insect remember it. The ice spirit worm turned around and rested its head on Jiang Ran's finger, looking a bit pitiful. Jiang Ran knew that this proud little creature was probably sad to see the mailing worm it looked down on evolve into something it couldn't reach. Ice spirit worm. Sha Karacha. The ice spirit worm also wanted to evolve. Meanwhile, the plain and ordinary Sang spirit worm looked at the refreshed mailing monster and then at the proud and extraordinary ice spirit worm. The little worm was a bit discouraged and lowered its head, but in the next second, it cheered up again, showing a cheerful and practiced optimism that was almost heartwarming. A group of mature men and women watched the interaction of the favored creatures of the world, the spirit beasts, with great interest, finding it very amusing. Lin Sha, who looked to be in his 20s, was a handsome young man. He politely bowed to Jiang Ran and said, "My lord, when I arrived, many people asked me to inquire when you would take the mailing monster to infect the wheat. Over the past 2 years, the wheat in various villages has been poor, and the villagers are very anxious. Apart from Qingshan village, most villages in the territory didn't do much farming and relied heavily on the mailing worms. However, the situation with the mailing worms was worsening, and their effectiveness at infecting wheat was declining, which is why the village's wheat was failing to grow properly." Jiang Ran didn't plan to just take the mailing worms to infect the wheat directly, as that was only a temporary fix. Relying solely on spirit beasts' power wouldn't get them very far. Also, the number of spirit beasts was a measure of a territory's strength. If she didn't improve the land, how could she continuously breed spirit beasts and make the territory stronger? Jiang Ran said, "This isn't urgent. Besides, I am quite disappointed with Tianqi village, Fingyu village, and Ao family village. Without the mailing monster, wouldn't over 10,000 people in these villages starve to death? Look at how the villagers are starving. Each one is as thin as a skeleton." Thinking of this, Jiang Ran felt a dull pain in her head. She had just dealt with the mailing monster, and now a bunch of troublemakers were waiting for her to handle. Teaching farmers to farm, conducting a population census, inspecting the territory. And she didn't have enough talent to do all this. She also needed to establish a proper official system. The dilapidated houses and muddy roads in the territory were worrying. Most frightening was that she had no money to quickly fix these problems. Perhaps she could take the Ice Magic Wolf's magic core to Tianjin City and sell it at a good price, but she also needed to think of a way to make money long-term. By the way, she still hadn't settled the ice spirit worm. Ice spirit mushrooms were rare and valuable herbs that could benefit the cultivation of ice element cultivators. Maybe they could become a specialty of the Duling town. Jiang Ran couldn't help but slap her forehead, wondering how she had forgotten such an important thing. She also remembered that the system rewarded her with the heart of the spirit spring. She had checked it earlier while bathing. The heart of the spirit spring is a precious treasure. As long as she chooses a place to set it up, a continuous flow of spiritual spring water will burst out, and the water will not dry up for 100 years. The spring water contains spiritual energy, and long-term consumption can improve beauty, strengthen the body, and enhance talent. Using the spring water to irrigate can also improve the soil and help crops grow. By combining the spirit spring with Bingji's spirit worm, she could greatly shorten the growth period of Binglingji and improve its quality. Thoughts kept flashing through her mind. Jiang Ran said to Lin Sha, "Compared to these 3 villages, Qingshan village is doing quite well. They don't rely on demon spirits, but have researched better ways for plants to grow. Especially Li Yinyo, he is very talented. In comparison, the leaders of the other 3 villages are just useless. They only take the rewards, enjoy the power, and do nothing for the villagers. If they really cared, Li Yinyo's farming skills wouldn't be a secret. If the other villages learned from Qingshan village, they wouldn't let their people starve to death. It all comes down to relying too much on demon spirits, just waiting eagerly for the Lord to give them food." Everyone could see the Lord's displeasure, and some felt guilty. They were officials in the town, each responsible for certain matters, and received rewards from the Lord every month. But they hadn't really paid attention to how the people below were living. Jiang Ran's brow furrowed slightly. The cold aura of ice made it feel like being in a freezing pool. "Lin Sha," Jiang Ran called. Hearing this, Lin Sha broke out in sweat, thinking, "Why did I bring this up? Why does this young lord, who is several years younger than me, have an aura more terrifying than the late Lord Jiang? Lin Sha, you and Li Yinyo go to the other 3 villages to promote and teach them how to farm like Qingshan village. When the fields are ready, I will bring the wheat spirit monster to infect the wheat." She paused, looking at the flying wheat spirit monsters in the air, and her confidence grew. If anyone deliberately interferes or tries to sabotage my planting plan, perhaps it's a good idea to drive them out of Suling Town. Accepting the task is not easy, especially when settling in a new territory. It seems the Lord is very concerned about this matter, and since he entrusted it to him, he must do a good job. As for Li Inyo, who has gained the Lord's recognition, I hope this work will be completed well and beautifully by him. Lin Sha understands and will do his best to finish this task. Jiang Ran thought for a moment. With over 20,000 people, there are bound to be some troublemakers. Lin Sha is just a gentle scholar, and Li Inyo is an ordinary person. So, she decided to have Lin Sha bring a few soldiers to help keep order, which could also make things faster. She then asked, who handled the population census in Suling Town 5 years ago. At this moment, a man named Wu Yun stepped forward. Wu Yun is a cultivator at the opening meridian stage. Because he is a cultivator, he is quite good at arithmetic, which is why he became a small official responsible for collecting taxes in Suling Town. Most cultivators in Suling Town can read and write, since they need to understand some cultivation manuals. They are common folk without dedicated teachers, learning basic skills on their own from limited resources. But when it comes to organizing documents and counting people, it becomes very difficult. Everyone gets a headache. Since the last census was 5 years ago, we need to do a new one, Jiang Ran said. Also, the previous results were rough and didn't establish proper household registration for our people. This is why Suling Town is poor and simple, with no malicious outsiders sneaking in. But as the population grows, problems might arise. Hearing this, everyone in the scene was surprised, realizing it was quite possible. So this time, the census will record the number of households, total population, gender ratio, children under 18, skilled workers like blacksmiths and tailors. We will also create household registration documents for everyone in the territory. Furthermore, I will establish a household department to manage population registration, track movement, and register every newborn. Jiang Ran spoke clearly and logically, but Wu Yun was already stunned. He stammered, This workload is too big. Lord, I can't handle this alone. Jiang Ran said, You won't do it alone. First, find a few people who are good at reading and arithmetic. I will make a plan and assign each of you to different villages to do the work. Wu Yun finally relaxed and kept this task in mind. The little monster looked at everything carefully, and the tasks arranged by Jiang Ran were also taken care of. She then asked Li Fuxing to see off the guests. Once the visitors left, Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Xiaowen, the two little ones, finally peeked out from behind the hall door, eagerly watching Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran admitted she felt a bit soft-hearted seeing them. Those two small heads looked so adorable, so she waved them over. 10-year-old Jiang Nancheng already had a handsome, youthful look, with bright, clear eyes that made a good impression. 8-year-old Jiang Xiaowen was a bit thin, but after eating well these days, she looked healthier, with some flesh on her body. The young girl was shy, but her lively eyes seemed a bit mischievous. Jiang Ran thought she looked a little brave, dreaming of becoming a general. She wants to protect many people. Jiang Ran was a bit surprised. Jiang Nancheng looked at the little monster resting on Jiang Ran's shoulder, eyes shining brightly. Sister, is this the little monster Manager Li talked about? It's so pretty.
Can I touch it?
His eyes were full of hope. Seeing that the little monster didn't mind, Jiang Ran let her brother touch it. Nancheng was very careful, afraid of hurting the little monster. Its beautiful, delicate wings deeply fascinated him. The magical structure of the creature and its mysterious aura made him a little obsessed. Even the life of a spirit creature can be full of ups and downs. Besides the little monster, there are also young fairies, holy fairies, and super holy fairies. The fact that even these spirit creatures are so wondrous and beautiful makes me wonder what higher-level spirits are like. Jiang Ran sighed softly. Spirit creatures are definitely the most amazing beings in this world. They have no gender and cannot reproduce, yet they can be born from plants and trees, wielding extraordinary power. The little monster's ability is enough to cover a small town, allowing wheat to mature in just 2 months, even in unsuitable environments. As for the young fairy, its influence can cover an entire county. Every young fairy is a holder of spiritual essence. If cultivated carefully, the plants they nurture can produce wonderful changes, and each one could be a medicinal herb or a material for crafting equipment. The lifespan of a young fairy is usually about 100 years. One young fairy can bring endless wealth. If you have a holy fairy, it provides the foundation for building a country. Many cultivators and citizens would flock to it, willing to follow. The lifespan of a holy fairy averages around 1,000 years. Above the holy fairy is the super holy fairy, a legendary spirit creature. Its abilities are unknown, but it is said that the original continents were built on the body of a super holy fairy, and all living beings are its children. These pieces of information come from the original owner's memories about Alling, spirit creatures. People in this world won't miss any detail about Alling, showing how passionate they are. Jiang Nancheng listened to his sister, feeling too young to stay calm. Touching the patterns on the Ma Lingual, a spirit creature, he suddenly looked up at Jiang Ran, hopeful. I want to raise many Yaoling. My father once said there's a job called Yaoling Shi, spirit master, who specializes in raising Yaoling. Can I become one?
Yaoling Shi?
Jiang Ran nodded and encouraged him, of course. You need to study hard and practice diligently. Only when you're capable can you go out more and learn about Aoling. It seems the methods to raise Aoling are tightly controlled by Aoling Shi, making this dream quite challenging. Jiang Ran continued to guide Jiang Nancheng's training. Based on his progress, he might reach the 6th level of the opening of the meridians in about a month. But just increasing cultivation isn't enough. Without real combat skills, it's just for show. Maybe she could ask Tianjing to see if the patrol team, when clearing monsters on the mountain edge, could take Xiaocheng along for practice. Seeing Zheng Xiaowen, Jiang Xiaowen, look at Jiang Nancheng with envy, Jiang Ran thought carefully. She had tried exchanging treasures in the system to repair or reshape spiritual veins, but they were expensive, usually costing at least 100,000 reputation points, so she had no good solution for now. Off-topic vote, 5 stars, good review, please, thank you. But who says the general with the highest cultivation must be the one to fight? A general can also win with wisdom, by arranging tactics and formations. And Jiang Xiaowen can improve her cultivation now, but her body is still strong at the opening of the meridian stage. Since she is a martial cultivator, why not focus on practicing martial arts and learning combat skills? Guiding Jiang Nancheng in practicing the Water Sutra of cultivation is fine, especially with the Deer Motong, Purple Jade Demon Eye. But teaching Jiang Xiaowen martial arts might not suit her talent. However, Solingzhen, Suling Town has over 100 cultivators. As a lord, the highest authority, sending a cute and obedient little cultivator there shouldn't be a problem. So, the next day, Jiang Ran visited Tianjing. In his confused gaze, she gave him 100 zijing, pure crystals, as Jiang Xiaowen's tuition fee, hoping Tianjing would teach her cultivation and occasionally take Jiang Nancheng to places like Yin, Dark Cloud, for training. 100 crystal shards are almost 1% of Jiang Ran's funds. This is her savings accumulated over many years. If the town of Suling needed to keep some capital for development, Jiang Ran could give more without issue. Jiang Ran didn't expect that after more than 20 years of development, Jiang Fuqing only had about 5,000 crystal shards. Lord, what is this? Tian was stunned by this huge amount of wealth. Cultivators rely heavily on crystal and spiritual stones for training. Even if he had to teach Miss Jiang and young Master Jiang, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, he was only guiding 2 people. This is just the tuition for my younger sister's education for a year and the expenses for training my younger brother, Jiang Ran explained. Captain Tian, only you can turn the simplest moves into something extraordinary. My sister's spiritual vein isn't complete, so she can only grow stronger through external training. I hope you will teach her with dedication. As a reward, I can also point out any issues in your cultivation. To Tian, Zhang Shaowen was probably just a troublemaker. Zhang Ran raised her eyebrows slightly. She understood that, given Tian's personality, his vow to follow her wasn't shallow. If she asked, Tian would definitely obey her commands. But suddenly giving someone a delicate girl might make anyone uncomfortable. People are hard to control, especially their hearts and souls. Even the most loyal heart can be worn down over time. That's why she offered to help Tian solve his problems. Her words weren't lies. Her eyes were just too sharp. Lord, you can point out my cultivation issues? Tian's eyes lit up. He wasn't worried Zhang Ran would deceive him. Over the past few days, he felt Zhang Ran was not an ordinary person. She was very different from the image of Miss Zhang that he had in mind. Compared to the genius girl Zhang Ran that old Commander Zhang once mentioned, he found the current lord even more mysterious and trustworthy. It seemed she could do anything she set her mind to. Zhang Ran used her purple jade demon eye. Tian was a earth element cultivator. The orange spiritual energy inside him moved in an orderly way, indicating a certain internal cultivation method. Tian's biggest problem was a thick layer of impurities accumulated at his lower dantian, a result of not refining spiritual energy in time. He also had multiple hidden injuries, and his spiritual energy movement around his shoulder blades was slow, likely because he often swung his sword and injured himself without proper treatment. Zhang Ran did not want to reveal her special ability, the purple jade demon eye. Even though she saw the problem immediately, she still pretended to examine Tianjing and ask some questions. Does your shoulder always feel strange when you swing your sword? It's not pain, more like a feeling of stiffness. It doesn't feel comfortable when you fight. Tianjing picked up his heavy black sword and swung it forcefully. He paused and said helplessly, "Yes, I have felt this way before. I didn't think it would affect my training." Seeing that Tianjing believed her, Zhang Ran then asked about Tianjing's dantian. Your main task isn't just to absorb spiritual energy from the world, but to keep moving the energy in your dantian, turning the accumulated impurities into something that can be expelled from your body. For most cultivators, spiritual energy is faint and hard to sense clearly. Tianjing couldn't see the flow of spiritual energy as plainly as Zhang Ran could. Her brief 2 sentences seemed simple, but were very effective in diagnosing the problem. Tianjing suddenly understood everything clearly. He realized why his cultivation had been stuck at the 8th level. There was a big problem inside him. It seemed he had been rushing his training too much. Tianjing clasped his fists and thanked Zhang Ran. "Thank you for your guidance, Lady Zhang. I will teach Miss Zhangwen well." After resolving his siblings' training issues, Zhang Ran felt more relaxed. Seeing Tianjing eager to follow her training method, Zhang Ran didn't stay any longer. Back at the Zhang residence, she checked her system. Territory Basic Information Panel Territory Name, Suling Town Lord. Zhang Ran Territory Area, 135 square kilometers population, over 20,000 loyalty, 50 out of 100 number of spirit creatures, 3 mole spirit monster, mulberry spirit worm, ice G spirit worm. Overall level, town level, village, town, county, prefecture, province, country, Bagua level. Comment: a very small and poor territory with few residents and little wealth. The loyalty of the people is low. There is still a long way to go to become a qualified leader. Personal panel name, Zhang Ran age, 15 years old gender. Female cultivation level, spirit refinement stage 1 talent, unknown aptitude, unknown attributes. Water, ice, spaced. Internal cultivation technique, chaos red flame true scripture incomplete, sacred grade technique, skill techniques, water/technique, common. Wave breaking 3 styles, common. Frost breath, earth grade superior, skills. Water surface/water splash progression divine power. Purple jade demon eye demon spirit, maiming spirit monster, mulberry spirit bug, ice mushroom spirit bug magical implements. Frost sword spirit beasts or monster pets. Nun territory, Sualing town reputation. Points, over 20,000 others. Ice body shield armor blueprint. Milk cotton yo-yo grass, 200 G. Ice element magic core in spirit refinement stage. Heart of spirit spring first. regarding the territory's basic information. Although the loyalty of the residents has not yet reached 60, the passing line Jiang Ran set, it's already grown from 20 to 50 within just a month. Jiang Ran is quite satisfied. Progress is slow but steady. After all, good things take time. Most of the residents' loyalty comes from the oath sworn by the cultivator Tian Jingyi and the evolution of the maiming spirit monster she possesses. She believes loyalty will increase further when she brings the maiming spirit monster to infect the wheat and farmers see the improved planting techniques and results. Her reputation points have already exceeded 20,000. Jiang Ran doesn't quite understand how reputation points are calculated. Unlike loyalty points, which fluctuate constantly, reputation points do not decrease. She glanced at her reputation points, then at the shop. Feeling somewhat powerless, she then looked at her personal panel. The biggest change was in her cultivation level. The skill column remained unchanged because she has not yet learned the Earth-grade skill Frost Breath, which was rewarded by the system earlier. She only mastered the water splash progression from the wave-breaking 3 styles, and the other techniques, wave-breaking palm and wave-breaking fist, are still unlearned. It's a bit frustrating. She needs to focus more on practicing her cultivation techniques. Frost Body Shield Armor. Jiang Ran took out the blueprint. This was the first time she studied it so carefully. The blueprint was very detailed, with complete parameters. It even specified the materials used for decorations on the clothing and the sewing techniques. The production process included not only written instructions, but also illustrative pictures as references. She has to admit, the system is very considerate and the rewards are always excellent. This Ice Bodyguard armor can reach the level of a high-grade Earth rank magic tool. The quality of the materials used directly affects how powerful the armor can become. When someone wearing the armor is touched with a certain force, equivalent to a full-strength strike from an ordinary adult, the armor releases a layer of hard ice to block the attack. However, a high-grade Earth-rank Ice Bodyguard armor can only withstand attacks from cultivators below the realm of the 3rd or 4th layer of the Mystical Bone stage. Jiang Ran looked at the description of the Ice Bodyguard armor and fell silent for a moment. She currently cannot make a perfect armor. With the current craftsmanship and materials from Suling Town, she can only achieve about 60% of the ideal. This is because she does not know how to set up formations. According to the blueprint, the complete Ice Bodyguard armor has a formation carved into the Ice Magic Core or Ice Spirit Stone. This formation allows even non-ice cultivators to activate the magic tool actively. Without this formation, the armor is best suited for ice cultivators as only they can control it actively. Other cultivators can only wait for it to be triggered passively. Moreover, the power inside the Ice Magic Core and Ice Spirit Stone will eventually be exhausted. If no active ice power is injected into them, the armor will become useless. Alas, I need to exchange for some books on formation techniques. Otherwise, it would be a waste if I can't complete this magic tool properly. But learning formations requires starting from basic knowledge, and the materials for carving formations are quite precious. Jiang Ran secretly searched for books on formation techniques in the marketplace, but the prices jumped to 50,000 or even 100,000 spiritual crystals. Indeed, knowledge is priceless. Books about raising spirit beasts are even more expensive. Jiang Ran hopes the system can sell her these books at a lower price, but she also understands that the asking price isn't unreasonable. Plus, the system has already rewarded her with enough items. One shouldn't be too greedy, right? The main materials for the Ice Bodyguard armor are Ice Magic Cores, Ice Spirit Stones, and the skins of Ice Magic Beasts. Coincidentally, she already has the fur and magic core of an Ice Magic Wolf, which are the main materials needed. At the early stage of spirit refinement, a magic core in Tianjin City can sell for about 1,000 spirit crystals. The fur of an Ice Magic Wolf at this stage is slightly cheaper, around 500 spirit crystals. Jiang Ran isn't very clear about the pricing of magic tools, but she knows that a high-grade Earth-rank magic tool should sell for at least a few tens of thousands of spirit crystals. Compared to that, making the Ice Bodyguard armor seems more cost-effective. In the early stage of the spirit refinement realm, a magic core could produce a low-grade Earth-type magic tool. Perhaps it could be used to hunt a few ice-type magical beasts between the spirit gathering and the merging spirit realms on Mount Mingyun. More low-level magic tools could also be made. Even a common-grade magic tool could sell for several thousand spirit crystals. If sold, it would at least solve the financial crisis in Suling Town and provide a steady income. The ice-shielding armor still needs dozens of gene of cold iron, which should be available in the Jiang family warehouse. With this detailed blueprint, making a set should not be difficult. After hunting some low-level magic core pelts, she could practice with a few sets before working on the magic core of the Ice Demon Wolf. She put down the blueprint and counted some of her precious belongings. Jiang Ran pondered for a moment before starting to plan for Suling Town. The first step was to establish a talent policy. The official system needed to be organized. Thinking about it, this era actually resembles ancient China, so she might be able to borrow some ideas. However, Jiang Ran made some adjustments because Suling Town is still small and doesn't need such a large system. Having too many officials would cause unnecessary expenses. After considering how to simplify, she began to write Suling Town's first preliminary central official system, 6 departments: administration, household, rights, military, criminal justice, and others. Tentative official positions: inspector, responsible for appointing, examining, and transferring officials. Education officer, responsible for education and establishing academies. Finance officer, manages the territory's finances, storing money and supplies. Tax officer, oversees various taxes in the territory. Diplomacy officer, handles foreign guests and diplomatic relations. As Jiang Ran wrote, her head started to feel overwhelmed. But she patiently filled in the details, setting some major official titles. The smaller officials could be assigned later. By dawn, she had roughly completed the framework. It might not be easy to implement, but I have room for trial and error. This was her first time being a lord, and she still had much to learn. Let's call this the 6 departments system without shame. Jiang Ran smiled mischievously. She believed her system, combining modern and ancient official structures, was somewhat unconventional, especially since her academic background wasn't in governance. However, as a lord, she knew that having strategic knowledge for ruling was important, but equally crucial was being good at using people. She finished preparing the framework and left the rest to her subordinates to complete. With her gathered 1,000 years of experience, she could judge whether their work was good or bad. The next day, Wu Yun, following Jiang Ran's orders, brought 3 skilled and knowledgeable people: Chen Wenba, a 19-year-old man, Yang Mei, a 23-year-old woman, and Jiang Shanei, a 26-year-old man. All 3 were quite young. Jiang Ran evaluated them and felt they were capable. At least, they could conduct a survey of a population of 20,000 people. Jiang Ran divided the 4 into 2 groups for the survey, assigning 10 soldiers to each group. After some thought, Jiang Ran took out the 6-part document she designed yesterday and told Wu Yun, "Give this to Lin Sha. Ask him to copy a few more copies, post them in every corner of Suling Town, and promote it. In 2 months, Suling Town will hold an election exam for officials, and all the townspeople can participate." Wu Yun looked at the document in his hand, his small eyes widening, and his face gradually turning red. When Wu Yun found Lin Sha, he was discussing with Li Yinyo how to carry out farming reforms across the town. At that moment, Wu Yun's face was flushed, and his eyes were wide open, as if something earth-shattering was happening. He nervously handed a scroll of document to Lin Sha. "Why are you so nervous?" Lin Sha looked at Wu Yun with curiosity until he opened the document. "Wonderful." Lin Sha had been holding back for a long time but couldn't help exclaiming, "My lord, you are truly a genius. How did you come up with this system? Combining 1,000 years of central government experience is no joke." Although Jiang Ran was copying and modifying as she went, the vast scope still shocked Lin Sha and his unworldly friends. Who knows how many years it took the Lord to come up with such a brilliant plan. The new Lord is both wise and practical. Li Yinyo, a rough man, looked at the 2 people praising the new Lord with confusion. Could it be that the Lord has the talent of a hero, sent by heaven to lead Suling Town to greatness? Lin Sha and others gradually became more convinced, thinking more and more that this might be true. They also thought about the officials in Shuling Town who held official positions but spent their days idly. Lin Sha and Wu Yun exchanged glances, feeling a bit gleeful and thinking silently. The heavens of Shuling Town are about to change. Jiang Ran didn't realize that what she spent half a day creating was being called a brilliant plan by Lin Sha and others. Meanwhile, as Lin Sha promoted the document throughout the town, it caused a huge stir. Some people were happy, others worried. The quiet system suddenly emitted a prompt sound indicating a task completion. Task. The first central official selection system has appeared in the territory. The 6-department system. Reward. 1 drop of Qingsui treasure liquid. At this moment, Jiang Ran was practicing cold ice breath at the Jiang Residence's training ground. The ground was uneven, with leftover ice patches, emanating a chilling aura. This delayed system notification surprised Jiang Ran. She didn't understand why the system didn't notify her when she designed the item, but only popped up after a day. Does the system have a delay? And why does it count in drops? Is it mocking her? Jiang Ran shook her head with a smile. She is very patient. Even knowing the system might have given her good things, she still followed her plan to master the cold ice breath. She noticed before that the ice demon wolf casts cold ice breath from its mouth. Humans can't match the physical strength of monsters, but their intelligence is much higher. Through experiments, Jiang Ran found she could attach the power of the frost breath to a frost sword. When used with the sword, it increased damage and made the attack more colorful and varied. Feeling she had a basic grasp, the system panel added cold ice breath to her skill list as expected. Jiang Ran then put away the cold ice breath technique, stretched her tired waist, and returned to her room to check the Qingsui treasure liquid she received. Seeing it, Jiang Ran was startled. Her lazy, indifferent expression almost cracked. Mainly because this system was much better than she had imagined. Qingsui treasure liquid, a green liquid worth 1,000,000 spirit crystals per drop. It contains the essence of life. Eating it can extend one's lifespan by a year. For Yaoling, spirit creatures, it can bring about a complete transformation. Its effects on Yaoling include, but are not limited to, evolving Yaoling Chong into Yaoling Guo, adding 10 years to Yaoling Guo at the end of their life, and increasing the upper limit of Yaoling evolution. Note: Qingsui treasure liquid has no effect on juvenile Shanziu and above. In recent days, Jiang Ran also figured out the system's reward mechanism. Triggering a task isn't as difficult as she initially thought. As long as she takes actions that impact Suling Jun, the system will respond. The system calculates the impact level on Suling Jun based on her actions. The greater the influence, the more valuable the reward. Before completing a task, the system's task details are hidden. Only after finishing the task does the system reveal the details and grant the reward. Like opening a blind box, you never know what's inside until you try. However, system task triggers also have some randomness. Jiang Ran took out the system reward, a small bottle of Qingsui treasure liquid. The bottle was delicate and porcelain, about the size of a finger. When she opened it, a refreshing scent filled the air, as if it wanted to invade her soul, bringing a pleasant sense of wakefulness. Jiang Ran only sniffed once, and already felt her body lighten. At this moment, her 3 Yaoling, spiritual creatures, sensed the extraordinary aroma and all revealed their true forms. Yomi, this was the dancing My Lingguai. Chumi Chumi, superscript 3. The silly Sang Ling Chong followed behind. Chue the proud Bing Ji Ling Chong still looked aloof, but her face showed obvious craving. The Qingsui treasure liquid was very tempting to both humans and Yaoling. The mature My Lingguai and the reserved Bing Ji Ling Chong were fine, but the silly Sang Ling Chong was already about to put his mouth to the bottle, with a suspicious liquid under his puffed lips and pitiful black bean-like eyes looking at Jiang Ran. Rich lady, hungry, boo-hoo, food. Jiang Ran admitted she was a bit charmed, but she hadn't spoken yet. The proud Bing Ji Ling Chong was unhappy and twisted her chubby body, pushing Sang Ling Chong away. Chue. Humph. After inspecting the treasure liquid, Jiang Ran sealed the bottle. There was only 1 drop, so she couldn't afford any mistakes. but she also felt a bit troubled about how to divide it. The Qingsui treasure liquid should naturally be used on Yaoling to maximize its value. However, all three clearly wanted it. Jiang Ran thought it was best to use the liquid to help Yao Lingchong evolve, or give it to all Ling at the end of their life. But with Sang Lingchong and Bingji Lingchong's elite-level talent, evolution was inevitable, and my Lingguai had just evolved, so it wasn't necessary. Thinking this way, Jiang Ran's mind cooled down after a moment of impulsiveness, and she suddenly realized that this treasure worth millions was just SSO. In the disappointed eyes of the three little ones, Jiang Ran put away the treasure. She then took out some milk cotton yo-yo grass to comfort her three little babies. There's not much Aoling food left, and there are quite a few things happening in Suling Town. I can't leave for Tianjin City. Maybe I should spend some reputation points to buy some supplies from the system shop? Jiang Ran cared a lot about Aoling's growth. Although Yaoling could grow relying on plants and wouldn't starve even without eating, she believed that cultivating a young fairy, or even a saint fairy, required resource investment on Yaoling's body. Looking at the treasures that had no place to be stored, Jiang Ran silently thought, the system rewards will keep increasing, and it's safest to keep them on me. This world is so amazing. Are there things like space rings? With anticipation, Jiang Ran opened the mall and searched for a space ring. Wow, there really is one. Jiang Ran raised her eyebrows, feeling a bit surprised, but when she looked at the price, she felt a little disappointed. A typical space ring has a capacity of 27 cubic meters, enough to store inanimate objects. It costs around 100,000 points, and the price doesn't vary much. More delicate-looking rings are about 10,000 points more expensive. Rarer space rings can freeze time inside, so you can store food without it spoiling, as the food's time stays frozen at the moment it was put in. When taken out, the food resumes normal time flow. These rings add this special function, but the price jumps to an outrageous 500,000 points. She couldn't afford the cheaper ones, and the more advanced ones were too expensive. Jiang Ran's current status made her feel awkward. Still not giving up, Jiang Ran continued scrolling. She wasn't expecting anything fancy, just a small space to store things would be enough. And surprisingly, she found one. Poor quality space ring, 8 cubic meters of space, made by a certain refining master as a practice piece. Value, 16,000 points. Jiang Ran felt excited. 8 cubic meters is about the size of a wardrobe. 16,000 points was a real bargain. The ring itself looked ugly, rough and simple, like a rusty piece of wire twisted into a loop. But Jiang Ran didn't mind. She thought it was better to be low-key. Something too fancy might attract attention. She was just a weak, humble little cultivator in the spirit refining realm. In her territory, she could be as flashy as she wanted, establishing her authority as a supreme lord. There was no danger there. But outside, survival was key. So, this rough space ring wasn't perfect, but it was definitely the best choice for her right now. Jiang Ran looked through more options, but didn't find anything better, so she decided to buy the rough space ring without hesitation. The ring was lighter than she expected, like a feather floating in the air. In the center was a plain white gemstone. Jiang Ran's purple jade magic eye told her this gemstone was unusual. The space ability of this ring probably came from that gemstone. According to the instructions for the rough space ring, Jiang Ran bit her finger and dripped her blood onto the ring. The ring then fully belonged to her. She placed it on her right index finger, and it automatically adjusted to fit perfectly. Jiang Ran secretly found something amazing. She focused her mind and entered her ring, where she could see a closed white space, like a square box surrounded by painted white walls. There was nothing inside, so Jiang Ran tried placing a comb inside. The comb lay quietly in the white space, with no special change. No change was the best kind of change, so Jiang Ran felt relieved. She then put in the system's reward blueprints, the ice breath technique, the water drop true scripture, the heart of the spirit spring, and the ice demon wolf core precious items. The three spirit beasts noticed their owner's strange actions. They tilted their heads and continued to enjoy the feast of food. After spending 16,000, Jiang Ran had more than 6,000 prestige points left. For her 3 spirit beasts, she chose some suitable foods. Normal quality blue peach wood powder. Eating it regularly can improve the talent of spirit beasts and monsters. It's a common food for spirit beasts. Costs 1,500 prestige points and 250 grams. Stinky spirit liquid. Normal attribute contains magic power that can stimulate physical changes in spirit beasts. Long-term use can help awaken their spiritual essence. It's a common food, but tastes bitter and very unpleasant to spirit beasts. Costs 1,500 prestige points and 250 milliliters. Yuan cultivation stone vine powder. Used to strengthen newly advanced spirit beasts or stabilize their chaotic spiritual essence. It's a common food. Costs 1,000 prestige points and 250 grams. Ice marrow micro core, ice element food for ice-type spirit beasts, which can improve their spiritual essence. Costs 300 prestige points per core. Jiang Ran bought half a kilogram of blue peachwood powder and Yuan cultivation stone vine powder, 250 milliliters of stinky spirit liquid, and 6 ice marrow micro cores. After these purchases, she only had 200 prestige points left. These foods are considered mid to low quality among spirit beast foods. They are not as good as the system's previous reward of milk cotton yo-yo grass, but they have no side effects with long-term use. She chose them based on her actual situation with her spirit beasts. Milk cotton yo-yo grass is good, but mainly useful for newly born spirit insects. Although these foods work slowly, they are quite suitable for the current state of her 3 little spirit beasts. Most importantly, Jiang Ran's prestige points didn't allow her to be extravagant. The 3 foods could be eaten together. Sangling insect can eat blue peachwood powder and stinky spirit liquid. Ice spirit insect can eat blue peachwood powder, Yuan cultivation stone vine powder, and ice marrow micro core. My spirit beast can eat blue peachwood powder, stinky spirit liquid, and Yuan cultivation stone vine powder. However, the system also specifically warned about the owling and their dislike of the foul spirit liquid. I wonder how Chou Lingye is so chou. Thinking about it, Jiang Ran took out the exchanged Chou Lingye and opened the bottle.
Ugh.
It smelled like a mixture of foul water from a gutter and strange perfume, with a disgusting stench spreading out. Jiang Ran immediately felt a wave of nausea. For the first time, Jiang Ran realized she could describe such a strange combination of smells. The smell was too strong. If Yaoling's sense of smell is similar to humans, Jiang Ran can fully understand why the system said Yaoling disliked Chou Lingye. Because she also disliked it. Jiang Ran looked at the 3 Yaoling, who had at some point taken the unfinished Narmilyo Cao and hidden in the farthest corner from her. She forced a smile, realizing she had underestimated how Chou Lingye Su was. The system also said Chou Lingye was especially goo. If she had to drink it herself, Jiang Ran thought she couldn't even swallow this water that smelled like gutter filth, let alone expect the 3 Yaoling to do so.
But
Jiang Ran looked at the resisting Yaoling and waved her hand, saying, "Come here." Although the 3 Yaoling disliked the smell, they still responded to their owner's call. The first to come was Marlingua, who trusted Jiang Ran completely. Next was Sanglingchong, and finally Bingzhilingchong. Watching the 3 Yaoling endure the smell, Jiang Ran clenched her teeth and suddenly took a sip of the Chou Lingye that kept emitting a foul odor. It was very goo, very chou. An indescribable taste spread through her mouth and lingered. In the end, Jiang Ran's taste buds became numb. Her mouth also reeked. Fortunately, Chou Lingye is non-toxic to humans. Jiang Ran wanted to carefully raise a few Alning, but she understood that if she couldn't empathize with Alning, how could she understand their feelings or gain their trust? So, Jiang Ran was willing to try first, starting with this 1 sip of foul water. Dorodo? After drinking the Chou Lingye, the 3 Yaoling showed anxious and surprised expressions, as if they were saying, "How can the owner eat such filth?" The 3 Yaoling hurriedly exclaimed, "Gee, Yomi." Suppressing her nausea, Jiang Ran said to the 3 Lingchong, "This Chou Lingye is indeed very unpleasant and hard to drink. But it can stimulate your Ling So and make you stronger. Yaoling are intelligent but have limited IQ. Jiang Ran kept conveying her meaning to them in her mind, repeating the same sentence over 10 times before they fully understood. Jiang Ran knows that raising a spirit creature requires patience. Her 3 spirit creatures have decent personalities. One is persistent, another is determined, and the third is proud. They are relatively easy to persuade. I won't force you to drink, but if you want to evolve into a higher life form, you'll have to face some challenges. Jiang Ran said softly. It's okay if you don't want to drink. You can choose for yourselves, she added, gently poking each of the 3 adorable spirit creatures with her index finger and smiling. As Jiang Ran said, if her spirit creatures really didn't want to, she would accept it. Of course, it would be best if they drank, but if not, she could only spend more reputation points to buy a substitute for the foul spirit liquid. Still, she was hopeful. Would any of these 3 little ones be willing to try? Unexpectedly, the first to take a step forward wasn't the most familiar Mies spirit monster, nor the proud and strong Bingji spirit worm, but the seemingly silly Sang spirit worm. The clumsy Sang spirit worm twisted its small body and looked at Jiang Ran with its damp black bean-sized eyes, softly making chirping sounds. Jiang Ran was surprised. She moved the bottle containing the foul spirit liquid toward the Sang spirit worm's mouth. The bottle's small opening was a bit tight for the tiny mouth of the Sang spirit worm, so Jiang Ran tilted the bottle slightly. The worm licked at the opening. It really drank it. The taste was so terrible even she couldn't stand it, yet the Sang spirit worm drank it without hesitation. Seeing the purple-black stain on the edge of its mouth and its adorable, dazed expression, Jiang Ran was also stunned. Gently wiping the Sang spirit worm's mouth, she felt the bit proud inside. It was like raising a child. When the child could walk, it was a happy moment. The Sang spirit worm was considered an overlooked spirit creature. Although Jiang Ran always believed its value was not less than that of the Mies spirit monster and Bingji spirit worm, her husband Jiang Fuqing disagreed. He thought the Sang spirit worm had little cultivation potential. Even though Jiang Ran was not harsh with it, whenever there was food for a spirit creature, the first to be fed was always the Mies spirit monster, often ignoring the Sang spirit worm. If the mulberry fruit from the mulberry tree could be eaten or used as a snack for the children in the territory, it might have some use. Otherwise, Jiang Fuqing wouldn't have made a contract with the Sang spirit worm. The Sang spirit worm was considered a useless spirit, a fact accepted by the local town of Sualing. However, the Sang spirit worm was not as silly as it appeared. It was a proud and determined little spirit creature, eager to gain recognition. Chumi, the little insect, looked up at her proudly, seeming to wait patiently for Jiang Ran to praise it. Good, Jiang Ran responded, gently tapping the small head of the insect with her slender fingers, which made it wiggle in response. Chumi, this was the first compliment the insect had received in its 3 years of life. It was very happy. It remembered the warmth of its new owner's finger and liked being patted on the head. Che, Yomi. When Jiang Ran praised the insect, Bingji's spirit insect and my spirit monster also came forward, eager to try the foul-smelling spirit liquid. Bingji's spirit insect looked a bit unwilling, feeling jealous because it was looked down upon by the insect and hadn't received praise. It was motivated to compete. My spirit monster thought about its difficult evolution and didn't want to go through that pain again. It aimed to improve itself perfectly. Jiang Ran let both spirits taste the foul spirit liquid one by one. She also praised them, but didn't pat their heads. Patting the head was a reward for the first brave spirit. Bingji's spirit insect felt even more resentful. Based on the contract feedback, it seemed to be waiting for a chance to redeem itself next time. Jiang Ran watched the reactions of the 3 spirits, her index finger resting on her smooth chin as she pondered. The personalities of the spirits were clear. Sang Lingchong was determined but insecure, hoping for recognition. During training, it was self-motivated and didn't need much prompting. Praise was most effective. Bingji's spirit insect was proud and competitive, often dismissive of many things, and a bit rebellious. Using this trait could motivate it, especially if a stronger spirit was in front to suppress it. My spirit monster was gentle and obedient, but would lose interest if it didn't care about something. Once committed, it focused fully and could unleash miraculous strength. After the spirits finished eating the cottony yo-yo grass, they no longer needed feeding. Jiang Ran stored the blue peachwood powder and other spirit foods into her space ring. After exchanging goods through the system, Jiang Ran planned to go out and find a suitable place to set up the spirit spring heart and grow ice spirit mushrooms. She also remembered her promise to Lienyo to take my spirit monster to Qingshan village after its evolution to infect the wheat. But before leaving Zhang's residence, Li Fuxing approached her and said, "Leader, the captain of the personal guard, Wei Fengsheng, and the deputy captain, Li Si, Yan Lily, wish to see you." Jiang Ran paused briefly, then realized she still had her personal guard. The captain of the personal guard was Wei Fengsheng, one of the cultivators who fought against the ice demon wolf. He was very low-key and had little presence. Fortunately, Jiang Ran had a good memory and still remembered him. Wei Fengsheng's cultivation level was the 4th realm of spirit gathering. His strength in Suling Town was among the top 3 or 4. The cultivators who fought the ice demon wolf included Li Si and Yan Lily, both of whom were at the 1st realm of spirit gathering and served as deputy captains of the personal guard. Besides Wei Fengsheng, there were 60 other members in the personal guard, all at the opening meridian realm. The personal guard only obeyed the Lord's orders. Unlike them, Suling Town also had a patrol team led by Tianjing. This team was made up of 30 cultivators. Although small, they often dealt with monsters from outside, and 8 of them were at the spirit gathering realm. Apart from the personal guard and patrol team, there was a foot soldier group of 500 young men and women. The group was led by 2 spirit gathering cultivators, Li Huayuan and Zhao Xiaoyun, who served as the main and deputy commanders. "All right, housekeeper Li, please take good care of them." "I'll go now," Jiang Ran said. Since the visitors had arrived, she naturally wanted to meet them first. They were all familiar people. Jiang Ran was busy and didn't have time for small talk. Wei Fengsheng, who looked very unremarkable, cautiously said, "Lord, ever since old Lord Jiang left, the personal guard has lost morale. They don't focus on cultivation anymore. Do you think it's time for a visit?" Since Jiang Ran became the Lord, she hadn't had time to manage the personal guard. She felt a bit awkward, but agreed. Seeing Wei Fengsheng hesitate and seem to have more to say, Jiang Ran asked, "Is there something else?" Wei Fengsheng became even more cautious and looked a bit embarrassed. "Lord, it's been 2 months since the personal guard received their military pay. Everyone has families and dependents, so they came to ask for their wages. That was probably their real goal." Jiang Ran suddenly understood. She was initially a bit embarrassed, but seeing the 3 people in front of her looking shy, she suddenly felt calm. There's a saying, "As long as I'm not embarrassed, others will be." Jiang Ran had truly forgotten about this matter. She hadn't paid the wages not only to the personal guard but also to the patrol team and the foot soldiers. She even forgot to pay her servants in the Lord's mansion. But could she admit such a shameful thing?
No.
Jiang Ran kept a calm expression, her indifferent eyes unwavering. Wei Fengsheng always thought her eyes were incredibly beautiful, with a charm that could easily attract people's attention. At this moment, Wei Fengsheng looked nervous. However, asking for military pay is a basic right, so why did he feel guilty? It's because Wei Fengsheng doesn't know there's a saying, "Debtors are kings." By the way, this debt was owed by Jiang Fucheng, since Jiang Ren only took power about half a month ago. But debts are to be repaid by the sun. Compared to her calm appearance, Jiang Ran's mind was quite active. She felt a bit embarrassed, but also thought about how to get the original owner's father to come out and be punished. Or rather, to play a role. After a moment, Jiang Ran said, "Actually, your arrival is perfect. I have already settled the military pay for last month, but the month before that, my father suddenly passed away, and I thought he had already paid. It was my oversight. Since he didn't, I will make up for it. Also, I will add half a month's worth of pay as compensation." Wei Fengsheng's eyes brightened. Half a month's pay. Honestly, when a new lord takes power, Many people look down on this 15-year-old young lord. Plus, the delay in issuing military pay caused unrest. He had heard many brothers complain. Coming to the lord's residence to demand pay was a helpless move. But since the lord gave an extra half-month's pay, everyone could probably settle down. Jiang Ran knew she should give what was owed, but her heart was bleeding. This military pay was not small, 3 armies, with the deputy and main captains earning 3 crystal each month, and the guards and patrol soldiers earning 1 crystal each. Infantry soldiers earned 50 gold coins a month. With 500 soldiers, that's 250 crystals. That doesn't include food and equipment costs. This time, Jiang Ran had to pay for 2.5 months of pay, roughly costing over 600 crystals. Plus, the wages for officials and servants. Can this lord not be a lord anymore? Jiang Ran thought with a blank face. Of course, she couldn't just give up. She was waiting to rise up, enjoy life, and live in a big mansion decorated with gemstones someday. Jiang Ran reached her hand into her wide sleeve, pretending to take something from it, but actually, she was taking spirit stones from her space ring. This is 2 months' worth of pay and allowances for the guards, she said, tossing a cloth bag filled with crystals to Wei Fengsheng. Today, someone took Jiang Ran's small change and didn't even get to enjoy the benefits. Over the past month, Jiang Ran hadn't been overly busy taking care of the guards and soldiers. She was quite unhappy, so she decided to show off a little. So Jiang Ran said, "But if you take the money from the people of Suling Town, you must be loyal to the residents of Suling Town and to me." She raised her eyebrows playfully, showing the arrogance of a 15-year-old ruler, yet strangely holding a calmness that didn't belong to someone so young. These 2 conflicting qualities blended perfectly in her, and just standing there casually, she exuded a natural presence. Wei Fengsheng and the other 2 felt a bit nervous. Looking at Wei Fengsheng, Jiang Ran's tone became somewhat lazy, as if talking to herself, saying softly, "Careless training or eating too much has made me restless. As a team leader, I should be more active at this moment." Her voice was very soft, almost like she was speaking to herself, but everyone present was a cultivator with sharp hearing, so they couldn't miss it. Hearing this, the 3 of them broke out in cold sweat. Wei Fengsheng quickly stepped forward a few steps, about to say something, but Jiang Ran innocently interrupted. Does Jiang Ran want an explanation? No, she just doesn't want to hear one. These people are just giving her a reason to blame Wei Fengsheng for poor oversight and lock him up. Jiang Ran had no malicious intent. She just wanted to put a hat on Wei Fengsheng. So, amid the 3 scratching their heads and feeling anxious, she changed the subject and asked, "Commander Wei, you're in your 20s, right?" Wei Fengsheng was stunned and replied, "I'm 25 this year." Jiang Ran nodded. His talent wasn't just good in Suling Town, it was quite impressive even outside. Commander Tian had cultivated for 30 years and was only at the 8th realm of Gathering Spirit. More importantly, in Suling Town, Wei Fengsheng didn't have any spiritual medicines to assist his cultivation, and his cultivation method was quite average. Otherwise, his progress would be faster. A 25-year-old cultivator at the 4th realm of Gathering Spirit, Commander Wei, is truly talented. Wei Fengsheng looked embarrassed. Others praising him, he could accept happily, but being praised by someone who had already reached the spirit-refining realm at 15 was a bit hard for him to take. Jiang Ran thought for a moment. Wei Fengsheng didn't look remarkable, but his talent was indeed good. He's an ice-type cultivator, which is quite surprising. In this world, ice-type cultivators are among the 10 main attributes, but they are among the harder to awaken. Ice is generally considered a variation of the water element. In this world, most cultivators have the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Next are ice, thunder, wind. Space and time are rare among many beings. Wei Fengsheng, being an ice-type cultivator, coincidentally, Jiang Ran had an ice spirit insect in her hand. If Wei Fengsheng proved to be reliable, she really wanted to cultivate the 2nd or 3rd spirit refining realm cultivator in Suling Town. As for why, or of course because there's already Tianjing, who is at the 8th realm of gathering spirit. Jiang Ran patted Wei Fengxing's shoulder. You are also a water element cultivator with good talent. I look forward to the day you reach the spirit refining realm. In the eyes of Li Si and Yan Lili, who were wildly jealous, Wei Fengxing was momentarily stunned. This lord had a water spirit insect in her hand. Was she intentionally nurturing him? Wei Fengxing's mind went blank. Instinctively, he replied, "Yes, lord. I will work hard to cultivate." What Wei Fengxing didn't know was that his thoughts had already been guided. He originally just wanted to get military pay from Jiang Ran, but under the slightly indifferent gaze of the young lord, he unconsciously became more obedient. It was like a tame hunting dog, unaware that some changes were happening deep inside, and even felt flattered when being petted. Jiang Ran looked at the three of them, thinking that visiting Shuling Town might be a good way to relax. They probably knew the town well, and maybe they could help answer some questions if they encountered anything. She invited them to go together. As members of the personal guard, their duty was to follow the Lord's orders and protect her safety. Naturally, Wei Fengxing and the others agreed. So Jiang Ran ordered someone to bring the red horse. She rode on it, and with the three leading the way, they leisurely strolled around the territory of Shuling Town. The exact geographical location of Shuling Town in the world was still unknown. The size of this world was also uncertain. It was said to be divided into countless continents, with territories competing fiercely and humans and magical beasts fighting intensely. If Shuling Town wanted to develop, it would face many opponents. Currently, the town covered about 130 square kilometers, and with a population of just over 20,000, it was sufficient. But Jiang Ran was not satisfied. She was born into this world, and if everything remained peaceful, she might be content to be a small lord, living without worries about food and drink. However, this world was not only inhabited by cultivators with extraordinary abilities, but also by brutal magical beasts and tempting spirit creatures. Without strength or influence, one could easily be eaten by bigger fish. Shuling Town was surrounded by 3 mountains. To the south was the ocean. Both the mountains and the sea were currently unclaimed, unless you counted the powerful magical beasts that dwelled there. In other words, as long as Jiang Ran wished, and if she gained enough power, she could turn the surrounding mountains and seas into her territory. But it wouldn't be that simple. Besides the threat of magical beasts, she would also face resistance from nearby towns like Xianheng Town and Qingfeng Town. Jiang Ran did not go directly to Qingshan village, but instead wandered around Suling Town. As she looked around, she noticed that the land in Suling Town didn't seem very fertile. Fortunately, it wasn't completely barren either, and with some effort it could be turned into good farmland. However, the people in Suling Town were not very hardworking. Out of over 100 square kilometers, about 2/3 of the land was unused. No one was clearing new land or investing in development. Recently, the residents of Suling Town had mostly come to recognize Jiang Ran's face. Aside from her attractive face, her yellow horse was enough to catch everyone's attention in the town. Looking at the people kneeling in 2 rows on the road, Jiang Ran quietly thought that even though the loyalty in the territory was only about 50%, under strong authority, the people seemed very obedient. The status of the lord in this world was extremely high. Even in a small town, the people would obey. If they encountered a cruel ruler who forced them to burn their own children, they would still follow orders and be grateful for the lord's kindness. Jiang Ran reminded herself to be careful of the corruption of power and not to be blinded by temptation. Seeing the ragged, poorly dressed villagers made her feel a bit heavy-hearted, but she did not avoid the situation. Instead, she faced the current state of Suling Town directly and planned to find ways to change it. Food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Her first step was to improve the food situation. The villagers of Suling Town could be divided into 4 groups: cultivators, farmers, merchants, and servants. Cultivators held the highest status, while servants had the lowest. Servants were not slaves, they only had restricted personal freedom. For example, Steward Li and Xiang Chao, who worked in the Lord's mansion, were considered servants. There were no slaves in Suling town. This was because most of the villagers were descendants of those who followed Jiang Fucheng when founding the town, and Jiang Fucheng had never bought or sold slaves. Jiang Ran, along with Wei Fengsheng and the others, started patrolling from Aojia village in the north. As they passed through the fields, Jiang Ran saw Lin Sha and Li Yinyo working on improving farming techniques with the villagers. However, Lin Sha and Li Yinyo looked very angry and were arguing with someone. It seemed their work was not going smoothly. Seeing this, Jiang Ran raised her eyebrows and rode her red horse over. Wei Fengsheng and Li Si and Li Li exchanged glances and followed her. Lin Ling, you idiot. As the village chief of Aojia village, if you don't cooperate actively, that's one thing. But daring to cause trouble? That's a direct order from the Lord. Are you trying to rebel? Lin Sha's face was full of anger. He held a handful of wheat stalks that had been torn apart and scolded Lin Ling loudly. Li Yinyo was also very angry. He knelt in the field, looking at the messy wheat, almost shedding tears. He gently held the wheat, choosing the ones that could still survive among a pile of broken stems. While picking, he cursed loudly, "Lin Ling, you beast. The Lord said we are not allowed to improve farming methods, and if we do, we will be driven out of Suling town." At this moment, many people had gathered around, watching the scene so seriously that they didn't notice Jiang Ran and a few others 100 meters away. Wei Fengsheng wanted to shout loudly that the Lord was coming, but Jiang Ran stopped him. Jiang Ran looked at the pile of discarded wheat, her brows furrowed tightly. Lin Ling, isn't he the person Jiang Yuan tried to persuade to betray Suling town? The village chief of Aojia village. At first, she thought Lin Ling hadn't done anything serious yet, and since it was her first time killing someone, she felt overwhelmed physically and mentally, so she didn't pursue the matter. She only asked Li Fuxing to send someone to check their backgrounds. Seeing that these two had behaved quite well over the past month, Jiang Ran wanted to give them a chance to reform, so she didn't pay much attention. But unexpectedly, Lin Ling caused trouble again. A trace of guilt flashed across Lin Ling's face, but he quickly calmed down and said with a grievance, "I just followed your instructions to pull out the densely grown wheat, but I didn't know the wheat was so fragile. I, Lin Ling, worked diligently and even organized the villagers to cooperate with you. Yet you want to drive me out of Suling town. Be careful. If the Lord finds out, he will punish you severely." Lin Sha's face was very cold as he looked at Lin Ling, silent. Everyone could see that Lin Ling was deliberately doing this. He and Li Yinyo had warned him many times. Not only did he refuse to change, but he also pretended to be knowledgeable and taught the villagers of Aojia village the wrong transplanting methods, claiming it was to improve efficiency. He even urged them to pull out the wheat quickly, saying the Lord would be pleased and bring the wheat spirit monster to infect their wheat. The villagers of Aojia village were fooled and forgot all Li Yinyo's instructions. They only pursued speed. If Li Yinyo hadn't discovered it in time, all their wheat would have been ruined. It was foolish of Lin Sha to believe that Lin Ling, the village chief, could lead the way well, and he overlooked this. Lin Sha said, "I feel guilty for not completing the tasks assigned by the Lord. I will accept punishment later. But Lin Ling, don't be proud. Even if you're the village chief, when I get permission from the Lord, those who should be expelled from the town will be expelled." Lin Ling glared angrily. "How dare you? I am the village chief of Ao village. I have worked hard over the years. Even if I made a small mistake today, the Lord wouldn't be so unreasonable. But you, Lin Sha, just wait." "Wait for what?" A cold voice responded, sending a chilling sensation through the air, causing Lin Ling to freeze completely. "Lord?" Jiang Ran rode a tall, majestic horse, looking down from above with calm, lazy eyes. It seemed like she was watching them, but her eyes held nothing. Jiang Ran appeared so suddenly that the villagers of Suling town stared blankly, forgetting to bow or speak. Cough, cough. Wei Fengsheng broke the silence seriously. "Foolish people, the Lord has arrived. Why aren't you bowing?"
Huh?
Jiang Ran looked at Lin Ling with a very cold gaze. "Waiting for what?" It was as if an invisible authority pressed down on them, making their hearts race. Lin Ling's mind went blank. He instinctively knelt down, beads of cold sweat forming on his cheeks. Seeing that he couldn't speak, Jiang Ran didn't mind. She turned to Lin Sha Liinyo and said, somewhat displeased, as a direct officer, "You're being overshadowed by a small village chief." Lin Sha was a smart man. He immediately cupped his hands and said, "I have not done my duty well. I will listen to the Lord's instructions." Lin Sha was clever and capable. Jiang Ran seemed to blame Lin Sha on the surface, but was actually showing support for him. Jiang Ran nodded, giving Lin Sha a way out. Then she looked at Lin Ling looking at him. Jiang Ran felt something was off. Lin Ling was calmer than she expected. After being expelled from the town, Lin Ling was just a wandering refugee. Re-establishing himself outside wouldn't be easy. But now, although he knelt obediently and looked anxious, his reaction to being expelled from Suling town was surprisingly calm. Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. "Tell me, who have you seen recently?" Lin Ling's pupils shrank suddenly. His face was filled with confusion in the next moment. "Lord?" It was more than she had imagined. Jiang Ran's expression, which had been indifferent, gradually turned icy. Is it internal treachery or external threats? Jiang Ran looked at Lin Ling, silent for a long time. As time passed, Lin Ling felt colder and colder behind him, as if a heavy, icy ghostly hand was reaching from his tailbone up to his shoulder blades. Oppressed and uneasy. Jiang Ran glanced at Lin Ling, casually playing with a whip in her right hand, flicking it on the ground without care. The force was not strong, but Lin Ling shrank back in fear, trembling so much that his fingers shook badly. He lowered his head and said nothing, or perhaps he didn't dare to speak. He felt very guilty. Lin Ling seemed to see right through him. Jiang Ran chuckled softly. Someone, remove Lin Ling from Suling town. The suffocating atmosphere finally eased as the guards, prepared for any situation, immediately subdued Lin Ling. The young soldiers, tired of his unruly behavior, were glad to see him taken down. Lin Ling's reputation was poor. He bullied men and women and somehow became the village chief of Ao family village. They carried him away towards the outskirts of Suling town. Meanwhile, the villagers of Ao family village were anxious and uneasy. Their village leader had been expelled, so they wondered if they would also be blamed or punished. Especially those who had been misled by Lin Ling and damaged the wheat roots. They were extremely scared. Thinking about being driven out by the Lord and possibly encountering monsters on the way and being eaten, many villagers trembled and their legs buckled. Suddenly, an elderly man over 60 fell to his knees with a thud. His action triggered a chain reaction. The villagers all fell to the ground, kowtowing to Jiang Ran. It was like a row of dominoes falling, creating a somewhat grand scene. Jiang Ran was stunned. She initially thought they were pleading for Lin Ling, but the leading elder begged, "Please, Lord, don't drive us out of Suling town. Please, Lord. We only followed Lin Ling's nonsense." Jiang Ran. She touched her nose, feeling that she might have left a cruel and ruthless impression in their hearts. She hadn't targeted these people originally. She waved her hand casually and said, "Get up, I am a merciful lord." Hearing this, the villagers of Ao family village finally relaxed. "Thank you, Lord." When Lin Ling, dragged away by the guards, heard this, his eyes were full of coldness, like a venomous snake. He dared not look at Jiang Ran, but began to hate her inwardly. Jiang Ran watched Lin Ling being taken away. She didn't care much about such a minor character and simply gestured to Wei Fengsheng, indicating she wanted to talk. Wei Fengsheng stepped forward. At 15, Jiang Ran was still growing. She was only 1.68 meters tall. Wei Fengsheng, being an adult man, was 1.80 meters tall, so he had to bend down respectfully, lowering his head to the appropriate level. Seeing this, Jiang Ran lowered her gaze, feeling a bit annoyed inside. Then she calmly said, "Go kill Lin Ling." The tone was very calm. Wei Fengsheng's pupils shrank. Jiang Ran didn't want to care about someone like Lin Ling because he was just a small figure. Dead people don't pose a threat. Jiang Ran and Su Lingjin couldn't handle setbacks now. Even if they made a wrong decision, they wouldn't let any mistake go unnoticed. Wei Fengsheng was confused. He didn't understand why they had to drive Lin Ling away and silence him by killing. Wouldn't that be too harsh? After all, just removing the wheat was enough punishment. Expelling him from the territory was already severe. The former lord was too kind, and Wei Fengsheng now worried that the new lord might become too extreme. Before he finished thinking, he heard a sigh. Before you kill, make sure you understand which way Lin Ling was heading. Jiang Ran asked, was he going to Xianheng town or Shenyuan town? This was practically making it obvious. Wei Fengsheng was stunned, realizing things weren't so simple. Understood, he replied. After that, Wei Fengsheng stepped back. He couldn't help but glance at Jiang Ran before quietly following Lin Ling. Jiang Ran watched Wei Fengsheng walk away silently. Lady Lord, this. Li Si, who carried a large bow on his back, looked at his leader walking away and asked curiously. Jiang Ran shook her head and said nothing. In fact, this was also a test for Wei Fengsheng. As an obedient sword, he just needed to follow orders, even if those orders might be wrong. Even if Lin Ling was innocent, Jiang Ran needed someone completely loyal. She liked Wei Fengsheng because he was young, decent, and talented. That's why she entrusted some tasks to him. Of course, if simple tasks could go wrong, she would find another sword. But she also had her doubts. Lin Ling was not entirely innocent. Jiang Ran felt a bit silent and uncomfortable inside. She didn't want to become a blood-stained executioner, but as a ruler in troubled times, she knew what she would face in the future. She had to let go of some trivial things. Kindness was okay, but naivety was not. The Lord held the power over many lives and deaths. Maybe as her territory grew, more people like Lin Ling would appear, and if she couldn't tell right from wrong, what then? She could only try her best to judge. All right, as long as the Lady Lord says it's in order, then it's in order. Yan Lily, a fiery woman, said casually to Li Si. Why ask so many questions? Jiang Ran asked Lin Sha and Li Yinyo, how are the villages doing? Aojia Village, Shitian Village, and Fengyu Village's fields have all been checked by Li Dage and others. 1/3 of the work has been completed. They are now plowing the fields and removing weeds. Li Yinyo also said, only the wheat in Aojia Village needs to be transplanted. The planting is too dense. Jiang Ran nodded. She estimated that in about 3 or 4 days, she could take mailing monster to infect the wheat. Jiang Ran didn't disturb Lin Sha and the others working. She just told Li Yinyo that she was going to Qingshan Village to infect the wheat. In her sparkling eyes, she rode her red steed and continued exploring Su Ling Town with her smaller team. Soon, the red steed carried Jiang Ran to Qingshan Village. They passed familiar fields and arrived at the 1-acre land where Mailing Monster had evolved. Using her purple jade magic eye, Jiang Ran wanted to check if the soil spirit magic worms were still there. In this world, there is a profession called Spirit Beast Master, who can contract with magical beasts and spirit beasts to fight. It is said that beast tamers can write a special contract book, imprinting it on the soul of a magical or spirit beast. Once tamed, the beast becomes their puppet. Jiang Ran naturally didn't have that ability. So, she spent a lot of time and effort guarding the unevolved mailing worm to prevent the soil spirit magic worms from escaping. But surprisingly, after a few days, 3 soil spirit magic worms still chose to stay on this land. Looking around, Jiang Ran found traces of 2 other soil spirit magic worms in nearby fields. This means there are 5 magic worms left in Su Ling Town. Basically, soil spirit magic worms are low IQ creatures. Over time, as they are caught and brought back repeatedly, they have adapted to this unfamiliar soil. Jiang Ran couldn't help feeling a bit excited. With soil spirit magic worms, the land in Su Ling Town will become more fertile, and maybe she can attract more Yalname, fantasy spirits. Also, low-level soil spirit magic worms are not aggressive and pose no threat to ordinary people. They are easy to raise and don't require much effort. Thinking this way, soil spirit magic worms are like hardworking models. Capitalists would be thrilled to hear about them. We all have a bright future ahead. Jiang Ran felt very happy. She summoned the mailing monster, hiding beside her. Mailing monster, go. Infect the wheat in Qingshan village. With wings patterned like wheat ears spreading open, revealing a pure white, innocent little body underneath, the mailing monster cheered excitedly, let out a chirping sound, and transformed into a shooting star, falling into the ground and disappearing. Wow, the Yaolingua, fantasy spirit monster, is so beautiful. The scene was so dazzling that Yan Lily's fox eyes widened in amazement at this magical creature. Lord Jiang has worked hard for 20 years, but still hasn't turned a demon spirit insect into a demon spirit monster. Li Si looked at the Lord ahead, feeling excited. His eyes grew brighter as golden sunlight shone down. Every strand of the Lord's hair in Shuling Town seemed to glow like a divine being. A 15-year-old cultivator at the spirit refining stage, owner of a demon spirit monster, and also possessing an ice Ji spirit insect. How long will it take for Shuling Town to become a county-level territory? With the Lord's talent, maybe 10 years? Li Si thought to himself. Jiang Ran was unaware of Li Si's thoughts. It takes at least half a day for a wheat demon monster to infect a village's wheat crops. But a special advantage of demon monsters is that those with wings can return to their owner on their own after completing their tasks, without needing the owner to pick them up. Next was placing the spirit spring heart. Jiang Ran had a rough idea. Long-term consumption of spirit spring water can improve a person's physique, and maybe bring a few talented children with cultivation potential to her territory. Even if not, drinking it regularly would make the residents of Shuling Town stronger than those in other territories. Additionally, using spirit spring water for irrigation can promote plant growth and improve crop quality. If Jiang Ran wanted to cultivate new demon spirit insects in the future, irrigation with spirit spring water would be the best choice. So she decided to place the spirit spring near the water, preferably at the small springs and streams that Shuling Town already had. Part of the undiluted water would be given directly to cultivators for drinking, while the diluted water would flow into small streams and rivers for ordinary residents to drink and irrigate their land. Wouldn't this be a perfect way to kill two birds with one stone? Thinking of this, Jiang Ran asked Li Si and Yan Lily, where does the town's drinking water mainly come from? Li Si was puzzled why the Lord suddenly asked, but answered honestly. The main sources of drinking water in Shuling Town are three: Bihuaxi, shared by Qingshan Village and Ao Jia Village, Mara Spring in Tianqi Village, and Lang River in Fengyu Village. Yan Lily said, Lord, are you thirsty? If so, you can go to Bihuaxi. It's not far, and the water there is considered the best among the three sources. Even the water in your mansion is drawn from here. Then, let's go to Bihuaxi. Jiang Ran decided immediately. The next part of the journey was not suitable for riding horses, so Jiang Ran tied her red steed to a farmer in Qingshan Village for safekeeping. Bishui Creek is located northeast of Suling Town. After walking for about half an hour, the three of them entered the mountain stream. At the foot of the mountain, Jiang Ran could hear the pleasant tinkling sounds coming from Bishui Creek. The grass along Bishui Creek is lush and green, creating a special scene. Several willows with fresh spring leaves sway gracefully, their long branches hanging down like dancers waving water sleeves in a traditional painting. The water in Bishui Creek is indeed very clear, just as Yan Lily said, and the flow is quite strong. The rushing stream looks like a transparent silver ribbon tumbling and bouncing. Lord, I'll go get a clean bamboo tube to fill with water for you. You can rest here for a while, Li Si said from a little farther away, pointing to the bamboo forest. Jiang Ran was just about to distract the two of them to place the heart of the spirit spring, so she happily agreed. She watched Li Si leave, then cast a glance at Yan Lily, who was dutifully standing beside her. This curvy female cultivator was a bit simple-minded, easy to fool. Jiang Ran covered her mouth with her finger and coughed lightly, then said seriously, Yan Lily, the Lord has been craving rabbit meat recently. Why don't you go catch a few rabbits for him? Thinking that catching a rabbit was too easy for a cultivator, she added, cough, the Lord wants them alive, and they must not bleed at all. He prefers freshly killed ones. Over the days of working together, Yen Lily gradually accepted the Lord's authority and was naturally willing to follow orders. As a spirit refinement realm lord, she didn't really need to protect herself closely, so she readily agreed to this sudden command. Yes, Lord. I'll go right now. Jiang Rand thought Bishui Creek was a good place to hide the heart of the spirit spring. The water quality was already good, and if a spring suddenly appeared here, it wouldn't raise much suspicion. On the right bank of the creek, a flat and wide area stretched for hundreds or thousands of meters. It would be a good place for planting fields or raising animals. However, Bishui Creek couldn't reach Tuatian Village or Fingyu Village. If only she could get 2 more heart of the spirit springs from the system shop. Jiang Ran had checked the system's marketplace. A small spirit spring heart cost at least several $100,000. Lost in thought, Jiang Ran walked to the right bank of the creek and took out the spirit spring heart from her space ring. She felt a little excited. The spirit spring heart looked like a tiny whirlpool inside a small glass ball, spinning rapidly with flashes of blue light, like lightning flowing through it. Let's do this. About 20 meters away from Bishui Creek, Jiang Ran found a hidden, inconspicuous spot. Later, Jiang Ran needed the townspeople to know about the spirit spring, but not let others find out that it was man-made. So, the best explanation was that the heavens blessed the town of Suling Ridge, and their lord had discovered a spirit spring. Jiang Ran cleared away the weeds rooted here, summoned spiritual energy, and formed a thick layer of ice in her hands. Then she started digging a hole. After digging about half a meter, she placed the core of the spirit spring inside. Once the spirit spring was set, it couldn't be moved again, but Jiang Ran was very decisive and didn't hesitate at all. In the next moment, the glass-like shell of the spirit spring's core melted like snowflakes, and the blue whirlpool merged directly into the ground. Wow! Jiang Ran exclaimed in surprise, feeling that this scene was quite beautiful. Suddenly, a jet of water, mixed with dirt, shot out from underground, soaring several meters high. Because she believed the water from the spirit spring was extremely powerful, she thought the flow wouldn't be very large. However, this system-produced item didn't follow normal rules. The water spurted out was as thick as her waist, sparkling with blue spiritual energy flowing within. When it fell, the blue color calmed down, making it look just like ordinary spring water. Unexpectedly, the sudden burst of water made Jiang Ran look quite awkward. She was soaked all over, but she didn't mind. Instead, she felt refreshed and happy from being drenched by the cool spirit spring. At this moment, Li Si had already returned with 3 bamboo tubes. Seeing this scene, he froze in surprise. He hurried over and asked anxiously, "My lord, what happened?" "I'm fine," Jiang Ran said happily, casually tucking her black hair back behind her head, which had been scattered by the water. She shook her head to show she was okay, then pointed at the installed spirit spring. After thinking for a moment, she decided to act a little surprised to make it seem more natural. She put on a look of astonishment and said, "I just felt that something was wrong with this place. It seemed like the spiritual energy here was much richer. I searched for a long time before discovering the source right here." Jiang Ran showed her muddy left hand. "So I started digging underground, and surprisingly, I found the spirit spring." Li Si was relieved to see there was no danger. He turned to look at the fountain Jiang Ran mentioned, and suddenly, he was stunned. Spirit spring. Just standing here, the active spiritual factors kept flowing into his body, and the cool mist made his pores feel very comfortable. His throat kept rolling, and it was truly a rare sight. Li Si widened his eyes and stammered, "Is this a spiritual spring with extremely high spiritual energy?" The spring water receded, shimmering like tiny silver waves in the sunlight, and a rainbow appeared, beautiful and breathtaking. "It's really a spiritual spring." Li Si doubted his own judgment.
Lord.
Li Si hesitated, glancing at the spiritual spring and secretly glancing at Jiang Ran. Could it be that what Captain Tian said is true, that the Lord really has great luck? Li Si was almost going crazy. Besides that explanation, He couldn't think of a better reason to explain what he saw. His muttering didn't escape Jiang Ran's ears. She felt a bit guilty and distracted.
Could it be
Just a possibility? Not a child of luck, but just that she had some special advantage. The guilt was only for a moment. Jiang Ran quickly controlled her expression, her face calm and steady like an old dog. Li Si's eyes sparkled brightly. He had heard of spiritual springs before, but the eye of the spring only appeared in places with very high spiritual energy. Usually, such places were fought over by powerful experts. Some territories above the county level, or strong sects and academies, would build their bases there. A spiritual spring, something Li Si had never even dreamed of before. It could cleanse the bones and muscles and speed up a cultivator's training. Is there anything more exciting for a cultivator?
No.
Li Si knelt on one leg, feeling incredibly enthusiastic about Jiang Ran. If he weren't afraid that the Lord would think he was just a sycophant chasing benefits, he would kneel and lick her shoes. Shaking off the strange thoughts in his mind, he took a deep breath and calmed himself. Then he said, "Congratulations, Lord. You've gained a spiritual spring. Now, Sualing Town is about to rise."
Ah.
Jiang Ran gently tapped her cheek with her index finger, surprised that Li Si's reaction was so intense. She could only give a soft hum in response. Li Si's heart was pounding, and the light in his eyes grew brighter. Jiang Ran's voice was very pleasant. Now it sounded a bit lazy and calm, with a natural, unpretentious aura that seemed to create a stunning scene all on its own. He didn't expect the Lord to be so composed. Maybe that's the demeanor of a true ruler, rarely showing their emotions. Li Si looked up at Jiang Ran, as if seeing Sualing Town rise higher and higher under her leadership. Jiang Ran naturally didn't know that Li Si's thoughts were gradually becoming more exaggerated. She took the bamboo tube prepared by Li Si and was the first to pour a sip of the pure spring water to drink. The water was cool and refreshing, calming her restless spirit. It seemed to soothe the slightly agitated spiritual energy inside her, making it gentler. It was truly very different from ordinary water. Jiang Ran asked Li Si to drink as well. Li Si was so excited that he carefully sipped, just like when he was a child drinking a delicious beverage. He bit tightly on the straw, reluctant to finish it. He drank this single cup of water for a long time. Watching the water being absorbed by the land and wasted made Jiang Ran feel helpless. At this moment, Yan Lily also returned, carrying 4 gray rabbits in her arms. They looked plump and healthy. Although she had used an excuse to distract her earlier, she was really craving the rabbits. Li Si told Yan Lily about the spring water, and she responded just like Li Si did. "This is all spring water, just flowing away like this." Yan Lily looked at the overflowing spring water with some regret, wishing she were a water buffalo so she could store all the spring water in her belly. The master plans to build a fountain pool and connect it with a water channel to bring the spring water into Bishui Creek. Jiang Ran looked at the lush green mountain stream and couldn't help but start imagining. She thought about building a small house there, paving a small stone path, and cultivating a few acres of land to raise magical creatures. Maybe one day, Bishui Creek could become a valley full of spirits, filled with the shadows of magical beings everywhere. Li Si and Yan Lily's eyes lit up. Then the ordinary residents of Suling Town can also enjoy this spring water. For the first time, they felt truly happy to be residents of Suling Town. Flowing spring water was a waste, so it was better to bring it to Bishui Creek sooner. Jiang Ran asked Li Si and Yan Lily to dig a simple water channel connecting to Bishui Creek. Later, she planned to organize a construction team to build a pond and water channels using cement and stones. Right now, she was looking for a suitable place to plant ice spirit mushrooms. Jiang Ran had spores from the ice spirit mushroom. The shape of the ice spirit mushroom was similar to the earthly lingji, with an umbrella shape, concentric rings, and a slightly wrinkled cap. But the ice spirit mushroom was ice blue, with a transparent, icy edge about a centimeter wide around the cap. Its stem was white, very short, about 3 centimeters long. The ice spirit mushrooms were generally small, about the size of half a palm. However, lingji on Earth is a fungus, not a plant. According to this world, magical spirits only grow from plants. So, is the ice spirit mushroom in this world considered a plant, or is the idea that Aoling only originate from plants incorrect? This needs further discussion. Yaoling are very mysterious, and the world's research on them is incomplete. There's actually a mulberry tree by the clear water creek. Jiang Ran suddenly saw 2 mulberry trees near the water. The trees looked healthy, with trunks as thick as 2 people holding hands, and they stood about 3 meters tall. Yes, although mulberry trees don't tolerate flooding, many grow near water, facing the sun and light. Just right, the proud ice spirit worm and the hardworking, determined mulberry spirit worm are neighbors. Jiang Ran hopes these 2 little cuties will spark some exciting interactions. So, Jiang Ran summoned the hidden mulberry spirit worm and ice spirit worm. The mulberry spirit worm looked confused. Chew. Intersection. The proud ice spirit worm turned its face away disdainfully, glancing at the mulberry spirit worm with displeasure, then sharply turned around, leaving a chubby tail behind. Mulberry spirit worm ignored it. First, Jiang Ran placed the mulberry spirit worm on a mulberry tree. Yaoling's growth depends on absorbing energy from similar plants, so when Jiang Ran put the mulberry spirit worm on the tree, the tiny Yaoling visibly became excited. The mulberry spirit worm released its main plant form. Yaoling have their own hiding methods. The main plant of the mulberry spirit worm is a small mulberry tree about the size of a palm, but it can transform its main plant into a branch or leaf of a mulberry tree, disguising itself as a normal branch or leaf. The mulberry spirit worm hid its main plant on a large mulberry tree, while its own spirit happily lay on the tree, wagging its tail excitedly. After Jiang Ran settled the mulberry spirit worm, she called Li Si and Yan Lily to water these 2 mulberry trees. It would be best to transplant a few more mulberry trees here. Moreover, this part of the clear water creek isn't ordinary land. Whether it's the spiritual spring with great importance or the precious Aoling, both need heavy guards. Thinking this, Jiang Ran said to Li Si, Yan Lily, you're going back to the town. Discuss with Captain Wei and select a few trusted guards to guard this place. From today, this will be called Bichuan Bay. Li Si and Yan Lily's eyes lit up. Guarding Bichuan Bay is a good job. Not to mention, training by the spring water can double the efficiency. Also, transplant a few more mulberry trees along the riverbank of Clear Water Creek. The virtue of the mulberry spirit worm isn't low. Let the mulberry trees absorb the spiritual spring water long-term, hoping the mulberry spirit worm will quickly become a mulberry monster.
Yes.
Li Si and Yan Lily accepted the task and continued digging water channels. Ice spirit mushrooms prefer dark, damp, and cool environments. They grow quickly, usually ready for harvest in about a week. They are almost as easy to grow as chives. However, the ice spirit worm is just a small creature with limited infection ability. Growing 10 ice spirit mushrooms with ice spiritual power in a week is already quite good. Jiang Ran looked around and finally decided to plant the spores under a large, shady, and moist stone. This place is also close to a spring. Since ice spirit mushrooms are a product of this world, Jiang Ran isn't very familiar with the farming methods. She hopes someone like Li Inyo can come and study it. Go, ice spirit worm, Jiang Ran said, bending down. The worm crawled along her white finger to the spores.
Chumi.
Watching the worm hide away, Jiang Ran sprinkled some spiritual spring water and then left. For a Aoling, spirit creature, spending time with plants is like a hobby and also a form of practice. I'll come to pick you up later, she said. At this moment, Li Si and Yan Lily had dug water channels. The spring water flowed gently, and Jiang Ran felt happy. Everything was finally in order. Lady, shall we go back to the mansion now?
Li Si asked.
Jiang Ran looked at the sky. The sun was high, and it was still early. She said, no rush, let's see a bit more. As the Lord, Jiang Ran hasn't finished exploring even the small town of Suoling. To her, this is definitely not a sign of being a competent leader. At least, we should clear around the spring and check for any fierce animals or monsters, Jiang Ran suggested. She tossed aside the bamboo tube she was holding. She noticed how well the bamboo was growing. The bamboo skin was bright green and shiny, with obvious joints, and the fibers were tight. Looking at the bamboo forest thousands of miles away, Jiang Ran's sharp eyes could see each bamboo stalk standing tall and strong, giving a sense of resilience and bravery. She was surprised by the length. Most of the bamboo was over 30 meters long. On Earth, giant bamboo usually only reaches about 10 meters, at most 20. Here, the bamboo is twice as long. That bamboo is really impressive. The bamboo tube Li Si made earlier was from that bamboo. Jiang Ran became interested and wanted to go see it. It's spring now, the season for bamboo shoots to sprout. She should be able to find some to dig up. It's been a month since she arrived in this world, but the kitchen in the Lord's mansion hasn't cooked bamboo shoots yet. They mostly make the same few dishes. It seems that the resources in Sualing Town are quite limited. Jiang Ran felt a bit curious and said, "Let's go take a look there." Li Si, upon hearing this, stopped her with a serious expression. "Lord, you usually keep to yourself, but that bamboo forest seems strange." With Jiang Ran's curious gaze, Li Si continued, "People often hear loud noises in that bamboo forest, like firecrackers exploding." Li Si added, "And the bamboo, there is a bit strange." Out of nowhere, a bamboo shoot suddenly sprouts from the ground, growing several meters tall in an instant. That towering bamboo grows very quickly and powerfully. If you're not careful, you might get hurt by it. Once, a hunter from Wuling Town went into that bamboo forest and was injured when a bamboo shoot suddenly shot up and hit his leg. He still has some trouble walking. Oh! At first, Jiang Ran didn't think much of it, but hearing this, she became more serious. Yan Lily also looked puzzled and muttered, "We thought it was some magical beast causing trouble, but after sending a few monks to check, they found nothing unusual, no fierce wolves or tigers either." Although Yan Lily was a monk, she believed in spirits and gods, but now she seemed a bit scared and shivered, saying, "Could there be something unclean here?" Li Si rolled his eyes at Yan Lily. "Look at you. As a member of the Lord's personal guard, how can you be afraid of something so imaginary?" He then said to Jiang Ran, "In the end, we just left it alone and told ordinary people to stay away from that bamboo forest. Then, let's go see for ourselves. As the Lord, discovering such things on your land means you should deal with them." Li Si didn't stop them. The bamboo forest was dangerous mainly to ordinary people. Notifying the Lord about its strangeness was just a precaution. So, the three of them headed toward the bamboo forest. The closer they got, the more Jiang Ran admired how healthy and tall the bamboo was. Could it be that this bamboo forest hides a spirit? Jiang Ran thought it was very possible. If a spirit wanted to hide, even monks might not notice. Jiang Ran used her purple jade demon eye to scan the bamboo forest. Li Si and Yan Lily tensed slightly. Although the bamboo forest wasn't dangerous to monks, they were now in the Lord's presence. If the Lord got hurt, it would be their failure as guards. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed, and there was no sign of anything unusual. The forest was eerily silent, no bamboo shoots suddenly shooting out. This bamboo forest is quite large, stretching northward for several hectares. To be precise, this forest is not fully within the territory of Suling Town because the townspeople see no value in it. Jiang Ran's violet eyes flickered slightly as the three of them continued to walk deeper into the bamboo grove. Suddenly, Jiang Ran felt a strange movement under her feet. Her heart tightened, and she quickly stepped back. Whoosh! She clearly saw, along with a strange sound, a thick black bamboo shoot burst out of the ground. In an instant, its shell fell away, revealing a tough green bamboo. "Leader!" Li Si shouted, but before he finished, a bamboo shoot also suddenly emerged beneath him. Li Si dodged quickly, but the bamboo grove, which had seemed peaceful just moments before, suddenly came alive. The bamboo shoots lurking underground seemed to be stimulated and shot out wildly. Jiang Ran's heart moved slightly as she kept dodging. No wonder this bamboo forest is so dangerous for ordinary people. The tips of the bamboo are very sharp, and the bamboo itself is hard. The speed at which the shoots burst out is as fast as a cannon, and if they hit someone, they could pierce right through. Is this really a spirit creature? Jiang Ran started to doubt what she had just heard. The special nature of these spirit creatures means they usually don't attack or harm other beings. Her 3 spirit companions, though each with different personalities, showed no signs of aggression either. What's going on with this bamboo forest? Yan Lily's legs trembled. She wasn't afraid of monsters or people, but she was afraid of the unknown enemies. Be careful yourselves. I'll go check it out, Jiang Ran told Li Si and Yan Lily. Leader. Li Si gritted his teeth, wanting to follow, but at that moment, another bamboo shoot suddenly shot out. He dodged quickly, but Jiang Ran had already run far ahead. Li Si laughed bitterly at himself, angry that he couldn't keep up. He punched a bamboo stalk, which instantly shattered into pieces. Jiang Ran kept weaving through the bamboo forest. As she moved, more and more bamboo shoots aimed at her. Jiang Ran felt she might be close to the truth. Her magical eyes kept turning. Suddenly, she saw a blurry blue shadow. She stopped abruptly. Her heart pounded a little faster. If she wasn't mistaken, that was definitely a spirit creature. But that spirit was trembling slightly, seeming very afraid of her presence. Jiang Ran was worried she might scare the tiny spirit, so she didn't face it directly, but turned to the side. She continued to hide, dodging bamboo shoots that seemed to come out of nowhere. If someone were here, they might realize that Jiang Ran quietly and secretly moves toward a certain direction while avoiding detection. Whoosh! She dodges past 2 bamboo sticks in quick succession, and at this moment, she is only about 1 meter away from the Yaoling, spirit creature. Her peripheral vision keeps watch on the Yaoling, whose eyes are deep and unpredictable. Suddenly, her right hand swiftly and silently grabs the Yao. She pinches it gently, soft like a sponge, slightly soaked with water. A smile appears on Jiang Ran's face as she looks down at the small Yaoling.
Got you.
Now I can find you easily. Perhaps because Jiang Ran's smile seems a bit mischievous, the tiny Yaoling wags its tail and shivers. This is a Aolingchong, spirit bug, with a transparent body marked with slender green bamboo leaf patterns, exquisite like a piece of art. Jiang Ran quietly feels a bit surprised. This however gives her a different feeling. Right now, its big green bean-like eyes are rolling around, occasionally glancing at her cautiously, showing it's very clever. It's thinking about how to escape. This Yaolingchong is clearly intelligent, but from now on it belongs to her. Jiang ran her finger, and bright red blood drips down.
Coin.
The thing's blue-green. Yaoling quickly twists its body, twisting into a knot. Look at how thin you are. From now on, follow me to enjoy good food and drink, she says confidently, taking out ingredients like blue peachwood powder, milk cottonseow, puyun sritungfun, a type of spiritual vine powder, and other foods from her space ring. The Yaolingchong's small green bean eyes widen in amazement. At this moment, Jiang Ran acts boldly. She wipes her bloodied finger on the Yaolingcha's mouth. In that instant, her soul trembles. She finds the Yaoling's contract point and carves her name into its soul. Even if your body resists, you're actually quite honest. She initially thought there might be some resistance, but it turned out to be easier than expected. After she presents the delicious food, the Yaolingchong pretends to refuse, but then voluntarily takes off its clothes and allows herself to be abused. Impressive. At this moment, the system's voice prompts, "You have captured your 4th Yaoling. Reward, Yaoling food. 1000 G of 1000-year wooden essence pearl powder." Jiang Ran is used to this, but her respect for the system makes her immediately check the details. 1000-year wooden essence pearl powder is made from the accumulated essence pearls of trees that have grown for 1000 years. It is a food for wood-type Yaoling, and long-term consumption can remove impurities and toxins from their bodies. The system's Yaoling, spirit creature, panel also displayed information about the new Yaoling she had captured: bamboo spirit worm talent, poor, red, rarity, common personality, cautious age, 2 years spirit element, wood mutation, None born anew from a fallen bamboo fairy, but rebirth often comes with a price. Rebirth often comes with a price. The system's description of the bamboo spirit worm was quite thought-provoking. I all-ling with the spirit element of wood, but poor talent. Could this be the cost mentioned? Jiang Ran touched the patterns on the back of the bamboo spirit worm. The little creature slowly climbed onto her finger, flipped over, and then came to her palm, searching for food. Young fairy. Jiang Ran looked at the bamboo spirit worm, feeling a bit amazed.
Lord.
Lost in thought, Jiang Ran heard the voices of Li Si and Yan Lily rushing toward her. She turned around to see them running hurriedly.
I'm Fine.
The bamboo in the bamboo grove has calmed down, Li Si asked. Did the Lord solve the source of the problem? Yeah, it's a spirit worm. Jiang Ran showed them the bamboo spirit worm happily eating in her palm. Her simple words surprised Li Si and Yan Lily greatly. Our Lord, in just a moment, captured another Yaoning? Li Si was speechless. Just after discovering the spiritual spring, his heart hadn't even settled, and now it was stirred again. What kind of all-ling is it? Is it related to bamboo? Yan Lily, in her 30s but still looking like a young girl, stared curiously at the bamboo spirit worm, calling it adorable. Yeah, Jiang Ran nodded. Hearing it was a bamboo-type spirit worm, Li Si felt a bit disappointed but still tried to comfort himself. Bamboo yaoling are fine too. At least bamboo is tough, and making bamboo tubes for drinking water sounds pretty refreshing. Haha. Jiang Ran responded with a faint her elegant brows slightly raised, her black eyes turning thoughtfully. She asked curiously, "This is an excellent yaoling. Why do you look so disappointed?" Jiang Ran's question left Li Si a bit at a loss. From her tone, this spirit worm might be very useful. He thought he might be inexperienced, so he felt a little embarrassed. Then Jiang Ran watched as a large man's face flushed with redness. The more she looked at him, the more the redness spread toward his ears. Ha ha ha, Shao Si, you really blush easily. Seeing him like that, Yan Lily couldn't help but mock him mercilessly. Yan Lily explained to Jiang Ran, bamboo can't be eaten, and unlike some plants that can be made into cloth, this spirit insect should. Yan Lily didn't finish her sentence, but Jiang Ran roughly understood. However, after hearing this, she became more confused. But can't bamboo shoots be eaten? Bamboo is very useful. The shoots can be eaten, used to make many delicious dishes, and once mature, bamboo can also be made into paper or bamboo rice bowls. Moreover, bamboo and shoots grow very quickly. On Earth, bamboo can grow dozens of centimeters in just one day and night. Not to mention, she now has a bamboo spirit insect in her hand. Spirit insects can promote plant growth, but conversely, they can also inhibit it. If the town wants more bamboo shoots, they can let the spirit insect control the growth speed of the shoots. Although a small spirit insect can't completely stop plant growth, it can slow it down. In fact, as long as she uses it well, this could be a never-ending treasure trove. Unexpectedly, after hearing her words, Li Si and the others looked even more confused, and they asked a question that struck her deeply. Can bamboo shoots be eaten? Good grief. Jiang Ran was stunned. In ancient China during the spring and autumn period, it was already known that bamboo shoots could be eaten, and various foods had been invented. But her villagers in this era had already seen paper, so why didn't they know bamboo shoots could be eaten? However, Jiang Ran also thought about it. The reason ancient China could discover a variety of foods was largely due to material shortages and low productivity. To fill their stomachs, people had to explore and try many unknown plants. In this world, with spirit insects, productivity greatly increased, which significantly reduced the number of starving people. For example, in Suling town, because they had a wheat spirit insect, they didn't bother to improve farming methods. Instead, they relied on the Lord to bring spirit insects to infect the wheat, expecting to benefit passively. Although spirit insects are very beneficial to humans, from another perspective, they also encourage laziness and weaken people's motivation to find food. Once she understood this, Jiang Ran no longer hesitated. She told the two who were waiting eagerly, "I once read in a miscellaneous book that bamboo shoots can be eaten." Looking at Li Si, who seemed a bit slow, She slightly smiled. I remember, Li Si. You're a wood element cultivator, and your main weapon is a bow and arrow?
Li Si quickly nodded.
Jiang Ran raised the bamboo spirit insect. Sunlight filtered through the dense bamboo leaves, shining on the insect and creating a mottled pattern. This bamboo spirit insect is very cautious, but to be honest, it is a bit timid. At this moment, it was very careful, its small tail hooked onto Jiang Ran's little finger. It was unhappy about being suddenly picked up, but dared not resist, so it pouted in a grievance. However, it quickly forgot about it. Because Jiang Ran's palm still had food left, the bamboo spirit insect extended its small tongue to lick the powdery blue peachwood dust, instantly forgetting its worries. This magical creature caught Li Si's attention, even though he was not very optimistic about the bamboo spirit insect. But who wouldn't love such a cute little thing? This is exactly the kind of thing a strong man should like. Jiang Ran said, this is a wood-type bamboo spirit insect. The plants it stimulates naturally carry the wood's spiritual essence. Wood's spiritual essence. Li Si silently repeated this a few times, his eyes gradually brightening. He thought about the importance of it and became so excited that his eyebrows fluttered wildly. The Lord said he believed it. Bamboo shoots are edible, so. Then this spirit's role must be significant. Li Si thought, perhaps he was about to become powerful. Actually, the bamboo spirit insect's effect on cultivators is not as good as that of the oyster spirit insect. Although both are edible for humans and contain spiritual essence, just like cabbage cannot compare to rare ginseng, the bamboo shoots stimulated by the bamboo spirit insect cannot compare to the iceling jur of the ice spirit insect. Moreover, for some groups of people, eating too many bamboo shoots is not good. Let's take some bamboo shoots back, Jiang Ran said to Li Si, who was distracted after the bamboo spirit insect had eaten enough. Yes. Li Si was practically energized, digging holes everywhere like a silly deer, and in a short while, he had dug dozens of bamboo shoots. Jiang Ran. At this rate, all the bamboo shoots on the mountain would be dug up. Truly, bamboo shoot theft. After dealing with the bamboo forest monster incident, Jiang Ran and the others returned to the spiritual spring. Half an hour later, the iceling jur stimulated by the oyster spirit insect had already grown to the size of a little finger. The Songsho mulberry tree was still not very noticeable. Jiang Ran did not call back the two Yaoling, fantasy spirits, but planned to come back later to retrieve them. If the Yaoling all evolved into young Shanzit immortal maidens, it would be different, Jiang Ran thought. He heard that young Sanzu could influence their related plants from thousands of miles away, with very strong abilities, and could comfortably stay in the Lord's mansion without needing Jiang Ran to fetch them back. After settling the spiritual spring and gaining a new magical creature, Jiang Ran returned to Qingshan village, bringing back Qiju. She also took Li Si and Yan Lili to visit the other two villages. As she reached the outskirts of the territory, she silently visualized the terrain of Suling town in her mind, starting to plan where to build defenses and where to create farmland. An hour later, Jiang Ran arrived at Fengyu village, having explored most of her territory. She gained a general understanding of the four villages. Overall, Qingshan village was the wealthiest, mainly focused on farming. Besides wheat, which was the main crop, they also grew many vegetables. There was even a small orchard with oranges and plums. Thanks to self-sufficient farming, sometimes they had extra produce to sell to the lord's estate or other villages. Because of this, Jiang Ran rarely saw villagers who looked very thin. Ao Jia village and Shitian village were somewhat less prosperous. Ao Jia village had many hunters, mostly relying on hunting for food. Shitian village grew crops and hunted, and had skilled blacksmiths and carpenters. They lived a simple life, not always full but never starving. Fengyu village was the poorest. Li Si said that years ago, Fengyu village was actually the wealthiest among the four villages. A river called Langhe flowed through the village, full of fish, which is how it got its name. The villagers relied on fishing from the river, and they had good days back then. But later, the fish in the river became fewer. Because Fengyu village had a precious river, they neglected farming, and over time, they fell behind the other villages. Jiang Ran carefully asked about the details of Lang He. Li Si said, back then, the villagers fished like crazy. Lord, you ask how big the fish were? There were big ones and small ones. The big ones weighed about 30 jin, and the small ones were about the size of a little finger. Jiang Ran understood now. Fengyu village was overfishing, hunting recklessly, even catching fish fry. No wonder they eventually ran out of fish. It seems she needs to issue an order to stop overfishing and killing indiscriminately. But she remembered that south of Fengyu village was the sea. If they finish fishing in the river, why not go fish in the sea? It shouldn't have developed so poorly, right? Jiang Ran's curiosity was piqued. She asked, have you ever thought about fishing in the sea? Since she learned her territory was near the sea, she had been very curious. She wondered what was on the other side of the sea, whether there were rich islands, other continents, and different territories. But as soon as she asked, Li Si and Yan Lili looked pale. In the sea? Li Si's voice was a bit shaky as he said, my lord, you must not go to the seaside. There are very dangerous giant beasts in the deep, mysterious ocean. Yan Lili also expressed her fears. My lord, we monks are okay, but ordinary people shouldn't even think about fishing in the sea, let alone go near the coast. The huge waves can easily sweep people underwater, and the dark, deep ocean can swallow people's minds. There are many dangerous, fierce beasts inside. In the past, some disobedient people secretly went to the beach and were swallowed by the sea. Even some monks who thought they were good swimmers didn't survive. Over time, everyone became very afraid of the ocean, and it turned into a dangerous place everyone avoided. Moreover, many fish in the sea are highly poisonous. We don't dare to try eating them. And the fish in the sea aren't as tasty as those in the rivers. Since someone in the town died from eating poisonous sea fish, Li Si became very wary of the ocean. Plus, the strange shapes of sea creatures and how different they are from land animals made him never try sea fish. But he still insisted that sea fish shouldn't be eaten, and if they could be eaten, they wouldn't taste good. Stay away from the sea, or you'll bring bad luck. Jiang Ran didn't expect it to be like this. She only heard part of Li Si's words. Yes, the ocean is dangerous. On Earth, humans have only explored a small part of it, so the oceans in this world are likely even more dangerous. But with danger comes great wealth. Resources in the ocean are abundant, like fishing and treasures. Jiang Ran kept thinking about how to develop Suling Town in the future, but no matter how she thought about it, it seemed impossible. On land, Suling Town is surrounded by 3 mountains, which provide natural protection but also limit the land they can develop. Many nearby areas are already occupied by others, like Shaoyuheng Town and Qingfeng Town, and there are larger cities like Tianjin County City and Chaolian County City. The conflicts among people are much more complicated than fighting monsters. While land competition is fierce, the ocean is largely ignored. Suling Town is still weak and needs time to grow stronger. Jiang Ran has decided that they need to train more monks, especially those at the spirit refinement stage, so that Suling Town can officially become a county. She thought if everyone is afraid of the ocean now, then the first town to conquer the sea will grow quickly into a dominant city. Li Si, Yan Lili, are you willing to go to the seaside with me? Li Si and Yan Lili were both stunned, realizing that all their previous efforts to persuade had been in vain. Just as they were about to try convincing the Lord again, they saw him glance at them quietly, waiting patiently. The golden light was soft, shining on his face, and making his features look a bit blurry. Although the ocean was very scary, Li Si thought to himself, what's there to be afraid of? The Lord has personally gone ahead, so, as his guards, we can't back down. Still, the ocean looked very frightening. Yan Lili and Li Si looked at each other with worried faces, then their eyes hardened with determination. They nodded and said, yes, we will follow the Lord. Because of their fear of the sea, the Wind Fish Village was built far away from the ocean. Jiang Ran and the 3 cultivators hurried forward and took about half an hour to reach the beach. Before they got close, a gentle breeze carried the salty smell of the sea. Jiang Ran looked ahead and saw a flat sandy beach decorated with colorful shells, like scattered jewels. The sea was still gentle, with white waves rolling softly to the horizon, creating beautiful splashes. It's so beautiful, Jiang Ran sighed. Li Si was on high alert, keeping his eyes fixed on the Lord, worried that he might suddenly jump into the water. Jiang Ran's main goal was to find out how dangerous the ocean really was. Her eyes, glowing faintly with purple light, looked deep and focused. As Li Si swallowed nervously, Jiang Ran moved closer to the sea. She had good eyesight. When she looked carefully, she frowned and thought. Li Si was right. This sea is very dangerous. What is that? She asked. About a kilometer away in the mysterious blue sea, a huge shadow flashed past. It was enormous, yet it moved surprisingly fast, like lightning. Strangely, despite its speed, it didn't seem to cause any waves. Jiang Ren only looked briefly, but her eyes started to sting. In an instant, the giant creature vanished without a trace, disappearing completely. This left a deep impression on Jiang Ran. Even just a black tail fin, 10 meters wide, was enough to shock her. The creature's presence was overwhelming. Where it passed, no other living things remained. Small fish that got too close were so frightened they fainted. Jiang Ran couldn't tell how strong the creature was, maybe because it was too far away. But one thing was certain, she couldn't defeat it. The good news was that the creature seemed to just pass by and didn't stay. Jiang Ran didn't expect that as soon as she opened her eyes, she would win a big prize. After a while, the previously dangerous sea area returned to its usual calm. Jiang Ran moved to several different spots, constantly checking the sea within a few kilometers, and gradually noticed a few spiritual gathering realm creatures emerging. No wonder cultivators also perish in the sea. Jiang Ran felt more confident. The sea is indeed dangerous, but the shallow waters near the coast, like Shuling Town, could be developed. Even if she didn't focus on the underwater dangers, she could still make use of the beach. By collecting some stranded fish and shrimp, she could support some people in Shuling Town. From now on, this sea will be called Shuyuan Sea, Jiang Ran said, turning around as waves crashed onto the shore, making a loud splash that distorted her voice. She said to Li Si and Yan Lily, "Let's go back." This matter couldn't be rushed. She needed to discuss it with Hetien and gather some swimming cultivators to clear out the magical beasts in the shallow waters. Also, she needed to check if her system had blueprints for building ships. Is she just going back like this? She thought there would be more to do, but the Lord only gave this sea a name. Li Si was again stunned. Meanwhile, Wei Fengsheng, who was ordered to kill Lin Ling, was carefully following behind him. After Lin Ling received the order to be expelled from the town, he went back to gather some belongings, intending to leave with his wife and children. However, they all refused with looks of disgust and fear. Seeing Lin Ling trying to force his way out, the small soldier stopped and threatened him. "I told you, coward, the Lord only wants you to leave. I'm only helping because I feel sorry for you and let you take some belongings." So Lin Ling, angry but unable to speak, returned to his room, took some things, and was then forced out of the territory. Wei Fengsheng followed behind, noticing that Lin Ling walked straight in a certain direction without hesitation, as if he had done this many times before. He felt something was wrong. Normally, being suddenly expelled from the town, one would be confused and unsure where to go. But Lin Ling calmly went back to get his belongings and then headed in a specific direction. Wei Fengsheng's expression grew colder. That direction seemed to be Jinyuan Town or Fenghuang Town. So, was it really the Lord who discovered Lin Ling's suspicious intentions and ordered him to be killed? Lin Ling walked for 3 hours, alert for magical beasts and tigers along the way. Wei Fengsheng followed carefully in secret. Now they reached a fork in the road, and Wei Fengsheng saw the other person decisively turn left. It's Jinyuan Town. After traveling a short distance, they reached the territory of Jinyuan Town. Wei Fengsheng knew he couldn't wait any longer. His face grew serious, and he lightly kicked off the tree with his feet. In an instant, He was like an arrow leaving the bow, quickly reaching Lin Ling's side. He pressed a dagger against Lin Ling's neck and covered his mouth tightly with one hand to prevent him from making noise and attracting the attention of the people inside Jinyuan town. Lin Ling was nearly suffocated by the dagger pressed against his neck. He stiffened, dared not move, and tears streamed down his face. He kept making muffled sounds, clearly begging for mercy. Wei Fengsheng captured him and moved far away from the town. After leaving Jinyuan town, Wei Fengsheng released his hand from Lin Ling's mouth, but the dagger remained against his neck. His voice was hoarse and cold. "I will ask you a few questions." Lin Ling, naturally a coward, was terrified and trembling, crying as he answered everything. Wei Fengsheng asked, "What are you planning to do in Jinyuan town?"
To
surrender. "I'll ask again." Wei Fengsheng's face turned more ruthless. He reached inside and cut a bloody scar on Lin Ling's neck. "What are you planning to do in Jinyuan town?" Feeling the danger of death, Lin Ling's legs trembled, and he was so scared he wet himself. "Please don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. I plan to tell Jiang Lungsu about the situation in Suling town, the monsters, and the strength of the town's leader. Jiang Long is the leader of Jinyuan town." Wei Fengsheng grew up in Suling town and had deep feelings for it. Even when the old leader died, he hesitated for a moment but never thought of betraying Suling town. Moreover, he believed that Jiang Xia, the current leader, was not someone to be underestimated. He thought she would rise to great heights sooner or later. So, he couldn't accept the existence of traitors. Although he suspected this earlier on the way, hearing the confession in person made him furious. He suppressed his anger. "How long have you been colluding?" Lin Ling shrank back, trembling and stammering, 7 days ago." Feeling Wei Fengsheng's anger and the threat of death, Lin Ling panicked and begged desperately for his life. He also couldn't resist trying to justify himself. The old leader died, and a young girl is in charge. Suling town has no future. "Captain Wei, you think so too, right?" "Yes. That girl has high cultivation talent. Now she's at the 8th level of spirit gathering. But with such a ruthless girl who can even kill her own uncle, what hope is there for the town?" Lin Ling was very nervous when Jiang Yuan was beheaded. Whenever Jiang Rani acted, he was like a startled bird, afraid of being watched. He couldn't stand this torment anymore. Once Jiang Long defeats that girl and takes the demon spirit, we will surely be rewarded for our efforts. "Captain Wei, if you let me go, I will speak well of you." Wei Fengsheng sneered coldly, while Lin Ling kept talking nonstop. The Lord is someone he decided to be loyal to. Denying the Lord is like denying his own choice. Wei Fengsheng's killing intent couldn't be stopped. He saw everything clearly. He didn't want to breathe the same air as this traitor, as it made him sick. So, he decisively swung his right hand and cut Lin Ling's neck. Before Lin Ling could react, his eyes widened.
"Why?"
Wei Fengsheng's expression was very cold. "There's no need for so many whys. Betraying the territory and the Lord, that's the outcome you deserve."
And
the Lord isn't just a cultivator at the 8th level of spirit gathering, but at the spirit refining stage. 15-year-olds at the spirit refining stage are extraordinary for a small town like Suling town. If this news got out, it might cause other territories to attack, so they only said he was at the 8th level of spirit gathering. A 15-year-old at the spirit refining stage has limitless potential. As for Lin Ling's claim of being ruthless and cruel, Wei Fengsheng sneered, dismissing such words. Isn't a king supposed to have the courage to kill decisively? The sun was setting, accompanied by the dark blue mountain peaks, as purple gradually spread across the sky. Li Si Yanli Li watched Jiang Ran leave, recalling the series of events today. From discovering the spiritual spring to gaining a new demon spirit, his heart was still restless. Until they could no longer see the Lord's figure, they slowly looked away, exchanged a knowing glance, and headed to the martial training ground of the personal guard. They wanted to tell their brothers and sisters in the guard about everything that happened today. On the way back, they unexpectedly saw their captain, Wei Fengsheng, heading to the Lord's residence. They went to greet him, but Wei Fengsheng only replied briefly and hurried off. So Li Si and Yan Li discussed, deciding to wait for their captain. When Wei Fengsheng returned, he immediately went to report to the Lord's residence. When he came out, Li Si and Yan Li noticed that their captain looked a bit complicated. As for Wei Fengsheng himself, his mind was still echoing the scene he just saw. He nervously reported to the Lord about how he handled Lin Ling, revealing everything about the traitors' collusion with Zhenyuan town. The Lord appeared lazy and uninterested, seeming not to care about a minor character like Lin Ling. Occasionally, he looked up and only saw a pair of clear, bright black eyes like a mirror. It suddenly dawned on him that the Lord knew everything and had already seen through Lin Ling's unusual behavior. That was why he was sent to assassinate Lin Ling. He felt a bit mockery for his previous thoughts and also admired the Lord's sharpness. He didn't know when the Lord had discovered Lin Ling's oddity, but whether it was because the Lord was always aware or because they had a chance encounter and noticed something was wrong, it was impressive. The first was total control like a net, and the second was keen insight. Ignoring the Lord's status, Jiang Ran was just a 15-year-old girl. At this moment, recalling the powerful gaze at the Lord's mansion, her heart still pounded with heat. Looking at the distant sky, although it was now dark, she felt that there was light ahead. She clenched her fist and said, "In the future, I, Wei Fengsheng, will do my best to support the Lord and follow his lead." With this thought in mind, she stepped out of Zhang's house and saw her two deputy captains squatting on the ground, waiting for her. "What's going on?" Wei Fengsheng quickened his pace. Li Si and Yan Lili naturally wanted to share everything they had seen and heard today, describing the day as exciting and intense. Ling Quan, another Yaoling with spiritual essence. As Li Si spoke, Wei Fengsheng's heart kept racing. His face, usually plain, turned bright red. He was already not very calm, and now he was even more flustered. Yan Lili saw her captain reacting as unsteadily as before and secretly teased him. Wei Fengsheng was completely stunned, not understanding why just carrying out a simple task led to so many events. He wondered how much he had missed. Wei Fengsheng explained briefly that his task was simple and told the others. So, the news of the old lord's death must have spread to nearby towns. Wei Fengsheng said, "There's no movement now, probably because the territories are wary of each other. No one wants to be the first to act. Plus, Captain Tian's cultivation isn't low, so they don't dare to act rashly." Li Si scoffed, "Just the towns of Zhenyuan and Fenghuang? Lord Jiang Ran has already reached the spiritual refining realm. The nearby territories, only Xianheng town might be worth worrying about." The lord of Xianheng town, Yang Hao, became a cultivator at the first level of spirit refining several years ago. His territory has a population of 30,000, with over 200 cultivators under his command, dozens of Yaoning, fantasy creatures, and 2 Yaolingguai, fantasy monsters. It is a large town that may soon be promoted to a county. Yang Hao is ambitious and has his eyes on neighboring towns. He plans to incorporate them into his domain. However, because Suling town has poor soil, no resources, and is close to the sea, it has little room for growth. Yang Hao isn't interested in it and doesn't want to waste troops there. Instead, he focuses on Zhenyuan town and Fenghuang town, which has caused some friction. Although Zhenyuan town and Fenghuang town usually don't get along, they unite when facing Xianheng town. Yang Hao can only take advantage of this situation, but those two stubborn towns haven't been defeated after 3 or 4 years. He mostly looks for small opportunities and minor gains. Suling town keeps to itself, avoiding contact with other towns to prevent being seen as taking sides. This has created a kind of triangular relationship, but no one knows how long it will last. Li Si said, "I believe that after 2 more years of development, Lord Jiang won't need to hide anymore. They will be free and unrestrained." Wei Fengsheng nodded, looking worried. Although Lord Jiang has amazing talent, it's a double-edged sword. If others find out, they will do everything they can to crush this genius before he grows. Especially Yang Hao, he's very jealous. Suling town is weak, with few strong fighters, and is a remote, poor place with no cultivation resources. The people can only survive and struggle to improve, making it very hard to rise. The town is like a fragile sword, sharp but easy to break. However, Lord Jiang is lucky, finding treasures one after another. He is honest, resilient, and decisive. When the old lord suddenly passed away, Lord Jiang didn't despair, but took swift action to face the crisis. All these signs show that Lord Jiang is truly worth following. They are young and full of ambitions to achieve great things. Above the clouds, they also want to see the world. Didn't you say the Lord issued us an order? Wei Fengsheng patted their shoulders like a good friend. What are you waiting for? Hurry and gather the brothers, distribute the silver coins from the Lord, share this good news, and get things done quickly.
Great.
The three of them straightened their backs, feeling energized as they headed back. The guards in Suling town are mostly between 20 and 60 years old. After Wei Fengsheng received his pay, the 50 or so monks stopped feeling gloomy and anxious, and instead felt grateful for the extra half-month as wages from the new lord. The guards were very excited. We now have a spiritual spring in Suling town. That means just drinking water can help us improve our cultivation. In other words, cultivating is like drinking water. It sounded like a brilliant idea. I and the captain are both ice-type cultivators. The Lord has an ice spirit insect. I must expand the territory for the Lord. Make great achievements. Eat lots of meat. A martial artist in the Qi gathering stage looked proud and dreamed of ice spiritual herbs. I'm a wood-type cultivator. Does anyone want to go dig bamboo shoots with me? A young sorcerer raised his hand high, smiling happily. I am also a wood-type cultivator. Li Si interrupted, little sheep. Don't get too excited. Plants enhanced by spirit insects are limited. We might not find any even if we go now. Also, no one can enter Bichuan Bay to gather plants without the Lord's permission. Ha ha ha, I understand, they said, but it didn't dampen anyone's enthusiasm. Since the Lord allowed the announcement about the spiritual spring and spirit insects, it showed he was willing to provide cultivation resources to the monks. So, they weren't worried about missing out. The lively atmosphere filled the training ground. Wei Fengsheng understood their excitement because he had felt the same just moments before. Once everyone calmed down, Wei Fengsheng said, guarding the spiritual spring is a good job. Just sitting by the lively spring to cultivate is a luxury. But according to the Lord's plan, only 2 people from the guards will be chosen for now. If you're interested, you can sign up with Captain Li. Many people eagerly wanted to try, while others worried, if only 2 are chosen, what if everyone wants to go? Someone said the usual way, a contest. The capable rise to the top. Whoever wins gets to go.
All right.
Many clenched their fists, secretly calculating their opponent's strength. The happy mood suddenly turned tense, as if invisible sparks were flying between strong men and women. Next, Wei Fengsheng led the guards to the riverbank of Langhe. Following the Lord's orders, they carefully transplanted more than 10 mulberry trees into Bihu Creek. The common people saw a group of monks with great presence and became curious. They went to ask around. To their surprise, they learned that the Lord had discovered a spiritual spring and led it to Bihui Creek. The water from the spiritual spring can strengthen the body. If eaten regularly, it might increase the chances of becoming a monk. Older people have little hope, as even if they become monks later, their progress is slow. But minors are different. Who doesn't have children in their family? Little kid, stay here and don't move. I'll go home and get a water bucket. That day, the people of Suling town went crazy. Everyone carried buckets, even using basins from their homes, rushing to the lower part of Bihui Creek to fetch water. This led to a fight. The cause was people's selfishness. Bihui Creek originally belonged to Qingshan Village and Ao Family Village. Other villages also came to fetch water, especially after the spiritual spring was discovered. The villagers of Qingshan and Ao Family Village refused to share, fearing the creek would dry up and they wouldn't have water. Meanwhile, the people from Fingyu Village and Shitian Village believed that everything in Suling town belonged to the Lord. They also were residents of Suling town and thought it was unfair that only they could enjoy the spiritual spring water. Both sides argued fiercely and refused to listen to each other. They ended up fighting, all getting injured and looking quite miserable. In the end, Wei Fengsheng and others heard the noise, loudly scolding and stopping the troublemakers. Only then was a big fight avoided. Jiang Ran heard about this, but for her, as long as villagers didn't fetch water directly from the spring source, it wasn't a big problem. She was more concerned about villagers being able to drink the spring water. As news about the spirit of the spring spread, the system kept showing increasing reputation points, which kept rising rapidly until nearly reaching 20,000, then slowed down. It was May in the human world, and the outdoor environment was peaceful. The sky darkened gradually, and indoors, a layer of shadow fell silently. An oil lamp was lit. Outside the window, branches swayed, casting shadows. At the dining table, there was a plate of braised fish, a dish of stewed rabbit, a cup of chicken soup, and a plate of fresh cucumbers. The dishes looked shiny and appetizing, with fragrant aromas, showing that the kitchen had put a lot of effort into preparing them. This was also the result of Jiang Ran's training. Currently, Jiang Nancheng sat below Jiang Ran, staring at her with bright eyes, swallowing nervously. Jiang Nancheng looked down at the food on the table and occasionally glanced up at his sister. Jiang Nancheng found that scene very striking. His sister's fingers were delicate and white, flipping through a book. She had no hair tie, and her black hair casually fell down, giving her a lazy look. Jiang Nancheng propped his face with his hands, staring blankly at his sister. His cheeks were flushed. He thought that when he looked for a wife in the future, she should look like his sister. Seeing Jiang Ren only focused on her book and ignoring him, Jiang Nancheng felt uncomfortable inside. He started to find something to say. "Sister, why isn't Xiaowen back yet?" Hearing this, Jiang Ran finally pulled herself away from the book. She looked up at Jiang Nancheng. Her stunning face was enough to amaze just with a simple glance, captivating and mesmerizing. "My sister is so beautiful." Jiang Nancheng was stunned. The boy, about 10 years old, was at the age when he was forming ideas of beauty. Unknowingly, Jiang Ran raised Jiang Nancheng's aesthetic standards so high that later, he would find everyone else ordinary. Jiang Ran looked out the window. It was already completely dark, and she couldn't help feeling worried. "Lord, should I go look for her?" Li Fuxing noticed Jiang Ran's concern and quickly asked for permission. Jiang Ran nodded, put down her book, and was about to stand up when she heard some noise. She sat back down again. She said, "No need, Captain Tian has brought Xiaowen back." As soon as she finished speaking, someone came to report that Tian had indeed brought Xiaowen back. Tian's voice was loud. Before entering the door, his rough voice could be heard from afar. Now he spoke with some unclear tone, sighing, "Lord, your sister is truly outstanding among people." Jiang Ran raised her left eyebrow, puzzled about why Tian's attitude towards Xiao Wen had changed so much in just 2 days. She saw Tian carrying the small, fragile body of Xiao Wen and walking toward her. Xiao Wen's clothes were already torn and tattered, and sweat soaked her hair, making her look like she had just washed her hair. At this moment, she had fainted, and her small face showed a faint blush of sleep. What happened? Jiang Ran took Xiaowen in her arms, while Li Fuxing efficiently ordered the servants to boil water. The personal maid, Xiang Cao, had been taking care of Xiaowen all along. Reporting to the Lord, "Young master is training too hard." At this time, Tian took out a cloth bag and handed it to Jiang Ran. She looked at it and recognized it as the tuition fee she paid Tian for Xiaowen. Jiang Ran's eyes reflected doubt, and she only heard Tian Jing say, "My lord, I have never seen such a determined girl." Not just the girl, even some young men can't compare to her. Her weak body contains incredible willpower. Even when her fingers are bloodied and raw from the knife, she doesn't cry out tired or hurt. Jiang Ran looked at Jiang Xiaowen's hands, wrapped in cloth like zongzi, sticky rice dumplings. It seemed she had been treated. "Rest assured, my lord, Lord Tian has already had Dr. Wang examine Xiaowen," Vanilla quickly explained when she saw Jiang Ran look at Jiang Xiaowen's hands, worried that the lord might think she hadn't taken good care of her. Tian Jing said, Today, I wanted to test Xiaowen's skills, running with weights, horse stance, sword swinging. She persisted all day, without once complaining or showing fatigue. When he saw Jiang Xiaowen open her meridians at the first level, he was very disappointed. The Lord's talent was astonishing. He thought even if the Lord's sister had average talent, she wouldn't be too bad. But the results greatly disappointed him. Well, having slightly below average talent wasn't a big deal, but that girl was so thin and weak, even struggling to hold a heavy sword, as if she might faint at any moment. So, the later exercises like weighted running and horse stance were somewhat deliberately difficult for her. But he didn't expect that this girl, despite falling countless times, kept getting up again and again. She had many bruises and cuts, and he felt sorry for her. However, Jiang Xiaowen's determined gaze made him stop in place. Even at 7 or 8 years old, children are usually clever and a bit mischievous and innocent. But Jiang Xiaowen's black eyes were stubborn and full of resolve. Tears silently streamed down her face from the pain, but she kept a calm expression, biting her lip, not crying out in pain. When he decided to let her rest for a while, the girl looked helpless. Am I too useless? But I will train hard. This reminded Tianjing of himself. His talent was also not high. Reaching the 8th level of spirit gathering was the result of his tireless effort, never daring to slack off for a moment. Countless swings of the sword under the scorching sun, brutal battles with beastman warriors, and bowing to others to obtain cultivation materials. All of it was blood and tears. Lord, I am uneasy about taking these 100 spirit crystals, Tianjing said firmly. Teaching Lord's sister is my honor. I am willing to treat Xiaowen as my disciple and teacher. Tianjing is a person with a strong personality. Jiang Ran noticed this at first sight, so she trusted him. She didn't have much time to teach or accompany her 2 younger siblings, so she left Jiang Xiaowen in Tianjing's care. Jiang Ran lowered her eyes, looking at the cloth bag. Her long, thin eyelashes cast a shadow under her eyes. While listening to Tianjing, Jiang Ran didn't refuse. She casually counted the spirit crystals. Finally, she took out 1 crystal from the bag and packed the remaining 99, then handed them back to Tianjing. Keep the rest for the patrol team's allowance over the next 2 months. Tianjing hurriedly took the crystals, looking a bit worried. Maybe it's a bit too much. Jiang Ran didn't give Tianjing a chance to refuse. Instead, she asked Xiaoqun to set the table with bowls and chopsticks and invited Tianjing to eat together. When Jiang Xiaowen woke up, she had already been cleaned and was brought to the dining room. Tianjing had already left. Jiang Xiaowen's face had a small bruise from a fall. She looked up at Jiang Ran with a shy, pitiful expression, like a little kitten. She didn't look like the stubborn, brave little wolf cub Tianjing described. Jiang Ran gently patted Jiang Xiaowen's head and said, "You did very well." As the older brother, Jiang Nanxing looked at her with envy and admiration. "Xiaowen, you've really improved." Jiang Xiaowen blushed, feeling happy inside because she hadn't been praised much. "I'm grateful, sister." "Thank you, brother. I still don't feel enough. I fainted earlier." Jiang Ran had prepared a dinner for Jiang Xiaowen earlier. After she finished eating, Jiang Ran dismissed the servants and took the 2 to her room. Curious, the 2 of them received a book each from Jiang Ran. Jiang Nanxing picked up his book and saw it was the same one Jiang Ran had been reading earlier, called Brief Introduction to Spirit Creatures. Jiang Xiaowen's book was called 6 Strategies, a military strategy book. Jiang Ran gave Jiang Nanxing the book about spirit creatures and Jiang Xiaowen the military strategy book. Both books were bought from the system shop by Jiang Ran, costing her 10,000 reputation points. Now she only had 10,000 points left. You both want to be a spirit master and a general. These are precious books I found among my father's belongings. Read them carefully. They will be very useful for you. The 2 children's eyes sparkled, nodding eagerly like chicks pecking at food. After guiding Jiang Nanxing in his training for an hour, Jiang Ran shooed the 2 excited little ones out of the room. She lay on her bed and summoned the bamboo spirit insect.
Chui mi.
The spirit insect of Mao bamboo is very cautious. It refuses to appear when outsiders are present. Only after Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Xiaowen leave the room does it cautiously peek out of a porcelain cup. The small, curious look of the spirit insect is adorable, but it doesn't make Jiang Ran feel any less exasperated. Jiang Ran feeds a little demon spirit food to the small blue demon spirit. She has a good memory, and her mind naturally recalls the brief description of the demon spirits she just read in a book. Demon spirits are an important factor in territory upgrades and are also one of her main sources of strength, so she values their cultivation highly. However, the people in Sualing Town have limited knowledge about demon spirits. When her reputation points have enough balance, Jiang Rand immediately exchanges them for a book about demon spirits. The book mentions that training demon spirits generally focuses on 4 areas. 1. Improving the demon spirit's talent, such as feeding it special food, cultivating similar plants for it to absorb nutrients, or equipping it with gear. 2. Developing the demon spirit's personality. The personality is also an important factor in its growth. For example, a lazy demon spirit might need its personality changed or cultivated to fit her needs. During the evolution of the wheat spirit insect into a demon spirit monster, the insect's stubborn personality was almost the key to its successful evolution.
3.
Helping the demon spirit produce spiritual essence. Only those that produce spiritual essence can become young immortals. Besides the common elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, ice, thunder, time, and space, there are also general spiritual essences, often called universal spiritual essence. 4. Cultivating the demon spirit to mutate into a better form. For example, like the ice mushroom spirit insect, which mutates from a common mushroom into an ice mushroom, increasing its rarity. Based on these 4 key areas of cultivation, disciplines like demon spirit psychology, demon spirit food science, and demon spirit essence studies have emerged. In short, cultivating demon spirits involves learning many different things. Jinyuan Town. Lord, we can't reach Linling in Sualing Town, a black-clad cultivator reports to Lord Jianglong.
Oh.
Jianglong turns around, slightly furrowing his brows. Jiang Fuqing has passed away, leaving behind 1 son and 2 daughters. Now, the head of Sualing Town is his eldest daughter. Jianglong secretly thinks that girl named Jiang Ran is only 15. If it weren't for the restraining forces of Xinhing Town and Fenghuang Town, Sualing Town would have been swallowed by us long ago. He has already reached the peak of the 9-fold gathering spirit realm. Over the years, he has accumulated a lot of wealth and increased taxes, squeezing quite a bit from the common people. He has collected enough spirit crystals and is only waiting to buy a refining pill in Tianjin County to break through to the spirit refining realm in one go. By then, he won't need to bow to Yang Hao or pretend to be friendly with the old witch Yan Shi from Phoenix Town. Lord, I heard Lin Ling say that Jiang Ran has already reached the 8th level of spirit gathering. The black-clad cultivator's face showed a hint of shock. Being 15 and at the 8th level of spirit gathering is very rare in this remote mountain area. Jiang Long looked over and sneered dismissively, waving his hand. Do you really believe Lin Ling's nonsense? Jiang Fuqing's daughter, always said to be only at the 3rd or 4th level of spirit gathering. Now that her father has died, she suddenly bursts with power? Maybe she's just afraid we will attack their territory, so she spread false news through Lin Ling. He himself had cultivated for over 40 years to reach his current level, so Jiang Long didn't believe it at all. Even if she is at the 8th level of spirit gathering, she probably took medicine to get there, he said confidently. However, with a new lord in Suling Town as an old neighbor, I must go see. It would be even better if I could persuade that young girl to help me fight against Yang Hao. Jiang Long smiled. Old Dao, send a formal greeting to Suling Town. We're going to meet this 10-something girl with yellow hair. The black-clad cultivator called Old Dao respectfully took the order and turned to write the greeting letter. Meanwhile, Phoenix Town and Xinhing Town also heard some rumors about Suling Town. Internal discussions began, and a series of strategies were made. At dawn, it seemed to have rained lightly last night. The countryside was still a bit foggy in the morning. Hurry up, Lord Wu Yun is here to count the population and register us. Early in the morning, Suling town was lively. Under the threat of soldiers, villagers hurriedly spread the news and knocked on each other's doors. This situation had lasted for several days. Soon, everyone in the village came out of their houses and lined up on an open space. Since Jiang Ran took power, the villagers had undergone a big change. It was like throwing a stone into a calm, still pond, causing ripples without creating huge waves, but enough to stir the water. No one knew whether this change was good or bad, only that the Lord's authority was supreme, and they had to obey. Meanwhile, Jiang Ran went to Bichuan Bay. Money can make miracles happen. Jiang Ran only spent a few thousand gold coins to prepare construction materials and hire a dozen workers. At the place where the spiritual spring burst forth, a round pool with a diameter of over 10 meters had already begun to take shape. At this moment, someone was embedding beautiful, colorful pebbles into the bottom and walls of the pool. Judging by the progress, it should be finished in a few days.
Lord. Lord.
Seeing Jiang Ran approach, these people hurried over to greet her. The people Jiang Ran chose were honest villagers who lived relatively poor lives. They looked at her with respect and admiration, without any disrespect just because she was only a 15-year-old girl. Jiang Ran remained calm in the face of their gratitude. They wanted her to be their benefactor, but she was very practical. She didn't want to be anyone's parent, but she did want others to treat her like a child. It's a bit contradictory, right? Jiang Ran told them to work obediently for her, her face expressionless. Work hard. Okay, the villagers were happily excited, feeling that the Lord was encouraging them. Despite their dirty faces, they showed satisfied smiles. Jiang Ran watched the scene and found it quite interesting. Some people, even if they smile every day and try their best, can't win others' affection, while others, even if they don't show any expression or look grumpy, are still pursued and flattered. Jiang Ran attributed this to looks and authority. Currently, there were 6 guards at Bichuan Bay, 2 selected from the personal guard team and 1 from the patrol team. 3 more were chosen from the infantry regiment. As for why there were more from the infantry regiment, it was simply because it was cheaper. Jiang Ran mixed up the teams, with 1 cultivator leading 1 ordinary person, taking turns on duty. Jiang Ran came to Bichuan Bay mainly to retrieve the demon spirit insects and to harvest the ice spiritual mushrooms and the bamboo spirit insects that stimulated the growth of spiritual bamboo shoots. The mulberry trees along Bishui Creek were lush and healthy, carefully transplanted into the creek. Under the influence of the mulberry spirit insects and spring water, the trees grew very well. They had already borne a layer of mulberries, and many villagers came to pick them. Even the Lord's mansion had collected quite a few for storage. The mulberry spirit insect was indeed an elite-level demon spirit. Although it looked simple and silly, it was actually very hardworking. It focused entirely on infecting the mulberry trees, making the mulberries and leaves look vibrant and tempting. Jiang Ran praised it highly and rewarded it with plenty of food. This immediately sparked the competitive spirit of the ice spirit mushrooms. Chumi, the adorable mulberry spirit insect, poked its head out. Its beautiful purple body rested on a branch. When it saw Jiang Ran, it bit into a particularly large and perfectly shaped mulberry. Jiang Ran noticed that this was a mulberry that the mulberry spirit insect had treasured for several days. This mulberry is a bit large, almost as big as the body of the mulberry spirit worm. It struggles to bite the mulberry stem and carefully hands it over to Jiang Ran, with small black bean-like eyes full of affection, staring intently at her. It is trying to please its owner. Like a puppy eager to show off, it lifts its head high, waiting for a pat. Jiang Ran accepts the mulberry, not rejecting the worm's kindness. Suddenly, she smells a fresh fragrance. She carefully examines the mulberry and sees that its tiny dark purple seeds, like miniature black grapes, are clear and shiny, with juice inside that looks like honey, well wrapped. Jiang Ran is stunned. If she's not mistaken, this mulberry contains ice element spiritual essence.
Chumi?
The mulberry spirit worm tilts its head in confusion, unsure why its owner isn't eating or petting it. Hearing the worm's voice, Jiang Ran suddenly wakes up and quickly opens its panel. Mulberry Spirit Worm Talent. Elite Green, Rarity, Common Personality, Determined Age, 3 years Spiritual Essence, Ice Element Mutation, None an overlooked, unappreciated spirit worm, striving to gain recognition Spiritual Essence, Ice Element. Jiang Ran. Looking at the innocent face of the mulberry spirit worm, Jiang Ran is breathless with surprise. She just wants to ask, "Little cutie, are you the legendary worm that doesn't show off on the surface, but secretly works hard behind the scenes?" The mulberry spirit worm gave Jiang Ran a big surprise. She took a deep breath, and her light red eyes shimmered with happiness.
Good boy.
Jiang Ran gently stroked its little head. No matter how she looked at it, she thought this little treasure was well-behaved, almost like her dream pet. It has high talent, a good personality, and works hard. There's a saying, it's not about fearing geniuses being smarter, but about fearing geniuses working harder. The mulberry spirit worm enjoys Jiang Ran's touch. When she pulls her hand back, it affectionately nuzzles her finger, as if this way it can keep that warm feeling longer. Infection of Plants by Alning, Fantasy Spirits, is natural and instinctive. Just like humans eating, everyone opens their mouth to swallow. But for most people, eating is just to satisfy hunger. However, a few can turn eating into a profession, like food critics or wine tasters. Low IQ Alling worms rarely seek ways to grow for specific purposes. Most follow their instincts. Without external influence, their spiritual essence, evolution, and mutations happen naturally. The ordinary little silky spirit worm in Jiang Ran's hand was driven by a strong desire for recognition. It wanted a little bit of love and was willing to do everything to please its owner. It spent several days and countless efforts just to give its owner the best fruit it could produce. Jiang Ran held the silky spirit worm in her arms, feeling very satisfied. Having spiritual essence does not necessarily mean a spirit insect can evolve into a juvenile fairy, but having spiritual essence is essential for a juvenile fairy. The silky spirit worm already had the foundation to advance to a higher level. The spirit worm had just developed its spiritual essence, which was still unstable and needed some fairy food to help. Unexpectedly, the first spiritual essence of the silky spirit worm was ice type, which meant the Ice G spirit worm would be upset for a long time. It considered the silky spirit worm its biggest rival. Jiang Ran was about to go get the Ice G spirit worm next. The Ice G spirit worm moved swiftly among 10 ice spirit mushrooms, causing ripples when it brushed past their beautiful umbrella caps. Blue particles of light scattered from the spirit worm's body. The Ice G spirit worm looked proud and rebellious. In reality, it was indeed proud and rebellious. But with the silky spirit worm around, it was determined not to let this small, seemingly insignificant rival surpass it. Every time Jiang Ran approached, she saw the Ice G spirit worm working. When it saw its owner coming, it would teleport onto Jiang Ran's finger and cling tightly, its small blue body pressed against her. Very sticky. The Ice G spirit worm signaled Jiang Ran to look at the well-cared-for ice spirit mushroom, lifting its head proudly. If spirit worms had noses, they would probably be pointing straight up. Jiang Ran gently patted the Ice G spirit worm's head and praised it. Then she casually said, "The silky spirit worm now has ice-type spiritual essence too. In the future, you should take care of each other." Fearing that the Ice G spirit worm might not understand, Jiang Ran waved a berry full of spiritual energy in front of it, transmitting a message through their soul contract. The silky spirit worm has spiritual essence. It has spiritual essence. Spiritual essence. The Ice G spirit worm, Sigma, degree, please, owner, stop repeating. Seeing the small blue spirit worm's eyes burning with fighting spirit and showing a let's fight attitude toward the silky spirit worm, Jiang Ran was quite satisfied and stopped her playful antics. Honestly, Jiang Ran was really tough. She looked at the ice spirit mushrooms, each about the size of her palm, with a layer of transparent mist drifting over their umbrella caps, looking very beautiful. Jiang Ran selected 5 slightly flawed ice spirit mushrooms and kept the more perfect ones to continue growing and reproducing. The ice spirit mushroom is different from the spirit bamboo and spirit mulberry. It is a rare spiritual herb, and the older it is, the stronger and more valuable its medicinal power. Yaoling, Yao spirit, can control the growth speed of plants, as if adding a time adjustment bug. Jiang Ran doesn't aim to cultivate a 1,000-year-old ice spirit mushroom, but a 100-year-old one is enough for her to dream about. With the quality of these 5 ice spirit mushrooms, if I sell them, I could get 50 crystal shards per mushroom. In Shuling Town, cultivators can only get 3 or 4 crystal shards a month at most. To keep 5 ice spirit mushrooms for infecting and cultivating the ice spirit worms, I can harvest about 5 mushrooms in 7 or 8 days. Before I go to Tianjin City to trade next month, I hope to harvest 50. Jiang Ran then looked at the Songlingchong, Song spirit worm, deep in thought. An outstanding tree will be destroyed by the wind. There are too many exposed things in Shuling Town: Yaoling monsters, ice spirit worms, Maojua Lingchong, bamboo spirit worm, and spirit springs. If news about Songlingchong producing spiritual essence gets out, the 3 Aoling with spiritual essence, who knows what kind of chaos it will cause inside and outside.
Born in hardship, die in Komfort.
She has already earned loyalty and reputation, so it's better to keep some cards up her sleeve. Jiang Ran decided to hide this matter and play it safe. She gently touched Song Ling's head, comforting it with a gentle smile. You are the trump card of this lord. Chuyu Song Lingchong closed its eyes comfortably.
Chu.
The ice spirit worm also leaned over, wanting a touch too. Jiang Ran stored the 5 ice spirit mushrooms in her space ring. Then she went to the bamboo forest to dig out the Lingsen, spiritual bamboo shoots she had previously stimulated. She harvested a basketful and stored it in her space ring as well. Unfortunately, the bamboo shoots grew too fast. Many had already turned into bamboo, standing out among the ordinary bamboos. After finishing these tasks, Jiang Ran left Basui Bay. Recently, each village had adjusted their planting of wheat and other crops. The wheat spirit monsters were busy running around, spending several days restoring the wheat plants. The wheat in the world had already sprouted immature ears. Conservatively, it would be about a month before harvest. Jiang Ran learned that the grain storage in Shuling Town was running low. Many villagers had started to go hungry. When they saw the fuller wheat ears compared to previous years, even the thin faces of the villagers showed smiles. They were already looking forward to the harvest in a month. Jiang Ran, with her slender fingers on her chin, had a whirlwind of thoughts. She couldn't just watch her people starve. Jiang Ran is selfish and greedy. Even the death of a single villager in Suling Town is a huge loss to her, and she feels heartbroken. Villagers are her property. They can die on the battlefield, at the end of their lives, or at her hands, but they must not starve to death in misery. She considers how much grain remains in the Lord's warehouse, enough to last half a month. If she teaches the villagers to fish and gather shrimp, they could survive for a month. So, Jiang Ran makes a decision. She will find work for the villagers and distribute grain. Actually, Jiang Ran could simply give free porridge, but people have bad habits. The porridge might not reach those who need it most, and instead, it could be taken by opportunists. Coincidentally, Jiang Ran plans to expand Fengyu Village or even build a new village nearby, moving some people closer to the distant sea. This requires someone to cut wood, clear weeds, and build a road to the distant sea and a large residential area. While thinking about this, Jiang Ran passed by Shitian Village and saw Wu Yun conducting a lively population survey. Wu Yun looked worried and saw Jiang Ran. He quickly stepped forward to greet her. "Greetings, Lord," Wu Yun said respectfully. "Is there a problem with the work?" Jiang Ran, who is usually decisive and doesn't waste time chatting, asked directly. Wu Yun looked anxious, holding a rough piece of paper. He explained, "Lord, the census is proceeding on schedule. As you said, we've made household registration documents for the villagers, but there are at least 20,000 people in town. We are running out of paper in Suling Town. The method of making paper in this world is still kept secret by some people and has not been shared publicly. Suling Town doesn't have a way to produce paper, so they buy it from outside." Wu Yun lowered his head and cautiously looked up at the Lord, noticing that Jiang Ran, much younger than him, remained calm and composed, without any sign of anxiety. Wu Yun was surprised but quickly felt reassured by Jiang Ran's calm demeanor. His earlier nervousness eased immediately. "How much paper is left? How much do we need?" Jiang Ran asked. "There are about 5,000 people not yet counted, and we need over 10,000 sheets of paper. Right now, we only have about 4,000 sheets left." According to Jiang Ran's plan, each household gets one copy of the registration document, and one copy is kept as a record in the Ministry of Household Affairs. Jiang Ran took the paper from Wu Yun, noticing it was rough. The town of Suling was poor, and the paper bought outside was the cheapest kind. "There's no need to rush. We can make our own paper." Jiang Ran thought calmly about her bamboo forest. Wu Yun still kept his head down quietly, like a rabbit. "Okay, I'll follow the leader's orders. We'll make our own paper." Suddenly, he looked up, his eyes full of confusion, caught off guard by Jiang Ran's unexpected words. "Make our own paper?" Jiang Ran didn't care about Wu Yun's surprise. She just waved her hand. "Yes, you continue to count the population. I will handle the paper-making." After saying this, Jiang Ran left. Wu Yun watched her figure walk away, feeling stunned for a long time. He originally just wanted the leader to send someone quickly to Tianjin City to buy some paper. How did it turn into making paper himself? By the way, does anyone in town know how to make paper?
He didn't know about that.
After Jiang Ran returned to her residence, she began to think about the process of making paper. A craftsman needs good tools to do a good job. Before making paper, she needed to create a set of paper-making tools. These tools weren't very complicated. Jiang Ran pondered for a long time before drawing the plans. She handed the drawings to Li Fuxing and told him to find a carpenter. Then she said, "Li Steward, go call Captain Tian, Wei Fengsheng, and Qianzhen." "Yes, my lady," Li Fuxing replied respectfully. Soon, the three, Tianjing and the others, arrived at the Lord's residence. They all practiced swordsmanship. Now, in the council hall, each held a sword, propped it on the ground with the tip, and half-kneeled in front of Jiang Ran, waiting for orders. Jiang Ran's eyes half-lowered, her red-tipped eyes showing her commanding presence. She leaned back in her chair, appearing relaxed and noble, but inside, she felt a bit emotional. When she first became the leader of this world, they weren't so loyal. They wouldn't even bow easily, let alone kneel. Life is unpredictable. Jiang Ran shook off her scattered thoughts and told them to stand up before getting to the main point. "Captain Tian, I plan to explore the Yuanyan Sea, that vast ocean south of Fengyu Village. I need you to select skilled swimmers, both cultivators and ordinary people from the town. You have 2 days. After selecting these people, bring them to the Lord's residence." Exploring the ocean? Besides Wei Fengsheng, who had heard about this from Li Si, Tianjing and Qianzhen were surprised. But although Tianjing was surprised, he knew that the leader's plans weren't something a subordinate could interfere with. He also believed Jiang Ran had her own ideas and wouldn't act recklessly, so he simply agreed. Jiang Ran saw that Tianjing accepted well and smiled slightly. She then called out to Wei Fengsheng. "Wei Fengsheng, at your service." Wei Fengsheng wanted to show his loyalty to Jiang Ran and was eager to be assigned a task by the Lord. "You take your personal guards and go to clear the beasts from Fengyu Village to Suyuanhai. Finish it within 3 days, Jiang Ran said. "You can read, right?" Wei Fengsheng nodded, holding his sword. "Yes, I can."
Good.
After clearing the beasts, find some villagers in town, preferably capable but struggling to get enough food, about 20 people, and have them cut trees and remove weeds. Jiang Ran reached into her pocket, pulled out a key, which was the key to the granary in Suling town. She threw the key to Wei Fengsheng. "Use the grain to pay the workers. 10 jin of grain per day. Within half a month, you should clear the path from Fengyu Village to Suyuanhai. Also, clear an area of about 1 hectare. A village is roughly 1 hectare in size." Jiang Ran was considering building another village near Suyuan town to develop fishing and search for marine treasures. Half a month was plenty of time, and the reward from the Lord was generous. Wei Fengsheng took a deep breath. He had heard that some families in town were running out of grain. There weren't many people in town, and after more than 20 years, Wei Fengxing knew most faces. Many of his friends' were among the hungry. He admired the lord even more. Most other lords either oppress or exploit their people, but Jiang Ran was truly a good leader. I will do my best to complete the task. Tianjing and Wei Fengxing both received their orders. Jiang Ran watched them leave the lord's mansion. It was the first time Qianzhen was personally received by the lord. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked eagerly. Jiang Ran, Qianzhen, go to the town and find some unemployed villagers. They should be smart and capable. Take axes and tools, and this afternoon come with me to Bichuanbei. Yes, Lord. In the afternoon, the sun was slanting, casting golden rays that stretched out to the distant mountains. Qianzhen came to see Jiang Ran, followed by a dozen villagers, each holding large axes, looking fierce. Qianzhen led the way, broad-shouldered and strong, like a bandit leader. Jiang Ran. Well, you really have a way with words. Although she wanted to complain internally, Jiang Ran didn't say anything. She simply took them to the bamboo forest. Because this bamboo forest had been infected by spirits for many years, it was very large, covering several hectares. Jiang Ran came with a big plan to produce paper in Linzhou. It wasn't just to make a small amount for official documents, but to produce enough for the entire town and then sell it outside the territory. As the saying goes, money can make the devil push the mill. Under the influence of money, a group of strong men was sweating heavily while cutting bamboo. The dense, tall bamboo stood like green pines, creating a thick forest. Right now, making paper only needs ordinary bamboo. Although Jiang Ran didn't yet know what could be made from the spiritual bamboo stimulated by bamboo spirit insects, she still carefully kept the spiritual bamboo. Jiang Ran looked at this vast scene and felt very happy. China's history of papermaking is very long. As early as the Western Han Dynasty, papermaking techniques appeared. During the Tang Dynasty, China used bamboo as raw material to make bamboo paper, which was a big breakthrough in papermaking technology. Compared to materials like mulberry bark or vine bark, bamboo is hard, brittle, and easy to break, making it difficult to process. But paper made from bamboo retains its breathability and water absorption, and the paper's durability is also improved. For Jiang Ran, the biggest advantage of making paper from bamboo is that there is a large bamboo forest in Suling town. Bamboo grows easily and under good conditions. It can even grow from a shoot to a green bamboo overnight. Plus, with the catalytic ability of bamboo spirit insects, the raw materials are endless. Since Jiang Ran arrived in this world, she noticed that most people here don't use paper for wiping after defecation. As a lord, she can use cloth, but cloth is expensive and not very practical over time. Ordinary people probably just use sticks or leaves to wipe. So, besides making rice paper for writing, Jiang Ran also plans to produce some toilet paper. She believes the market for toilet paper is large and over time, it will bring more income to Suling town. While Jiang Ran was sitting on a stone thinking, Qianzhen suddenly carried a large axe and approached her. Qianzhen was handsome, about 18 or 19, a bright and cheerful young man. He was at the peak of the wind element cultivation stage for 18-year-olds, and in Suling town, he was considered promising for the future. Lady Lord, he said. Jiang Ran was very beautiful, and today she was dressed well, even more stunning than usual. Qianzhen looked at her eagerly. Jiang Ran didn't react much, but the young boy's funny expression made her blush. Seeing Qianzhen call her, Jiang Ran hesitated and blushed, saying nothing. She tilted her head in confusion. Qianzhen was furious with himself for being useless. Even though the Lord was quite good-looking, he didn't need to be so nervous. He lowered his head slightly and asked, "Lord, does anyone in our territory know how to make paper?" He added, "Paper is a very precious material. I heard that some valuable materials, like those with spiritual energy or made with special techniques, are very popular among spiritual painters, talisman makers, and array masters." Gingerly, she nodded with a slight smile. She didn't know much about this, So she raised her chin slightly and signaled Qianzhen to continue. Just like the spiritual sword the Lord uses, spiritual painters and talisman makers use paper and ink as weapons and tools to release their skills. Qianzhen said, but ordinary paper can't hold a practitioner's spiritual energy. Only special paper can. Legend says there was an artist who used dragon blood as ink, phoenix feathers as brushes, and a 1,000-year-old divine turtle as a grinding stone. And the paper that carries divine power is not an ordinary item. For spiritual painters and talisman makers, paper is an essential consumable. They use a lot of it, so the method of making paper is tightly controlled by certain people. This isn't without reason, because knowing how to make paper is like holding wealth, power, and connections. So, when the Lord said he wanted to make his own paper, I was surprised and couldn't help but ask if someone in our town is a divine person. If it's Qianzhen, I apologize for offending the Lord. Gingerly, she didn't think much and looked at Qianzhen, who was still waiting for an answer. She sighed. The more valuable things one has, the more dangerous it is before having absolute strength. But she couldn't stop progressing out of fear, and this wouldn't stay hidden from the townspeople. She pointed to herself and said, "Me."
What?
Qianzhen was confused. I have the secret recipe for making paper. Seeing Qianzhen look surprised and about to shout, gingerly made a shushing gesture. Basic rule. Don't be alarmed. Qianzhen could only swallow his amazement, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Gingerly smiled and looked toward the bamboo forest. Seeing that most of the bamboo had been cut, she called for a stop and had people bring back several hundred thick, long bamboo stalks to the town. By then, the tools made by the carpenter, like bamboo mats, were almost finished. Due to time constraints, only 10 sets of tools had been delivered so far. The basic process of papermaking involves soaking and boiling bamboo to separate the fibers, then pulping, spreading the pulp onto a surface, and finally drying it into paper. According to Zhang Ran, in ancient times, this entire process took at least 50 days. The first step, cutting and soaking the bamboo, took up about 2/3 of the total time because microbes needed to clean the green bark from the bamboo. Currently, Suling town urgently needs paper. Only after completing the population census can Zhang Ran proceed to the next step. However, Zhang Ran likes to do things her own way. Her territory mostly has strong young men with muscles but no work ethic. So, Zhang Ran plans to rely on manual labor, having people cut off the bamboo's green bark with knives, then chop the bamboo into smaller pieces. She will put the bamboo into a stone pot, and if possible, add some lime to cook it until soft. Drying the paper quickly during this stage can also save time. In short, rushing to make the paper should help keep up with the schedule for preparing official documents. The Lord issued a notice to hire 100 workers. The message spread widely and caused a big stir in the town. The Lord said that anyone, men, women, old or young, who could work efficiently was welcome to join. Under the night sky, with the moon hanging in the sky, tomorrow is sure to be a good day. In many farmhouses in Suling town, couples had conversations like this. Erlang, we don't have much rice left at home. We don't mind going hungry, but the kids are still growing. What should we do? Don't worry. I heard the Lord is hiring workers to make paper. The pay is good, 5 gin of grain a day. If I work fast, I might get even more. The husband flexed his muscles confidently. I may not be as good as the hunters, but I have strength. I haven't had a chance to show it before. Don't worry, it's not dangerous work, and the pay is high. It's a good job. The wife's eyes widened with happiness, full of hope for the future. The Lord is so kind. He must see our hard lives and give us so much grain. Many people in Suling town changed their minds and praised, the new Lord is a good leader who cares for the people. Sometimes, the common folk are very easy to satisfy, or perhaps they've been in despair for so long that as long as they're given a chance to survive, they can be patient for a long time. A gentle breeze brought May, as people prepared to let go of the old and welcome a new beginning. Although the workshop for making paper has not yet been built, the weather has been dry these days, so the paper-making process can proceed smoothly. Jiang Ran occasionally checks the progress and realizes that, given the current level of Suling town, they could reduce the paper production time from over 100 days to just 10 days. Meanwhile, Wei Fengsheng has been busy clearing fierce beasts near the Suiyuan coast and helping villagers cut trees and remove weeds. At this time, Tianjing has gathered a group of swimmers, including 20 cultivators and 113 ordinary people. These people are waiting on the training ground, looking serious but curious, mostly eager to receive orders from their lord. Jiang Ren glanced over and saw that most were men, with a few women mixed in. She intentionally trained these people into a water force. However, looking at Tianjing, Jiang Ran sensed that his aura was different from before, more energetic and restless, with a hint of spiritual energy agitation. She understood and smiled slightly, saying, "Congratulations, Commander Tian, on reaching the ninefold spirit-gathering realm." "Ha ha ha, I couldn't hide it from the Lord." Tianjing expressed his gratitude to Jiang Ran. His cultivation had been stuck at the 8th realm for years. Now that he had broken through, his eyes and expressions were full of joy, and his smile lingered all day. "Thanks to the Lord's guidance. After I gradually expelled impurities from my body, my spiritual energy circulated faster, and I finally broke through," he said. Jiang Ran was not surprised and only felt happy. When she last saw Tianjing, his entire body was filled with spiritual energy, just one step away from breakthrough. His advancement made Sualing Town stronger. In the way of controlling ministers, it's important to gather loyalty through rewards, prevent punishments, establish authority, and maintain balance and restraint. Jiang Ran wanted to reward Tianjing, but her Yaoning, spirit creatures, were either ice or wood types, which wouldn't be very useful for him. However, ordinary Ningzhi Lingji mushrooms could work. Ice Ningzhi and Lingchong, spirit insects, are mutated from common Ningzhi and can also stimulate ordinary Ningzhi. Ningzhi can calm the mind and soothe nerves, making it suitable for Tianjing. Housekeeperly, Jiang Ran called, "Go to the warehouse and bring some Ningzhi for Commander Tian to improve his strength." Her space ring only stored essential items, and if she suddenly pulled out a treasure in public, it wouldn't look good. So, to handle such reward situations, Jiang Ran had already placed some Kutong Lingzhi and Lingsen, spirit bamboo shoots, in her small warehouse at Zhang's residence. Li Fuxing responded, "Yes, I'll go right now. Commander Tian, you have just broken through to the 9th level of spirit gathering. Your spiritual energy is chaotic, and your realm is unstable. Take these." Jiang Ran reached into her spacious sleeve and took about 50 spirit crystals from her space ring, handing them to Commander Tian. In her past life, Jiang Ran had seen a lot, so she thought 50 spirit crystals were not very impressive. But she had no choice. Her hand was clenched tightly. Spirit crystals are not only currency but also materials for cultivation. Jiang Ran said, "Commander Tian, you work hard and tirelessly, guarding Suling Town for 10 years. Using spirit crystals to measure your loyalty seems a bit shallow." Commander Tian, who was not very delicate in thought and used to being straightforward, was still moved by Jiang Ran's heartfelt words. Anyway, he had never heard such words from his old friend's mouth before. Suddenly hearing them made him feel very comfortable. It must be said that Jiang Ran was very good at speaking. She thought these rewards were not worth much, but with a different way of saying it, they sounded noble. Commander Tian knew how heavy the burden was on this girl, who was only about 10 years old. Others didn't know the specific situation of the town, but he did. Suling Town was financially tight, and recently, the Lord had been spending lavishly, hiring people at high costs. The town's funds must be tight. So he felt that these 50 spirit crystals were a bit too much. Actually, Commander Tian thought Jiang Ran didn't need to treat the common people so kindly. But if he were honest, didn't he like such a generous lord? The answer was definitely yes. He liked her very much. So, he didn't want to accept the spirit crystals from Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran saw Tian's hesitation and pretended to be displeased, raising her left eyebrow slightly. "How about it? Do you want to disobey your lord?"
Ah.
Hearing this, Tian didn't dare refuse anymore. He clasped his fists and said, "I dare not." At this moment, Li Fuxing also took out some Lingji mushrooms. Jiang Ran said, "This is a gift from the Lord. You cannot refuse," and handed the items to Tian. This scene was seen by over 100 people present, and their eyes showed admiration and longing. They admired that the Lord was not as fierce and cruel as she first appeared, but was actually very kind to her subordinates. They longed for the rewards. Although Jiang Ran looked down on the 50 spirit crystals, for ordinary people, that was wealth they could only earn in half a lifetime. They realized that the new lord was actually a person who respected talented and virtuous people, and she was generous, never hesitating to reward her subordinates. If they could make a contribution to the lord, maybe they could also receive such rewards. Jiang Ran's eyes flicked over the eager crowd, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. She doesn't like to be a secret philanthropist. If she does something good, she won't hide it. Instead, if she does a small good deed, she will promote it loudly. Is she hypocritical? Yes, very hypocritical. Jiang Ran thought to herself, it's a pity she is just that kind of hypocrite. Jiang Ran intentionally gathers talented people. She pays close attention to the second cultivator in Sualing Town, Tianjing, and sincerely rewards him. But why does she give rewards privately and make a big show of it outside? Jiang Ran glanced at the system and happily watched her loyalty points increase a little. After her efforts over the past few days, her loyalty points on the system have reached 58, just one step away from the passing line. So, as long as her hypocrisy doesn't hurt others, it can still be useful. Her reputation points also increased by 1,000. Honestly, Jiang Ran has never really understood how reputation points are calculated. At first, she thought Sualing Town had only 20,000 people, so her maximum reputation points would be just over 20,000. But after spending about 30,000 to 40,000 reputation points, she still has over 20,000 left in her account. However, Jiang Ran has a rough guess. Reputation points are linked to people. Since Sualing Town has 20,000 residents, if each person can give her a certain amount of reputation points, and if she assumes each person's threshold is 100 points, then theoretically, her reputation in Sualing Town could reach just over 2 million points. Of course, this threshold is just her guess. In reality, it could be lower or higher, or different people might give her different amounts of reputation points depending on their status. Also, managing these villagers is like playing a dating game to increase favorability. Achieving a perfect score of favorability is very difficult unless she is regarded as a deity by them. Jiang Ran sighed. Her system is both smart and a bit foolish, sometimes like a domineering CEO, generously giving her equipment and pampering her like a delicate wife. But that can trigger tasks on its own makes her feel like a floating left to drift. The system is so capricious, almost as if it's saying, all final interpretations belong to the system. Little rogue system. Jiang Ran is actually quite satisfied with the system, but she can't help but complain internally. Reputation points are very important to her. Whether it's cultivating demon spirits or exchanging for the chaos true scripture, it all costs a lot. She thought for a moment and planned that once her wings are fully grown, she would gradually build up the reputation of Sualing Town and then harvest the outsiders. She loves to wool people the most. Many thoughts raced through my mind, but Jiang Ran shifted her focus from the system to the people in front of her. These people carried knives, ropes, coarse cloth, buckets, and similar items. This was what Jiang Ran had instructed. Tianjing had already explained the situation to these people. They were likely to follow the Lord into the sea. When recruiting, many people were afraid of this and didn't want to take risks. The remaining ones either had only courage but no resources, or they were poor and couldn't even afford food. This was thanks to Jiang Ran's recent efforts, which created a strong impression, like the story of Shangyang planting a tree to encourage others. Though afraid, the villagers saw that participating in the Lord's activities, whether catching earth spirits or applying for paper-making jobs, offered good rewards. Besides these over 100 water-skilled people, Jiang Ran took Jiang Nancheng to broaden his experience, along with a few servants from the Lord's mansion, Manager Li, Cook Li Guohua, and kitchen helper Li Xiaochun. As for Jiang Xiaowen, she trained so hard yesterday that she nearly sprained her leg. Now she was resting at the mansion. Jiang Ran mounted her red horse, looking heroic, and reached out to Jiang Nancheng. Climb up. Big sister, Jiang Nancheng, now a young man, felt a bit embarrassed. But despite feeling shy, he blushed and, like a prince about to be carried off on a white horse, obediently extended his hand. What a shame. It's worth little. As long as he was with his big sister, shame didn't matter at all. The boy thought silently. Jiang Ran didn't ride fast. The 100 or so people behind her followed closely. She held the reins in one hand and summoned the territorial contract from her forehead. The territorial contract is a difficult concept to understand. It's also called the Jade Map. At this moment, it emitted a faint glow, slowly rotating and stopping before Jiang Ran. The Jade Map is a small map made of a jade-like material about the size of a finger. On the back, it was engraved with Jiang Ran's name, symbolizing her ownership. Jiang Ran carefully examined this delicate jade map. Its outline matched the actual land occupied by the settlement of Suling Town. Now, Jiang Ran needed to incorporate the land cleared by the villagers into her territory. She immersed her mind into this exquisite map, comparing it with the cleared land, and carefully traced its shape with each. If a piece of land belonged to someone else, forging a jade map of it would cause rejection from the laws of heaven and earth, either causing her to bleed from her 7 orifices or losing her spiritual consciousness. If you don't want to miss out on claiming this territory, there are 2 options. Either the original owner voluntarily gives it to you, like Jiang Ran inherited the town of Suling from Jiang Fucheng, or you start a war to make the land unclaimed and then seize it. Tianjing glanced aside, watching Jiang Ran carefully sketch the jade map, feeling a bit nervous and holding his breath. Dreaming of expanding the territory of Suling Town, Jiang Ran was excited even though she didn't get to fight monsters this time. This was her first serious effort to expand her land since becoming a lord. The jade map was drawn without interruption. After a while, Jiang Ran was pleased to see that the southern part of the map now included an extra piece of land. On the territory system panel, the area increased by 25 square kilometers, making the total territory 160 square kilometers. Having a jade map makes a big difference compared to not having one. First, it's official and legitimate, and it can also scare off enemies who might want to take it. On the road, Jiang Ran met Wei Fengsheng and others, carrying fierce tigers and wolves on their backs. On the other side, about a dozen people were chopping trees with large knives. The journey was smooth, mostly muddy paths with grass and trees. It was okay in clear weather, but if it rained, the road would turn into mud. At least from Suyuanxi to Fingyu village, the main road should be paved with gravel. Jiang Ran watched these hardworking people and nodded secretly. They were honest folks. Once the trees were cut, she planned to keep hiring them to crush stones and lay the road. To get rich, you must first build roads. Building roads is important. Besides that, Jiang Ran planned to buy more horses in Tianjin City and make her own carriages. By the seaside, the blue sea and sky stretched far apart but also seemed close. It was like 2 similar people watching each other, but unable to embrace. Her reflection shimmered in the ocean, and Jiang Ran suddenly thought of herself on Earth. Reflecting on everything that had happened in this world, she felt like it was all a dream. Big sister? Jiang Nancheng's caring voice brought Jiang Ran back to reality. Jiang Nancheng felt a little anxious, sensing that her sister seemed unpredictable, as if she might disappear at any moment. Fortunately, she was back to normal now. She casually patted Jiang Nancheng's head and was not the type to dwell on the past or feel sad. Jiang Ran's eyes lifted confidently, full of spirit, and she said to Tianjing, Commander Tian, besides those 20 or so cultivators, divide the ordinary people into 5 groups, 20 people each. Jiang Ran took off her heavy coat and then took the frost sword from Jiang Nancheng's hand, holding it playfully. She casually hung it at her waist, her eyes shining brightly. Practitioners go ahead to fight the monsters with me, while civilians stay behind, carrying ropes to move the monsters. Jiang Ran took out some pills, about 100 of them. These were low-level pills she exchanged from the system. They were simple pills, but they would be very useful in the upcoming activities. Low-level breath-holding pills. They allow land creatures to hold their breath underwater for half an hour and enable them to exert full strength underwater. Each costs 100 reputation points, with a total of 100 pills. Note: take only 1 pill per day. Exceeding the dose may cause permanent harm to the body. Jiang Ran spent 1,000 reputation points to exchange for 200 pills. Although everyone could swim, dragging heavy objects in deep water would tire them out within minutes and cause them to choke. Jiang Ran didn't want to gamble with her people's lives carelessly. Losing one person in such a pointless situation would hurt her, and losing 2 would be even worse. Here are some low-level breath-holding pills. They can help you hold your breath for half an hour underwater. Commander Tian, take these and distribute them to everyone. Uncertain, she added, make sure they take the pills right before going into the water. Practitioners' physical strength is evident. Even those at the opening meridian stage can stay submerged for half an hour without taking the pills. Jiang Ran's purple jade demon eye can stay open for half an hour daily. She planned to open her eyes every 3 minutes to extend her underwater time, aiming to clear threatening monsters within an hour. Her target was monsters above the 3rd stage of the opening meridian realm. For monsters below that level, Jiang Ran planned to keep them alive. Monsters below the 3rd stage of the opening meridian aren't very dangerous, and their flesh is rich in spiritual energy. Imagine raising these monsters like cattle or sheep, letting them breed freely in the sea. This could provide endless, inexhaustible spiritual meat for the town of Sualing. For many, monsters are a threat, but for Jiang Ran, they are both a threat and a treasure. So she had no intention of wiping them all out at once. Jiang Nancheng looked worriedly at his sister, eager to go into the water with her. Sister, I can swim too. I want to go too. Jiang Ran frowned, instinctively wanting to refuse, but after thinking about the cruelty of this world, she realized that delicate flowers in a greenhouse cannot withstand storms. She also didn't want to raise Jiang Nancheng to be that kind of child. So she changed her tone, then you can only stay at the back of the team. Don't get too close to the monsters. Jiang Nancheng happily agreed. Jiang Ran walked ahead but was stopped by Tianjing, who said, Lord, this is a matter of life and death. You can't take any risks. Let us go in front. Tianjing actually disapproved of Jiang Ran risking herself. He had advised her several times before about dealing with the monsters. In her heart, Jiang Ran thought, if there was real danger, she wouldn't actually go. She values her life. She also felt confident because she had the purple jade magic eye. But even so, Jiang Ran wouldn't reveal her secret. I am the Lord, but that doesn't mean I will hide behind the common people and be afraid of death, just clinging to life. After saying this, Jiang Ran didn't look back. She took the lead and charged into the ocean. This simple sentence indeed moved those present slightly. Someone quietly said, We are really lucky. Both of our lords are good people. The lords of Xianheng Town and Jinyuan Town, aren't they all just using their people as cannon fodder? Seeing Jiang Ran, whose words gained everyone's approval, Tianjing took a deep breath. His dark eyes shone brightly. His rough voice rang out fiercely, full of authority. Form up the team and follow the Lord. Yes, we will definitely follow the Lord. Follow the Lord. The team entered the water roughly in a V shape. Jiang Ran was at the front, with Tianjing and a water system cultivator of the first level of spirit gathering behind her on both sides. Jiang Ran focused on dealing with the ocean. The ocean was very dangerous, especially in this world. The people of Suling Town had lived nearby for over 20 years, yet they were terrified of the ocean and dared not approach, which was understandable. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy means you will win every battle. Jiang Ran had prepared for this mission to clear the ocean monsters. She even exchanged for a book about the ocean in this world, Encyclopedia of Ocean Monsters. Jiang Ran read it quickly, remembering everything. She knew exactly where every punctuation mark was, almost like she could recite it backwards. The book introduced the appearance and types of ocean monsters and sometimes touched on some mysterious underwater phenomena. There is a part that says, "The ocean surface may look gentle, but there is a strange underwater phenomenon. Suddenly, a terrifying dark whirlpool spins up beneath the water. This whirlpool silently approaches creatures and swallows them whole." So, Jiang Ran has never underestimated this ocean. At this moment, with the help of the purple jade demon eye, Jiang Ran quickly finds her first target. It is a level 5 spirit-gathering demon beast, about 3 meters tall. Based on the ocean monster encyclopedia she has seen, Jiang Ran immediately recognizes what kind of beast it is. It is a level 9 purple jellyfish, with a bright purple umbrella-shaped body and 9 tentacles. Its purple scattering armor looks quite beautiful, like fireworks blooming in the deep sea from afar. However, it is highly toxic. Its tentacles secrete just 1 drop of liquid that can kill an adult ox. Jiang Ran stops and gestures for others to stay away from this area, only bringing Tianjing to deal with the level 9 purple jellyfish. Jiang Ran and Tianjing are both cultivators around the spirit refining realm, so they swim very fast. Although they might still be slower than the monsters underwater, they're much more agile than ordinary fish in the ocean. They rush through the current fiercely. At this moment, the purple jellyfish also notices them. Its body trembles angrily and fiercely, and its 2 purple toxic tentacles shoot out like lightning. Jiang Ran knows that the toxin of the level 9 purple jellyfish is very strong. She dares not confront it head-on. She quickly dodges with a flicker of her body, and in the next moment, she appears right in front of the jellyfish. Ice breath. Ice Frost's sword unsheathes. In an instant, it seems as if the water changes color. A streak of icy silver flashes through the water, and the cold aura turns into icy blades heading straight for the jellyfish. Not far away, Tianjing hasn't had time to act when he sees Jiang Ran severely injure the jellyfish. His face turns serious, and he is secretly amazed at her skillful move. The Lord has become so strong. Could this be the power of the spirit refining realm? Meanwhile, the injured jellyfish emits a faint glow from its body, then lets out a mournful cry. This cry, sudden and unexpected, causes Jiang Ran to momentarily lose focus. It is the bloodline power of the level 9 purple jellyfish, the Nether Howl. Compared to humans, monsters have lower innate intelligence. However, besides their natural strong strength, some high-level bloodlines or gifted monsters may inherit 1 or 2 bloodline powers from ancient bloodlines. Bloodline power is similar to human supernatural abilities. At this moment, the low-level level 9 purple water mother unexpectedly awakened its bloodline power. It seemed to be of a mental type. Taking advantage of Jiang Ran's moment of distraction, the purple tentacles of the level 9 purple water mother attacked simultaneously, surrounding Jiang Ran aggressively. It also spat out an exaggerated water spike attack. Jiang Ran quickly regained her focus, her eyes turning fierce. She unleashed her frost sword with a chilling winter aura. The cold water temporarily slowed the purple water mother. Jiang Ran swung her sword rapidly, creating dozens of illusions to block the water spikes. She froze the tentacles with ice and then shattered the creature's body with a powerful strike. She took out the magic core of the level 9 purple water mother, a water element magic core from the 5th realm of spirit gathering. Then she used a rope to tie up the 9 tentacles, planning to extract their venom, which could be very useful. Unfortunately, aside from the tentacles, the rest of the water mother's body was broken. Jiang Ran didn't expect its defense to be so weak and lost control for a moment. After dealing with this trouble, some ordinary people swam over, collected the remains of the water mother, and pulled them up. The oxygen-preserving pill only allowed them to stay underwater longer, but they still couldn't speak. Tianju gestured and made funny faces to Jiang Ran, showing his admiration. Next, they encountered a 1-meter-tall crab with a hard shell and fierce, sharp claws, as well as a very fast, third-realm spirit-gathering stonefish. These weren't particularly strong monsters, so Jiang Ran didn't attack, choosing to give the training opportunity to the 20 or so cultivators. Half an hour later, With Jiang Ran's purple jade magic eye-tracking the monsters and cooperating with the 20-plus cultivators behind her, they killed 7 monsters in the spirit-gathering realm and 12 in the opening meridian realm. Most of these underwater monsters were water elemental, but there was also 1 lightning elemental spirit-gathering core, 1 metal elemental spirit-gathering core, 2 ice elemental opening meridian cores, 2 wind elemental opening meridian cores, and 3 wood elemental opening meridian cores. At this moment, the ordinary people transporting the monster bodies changed to the 4th team. They looked excited at the corpses and magic cores. Long live the Lord! They cheered. They no longer felt the ocean's danger. They now believed that responding to the Lord's call was a great decision. Jiang Ren also felt good. It can be said that the financial crisis in Suling Town was finally solved through this underwater monster cleanup. Of course, keeping the magic cores for her own cultivation was also a good idea. Jiang Ran was thinking that today was almost over, but she still looked southward out of curiosity. Suddenly, her heart tightened. A white vortex was raging in the sea 1,000 meters away, powerful like a tsunami. At the center of the vortex, a ghostly white figure, snake-like, was moving. It was a beast about to break into the spirit refinement realm. Jiang Ran's current cultivation was at the peak of the first level of spirit refinement. Although she was a water element cultivator, she was not used to the ocean. If this beast reached the spirit refinement realm, dealing with it in the future would be difficult. She had to go. She couldn't let this beast enter the spirit refinement realm. In an instant, Jiang Ran made her decision. She turned around, faced Tianjing, and gestured for him to take everyone from the Suling town ashore, to leave the sea immediately. Then, she drew her sword and charged alone toward the center of the vortex.
Lord!
Tianjing was shocked inside. Seeing Jiang Ran's serious expression, he knew she had spotted a powerful beast. He also sensed a strange aura from the ocean. He wanted to follow and fight with Jiang Ran, but at this moment, his breath was unstable. The breath-holding pill was about to run out. He looked back at the anxious crowd behind him. Tianjing clenched his teeth, feeling deep regret.
He was too weak.
Going now would only be a burden. He could only lead these people ashore and settle them first. Little Ran. No, Lord, you must come back safely. When they reached the center of the vortex, Jiang Ran finally saw the true form of the beast, the Howling Moon White Flood Dragon. It was very long, with a python body and a dragon head, with horns growing on its forehead. The entire creature was white, fierce and wild like a savage beast. Even in the turbulent rapids, Jiang Ran could feel the dragon's powerful aura. Roar! The huge dragon opened its mouth wide. Its roar caused the sea to shake violently, easily blowing away nearby objects. Compared to the Howling Moon White Flood Dragon, Jiang Ran was tiny, like a speck of dust or a sparrow flying in a strong wind. But that was just an illusion. Her eyes shone brightly. Although she was truly shocked inside, it was only because she had never seen such a miraculous scene. In fact, her main emotion was excitement. Maybe she was naturally brave and adaptable. Jiang Ran raised her sword. Bright light shone ahead. She tiptoed lightly in the water, then leapt high into the air, facing the dragon and serpent. The golden beast's eyes met Jiang Ran's, and the white flood dragon roared angrily. At the same moment Jiang Ran approached, it lunged forward and bit fiercely at her. Just as the white flood dragon was about to catch Jiang Ran, her frost sword moved. Cold breath was released into the water, forming ice and frost that scattered in the sea. The icy aura was so strong it didn't seem like a move from a cultivator at the first level of spirit refinement. Instead, it directly froze the white flood dragon for a moment. Jiang Ran fought with all her strength, showing no mercy. She used her spiritual power freely and activated her space ability, weaving through the water. After reaching the spirit refinement realm, Jiang Ran discovered she could perform continuous space jumps with 3 displacement moves. Using her agility, Jiang Ran kept the white flood dragon at bay, preventing it from unleashing its full strength. An opening. The white flood dragon couldn't land a hit on Jiang Ran. It was at a critical stage of advancing and was starting to lose patience. Roaring loudly, Jiang Ran teleported to the dragon's belly. Her sword, cold as ice, pierced through, and she moved upward, creating a crescent moon shape in the water. The white flood dragon's abdomen was torn open, and blood burst out. The smell of blood spread through the water. The white flood dragon still tried to struggle, but its injuries were fatal. Its golden eyes gradually lost focus. A white flood dragon at the half-step spirit refinement stage fell so miserably, only half of its strength was used. Jiang Ran took a deep breath. Killing a white flood dragon at the half-step spirit refinement stage had taken so much effort, and she wasn't entirely satisfied with herself. During the fight, she also realized her own shortcomings. First, her skills and techniques were somewhat simple, mostly relying on the purple jade demon eye. Second, her ice breath and her space attributes teleportation were her main advantages. It would be great to have a technique that fully utilizes space attributes. Jiang Ran noticed how powerful space attributes could be, though the element of space consumed too much energy and the spiritual essence of space in the air was too thin for cultivation. A thought flashed through her mind as she considered how to handle the battlefield. After killing this white flood dragon, her purple jade demon eye had been open for half an hour. Opening it again could risk blindness. She was already feeling exhausted. After all, this was the ocean, not a domain she was used to. Perhaps once her cultivation level improved or she found a treasure that allowed her to breathe underwater, she could ignore the oxygen deficiency and sluggish movements underwater. Jiang Ran's face was pale. She moved like a fish, approaching the dragon's corpse, thinking that she would let Tianjing and others come to retrieve it later. For now, she aimed to get the dragon's magic core. The magic core of the white flood dragon is quite special, a half-step spirit refinement mirror. Don't underestimate this half-step, just one move, and its value is much higher than that of the ninefold spirit gathering mirror's magic core. After collecting the magic core, she was about to swim toward the surface when suddenly, Jiang Ran saw a white shadow out of the corner of her eye. She turned in confusion and saw a small white creature. It was agile, covered in white scales, with a long, slender body. Its size was similar to the white flood dragon, and Jiang Ran initially thought it was the dragon's child. However, unlike the white dragon with a horn, this small beast had prominent horns on each side of its head, looking like fierce, powerful horns. Its size was small, but it moved freely among the clouds and waves, giving the impression that it might have some magical ability to summon wind and rain. A dragon? Jiang Ran's heart suddenly jumped. At this moment, the creature was very alert, sneaking around Jiang Ran's view to reach the tail of the white flood dragon. It viciously bit off a piece of spiritual meat and then tried to run away with its tail. Jiang Ran noticed that this little fellow was extraordinary. Interestingly, she felt that it looked very much like a divine dragon she had seen in modern portraits. In this world, there are also dragons, which doesn't seem very surprising. Dragons are classified as spiritual beasts or divine beasts. The Systems Exchange book also recorded several underwater dragons, such as the Starry Ice Dragon and the Sea Terror Dragon. This small creature looked like a young dragon, but Jiang Ran wasn't sure what breed it was. When she saw it trying to escape, she wasn't happy. Although dragons are not creatures in the pond and always possess great power, Jiang Ran realized that this was just a weak little dragon with a small opening in its meridian. She chased after the small dragon-like creature. Although it only had the strength of a meridian opening stage, it was surprisingly fast. Plus, Jiang Ran was not comfortable in the water, so she couldn't catch it easily. The little creature also seemed to realize it had disturbed Jiang Ran. It was biting the white flood dragon's meat in its mouth and frantically fleeing. As it swam deeper into the ocean, its figure seemed to stretch longer, and its body appeared more powerful, moving faster and faster. Jiang Ran thought to herself that it was bad. The oxygen deprivation pills she exchanged from the system had a time limit. If she kept chasing like this, she wouldn't last much longer. Should she give up? A thought popped into her mind. Chasing this creature that looked like a young dragon was mainly driven by her curiosity. She had no ill will toward it and no particular desire to catch it. Currently, the purple jade demon eye cannot be activated, so I cannot detect unknown threats. My spiritual energy was greatly depleted in the recent battle. It's a good thing I stole rice, but it's not good to get caught. Roar. Just as I was about to look back and move on, I suddenly heard a childish scream. I turned to look and saw that a small beast was surrounded by 5 monsters at the spirit opening stage. These monsters are roughly as strong as the small beast. They are after the meat in its mouth. And the small beast itself. The white flood dragon is at the half-step spirit refining stage, and its meat is very nourishing. If that small beast really has the bloodline of a divine dragon, then its meat would be even more tempting to the monsters than a spirit refining serpent's meat, making them go wild. Roar. Seeing the chubby little beast, the monsters immediately rushed over and started biting and tearing at it. The small beast is very young, and the monsters are much larger than it. Several of them are chasing it together. The small beast moves quickly and skillfully, dodging 3 of them with clever maneuvers, but finally, it is blocked by an adult monster called a magic crab. Bloodstains spread through the seawater, and some shiny white scales are falling off the small beast's body. I notice that the blood flowing from the small beast is red with golden shimmer, perhaps sensing the energy within its blood. The monsters become even more frantic. In the world of monsters, it's more brutal, fighting and devouring each other, using the enemy's bloodline power to grow stronger. Survival of the fittest. I think this is normal. Even if that small beast has the bloodline of a divine dragon, as long as it's not fully grown, it's just a helpless creature being toyed with by others. But seeing the small beast struggling and refusing to give up, I feel a twinge of compassion, even though I didn't want to interfere. This isn't meddling, I tell myself. I don't like to be overly sympathetic. I silently remind myself, this ocean will belong to me. Leaving these fierce monsters behind only brings endless trouble, and it's better for me. I can be a bit bossy in some ways. Besides, that small beast stole my meat. It hasn't even said anything. Who are these ugly monsters to bully it? So, I suddenly turn back sharply. The magic crab has pinned the small beast down and is biting toward its head. I flash my frost sword, and the crab is instantly torn apart, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Seeing their strongest comrade killed so quickly, the other monsters, terrified, turn and run away. Jiang Ran naturally wouldn't let these go. Among the monsters, there was even an ice-type creature, perfect for making an ice shield armor. Jiang Ran carefully extracted all the magic cores and stored them in her space ring. Then she looked at the small beast. It was badly injured, but it didn't run away when it saw Jiang Ran. Instead, it looked at her with curious, icy blue eyes. During the fight with other monsters, the white dragon meat Jiang Ran stole from it remained clenched in its mouth, refusing to let go. Now, it looked at Jiang Ran and let out a whimper, as if asking why she was saving it. After all, it had stolen her meat. Jiang Ran smiled and beckoned to the seemingly simple little beast with a finger. The small beast hesitated, tilted its head, paused for a moment, then finally wagged its tail and came over. Reluctantly, it released the meat, which floated unsteadily with the current. The little beast looked at Jiang Ran eagerly, then shyly blew a breath onto the white dragon meat. The meat steadily floated toward Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran, who had been half asleep and appeared tired, suddenly felt uncomfortable. Her mind was full of resistance. Don't come any closer. It's getting close. Jiang Ran flipped her hand, and the waves of water, along with the meat, floated back into the little beast's mouth. Although she didn't know why Jiang Ran had sent the meat back, the little beast was obviously very hungry. It didn't care about being grossed out and immediately pounced on the meat, ignoring how disgusting it might be. In just a few bites, it finished the meat quickly. Jiang Ran carefully examined the young beast up close. She gently reached out her hand, wanting to pet it. When the little beast looked at her with its blue eyes and let out a soft cry, she didn't hesitate and placed her hand on its body. Her attention first focused on the beast's forehead. Sure enough, there were 2 raised bumps on each side. She touched them and could feel they were hard bones, still undeveloped horns. Unlike the serpent-like dragons, this little beast had claws. It truly was a dragon. But why would such a rare and precious dragon appear in this remote, impoverished sea? Did it get separated from its parents? It didn't seem to be the case. No matter what, she had saved this young dragon. She couldn't let it go to waste. Jiang Ran didn't like doing useless things. She always believed she needed to bite into a piece of meat somewhere to feel fulfilled. So, she decided to keep this little one, whether as a spiritual pet or just as a friend. Although she knew it wouldn't be easy to fool a dragon, she still wanted to try. What if she succeeded? That would be a huge gain. What if she failed? Just kidding. Anyway, this dragon can't defeat her, and if she fails, she won't suffer any loss. Can't bear to part with the child, and can't catch the wolf. Jiang Ran thought for a moment and placed the still warm magic core of the white dragon in front of the young dragon. The magic core emitted a tempting fragrance. The little dragon immediately felt that the white dragon meat in its mouth was less tasty and showed a craving expression toward the magic core. However, as a highly intelligent divine beast, it still maintained self-control and didn't rush forward. Instead, it looked at Jiang Ran eagerly, pretending to be pitiful. Want it, whimpering. Jiang Ran generously put the white dragon's magic core into the young dragon's paw, then pulled it into her arms with a commanding gesture. The young dragon, having received a treasure, also believed Jiang Ran had no bad intentions, so it didn't struggle. Jiang Ran swam up toward the water surface, not toward the shore, but to a reef in the sea. The feeling of fresh air is so good. Jiang Ran took a deep breath. She shook the seawater off her head, and her simple water-shaking motion looked quite stylish. She picked up the little white dragon. Its big, clumsy head and somewhat thin body made this little white dragon look less like a divine dragon and more like a cute, awkward creature. But some things are strange. They can be both ugly and adorable at the same time. Jiang Ran stroked the little white dragon, noticing its bones sticking out a bit, and wondered silently how a divine dragon hatchling could be so hungry. Follow me. I will protect you from now on. I won't let you be attacked and hurt by monsters like today. Ooh. The little white dragon understood Jiang Ran's words. Its icy blue eyes looked at her with unclear emotions, then shyly lowered its head, feeling insecure. It curled itself into a ball. Jiang Ran expressionlessly grabbed its tail with one hand, pinched its neck with the other, then stretched it out, straightening its body. The little white dragon, Sigma, degree. She looked into its eyes and said, "You can't be so rude. I'm asking if you want to follow me. I will raise and protect you." Hearing this invitation again, the little white dragon's heart pounded fiercely, but it hesitated and shook its head. "Eat this magic core, and I'll take it as you agree," Jiang Ran said calmly, pointing at the magic core in the little dragon's paw. The silly little dragon froze in place. Hadn't it just refused? Did it remember wrong? Actually, it hadn't refused. People say it takes 3 tries, but Jiang Ran remained expressionless and made a 4th invitation, this time with simpler words. "Together. Raise you. Protect you." The little white dragon held the magic core, staring blankly at Jiang Ran's face. "The human in front of me." Roar. After a while, the little white dragon seemed to make a decision. Its icy blue eyes brightened a bit. It waved its paw, threw the magic core into the air, then opened its big mouth and swallowed the magic core. "You are mine," Jiang Ran said firmly, patting the little silly dragon's head in a commanding way. The little white dragon nodded, nuzzling Jiang Ran's finger gently, acting obediently. Suddenly, it bit down, causing Jiang Ran's finger to bleed heavily. Jiang Ran jumped up quickly. Just as she was about to complain about this ungrateful little creature, her mind suddenly heard a cautious, soft voice. "Master.
Master.
Master." The soft voice seemed to only know how to say that one phrase. "Master." Seeing no response, the small voice gradually sounded scared and started to cry. Jiang Ran was stunned. looking at the little silly dragon biting her hand. She responded with a single word and punctuation, yes. Hearing this, the little dragon finally released Jiangren's hand and licked her wound. It was a bit itchy, but under the dragon's licking, the wound healed quickly. Jiangren realized there was now a soul contract in her mind, shaped like a small dragon. It wasn't that the dragon wanted to bite her intentionally, it was actively forming a contract. Jiangren couldn't help but marvel at how much her mind contained. On the coast, some villagers were worried because the Lord hadn't returned yet. Jiangren looked at the sky, which seemed quite blue. She quickly swam to the coast with the little silly dragon, who behaved very well.
I'm Fin Tianjing.
Have someone bring ropes and retrieve the beast's body, including a half-step refining spirit white dragon. Hurry back, and be careful not to let underwater monsters steal it. Jiangren said this while glancing at the little white dragon resting on her neck. Little white dragon. Innocent Epsilon big sister. Jiang Nancheng rushed over like a small cannonball, worried because she hadn't returned for a long time. I'm fine, Jiangren said, patting Jiang Nancheng's head. At this moment, Tianjing noticed the little white dragon on Jiangren's neck and hesitated, asking my lady, is this a magical beast? Magical beast? Or alive? Why did the lady bring a beast here? Everyone was worried, fearing that Angron might be hurt by a fierce magical beast. Seeing that it had become the focus of attention, the little white dragon shyly shrank its head behind Jiangren's back. Oh, it's nothing. I just picked up a small snake and thought about keeping it as a pet, Jiangren explained casually. The little silly dragon heard this. The owner actually insulted it by calling it a snake. Dragons hate being called snakes the most. It trembled with anger, opened its big mouth, and wanted to bite Jiangren's face. But just as its mouth touched Jiangren's skin, the little dragon hesitated. It thought about how delicate the owner's face was and was afraid it might hurt it. So it withdrew, snorting in frustration, and turned its head away. Owner, bad. Jiangren lowered her eyes, reached out to gently pat the small dragon on her shoulder, and said softly, be good. This simple word be good seemed to have a magic effect. The little dragon that was about to ignore its owner immediately softened. It shook its head and rubbed its face against Jiangren's, using a lot of force. It was like a friendly dog. Jiangren said, see, it's very well behaved. Don't worry. Jiangren didn't hide the existence of the little dragon much, but kept its true identity a secret. Tianjing hesitated, his rough face showing some confusion. He always felt that the beast wasn't really a snake, but he couldn't quite tell what it was. Since the Lord said so, he accepted this explanation. But inside, he was secretly thinking that the snake looked very strange. There are all kinds of magical beasts in the world. Jiangren watched Tianjing's reaction and smiled calmly, already expecting this. Group 5, led by Tianjing, went into the water and brought the magical beasts Jiangren had defeated onto the shore. Looking at the pile of carcasses that looked like a mountain, everyone was excited. Especially when a 50-meter-long white dragon was dragged onto the shore, their shock reached its peak. I've never seen so many magical beasts in my life. Before, I thought the ocean was deep and mysterious, hiding giant beasts. Approaching the sea meant certain death. Someone boldly said, the ocean is indeed deep and mysterious, and it does hide giant beasts, but with the Lord here, what is the ocean worth? In this world, strength is respected. For the common people, magical spirits provide their food and clothing, and the Lord's strength protects them from enemies. Although news had been spreading that the new Lord was very powerful, nothing was more shocking than seeing it with their own eyes. Xiao Chun, quickly bring clean clothes for the Lord to change into. While everyone was still overwhelmed, but unable to control themselves, Steward Li Fuxing, as steady as an ox, anxiously watched Jiangren's body, worried she might catch a cold. Yes, Lord Commander, Li Xiaoqun said, holding the clean clothes she had prepared in advance. She helped Jiangren change into the new clothes at the ready-made shelter. After changing, Jiangren sat on the grand chair inside the shelter. Li Xiaoqun helped her wipe her slightly damp hair, while the cook, Li Guohua, brought a bowl of warm soup to serve Jiang Ran and Jiang Nancheng. Jiang Ran couldn't help but feel grateful that her identity as a lord allowed her to continue living a luxurious life. At this moment, Jiang Ran summoned the Jade Map, bringing the surrounding sea area within 100 miles under her control. Suddenly, the system's notification sounds kept coming, making Jiang Ran's head buzz with the continuous alerts. Task: you have expanded your land and sea territory, broadening your domain's development. Reward: Spirit Tool, Mini-Wind Spirit Ship, Blueprints, Medium-Large Ordinary Sailboat, Mini-Wind Spirit Ship Blueprint. Your subject's loyalty has exceeded 60, reputation points plus 5,000, territory panel updated. Territory Basic Information Panel Territory Name: Suling Town Lord, Jiang Ran Land Area, 161 square kilometers. Sea Area, 173 square kilometers. Population: over 20,000. Loyalty: 60 out of 100. Number of spirit creatures: 4, Mailing Monster, Sengling Insect, Bingji Insect, Maozhu Insect. Overall level: town level, village, town, county, prefecture, province, country. Bagua level. Assessment: a town-level territory with both land and sea, relatively weak, but with some development potential. Jiang Ren almost jumped up from the grand chair. However, the system's notification sound had not stopped. Task: complete the United as One achievement by thoroughly clearing the ocean within 100 miles, hunting 22 monsters in total. Reward: Divine Power, Yumming Piercing, Common. Main Cultivation Technique, 5 Elements Earth Grade Middle Rank Cultivation Manual. Yumming Piercing, a common-level mental divine power that can be fused with the purple jade demon eye. Jiang Ran was stunned, thinking that this Yumming Piercing was somewhat similar to the bloodline power of the 9th-level purple water mother she had defeated. The Yumming Roar had a similar feel. According to the system's brief explanation, Yumming Piercing can damage an enemy's mental level, but as a common-level divine power, its damage is relatively low. To put it simply, it's like lightly stabbing someone's head with a needle. The mental pain inflicted on the enemy is very mild. However, Jiang Ran did not underestimate this divine power. Instead, she felt quite surprised. Imagine a situation where your opponent, who is as strong as you, is stalemated with you. At this moment, you secretly smirk and secretly stab needles into their mental sea, causing chaos in their mind. Mental attacks are usually subtle, hard to detect, and difficult to defend against. Therefore, the ghostly piercing technique, although a mortal-level divine skill, is considered better than ordinary earth-level divine skills. Moreover, it can be combined with the purple jade demon eye, which is a growth-type divine skill. So Jiang Ran quickly decided to have the purple jade demon eye swallow the ghostly piercing. At the moment of confirmation, Jiang Ran's eyes warmed up. The purple jade demon eye not only enhances her vision and allows her to see through the flow of energy, but also gains the mental attack power of the ghostly piercing. She let out a long breath, feeling a bit excited, but her face remained calm, making it hard for others to see her emotions. Jiang Ran's eyes trembled slightly, then she clicked on at the back of the 5 Elements Main Cultivation Manual. She discovered that the manual contains 5 main cultivation techniques: the Golden Fortress Sutra, metal; the Purple Wood Sun Sutra, wood; the Water Mysterious Soft Sutra, water; the Fiery Sulfur Sutra, fire; and the Prism Land Sutra, earth. This is really good stuff, Jiang Ran thought, her finger resting on her smooth chin. Although she already has the Chaos Red Phoenix True Scripture and doesn't need these earth-level techniques, she plans to establish a cultivation academy within her territory someday. The library pavilion is a standard part of the academy. When she builds one, she can put these techniques inside for students to choose and practice. The town of Suling has even more potential. Jiang Ran really wants to give this little troublemaker a big kiss. System. However, the system's voice did not stop because Jiang Ran wanted to tease it. The system has no emotions. Task: you have contracted your first divine beast spirit pet, the Tsongyu Tyrannosaurus. Reward: a book titled Spirit Beast Master's Handbook. Songyu Tyrannosaurus? Jiang Ran looked at the silly little dragon coiled around her neck, quietly digesting the white flood dragon magic core inside her stomach. The lazy body suddenly straightened, and she was stunned. She was not surprised because she was lucky enough to contract a powerful divine beast. Since she had already met the little silly dragon and knew it was extraordinary, she was mentally prepared. So, her surprise was about the identity of the little silly dragon. It wasn't some ice-white dragon or anything like that, but a Songyu Tyrannosaurus. Having a Songyu Tyrannosaurus isn't a problem, but if she remembers correctly, all members of the Songyu Tyrannosaurus clan are black, without exception. This little silly dragon is completely white. But the system shouldn't make mistakes. A white dragon. This silly dragon ended up in this small border town. Its weak strength and skinny body make me wonder if it was rejected by its clan because of its abnormal health. Jiang Ran feels a bit sorry. She gently touches the thin body of the little white dragon. The excitement from the generous reward has faded quite a bit. She doesn't care whether the little white dragon will be strong or weak in the future, as long as she is strong. However, she is worried because she doesn't know if the white mutation might cause hidden problems for the little dragon. Shaking her head, Jiang Ran says, "Your days must not have been easy before, but that's okay. From today, you are a brand new little white dragon." She smiles softly and slaps the pretend sleeping white baby dragon awake. "Don't sleep anymore. I want to give you a name. Little White Dragon." That hurts. Little White Dragon feels very wronged. "Carrot, stop pretending. I didn't use much force." Jiang Ran says helplessly, "You like sleeping so much? Then I'll call you Bai Mei." Bai Mei tilts its head, licks Jiang Ran's face, seeming to accept it, but also looking confused. "Who woo?" Jiang Ran, with a look of disgust, wipes the wet saliva off her face. This isn't a dragon. It's clearly a licking dog. No matter how happily the little white dragon wags its tail, Jiang Ran notices that everyone's attention isn't on her. She silently collects the system reward, her own copy of the Spirit Beast Master's Handbook. She's very curious about how extraordinary the system's reward is for contracting a divine dragon. Books are not very eye-catching, so Jiang Ran starts to feel a bit proud and acts recklessly.
Bam!
A book over 20 centimeters thick suddenly appears in Jiang Ran's arms. She is surprised for a moment, not expecting the book to be so thick. Meanwhile, Li Xiaochun is tidying up the dishes, while Li Fuxing and Li Hohot follow Jiang Ran's instructions, stacking a few stones to make a simple stove. Hearing faint sounds from the Lord's side, Li Xiaochun, being young and impatient, thinks the Lord has something important to do and quickly calls out, "Lord?" Jiang Ran is holding that extremely thick book, her expression calm and unchanging. Her slender fingers open the delicate pages. Hearing this, her deep, indifferent eyes silently look in their direction. They are all startled, especially Li Xiaochun, who feels a bit embarrassed. The Lord likes reading books, which they've seen these days. It's normal to carry a book around and read. But she, Jiang Ran, is overreacting and disturbing the Lord. She really shouldn't have done that. My apologies, but I can't assist with that request. If the Beast Tamer's Notebook is considered the most valuable reward given by the system according to Jiang Ran, then the ship blueprints and the Wind Spirit ship blueprints are the most needed items for Jiang Ran at the moment. The series of rewards from the system this time are all quite good. However, if Jiang Ran wants to develop the ocean, the importance of ships is clear. Fortunately, these are blueprints. While taking them out might surprise others, it's not impossible to explain that her intelligence and talent allowed her to design these herself. But that miniature wind spirit ship is a different matter. Although called miniature, it's over a meter long. If she suddenly pulls out such an item, Jiang Ran sighs. Well, she can buy a bunch of materials later, stay in seclusion for a while, and then claim she made it herself. Jiang Ran calms her excited mood, lazily leans on the grand chair, and rhythmically taps her long fingers, secretly planning the deployment of the Suling town. Jiang Nancheng happily wanders among the monster corpses, helping everyone process the monsters. After a while, Tianjing, covered in fishy smell, steps forward to report to Jiang Ran. These monsters have been sorted and distributed according to your instructions, Lady Lord. This time, she received all the magic cores from the hunted monsters. She kept the white dragon Howling Moon, the spotted fish monster, and the ruler crab, and only left the tentacles of the level 9 purple jellyfish. The other monsters were divided among more than 100 people following Jiang Ran to clean the underwater creatures. The people of Suling Town have a deep fear of the ocean, and these 100+ people are risking their lives to follow Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran has always been generous to her subordinates. She gazes at the calm sea in the distance. It's about 2 hours before high tide. She stretches lazily, tilts her neck, moves her body, and then says to Tianjing, "All right, everyone is a bit tired, but to avoid making another trip tomorrow, let's just do this now." Jiang Ran is instructing these people to go beachcombing. She plans to build a fishing village with about 1,000 people near the sea, and she wants this 100+ group to be the first to move into the new village. This is the first time for Su Yuan Town to go beachcombing. Jiang Ran gazes at the endless ocean with ambitious eyes. Tianjing gathers the group, and Jiang Ran can see that their joy of harvest is hard to hide. Although they try to appear serious and disciplined in front of her, with their mouths stretched into wide smiles, their silly and honest nature is unmistakable. Jiang Ran smiled happily and said nothing, but internally she thought that if they were to be turned into a naval team, these people would need more training. At least they shouldn't get overly excited just because they find a little benefit. Jiang Ran kept her thoughts to herself and said plainly, "Next, I will teach you how to gather seafood. Watch carefully and learn well." After thinking for a moment, she decided she didn't have much time to stay with this group to gather seafood. She chose to motivate them further so they could learn quickly. She took out a magic core from her pocket, an earth element magic core at the 3rd level of the open meridian stage. She announced, "Whoever collects the most types of seafood within 1 hour will get this magic core as a reward." As soon as she finished speaking, the air grew warm, and many eager eyes looked at the magic core in Jiang Ran's hand. Jiang Ran was pleased with the lively atmosphere she had created. Very good. The seafood caught while gathering mainly included fish, sea snails, clams, and razor clams. Additionally, some sea plants like seaweed and kelp would be washed ashore by the tide. In this world, if luck is on your side, you might even find some low-level magical beast fish or shell creatures washed ashore. These magical beasts are usually weak and not very strong, often without a magic core yet, but they contain some magic energy, making them a good supplement. However, gathering seafood is also a skill. For example, catching razor clams is quite typical. Razor clams hide in the sand and are hard to spot when they burrow into soft sand. But those familiar with razor clam habits know that they leave a breathing hole when they burrow into the sand. You can sprinkle some salt into the hole, and maybe the clam will come out on its own, revealing its location. If salt doesn't work, you can use an iron shovel to dig in the sand, predict the clam's movement, and block it. Jiang Ran roughly collected all the seafood she could see. With the help of Jiang Nancheng and Manager Li, she laid out the seafood on a cloth as specimens. This way, the 100 people could compare and identify them easily. If they encounter seafood not listed on the specimens, they could ask Jiang Ran whether it is edible. After finishing these tasks, Jiang Ran washed off the fishy smell from her hands and lazily leaned back in a grand chair, avoiding the sun. During their first seafood gathering, everyone was very excited, especially since the Lord mentioned that these seafood would be delicious food. The Lord even set up a pot and planned to teach them how to process and cook the seafood later. The people in Suling Town are not doing very well. Their daily food mainly consists of wheat-based noodles and buns. It would be nice if they could eat enough of these foods every day, but unfortunately they cannot. So they're very excited, hoping that one day they might be able to eat enough and try different flavors. Unexpectedly, the ocean, which we always see as a fierce beast, can be turned into endless wealth in your hands. Tianjing carried a heavy black sword and also came into the shed. There were no chairs left, so he sat on the ground nearby, waiting with Jiang Ran. He looked at a few strong young men with bright, energetic eyes. They were using rough knives to pry open oysters on the rocks, which looked like black stones. Jiang Ran held a thick book about 20 centimeters wide and glanced at the scene. She replied, "There is gold in books. The more you read, the more you naturally understand many things. Humans fear the ocean, mainly because it is unknown." Jiang Ran said, "But I led them to explore the sea firsthand. It's like lifting the veil on a corner of the ocean. Although the sea remains mysterious, this glimpse gives them the courage to explore further." Tianjing looked thoughtful and admired Jiang Ran. He could no longer see her as just a 15-year-old junior. He even thought Jiang Ran was much deeper and more unpredictable than Jiang Fucheng, the old friend. Seeing her knowledgeable, calm, rational, decisive, yet kind, he believed she would be a charismatic ruler. Tianjing was very confident about this. Jiang Nancheng, Li Guiflower, and Li Xiaochun also went to gather some fish and shrimp. Jiang Nancheng found it fun, and Li Guiflower wanted to catch some seafood to share with her family. An hour passed. Since no one from Suling Town had come to fish earlier, there was still plenty of seafood on the beach. Even with over 100 people gathering, almost everyone had collected half a bucket. When it was time to announce the Seafood King, they compared their catches and found that a 12-year-old boy named Hulian was the top. Jiang Ran praised him as a talented young man, remembered his name, and encouraged him a few more words. Under his shining eyes, she gave him a magic core. By then, Li Guiflower had already set up a pot, ignited the fire, and Jiang Ran guided her on how to prepare and cook the seafood. The main ways to cook seafood were steaming, pan-frying, raw sashimi, salt grilling, boiling in soup, braising in oil, and stir-frying. Jiang Ran demonstrated all these methods with Li Guiflower, and then she let others try as well. Jiang Ran actually discovered several promising candidates to become chefs from inside. She intended to promote seafood as a specialty and encourage the villagers to move to the new village. So she selected the top 10 people who were best at identifying seafood and those skilled at handling it to form teams. They became seafood ambassadors to help Jiang Ran promote seafood to the villagers. "Bai Mei, stay in the sea and don't leave my territory." Jiang Ran took Bai Mei to the seaside. Bai Mei is a young dragon with wind, thunder, and water elemental powers, while Tsongyu Tyrannosaurus belongs to the sea and freedom. Although Jiang Ran signed a half-blood contract with Bai Mei and became its owner, she never intended to restrict it. "You are still too weak. Focus on digesting the magic core of the white dragon in the next few days. You should grow stronger." Bai Mei's cultivation level is only at the second stage of opening meridians, and based on the feedback from the half-blood contract, this little silly dragon just hatched 2 months ago.
Roar.
Bai Mei rubbed against Jiang Ran's hand, looking very reluctant. "I'll come to see you in a few days. Focus on practicing." The sea had been mostly cleared by Jiang Ran. The remaining monsters were no higher than the third stage of opening meridians. Although weak, Bai Mei was still a dragon, so Jiang Ran wasn't worried about it getting into trouble within her territory. Bai Mei's white tail slowly swam in the water, and its icy blue eyes looked at Jiang Ran's back until she disappeared from sight. Then it drooped its head in disappointment and sank to the bottom of the sea. But then, thinking of something, it suddenly became excited again. It wanted to build a nest, find gemstones to decorate its home, and let its owner live inside. 2 days after returning to the Lord's mansion from the seaside, more than 10 seafood ambassadors Jiang Ran appointed tirelessly promoted seafood. Delicious seafood won over the people's taste buds, and the word seafood quickly became well known throughout the town. People believe that food is the way to the heart, and as long as the leaders can feed the people well, they will be loved. Jiang Ran felt that her efforts to improve people's lives hadn't even started yet, so the villagers' loyalty shouldn't be so high. But she had to rely on her peers for support. For example, Zhang Long from Jinyuan town was just sitting around doing nothing, causing the villagers to become disorganized. Now, many people were going in groups to the seaside to find seafood. The residents of Sualing town spoke highly of Lord Jiang Ran for discovering seafood. Some were moved and started to consider giving up their homes, which they had lived in for over 10 years, to start fresh in the new village. Light blue ink lightly sketches another scene. A streak of golden dawn vividly appears on paper, and distant blue-gray mountains stretch across the horizon. In the Lord's study, Tianjing, Lin Sha, Li Yinyo, and Wu Yun were summoned here. Tianjing stepped forward. According to the Lord's wishes, we are forming a navy. A few days ago, I selected 50 people to clear the ocean, including 8 cultivators. Most cultivators in Suling Town have been absorbed by the patrol and personal guard teams. This time, 8 were chosen, plus 3 guards from Bai Quan Bay. Each of these 2 teams had 5 or 6 cultivators reassigned. However, the military units in Suling Town will need to be reorganized later. Jiang Ran nodded, indicating she understood, and signaled the next person to report. Lin Sha stepped forward. Lord, I have fulfilled my duty. The 4 villages' granaries are now stable. Seeing the abundant wheat harvest, combined with your benevolent policies, the villagers are very motivated. Most work hard in farming, and some have begun to reclaim wasteland. To encourage villagers to reclaim wasteland, Jiang Ran issued an edict. Villagers who cultivate and plant on wasteland will be exempt from 3 years of land tax. During recent inspections, Jiang Ran was very pleased with Lin Sha. He is a clever and reliable person. Jiang Ran intends to train him as her secretary, essentially her internal minister. Jiang Ran then looked at Li Yinyo. Li Yinyo's position as village chief of Qingshan village had been taken away by Jiang Ran. He was no longer the village chief. He was sweating slightly and worried he had offended the Lord, which is why he was dismissed. Don't be nervous. Removing you from the village chief position wasn't because you did poorly. In fact, I think you are too talented to just be a village chief. Jiang Ran was good at praising people. Someone like you, with such rare talent among 20,000 people, I plan to give you an official position. My main goal is to establish a demon spirit hall under the Ministry of Revenue, responsible for registering and cultivating demon spirits. Since demon spirits originate from plants and are closely related to farming, I want you to be the spirit farmer of the Demon Spirit Hall, responsible for advising on agriculture and researching demon spirit cultivation. Such an important task. Li Yinyo's eyes widened in surprise, overwhelmed with joy. His heart was filled with gratitude, like a spring flowing forth. He was just a simple farmer, illiterate, elected by villagers to be village chief, and now he was being asked to hold such an important position. How could he possibly be qualified? Although he was a bit clever, he also knew his limits. Me alone. Lord, I. Just as he was about to refuse, Jiang Ran stopped him. Who said the Demon Spirit Hall is only for you? Li Yinyo was confused. Huh? Come here, Shao Cheng. Jiang Ran will call Jiang Nancheng inside from outside the study. Big sister? Jiang Nancheng, the little cutie, curiously pokes his head out. Here. Jiang Ran tilts her chin at Li Yinyo, looking cool and noble. This is your colleague, the deputy spirit officer. Li Yinyo and Jiang Nancheng both look confused. Jiang Ran assigns a 10-year-old child and an uneducated farmer to manage an organization. This seems strange, but she has her own plans. Jiang Nancheng is actually very smart. Although young, he can read and understand as well as most adults in Suling Town. His calm nature makes him more suited for research than practicing cultivation. Also, Jiang Nancheng's goal is to become a spirit master, which matches Li Yinyo's dream perfectly. Plus, Jiang Ran gave Jiang Nancheng the book Brief Guide to Spirit Beasts. He has some theoretical knowledge, but lacks practical experience. Li Yinyo, on the other hand, doesn't know much theory, but is good at farming. Having him and Jiang Nancheng work together makes their skills complement each other well. Jiang Ran raises an eyebrow. Any questions? Although she speaks coldly, her tone leaves no room for doubt. No questions. Though a little nervous and worried about whether he can do well, Li Yinyo's heart is happy. This is something he loves, but unfortunately, he can't serve the villagers of Qingshan village anymore. Jiang Nancheng listens carefully to Jiang Ran. Whatever she asks him to do, he does it without hesitation, unable to refuse his sister's request, especially since she wants him to deal with spirit beasts. There's one more thing about the spirit pavilion that I need to discuss with you. Jiang Ran sits upright, dressed in a dark robe, tall and commanding, looking down at them. No matter what other towns do, in Suling Town, I allow others besides me to own spirit beasts. Not only that, I encourage the villagers to cultivate and possess them. Her words sound like a thunderclap. Everything in the territory belongs to the Lord, and spirit beasts are no exception. If someone discovers they own a spirit beast, the villagers are obliged to return it to the Lord. Yes, it's return, not give away. Spirit beasts are very important. They are a source of wealth for the territory. They can only form contracts with humans and magical beasts who have spiritual power. This means only cultivators can own spirit beasts. Owning a spirit beast means having the foundation to build a territory. Of course, some lords at the county level or above have such strong power that others cannot easily challenge them. Their subordinate spirits have already accumulated quite a bit, and they are firmly rooted. They are less strict about the spirits under their control and have relaxed the rules for common people holding spirits. However, even in a county-level city, ordinary people who hold spirits still need to report to the government and pay a high holding fee. Otherwise, it is considered illegal possession of spirits. Since all county-level cities have these rules, it's hard to imagine that small lords would allow their people to own spirits that could threaten their position. So, when Jiang Ran proposed this policy, the first thought that came to everyone's mind was to stop the Lord from doing it.
No.
Lord Tianjing was the first to step forward and oppose. He is only loyal to the Lord and does not want to see anyone else shake Jiang Ran's position as the leader. He is a rough man and doesn't say much. His face turned red with anger. Lin Sha was worried. Although the Lord usually acts extraordinary and shows wisdom beyond his age of just over 10, he still lacks experience and might not understand how complicated people's hearts are. Lin Sha frowned and said with disapproval, "Lord, you care for the people and have a generous heart, which we admire. But petty people are hard to read. Even if you treat them sincerely, those who receive the Lord's kindness might not be grateful. They might even bite back." He sincerely advised, so I think this policy might be too forward-looking. Maybe we should wait until the Suling town becomes a county-level city. Jiang Ran leaned back, her eyes slightly raised, casually resting her right arm on the back of the chair. This move made her look very aggressive and commanding. She slightly smiled, finding Lin Sha quite interesting. Facing her, Lin Sha showed a mix of gentle protection for the young and a hint of challenge to the king's authority, trembling with a sense of duty and determination. He wanted to use words like naive and reckless, but instead, he called it broad-minded and forward-thinking. Wu Yun and Li Yinyo also agreed with Lin Sha, looking hesitant when they looked at Jiang Ran. The Lord's policy was meant to consider their interests and share benefits with the people. But in reality, if not careful, this approach could cause great chaos in the territory. Jiang Ran was not bothered by their objections. She had already considered what Lin Sha mentioned, and she thought about even more. If people in Ling Town are allowed to own spirits, their desire for spirits would drive them to actively cultivate and seek spirits. Furthermore, promoting the legal ownership of magical spirits is also a way to boost agricultural development. After all, these spirits are born from plants and trees, and to obtain them, people need to work farming techniques. Ancient Chinese emperors issued many policies to encourage farming, with the most typical being emphasizing agriculture over commerce. Jiang Ren only needs to enable people to legally own magical spirits to motivate farmers to work harder. Moreover, how useful is it for her to hold so many spirits alone? Can she manage them all? Has she thought about it? For example, if she has hundreds of spirits, how can she utilize all their powers alone? Even the smartest person has limited abilities, but a group of people can gather scattered wisdom into a shining galaxy of ideas. When it comes to debating, Jiang Ran has yet to lose. In Suling Town, which has been around for 20 years, it's still a poor town. Before I took charge, there were only 1 or 2 spirits. Have you ever wondered why? Will Suling Town remain mediocre if we just follow the usual way for another 20 years? 20 years, or even more, how many can we afford? If we don't progress, the outside world will swallow us. Jiang Ran's eyes shine brightly, revealing her ambition. She looks down at Lin Sha, who still wants to persuade her, with a cold breath and asks soulfully, "Do you know what mediocrity really is?" Lin Sha is stunned. Mediocrity is a sin. Ordinary things always drift like the wind. In the end, a person lives a mediocre life, unable to stand out or attract attention. Suling Town is like that, and so are you. Lin Sha's heart churns. The tone of the Lord is dangerous, but his words make him feel captivated. Jiang Ran's lips part slightly. Children of mediocrity have no brilliance to show, no reputation to shake the world. You could have been anything but mediocre. Lin Sha and others smile bitterly. Jiang Ran's words hit like a slap. You say because of magical spirits the people rebel against me? Jiang Ran sneers. It's never the spirits that cause betrayal, but people themselves. Young people shouldn't be so timid. Why lose your fighting spirit? Lin Sha and the others feel ashamed and lower their heads even more after hearing this. These words are deafening, making it hard for them to breathe. Jiang Ran still has one thing she hasn't said. She claims to be searching for spirits, but who can compare to her sharp eyes? Under her purple jade demon pupils, all shadows are visible. Plus, with the system's help, like having an invincible cheat, how could she lose? However, Lin Sha, you make a good point. Jiang Ran did not dismiss Lin Sha's suggestion outright, but considered it carefully. But from a different angle, we should allow ordinary people to hold Yaoling, magical spirits, just like those in the county-level cities, but we shouldn't use passive methods to suppress their possession of Alning, as some county cities do. Lin Sha looked up, curious, and watched Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran did not agree with forcing people to pay huge fees to keep Yaoling. She preferred solving problems through punishment, but didn't like always using punishment. Instead, she thought about trying rewards. Instead of blocking, we can make it easier. We can buy Aoling from those who have them. For example, we can let the villagers know that we buy Aoling, and if they give them to us, they will receive a good amount of spirit crystals. If the villagers find Yaoling and she pays money to buy them from the people, Jiang Ran believed they wouldn't refuse to sell. If they refuse, it means the money isn't enough. This way, she could achieve multiple goals: promote farming, increase Yaoling in the territory, and reduce the chance of rebellion among the villagers. As for how many spirit crystals Yaoling are worth, that will depend on your efforts to determine based on their type and level. Lin Sha and others' eyes gradually brightened as they looked at Jiang Ran, thinking her ideas were clever, like a genius. What seemed like a dead end to them was easily broken through by Jiang Ran. Feeling impressed, Lin Sha humbly said, "As expected of the Lord, with such foresight, I am ashamed." Jiang Ran, wanting to take a break, told Lin Sha, "You'll be responsible for drafting the plan and announcing it." "Yes, Lord." Having settled a concern, Jiang Ran turned to Wu Yun. At this moment, a thick stack of household registration documents was spread out on the table. A few days ago, the first batch of paper produced in Suling Town was completed. The urgent supply of paper helped Wu Yun and others smoothly finish the census and fill out the household registration forms. Jiang Ran's fingers brushed over the texture of the paper. Because it hadn't been bleached, the paper was slightly yellowed, but its quality was good, soft, even, shiny but not slippery, comparable to high-quality ancient rice paper. At least, it was several levels better than the rough paper bought from Suling Town. When the first batch of creations appeared in Jugong Town in Jiang Ran's hands, she completed a task that greatly promoted the spread of Jugong Town's culture. The system rewarded her with a blueprint for a spiritual device, a gold notepaper fan, and a regular bow and arrow. The blueprint for the bow and arrow was nothing special, but the gold notepaper fan was particularly interesting. It is a fan weapon, and if the materials and craftsmanship meet the standards, the spiritual device can reach the highest level of heaven grade. Jiang Ran was very surprised. However, Jugong Town lacked the materials and craftsmanship to make it. At this moment, Jiang Ran really wished she had an artificer in her territory. But artificers are usually wealthy or noble, and they wouldn't settle in such a remote mountain village. Currently, the fan's frame could be made from spiritual bamboo produced in Jugong Town. But an important material is cold gold notepaper. Making the paper is easy, but gold powder is hard to find. The gold powder on the paper is bright and colorful, with a calm tone and a captivating aura. This gold powder isn't ordinary gold dust. It must be a core part of a spiritual gold stone. Its value is about 1,000 spirit crystals per 100 grams. Each fan requires 50 grams of gold powder, meaning just the material costs 500 spirit crystals. The system does sell spiritual gold powder, but it's hard to earn reputation points, and spirit crystals are easier to get, like in Tianjin City. Since Jiang Ran didn't urgently need to make the spiritual fan, she chose not to exchange for the gold powder. She shifted her attention to the statistics book in her hand, while Wu Yun reported, Jugong Town has a total population of 26,713 people. The 4 villages include Qingshan Village, which has the largest population at 8,307. Jiang Ran's memory was very good, and she quickly understood the details of her territory. Qingshan Village has the most people, while Shitian Village has the fewest. There are many minors under the age of 18 in Jugong Town, accounting for 30% of the total population. This is related to the fact that Jugong Town was established only 20 years ago, so the entire territory is very young. Without considering cultivators, age is linked to cultivation level, but in this world, the average lifespan of ordinary people is 110 years. People over 80 are considered elders. There are very few elders in Jugong Town, only about 1% of the population. For Jiang Ran, the low proportion of elders and the high proportion of young people are good signs. A low elder ratio means most residents are young laborers, and a high youth ratio means Jiang Ran can cultivate a group of her own cultivators from a young age. The gender ratio in Jugong Town is roughly balanced, about 105 males to 100 females. There are a total of 130 monks in the town, with 100 of them serving in the 3 armies of the Lord. The townspeople are mainly farmers and hunters. Jiang Ran noticed that there are not many merchants in Suling Town, only a few brave peddlers who sometimes follow some monks to exchange goods at county-level territories. She thought to herself, we need to develop commerce. Jiang Ran carefully looked at the skilled workers in the town. There are 130 professional tailors, 52 carpenters, 31 blacksmiths, and cement workers. She examined everything closely and took the household registration documents filled out by Wu Yun and others. The household registration forms are in duplicate. One copy is sent to the Ministry of Household, and the other is kept for the townspeople. Although there are some small flaws, they don't affect the overall quality. The work is quite good. Jiang Ran nodded, approving the results of the survey. Wu Yun breathed a sigh of relief, feeling he had not failed his duty. This time, he probably also made a good impression on the Lord and played a role. Yes, a promising official career. At the same time, as Jiang Ran approved, the system's voice sounded, task, you have completed the population census. Reward, talent crystal. Talent crystal can examine a person's age, cultivation talent, aptitude, and mental strength. Note, cannot view talents above the divine level. A talent crystal? Jiang Ran paused, thinking that it was essential for selecting talents. She was about to establish an academy. Truly, the system provides whatever she needs. Little Jia Tong is amazing. She decided to wait until there were fewer people before checking the crystal. The first phase of work is almost done, but you all cannot rest now. The second stage of work in Suling Town must begin. Jiang Ran said, the first task is to select officials. Currently, the 6 ministries are empty. She plans to select officials 1 ministry at a time, starting with leaders and officials in the Ministry of Personnel. The Ministry of Personnel is responsible for selecting and appointing officials, as well as performance assessment. There are many officials to be chosen in Suling Town. Jiang Ran can pick some high-ranking officials herself, but most of the lower officials are under those high officials. She doesn't have enough time for all that. So, she will start by selecting officials for the Ministry of Personnel, then let the Ministry of Personnel handle the selection of lower officials in other departments. Jiang Ran entrusted Lin Sha with this task and told Wu Yun, you are responsible for gathering children aged 6 to 18 in the town. 10 days later, the main goal is to select talented individuals with cultivation potential. Wu Yun was surprised. Understood. I will obey the order. Currently, Jiang Ran has long wanted to make an ice armor. Now that the tailors and blacksmiths are well aware of the situation and their identities are thoroughly checked, with no worries left, she finally has the chance. Jiang Ran then said, I plan to build a fabric shop, hiring people skilled in weaving, tailoring, and embroidery to make clothes for me, which will be sold outside Shuling town. I also want to build a forging workshop, employing the best blacksmiths in town. Furthermore, I will purchase delicious bamboo products made from ordinary bamboo shoots and spiritual bamboo shoots, such as pickled bamboo shoots and sour bamboo shoots, at prices of 200 silver coins and 1 gold coin per gene, respectively, based on my approval. Jiang Ran has a bunch of spiritual bamboo worms, and many bamboo shoots are stored in the bamboo forest, wasting space. She plans to turn these into one of the specialties of Shuling town, especially the bamboo shoot products. She intends to package them and sell them in Tianshan County and other places. Food in this world is not as abundant as in Jiang Ran's hometown. The food market is very broad, so she believes bamboo shoot products will succeed outside. However, before, no one in Shuling town knew bamboo shoots could be eaten, let alone made into delicious food. It seems she will need to spend some time teaching others. Jiang Ran thought for a moment and decided that her plans were enough for now. Based on the above, she drafted a document, then summoned the Jade Map Seal, which was an imperial decree. She threw the decree to Lin Sha, instructing him to give it to the appropriate people, then dismissed everyone. At this moment, the housekeeper Li Fuxing came over with a serious expression, saying Wei Fengsheng wanted to see her.
Lord.
Wei Fengsheng looked a bit grim and hurriedly requested to see her.
What is it?
Jiang Ran looked at Wei Fengsheng quietly, her eyes lowered, giving a sense of calm detachment from worldly affairs. Wei Fengsheng met her gaze and saw that she was sitting alone, with the noisy outside the window highlighting her loneliness. Suddenly, he became very calm. Lord, I received a formal visit from Jinyuan town. Wei Fengsheng presented an invitation sealed with the Jade Map Seal of Jinyuan town. Jiang Ran nodded doubtfully. Jinyuan town was the town Lin Ling wanted to join. Jiang Ran took the invitation and opened it. The message roughly said that the lord of Jinyuan town, Zhang Long, knew that the lord of Shuling town had changed. In 7 days, he wanted to come and meet the new lord to establish good relations between the two towns. Zhang Long, that, trying to build a fake friendship, she cursed loudly, no longer maintaining her gentle appearance. She immediately drew her heavy sword and stabbed it forcefully into the ground. Jiang Ran looked at the floor with concern, hoping it was unharmed. Her manner was already in poor condition, and she didn't want it to get worse. What's Jiang Long thinking? Li Yinyo scratched his head. He was just a small village head before, but he knew that the town's attitude toward outsiders was distant and cautious. This was how Shuling town had been stable for 20 years, with no large-scale casualties. No other town had ever sent a formal invitation to Shuling town before. Lin Sha worried, my lady, Zhang Long might be trying to test her strength, or perhaps he wants to win your favor and connect with Jinyuan town. Maintaining neutrality was key to keeping stability in Shuling town. Although Jiang Ran, with her spiritual refinement, was brave, she didn't want to break this balance for now. There weren't many cultivators in Shuling town, and fighting would only cause losses. If several towns fought, her people would suffer. As for Jinyuan town, Jiang Ran liked to think about taking advantage of others, but hated when others tried to do the same to her. She was very cautious. If Jiang Long wanted to use her as she remembered it. She planned to grow stronger for a while longer. Jiang Ran secretly thought, I'll see how I can deal with Jiang Long. Meanwhile, the others didn't know she was already planning her next move against Jiang Long, and were still worried about the troublemaker, Jinyuan town. Lin Sha, a clever man with a twisted mind, could see multiple intentions behind simple actions. Such a person was well suited for official life. He said, of course, our Shuling town isn't suitable for forming alliances with any side. But if we reject Jinyuan town's friendliness, Jiang Long might try to create a confusing atmosphere and spread rumors that we're allied with Jinyuan town. Rumors spread easily, and once they did, it was hard to clarify. Even if they later told others they weren't allied, the suspicion would remain. Tianjing asked, "What should we do? Should we refuse Jiang Long's invitation outright? Maybe close the gates and prevent him from entering?" Jiang Ran shook her head, rejecting the idea. "You can't hide forever. But you also can't let Jiang Long have his way," she added. A cold smile appeared on her lips. Lin Sha, go write 2 invitations. Invite the leaders of Phoenix Town and Xian Hung Town to visit Shuling Town. Jiang Long wanted to cause trouble, so she'd let him stir the pot. "Good plan, my lady." Lin Sha's eyes brightened. "Since we can't avoid it, let's have the people from the other towns come over and see how Jiang Long spreads rumors. However, the spiritual springs, so UNC, and the Yaoling within the territory must be kept secret. When the people from the other towns arrive, you must watch the outsiders carefully and also tell the villagers not to talk nonsense," Jiang Ran said. "If some can't speak, just make them pretend to be mute and say nothing. By the way, what Yaoling do the other towns have, and what are their main crops?" Jiang Ran suddenly asked, thinking of something. Li Nio, who knew more about this, replied, "Xinheng Town has 10 Yaoling, including 2 strange Yaoling, corn Yaoling and mugwort Yaoling, and 1 Yaoling with spiritual essence, the Qianjicao Lingchong. The other 8 Yaoling are pretty ordinary. Corn is an important crop and a Yaoling that attracts common people to follow the Lord. But the most special is the Qianjicao, which has good healing powers and is a useful weapon on the battlefield. Xinheng Town has been established for nearly 80 years, and its foundation is quite strong compared to ours," Tianjing sighed. "It should become Xinheng County soon. Jinyuan Town has 2 Yaolingchong, Potato Yaolingchong, and Acacia Yaolingchong. Neither of these Yaoling has spiritual essence, and it seems the Acacia Yaolingchong is already 7 years old. Jiang Long must be quite anxious." Jiang Ran found this interesting and smiled faintly. Because, as the name suggests, the acacia flower is an aphrodisiac and also has a slight strengthening effect. Tianjing added, "Jiang Long grows acacia flowers to make aphrodisiacs, relying on selling them to make a fortune. 90% of the territory's income comes from this acacia Lingchong. In fact, the other towns don't think highly of Jiang Long relying on such a filthy industry for huge profits and being proud of it. They walk around with their noses in the air all day, with no shame." Jiang Ran didn't comment on this. To her, everything has a reason for existing. If used well, acacia flowers can be a good medicine for those who are naturally cold or suffer from impotence. Fenghuang Town has 2 Yaoning, one of which is the Huoleng Yaoling, a rare Yaoling. It is said that a wounded Fenghuang once passed through Fenghuang Town, Bilola Yidi Sinxie, which was absorbed by a lotus flower, giving birth to the Huoleng Yaoling. Li Yinyo said, "The other Yaoling is a Youcar Yaoling." Jiang Ran nodded. "We won't get involved in the conflicts between Xinheng Town, Fenghuang Town, and Jinyuan Town, but this is also an opportunity." Jiang Ran said, "I plan to buy seeds from a few other towns. They might not want to trade rare plants like thousand machine grass and fire lotus, but we can buy seeds for corn, Chinese kale, and rapeseed to grow ourselves. The villagers of Suling Town are very eager to farm, but they mostly grow wheat, so their crops are too simple." Jiang Ran thought about buying seeds through the system, but the system cannot sell living creatures, and seeds are classified as living beings. She said, "Recently, let the townspeople go to the seaside to catch fish and shrimp. I will buy from the villagers as many as they catch, and sell them to towns like Jinyuan and Fenghuang." Jiang Ran doesn't want to tell others how many treasures are hidden in the ocean, but she can't hide everything completely. That would hinder development. Maybe this small crisis is a chance to open up a seafood market to the outside world. Wei Fengsheng, go send invitations to Xian Hung Town and Fenghuang Town. If they refuse to come, just mention that Jiang Long wants to visit Suling Town." Wei Fengsheng replied, Yes, Lord. At this moment, the sky is a dull gray, with thick clouds pressing down overhead. Xian Hung Town. Inside an old-fashioned house, silence stirs. A few moths are attracted to the light, fluttering their wings aimlessly and disappearing into the firelight. A strong middle-aged man stands tall, with thick eyebrows that extend to his temples. His sharp eyes are full of ambition. He breathes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, his abdomen rising and falling with each breath, his aura terrifying. Town Lord, this is an invitation from Suling Town, inviting you to visit. Yang Hao slowly exhales and takes the invitation, surprised. Suling Town has always been reclusive, timid like a mouse. They usually don't interact with us or the other towns. Why are they suddenly sending us an invitation? Curious, he asks, I heard that Jiang Fuqing died. Now his eldest daughter is in charge. Why haven't there been any big problems? Would a cultivator at the 8th realm of gathering spirit really submit to a girl with yellow hair? After hearing about Jiang Fuqing's death, Yang Hao considered attacking Suling Town, as even a small place like that is worth taking if the opportunity arises. But he wasn't sure about Tianjing's attitude. Yang Hao felt helpless. Tianjing had good cultivation, but he was too blindly loyal. Yang Hao had offered him many olive branches, but he always refused. So, Yang Hao was just waiting. As far as he remembered, Suling Town still doesn't have a qualified heir. So, he waited until Shuling Town collapsed or Jinyuan Town and Fenghuang Town made their move. Then he would strike like a mantis catching a cicada, with the sparrow in the background. He had been waiting for nearly 2 months and was starting to lose interest, but there was still no sign of activity in Shuling Town. Sir, it might be because Zhang Long plans to go to Shuling Town, the cultivator who delivered the invitation said. The person who brought the invitation mentioned that Jinyuan Town might be planning something, so I didn't dare delay and hurried to report to you. Oh? Yang Hao's expression immediately turned stern. I wasn't planning to go to that remote mountain area, but since that Jiang fellow is going, I have to see what he's up to. Yang Hao looked at the invitation and saw a line that said, interested in buying corn seeds and qianji grass in Xinhing Town, and he raised an eyebrow. Meanwhile, compared to Yang Hao's calm reaction, Fenghuang Town's leader, Yan Shi, was extremely angry. She tore up the invitation, but her anger wasn't directed at Shuling Town. It was about Jiang Long. She looked like a furious lion. What is this Jiang Long planning? Quietly heading to Shuling Town. Does he even consider Fenghuang Town as an ally? Yan Shi had always thought Jiang Long was unreliable. He was too ambitious but lacked strength and was overconfident. If it weren't for Xinheng Town, she wouldn't bother collaborating with such a foolish old man. Just thinking about it made her feel sick. After calming down for a long time, her expression was hard to read. Shuling Town, Jiang ran right. Meanwhile, outside the Jiang residence, the atmosphere was peaceful, like a quiet ink painting, contrasting with the storm brewing outside. Inside, it was calm and fragrant, harmonious as if in a traditional ink painting. Jiang Ran was handling some affairs within her territory. Next to her, Li Fusheng was waiting to serve. Her 2 younger siblings sat quietly nearby, reading or practicing. Housekeeperly, Jiang Ran took out several simple drawings of bows and arrows. These weren't from the system but were hand-drawn and rewritten by Jiang Ran herself. She divided a complete set of plans into several parts, assigning different people to handle each section. The blueprint for the ice guard armor was also divided this way. She had already arranged for tailors and blacksmiths to work on their respective parts. The core of the ice guard armor, spirit engraving, was entrusted to her personally. This part had to be kept secret. Of course, Shuling Town didn't have an alchemist, and only she, with her amethyst jade magic eye, could do spirit engraving for now. The system's reward this time was a set of bow and arrow blueprints, but they were not magical artifacts. Instead, they were well-made ordinary bows and arrows. Jiang Ran named the bows based on the craftsmanship shown in the blueprint, calling them bamboo deer bows. Bamboo deer, chasing deer. Chasing deer across the central plains, vying for dominance. Jiang Ran never hides her ambitions. The The bowstring of the bamboo deer bough can be made from animal tendons or resilient, flexible plant vines like grapevines. The main material for the bow itself can be bamboo produced in Suling Town. Bamboo isn't the best choice for making bows and arrows because it is too elastic and unstable, making it hard to control. Also, the limited thickness of bamboo strips reduces the damage the bow can do. However, bamboo is widely available in Suling Town and is cheap, so no matter how much is used, it's affordable.
And
Jiang Ran looked at a faint blue shadow in the corner, an overly cautious spirit insect. Spirit insects can control plants to produce subtle changes. The bamboo spirit insect should be able to subtly influence the bamboo's material, making ordinary bamboo harder and more resistant to pressure. But a small spirit insect's intelligence and abilities are not enough to do this, and it hasn't tried before. This gave Jiang Ran a new idea for cultivating bamboo spirit insects. It was previously mentioned that spirit insects can mutate and evolve, like the ice fungus spirit insect. But how can they be cultivated to mutate? Perhaps by gradually changing the plant's traits. Housekeeper Li, give these blueprints to Qianzhen. Have him find a suitable location in town and report back to me. Then, find Zirin to prepare cement, tiles, and bricks. The main goal is to build a weapons workshop. The first weapons we produce in Suling Town will be bows and arrows, Jiang Ran said. In Suling Town, there are also bows and arrows. The best bow is a green bow owned by Li Si, bought in Tianshan County. A territory needs strong strength to survive, and weapons are the foundation of power. The first goal for the weapons workshop is 100 bows and 1,000 arrows, Jiang Ran declared. Jiang Ran took out another 100 gold coins, which are used for building houses and hiring workers. In the past 2 months, she spent 218 crystal shards and 8,000 gold coins. She probably has about 1,000 crystal shards left. The town has added a 50-person navy, which is necessary but very expensive. Next, she will need to spend a lot on building houses, schools, and roads. Watching Li Fuxing take the blueprints and money and walk away, Jiang Ren secretly thought she was really poor. As a lord, she felt she was a bit of a failure. Jiang Ran thought to herself, I hope I can make some money from the several towns near Xinheng in 7 days. Recently, some rumors had started to spread, and when Yang Hao and others arrived at Suling Town, the spirit bugs, bamboo, and ice couldn't be hidden. Jiang Ran didn't bother to hide her knowledge. Jiang Ran was a shrewd merchant. She had already planned that she would buy some lower-quality bamboo shoots and ordinary spiritual herbs to sell to these towns, earning some money without making them too jealous. The better items, of course, would be kept to sell in Tianshan County City, since these towns were only about the same level as Suling Town and wouldn't have much purchasing power. After managing the finances and official matters in Suling Town, Jiang Ren closed her eyes lazily and massaged her temples. Big sister, we're here to help you with a massage, said Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Xiaowen, both looking worried and wrinkling their faces like old people. Feeling sorry for her sister, Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Xiaowen looked distressed. A massage? Jiang Ran was momentarily surprised. At that moment, Jiang Nancheng was already massaging her shoulders, and Xiaowen was kneading her legs with her cat-like eyes closed. Jiang Ran let them massage her for a few moments before grabbing Xiaowen's hand and signaling them to stop. She turned to Jiang Nancheng and asked, Nancheng, are you now at the 7th level of opening your meridians? Yes, he replied confidently. Hearing this, Jiang Ran remembered the talent crystal rewarded by the system and suddenly wanted to try it out. Wait here. I have something I want you to try, she said. In front of their puzzled gazes, Jiang Ran stood up, pretending to go back to her room, but in reality, she took out the talent crystal from her space ring. The talent crystal looked like a transparent divination ball. This crystal could detect whether a person had cultivation talent, how high it was, what attributes they had, and their mental strength. Its functions were especially powerful. Unfortunately, Jiang Ran had tried it herself, but the crystal was chaotic and revealed nothing. It seemed the talent crystal couldn't reveal her cultivation talent either. That was normal, since the system only showed question marks. She truly was a genius. Jiang Ran was very satisfied. Put your hand on the crystal, she instructed Jiang Nancheng. He obediently placed his hand on the crystal and looked up with wide eyes. Ran, this crystal is so beautiful. What does it do?
He asked.
It's a hidden treasure I've kept away. I suddenly remembered to test your talent, Jiang Rand explained casually. Jiang Nancheng nodded obediently. Oh. The qualification crystal emitted a faint green light, and a line of text appeared in the light screen. Age, 10 years old, perception ability, mid-level heaven grade talent, lower earth grade attribute, water element innate mental power, 3 stages gift, green level big sister. Jiang Nancheng also saw the words that appeared above and looked nervously at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran was quite satisfied. Jiang Nancheng's talent was better than she expected. However, his cultivation qualification was slightly lacking, only at the lower earth grade. But cultivation qualification is not fixed. It is linked to the soul and physical fitness and can be improved over time. The hardest part to change is perception ability, which is innate. Additionally, the perception of spiritual essence should be viewed separately. For those with poor talent, cultivation speed is naturally slow, so a single spiritual essence is better. For those with better talent, having 1 or 2 types of spiritual essence is ideal, as it provides more attack options and choices. Furthermore, multi-element cultivators can choose to abandon cultivating certain spiritual essences and focus on just one. Finally, mental power has 10 levels and can grow with training. Cultivators are also divided into different professions, such as forgers, spirit beast masters, and alchemists. Some professions require mental power, like spirit beast masters. The Spirit Beast Master Manual mentions that to become one, mental power must reach at least level 5. The talent column is a combined result of the previous factors, divided into 7 levels: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, with higher levels indicating better talent. Very good. Jiang Ran praised Jiang Nancheng and then asked Jiang Xiaowen to test. Compared to Jiang Nancheng, Jiang Xiaowen's talent and mental power are better, but her cultivation qualification is very poor. Age, 8 years old, perception ability, low-level holy grade qualification, low-level common grade attribute, fire element innate mental power, 4 stages gift. Orange level Jiang Xiaowen's talent is low-level holy grade, with a very high perception of spiritual essence. However, the trauma inherited from birth is hard to heal, so her cultivation qualification is the lowest, which also lowers her overall talent. Jiang Ran felt a bit disappointed, looking at Jiang Xiaowen's somewhat dejected eyes. After a moment of thought, she said, I have an idea, Xiaowen. Do you want to try extreme body cultivation? Jiang Xiaowen nodded eagerly, not knowing what extreme body cultivation was, but she agreed just because her sister mentioned it. Xiaowen, I hope you think carefully about this. It's about your future. Don't agree just because I suggested it. You have your own life. Jiang Ran looked very serious at this moment. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaowen froze and took a breath for a moment. Actually, she just wanted her sister's approval. I just want to hear my sister say, I can't do something, right? Whatever my sister asks me to do, I will do it. No, you can't, replied Jiang Ran with a blank expression, her tone cold and firm. This brief coldness from Jiang Ran made tears suddenly flow from Jiang Xiaowen's eyes. In her heart, the phrase you can't was her sister's way of rejecting her. Tears are a sign of weakness, and Jiang Xiaowen wanted to be strong. She always refused to cry, even when it was really hard. But if her sister didn't accept her, what was the point of being strong? Jiang Xiaowen felt lost, immersed in endless darkness, unable to see anything clearly. In the chaos, a sudden idea flashed through her mind. Maybe it's better to just disappear. After all, she always seemed to cause trouble for others. Don't be silly, Xiaowen. We might be ruler and subject in the future, but we are also family, a gentle voice said. The voice was calm and distant, like a quiet blue lake, disconnected and cold, but with a faint, almost unnoticed tenderness. It was as if the darkness had opened a small. Jiang Xiaowen lifted her blurry eyes to look at the face of the person in front of her. I need you, But I've never cared about what benefits you can bring me, Jiang Ran said. She wasn't indifferent. She could feel Jiang Xiaowen trying her best to please her, but her feelings were too obsessive. So, her underlying message was that Jiang Xiaowen didn't need to be so cautious. Jiang Ran sighed and gently ruffled the girl's hair. "You're not my puppet." These few words struck Jiang Xiaowen deeply. She wanted to cry again, but this time she didn't hold back. Tears fell like pearls, uncontrollably slipping into Jiang Ran's embrace. Jiang Ran patted her back gently. Meanwhile, Jiang Nancheng, who was caught in a dilemma, let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, Xiaowen really can cry a lot, loudly too. Jiang Xiaowen seemed ready to let out all the tears she had been holding back for years. After a long while, her sobs finally stopped. She curled up in her sister's arms, refusing to come out. Jiang Ran chuckled softly. Now she saw that Xiaowen was shy. She had been crying so happily just moments before. "Jiang Xiaowen, you're so shy. Come out already," Jiang Nancheng said with disdain. "Sister, you mentioned that ultimate body cultivation." Jiang Xiaowen suddenly perked up her ears. She really wants to become stronger, and her sister just mentioned. The term extreme body refinement is actually just a name Jiang Ran casually chose, but it seems to have some feasibility. Jiang Ran gently pulled Jiang Xiaowen away from her embrace, noticing the subtle wetness on her chest. Children are really made of water. They can cry so easily. Jiang Xiaowen lowered her head, afraid to look at the good deed she had just done. Jiang Ran took off her wet outer shirt and said seriously, "Extreme body refinement is just the idea I had." She explained her thoughts clearly, also warning her of the possible risks. "I don't know if this will really make you stronger, or if it might have side effects if it fails." Jiang Ran continued, "But if it works, it might strengthen your body, allowing you to absorb spiritual energy into every muscle and cell, even if you can't store it internally." She took out a cloth and a cup. Holding a kettle, Jiang Ran slowly poured water into the cup while saying, "Normal cultivators practice like filling a cup with water, absorbing spiritual energy from outside, refining it, then storing it in their spiritual sea." She glanced at the two serious, thoughtful girls, then poured water onto the cloth. The cloth quickly soaked up the water, locking it inside. What I mean by extreme body refinement is to integrate refined spiritual energy into every muscle. Jiang Ran was precise in her explanation. Using her purple jade magic eye, she observed Jiang Xiaowen's internal spiritual energy flow. Although some energy would leak out at the Tian Shu acupoint after circling, some spiritual energy also adhered to Jiang Xiaowen's body without causing harm. In fact, Jiang Xiaowen's weak body, after days of eating magical beast meat, had absorbed more spiritual power into her muscles, making her muscles stronger. Seeing the excitement in Jiang Xiaowen's big cat-like eyes, Jiang Ran continued, "But there are also disadvantages. Since a person's spiritual sea expands as their cultivation level increases, but the muscles can't, and storing spiritual energy there is difficult, like this cloth." She picked up the cloth, twisted it gently, and the pale water was squeezed out with a splash, leaving a wet patch on the ground. Jiang Xiaowen understood what Jiang Ran meant and looked down, a bit disappointed. "But I have two ideas," Jiang Ran said. "The first is to train the speed of pouring water. As long as you can do it quickly enough, you won't need to worry about running out of spiritual energy." Jiang Xiaowen's spiritual perception is at the saint level. Jiang Ran thought this idea had some potential. The second idea is to create small spiritual seas inside the muscles. No one has tried this before, but it's not impossible. Jiang Ran's idea is quite crazy and goes against common sense. Jiang Xiaowen and Jiang Nancheng both stand stunned, unsure how to react. "Then, sister, how should I do it?" Jiang Xiaowen decides to trust her sister. Even if it damages her body, it's okay, because her current body is already weak, and no matter how hard she tries, she can't become stronger. Jiang Ran uses her purple jade demon eye, her purple gaze examining Jiang Xiaowen's body. Continuously absorb the spiritual fire energy from the world, let the spiritual power cleanse, and even clash with impurities inside your body. Then fill your muscles with this spiritual power. But this process will be very painful. I'm not afraid, Jiang Xiaowen says firmly. There's nothing more painful than being weak. Then try it, Jiang Ran says while secretly spending 5,000 reputation points to exchange for a healing ice spirit potion from the system. I'll watch over you. If you can't hold on, stop. Jiang Xiaowen nods. Fire-type spiritual energy is aggressive, very different from gentle water-type energy. Jiang Xiaowen's control is weak, but she grits her teeth and persists. It feels like her body is burning with fire and being cut by blades. Black blood seeps from her fair skin. Jiang Xiaowen sweats heavily, her blood-stained skin making her look both pitiful and terrifying. Big sister. Jiang Nanqing's heart races with anxiety, a little scared. It's okay, Jiang Ran says calmly. This black blood is just toxins and impurities in Xiaowen's body. But Jiang Xiaowen is nearing her limit. The fiery spiritual energy has a destructive nature that can burn everything and is about to break free from her control. Jiang Ran keeps her purple jade demon eye open, one hand pressing on Jiang Xiaowen's back, ready to stop her at any moment. Her face contorts in pain, Jiang Xiaowen gritting her teeth and occasionally crying out in pain. About 10 minutes in, Jiang Xiaowen begins to get impatient. The red spiritual energy rushes recklessly into her flesh and blood. Seeing a fierce flame about to damage her tendons, Jiang Ran quickly channels her spiritual power. Jiang Xiaowen completely submits to Jiang Ran. The gentle spiritual energy smoothly enters her body, swallowing the violent flames and pulling them out of Jiang Xiaowen's body. Jiang Xiaowen collapses weakly. This attempt lasts only half an hour, seemingly uneventful but actually very intense. Jiang Rani is bold and daring, willing to try anything. Jiang Xiaowen opened her mouth as if to say something but couldn't speak, so she closed her eyes tiredly. Jiang Nanqing looked sad, tightly holding Jiang Xiaowen's hand, feeling helpless. Finally, he said sadly, Xiaowen, don't worry. I will take good care of Sister Rani in the future. Jiang Rani. Jiang Xiaowen. Jiang Xiaowen suddenly opened her eyes wide, glaring at her unkind brother. She was afraid to close her eyes again, worried she might be forced to hand her sister over. Jiang Rani gently tapped Jiang Nanqing's head. Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Nanqing looked hurt and hugged his head. He didn't mean to say the wrong thing, he was just worried. Jiang Rani asked, is the pain from refining spiritual energy gone? How do you feel now? Is your body more comfortable? Jiang Xiaowen felt her body and nodded obediently, then looked at Jiang Rani with admiration. Our first try was successful, but it's risky. If you're not careful, you could seriously hurt yourself. Jiang Rani advised, don't try this kind of training on your own. She took a handkerchief from her pocket and gently wiped Jiang Xiaowen's face. From now on, every night come to my room with little Cheng. I'll help you refine your energy for half an hour. Once you're skilled, I'll say you're ready, and you can try on your own. During the day, train your martial skills with Captain Tian. Jiang Rani added, don't neglect your studies either. Don't waste that book, 6 Strategies. Jiang Xiaowen still nodded obediently, like a little dirty kitten. Jiang Rani took out a spiritual ointment she had exchanged from the system and applied a layer on Jiang Xiaowen's body. She also called Vanilla to help Jiang Xiaowen bathe. She continued to teach Jiang Nanqing how to train for a while, then sent him out of the study. The study was silent and peaceful. Jiang Rani looked up and stared blankly at the ceiling for a while, feeling her heart beating faster. That extreme body cultivation method I suggested earlier was a bit reckless. Although she was somewhat confident, Jiang Rani was not someone who casually took on others' destinies. If that attempt had destroyed Jiang Xiaowen, she probably wouldn't want to face those bright eyes again. But luckily the result was good. With the purple jade demon eye, she could turn her ideas into reality. Actually, not only Jiang Xiaowen but she herself could also learn from this method to strengthen her physical training.
Oh.
At an empty moment, Mo Lingguai revealed himself. Apart from the strange personality of the Yaoning, spiritual creature, most Yaoning are not easily visible in front of people. Jiang Ran learned that there is a rule in this world. Only beings with spiritual essence can hurt the Yaoning, spirit creatures, and those who do harm will also suffer some backlash. Yaoling are favored by nature. Aside from some poisonous plants, most of them bring blessings to the land. When encountering Yaoling that can bring good fortune, most creatures won't harm them. Instead, they may even protect wild Yaoling that haven't signed contracts. However, Yaoling themselves usually lack means of attack. Most Yaoling value their freedom and tend to avoid other creatures. Jiang Ran saw a Mailing monster, and naturally took out Yaoling food, summoning 3 other Yaoling. The Ma Lingua, Bingzhi Lingchong, Ice Frost Spirit Worm, and Song Lingchong, Mulberry Spirit Worm, quickly lined up on the table, but the Maozhuo Lingchong, Bamboo Spirit Worm, was missing. Jiang Ran frowned and looked around, speechless. A small blue Yaolingchong had its head stuck inside a cup, probably caught, and its tiny tail was twisting helplessly. Seeing its silly behavior, Jiang Ran playfully flicked her finger, causing the Yaolingchong to flip over with a small pop. The Maozhuo Lingchong, still curled inside the cup, only had its tiny green bean-like eyes watching the food Jiang Ran and the Mar Lingguat had placed together. The Yaoling food for Maozhuo Lingchong was placed alongside higher-level Yaoling, like the proud and difficult Bingzhi Lingchong and a plain-looking Song Lingchong that seemed to eat like a king. Since Maozhuo Lingchong was unfamiliar with them and worried there might be bad bugs inside, it silently swallowed its saliva but dared not make any move. It softly chirped, sounding a little scared. Its owner was also a bad person. She had used food to tempt it and then took control of it. Noticing its feelings, Jiang Ran didn't force it. She took out a special powder made from Chenyan Mucejewel, 1,000-year wood essence, and held it in front of the Maozhuo Lingchong.
Zhou.
Chirp, the Maozhuo Lingchong softly called, blinking its little eyes as if cautiously asking, "Is this for me?" "Eat it," Jiang Ran said gently, petting its back and then its head. The Maozhuo Lingchong wanted to refuse but felt too comfortable, so it closed its eyes happily, looking very content. As it lowered its head to enjoy the food, it suddenly remembered something. Its tiny green bean eyes rolled around. It paused its eating, then generously pushed the bowl toward Jiang Ran, nudging her hand with its head, signaling her not to worry. Chumi Jiang Ran's mouth twitched slightly.
No poison.
The exposed bamboo spirit insect, / // omega / Jiang Ran looked at these several unique Yaoling and thought about her next steps for their training. The bamboo spirit insect is still very young, only 2 years old. There's no need to rush into cultivating its second spiritual root. However, its talent is poor, and during its time in the wild, it used up too much of its Yaoling power, wasting energy to stimulate the bamboo without enough energy to replenish it. Now, the bamboo spirit insect is very thin and weak. The system rewards 1,000 meters of wood essence pearl powder, which can refine the Yaoling's spiritual body. It must be taken continuously before the bamboo spirit insect's talent improves to an ordinary level, but the limited amount of food from the system can only support it for about a month. I wonder how many Yaoling foods there are in Tianshan City. I keep buying from the system, but my reputation points are barely enough. Jiang Ran still needs to buy the Chaos Red Flame True Scripture, which costs billions of reputation points. Ultimately, it's because Suling Town is too small, and it's hard to earn reputation points, Jiang Ran sighed. Chumi at this moment, Bingzhi's spirit insect carried its small empty bowl over, looking eagerly at Jiang Ran, indicating it was out of food and still wanted more. Jiang Ran patted Bingzhi's spirit insect's round belly. "No more for today. If you eat more, you'll have indigestion." Hearing this, the little Yaoling looked disappointed and licked its empty bowl. Among Jiang Ran's Yaoling, Bingzhi's spirit insect is special. It is quite rare, with extremely pure ice-type Lingso. If cultivated to become a saint fairy, it might reach the ultimate level of ice. So, Jiang Ran doesn't plan to add a second Lingso to Bingzhi's spirit insect, but instead plans to find various ice Yaoling foods to feed it, laying the foundation for its evolution into a Yaoling monster. Jiang Ran thought to herself, it's a pity that Suling Town doesn't have suitable places for Bingzhi's spirit insect to develop. If I find a land of extreme cold and plant Icelingju, if it can adapt, it might undergo a transformation. Such places are rare, but once winter comes, that will be the best chance for Bingji spirit insect to grow. She then looked at Sang Ling insect. Actually, Jiang Ran trusts Sang Ling insect the most. Its strong will and good talent make her very confident. The most urgent task now is to stabilize the newly born ice-type Ling So, continuing to take the Yuanqi stone vine powder and blue peachwood powder, but she also needs to add an ice owl Ling item. Jiang Ran searched the system shop and found something very suitable. Crystal Ice Dew Liquid, an ice-type spirit tool used to stabilize newly born ice elemental spirits. It costs 100L for 1,000 reputation points. One of its main features is that it is very gentle. Mulberry trees are different from ice mushrooms. They are not originally ice-type plants, so they are not suitable for strong medicines. Progress must be gradual. After Jiang Ran purchased it, a large, transparent water tank about 60 centimeters tall appeared in the study. The Crystal Ice Dew Liquid is a light ice blue color, used for bathing mulberry spirits. A 100L supply can last about half a year. It is very cost-effective. Good. Jiang Ran was very satisfied. The breeding plan for the mulberry spirit was finalized, and the last one was the mailing monster. Besides the young fairy who was reborn and became less talented, the mailing monster has the most ordinary talent among the spirits. The main purpose of the mailing monster is to prepare for its evolution into a young fairy, so the current breeding focus is on cultivating its spiritual essence. However, the mailing monster doesn't have high talent, so it might not be suitable for developing certain types of spiritual essence, Jiang Ran pondered. Spirits, like humans, don't necessarily produce only one type of spiritual essence. Some spirit masters, to maximize their spirit's power, cultivate spirits with excellent talent to awaken multiple types of spiritual essence. The earlier a spirit awakens its second spiritual essence, the longer its path can be. For example, a spirit that awakens a second spiritual essence during its larva stage is better than one that only awakens it during the monster stage.
Yummy?
A beautiful butterfly-like wing trembled, and chubby little feet tapped small steps on the table as it hurried over to Jiang Ran. The mailing monster tilted its head and held onto one of Jiang Ran's fingers, its golden bean-shaped eyes curious. In fact, once a plant has been infected by a spirit, it's very difficult for a second spirit to be born from it. During the infection process, spirits absorb the plant's energy. If one or two plants are much stronger than the others, the spirit will devour their strength to strengthen itself, making it impossible for a new spirit to be born. Therefore, some spirit masters, if they find a spirit with little breeding value, will give up on it and prevent weak talented spirits from infecting plants. Instead, they start over by cultivating new spirit insects from plants, aiming to produce spirits with better talent. However, Jiang Ran never thought of giving up on any spirit. Not to mention the great help that mailing insects' evolution has brought her since she became a leader. Moreover, those who abandon their spirits will eventually be rejected by them. Spirits are emotional beings. Once they sign a contract with a master, they will serve wholeheartedly. Among the spirits she owns, the mysterious spirit seems the most ordinary. However, for Jiang Ran, the difference between several spirits is only how she can use them to maximize their value. Therefore, spirits are neither better nor worse to her. Each one is equally important. Also, spirits absorb energy from strong plants. On the same land, it's actually good that no other spirits of the same kind appear, because the energy they absorb doesn't disappear but is stored inside the spirit, laying the foundation for a future burst of power. Jiang Ran looked at the mysterious spirit. With its talent, it's not suitable for single-element spirit essence. So, initially, she chose a path for the mysterious spirit to awaken a general spirit essence. A general spirit essence is also called a universal spirit essence, but Jiang Ran thinks it's also fitting to call it a null attribute spirit essence. Spirits are divided into general type spirit essence and basic spirit essence. For example, The ice spirit fungus and mulberry spirit worm have ice-type basic spirit essence, and the bamboo spirit worm has wood-type basic spirit essence. Ice-type spirit essence, like the ice spirit fungus, is best for long-term ice element cultivators. If a soil element cultivator uses it for a long time, it can cause their spirit essence to become chaotic, as if they took the wrong medicine. To maximize the value of basic spirit essence, it can only be used by cultivators and magical beasts with the corresponding element. But general type spirit essence is different. Almost all cultivators and magical beasts can use it. If I had to compare general attribute spirit essence to something, it's like type O blood, which can be transfused to any blood type. However, universal attribute spirit essence also has drawbacks. Compared to special spirit essence, general spirit essence is less potent. The effect of basic spirit essence is like a glass filled to the brim with water. The effect of general spirit essence is like water only barely covering the bottom of the glass. Deciding on the cultivation path for the mysterious spirit, Jiang Ran bought a small piece of transparent primal energy crystal from the system shop, about the size of a fingernail. Primal energy crystal, spirit equipment, no attribute. When worn by a spirit, it filters the spirit's basic elemental attributes and speeds up its absorption of general spirit energy. A small piece costs 20,000 reputation points and lasts for 2 years. Jiang Ran's heart ached. This primal energy crystal completely used up her reputation points. Oh my choo-choo-choo. When Jiang Ran took out the primal energy crystal, the extraordinary aura emanating from it immediately attracted the attention of all the spirits present. Chumi the proud Bengji lingworm curled its chubby tail and leaned over. Jiang Ran coldly pushed the Bengji lingworm away and said, "This isn't suitable for you." She comforted it again. "I'll find something better for you next time." Afterward, she placed a crystal of primal energy on the forehead of the Mering monster. The transparent crystal instantly merged with the wheat pattern on its forehead. The Mering monster flapped its wings, gently pressed its small hand against its forehead, and adapted to this strange power.
Yumi.
The Mering monster was full of energy and eager to infect plants and absorb the power of spirits. Seeing the Mering monster flutter its wings and fly outside, Jiang Ran did not stop it. "The Lord has arrived. Greetings, Lord. Long live the Lord." The villagers of Suling town had been quite excited lately. They carried buckets and went to the seaside to collect shells, fish, and shrimp. Since the Lord cleaned up the ocean and promoted seafood, the villagers' fear of the sea decreased, replaced by curiosity and longing. This time, when the Lord announced he would buy all the seafood and the amount to be purchased spread, everyone went crazy. "It's like finding money," someone said. At this moment, their fear of the ocean was gone. If it weren't for the new navy established by the Lord blocking the way, they would have jumped into the sea. "How much money do we have? Is it enough to build a house in the new village near the ocean?" A clever person thought about the value of the sea. The day before the lords of several towns arrived at Suling town, all the seafood was laid out on an open space, waiting to be bought. "Lord, if we buy so much seafood, what if it doesn't sell?" The accompanying steward, Li Fuxing, worried. "If it doesn't sell, we can take it to other town-level or county-level territories to sell, or turn it into dried goods and take it to Tianjin town." Jiang Ran remained calm. She didn't doubt the appeal of seafood at all. On Earth, seafood lovers are found all over the world, crazy for it, and there are many. This shows that seafood is widely accepted. In another world, Jiang Ran didn't believe seafood couldn't go far. On the contrary, the food in this world was like a culinary black hole. Rare and refreshing delicacies were few. For example, people on one continent never wear shoes. A merchant said, "They don't wear shoes, so there's no market." Another merchant said, "They don't wear shoes. It's all about the market." Jiang Ran's eyes lift slightly at the corners. She doesn't want to be just a merchant. She wants to be both a merchant and someone with influence. Go see what kind of seafood they've caught. The villagers only have 2 days to gather seafood because she fears that by then, all the catch will be dead. Although many people are rushing to catch seafood, the total amount isn't actually that large. Jiang Ran first approaches a young boy and discovers it's Hulian, the previous sea-catching champion. The boy has a gentle, handsome face that makes people feel at ease. However, due to not eating enough over the years, Hu Lian is quite thin. He's only about 1.5 meters tall, around 11 or 12 years old.
Lord.
Hu Lian's eyes light up when he sees Jiang Ran approaching. His voice is as pure as his appearance, though it carries a slight husk from his voice-changing period. Hu Lian is very careful in his work, which is clear from how he sorts the seafood into different categories. One bucket contains cleaned, shell-less that look lively and energetic. Another bucket holds sea snails, separated by type with simple wooden dividers. The boy brought 5 buckets in total, 2 of which contain more valuable and delicious seafood like sea cucumbers, sea urchins, abalones, and shrimp. From a quick look, it seems Hu Lian has gathered quite rare and precious seafood.
Hu Lian.
Not bad. Jiang Ran, dressed in a simple black shirt, looks like a delicate painting sketched on paper, giving her a calm and proud aura. Hearing praise from someone so hard to approach is much more precious than being praised constantly by others, especially since the person is the respected leader of the North Star, with a distinguished status. Such a person not only praises you, but also remembers the name of an insignificant commoner. Hu Lian suddenly feels a bit overwhelmed, and a sense of pride spreads in his heart. "Thank you, Lord, for your praise," Hu Lian says with a gentle smile, as soft as the sea breeze but resilient like the sea itself. At this moment, facing Jiang Ran, he can't help but say a few more words. Although the elders used to say the ocean is dangerous, the howling sounds from the sea always draw my attention. The ocean is truly beautiful. His name contains water, ripples, perhaps because the ocean is calling him to stir up waves in its vast and magnificent expanse. Hu Lian carefully looks at the Lord, and seeing she doesn't dislike his chatter, he can't help but add, "Joining the Lord in the embrace of the ocean was the most beautiful experience of my life. The splendor of the sea is more breathtaking than I imagined." Actually, he wanted to praise the great Lord a few words, but he was afraid that being too eager might seem a bit flattering. Jiang Rantai raised her eyebrows lightly. If it weren't for the last sentence, she would have thought it was a young boy's confession. Embracing the ocean's embrace. Jiang Rantai looked at the excited boy. The townspeople fear the ocean, describing it as the mouth of a beast. Hu Lian's words are quite unique. "Have you joined the Navy?" Jiang Rantai asked with interest. Hu Lian's eyes darkened. "No, they said I am too young." Jiang Rantai nodded. Indeed, he was still too young. She thought Hu Lian had great potential. Using her purple jade magic eye, she secretly looked into his mysterious inner world. In his abdomen, 2 seeds emitted a faint glow. The air of water and wind was strong, but his spiritual essence had not yet been activated, quietly hidden. He is someone with talent for cultivation. Jiang Rantai thought to herself that he was a dual-element water and wind cultivator, and he had a sense of the ocean. Isn't that what a natural naval expert would be? As long as his talent for cultivation is good enough, with some nurturing, he could become the helmsman of the ocean in Songling Town in the future. There's no need to rush into the ocean. Sometimes, restraint requires stronger strength. When you become stronger, you can go conquer the ocean. Her talent crystal was already prepared, and she was eager to activate her 5 main Earth-level cultivation techniques, waiting for the day Jiang Rantai would use them. She bent down and whispered softly into Hu Lian's ear, "Just wait a little longer, until you become a cultivator." A feather-like voice gently brushed past his ear. Hu Lian's heart pounded like a drum. His amber eyes widened. Become a cultivator. At this moment, the Lord had already walked away, and a few of his guards checked the seafood in his bucket. In the end, they paid him 117 gold coins and 1,800 silver coins. That was a large sum, enough for him to buy some materials in town and build a small house. He would no longer have to live under others' roofs or suffer grievances. He should have been overjoyed, but now his mind was entirely focused on the words "become a cultivator." He couldn't help but put his hand into his pocket, where he kept a water element magic core he received from the Lord. Is the Lord really hinting at something to me? Although Hu Lian is still young, the setbacks he faced from a young age helped him grow quickly. He feels he has glimpsed some of the Lord's plans. Could it be that the Lord wants to raise cultivators on his own? Over 1,000 gene of seafood, 30 gene of pickled bamboo shoots, 10 gene of coarse paper, 100 ordinary spiritual mushrooms, and 10 ice spiritual mushrooms that only carry a faint hint of spiritual energy. Li Fuxing helps Jiang Ranking count the items for trade. He realizes that under the leadership of this young lord, Shuling Town has quietly accumulated so much wealth. He can't help but look up to the calm-faced lord with admiration. Jiang Ranking looks at these items, deep in thought. Since the papermaking activity in Shuling Town can't be revealed for now, Jiang Ranking takes some scrap paper after production. It looks quite similar to the rough paper Jiang Fuqing bought in Tianjin City. The pickled bamboo shoots are a new attempt by Jiang Ranking. If they can accept the taste of pickled or sour bamboo shoots, they might sell well. The ice spiritual mushrooms are inferior products infected by ice spirit insects. Since the existence of ice spiritual mushrooms can't be hidden, they disguise them as effective but less powerful fake items. Soon, the time for the meeting of the four towns arrives. The rivers wind between steep mountains, passing through dense forests, and arrive at a frontier town. The town is sparsely populated, and the roads are dilapidated. Jianglong has been complaining about this along the way. Old Dao, have you passed on the news about us reaching Shuling Town? Of course, Lord. At this moment, a plain-looking man comes out to greet Jianglong and the others. This Shuling Town is even more desolate than I imagined. The Lord's residence is in ruins, Jianglong says, looking at the dilapidated houses with disdain. Yes, among the few towns, only yours has achieved wealth and prosperity, making our Jinyuan town flourish. This small Shuling Town can't compare, Old Dao, the black-clad cultivator, flatteringly responds, also making a snide remark about Shuling Town. Wei Fengsheng, the guide ahead, has a cold look in his eyes. The ice spiritual energy swells in his abdomen as he internally mocks. A lord who exploits his people to the extreme can surely amass wealth. A lord who sacrifices women and floods the world with love potions can spend money freely. But your gold is dirty, like evil stones in a cesspit. Such a lord, such a rotten territory, and yet they shamelessly compare themselves to Shuling Town? Only the lord of Sualing Town treats the people with kindness and love, planning carefully and thinking ahead. When his wings are strong enough, he will surely soar 1,000 miles without worry. Wei Fengsheng feels excited inside, both looking down on Jianglong and admiring his own lord. But he keeps a blank face, making him look very ordinary, like a simple gatekeeper. Lord Jiang is waiting for you in the hall. He slightly bows and makes a pleased gesture, but the word used sounds a bit dismissive, and if you listen carefully, it seems to carry a hint of disdain. However, Wei Fengsheng's subtlety is unnoticed by Jianglong and others, so they follow him to the mansion. In a town far less grand than the Lord's territory, Jianglong doesn't need to act humble. He is annoyed that Jiang Rand didn't come to meet him personally. He looks proud, his eyes scrutinizing everything around him. But when he sees two familiar faces inside, his expression freezes. "Oh, Lord Jiang, you really made us wait," Yang Hao says lightly, sipping plain water and secretly complaining that Sualing Town is so poor it doesn't even have wine for guests. Then he points his words at Jiang Longhumph. Yan Shi, the lord of Phoenix Town, glances coldly at Jiang Long. She is angrier at Jiang Ran than anyone else here, but since Yang Hao is present, she must pretend to be friendly and cooperative with Jiang Long, no matter how upset she is. Her sharp eyes keep scrutinizing Jiang Long intensely. "Are you guys really here?" Jiang Long feels a moment of guilt, then his face darkens. Right now, Jiang Long feels like a mouse with its tail stepped on by a cat. Did he reveal too much too early? Did these two old guys arrive in Sualing Town before him? Why are we here? Of course, it's because the Lord of Sualing Town invited us, Yang Hao says, sneering. Or, aren't you the same? Jiang Long is speechless. Of course, he didn't come voluntarily, he came because he wanted to. He's a bit scared seeing these two familiar faces. After a moment, he forces an awkward smile and curses silently that someone in Swalling Town had a sneaky idea to invite these two old men, ruining his plans. Then he shifts his attention to the others in the room. First is Tianjing, with a broad, honest face, strong build, and a sword pointed straight at the floor. His hands rest on the hilt, close to his stomach, standing straight beside the main seat. Still a good dog. Jiang Long sneers. She then shifted her gaze to the main seat and saw a young, somewhat naive face, which made her pause. The person was beautiful, stunning like the most enchanting flower, with a charming and seductive look. Jiang Long had never seen such a beauty. His eyes grew mischievous and slightly playful. He looked at Jiang Ran, then at Tianjing, who was loyal and attentive. Suddenly, a small idea popped into his mind, and he smiled with a hint of meaning. I've heard that Jiang Fuqing's eldest daughter is very beautiful, but I haven't. Suddenly, a water-filled ceramic cup rolled to Jiang Long's feet, soaking his shoes. Wei Fengshen looked expressionless as he picked up the cup and blocked Jiang Long's mischievous gaze. Oh dear, my subordinates are too clumsy, not as clever as Jiang Zhen's men. Jiang Ran saw this and casually took a sip of plain water. Yang Hao glanced at Jiang Ran and then at his own cup. Was he drinking plain water? Why did it taste like wine? Could it be that his way of drinking was wrong? Meanwhile, Jiang Long, who had wet his shoes, said nothing. His playful thoughts faded a bit, but a surge of anger made his dark, somewhat ugly face twist. Yet, he couldn't act on it. He looked at Wei Fengshen with murderous intent, then mockingly patted his face and said, "You're a good dog." Wei Fengshen looked up and smiled slightly. "Thank you for the compliment." Jiang Long was so angry he almost clenched his teeth. After tidying up the cup, Wei Fengshen poured Jiang Long another glass of water. Now back to the main matter. Yang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, his aura subtly pressing down on Jiang Ran. What is Lord Jiang inviting us here for? Jiang Ran ignored the pressure and replied calmly, Lord Jinyuan is curious about Wujiling Tan and sent a visit invitation. I believe we shouldn't show favoritism, so I simply invited both of you to come as guests to promote friendship among the four towns. She felt a headache. Truly, friendship. It was obvious that Yang Hao had long coveted Phoenix Town and Jinyuan Town. Gathering people from several towns, the Lord of Wujiling Town was really bold. He wasn't afraid they might fight directly in Wujiling Town. Yang Hao also snorted dismissively at this idea. Jiang Ran, sitting on the throne, observed everything quietly, secretly using her magic eye. She noticed Jiang Long had reached the peak of the spirit-gathering realm. Yang Hao was close to the second level of the refining spirit stage, and she was steady, with strength between the 8th and 9th levels of the spirit-gathering realm. It seems that false peace will soon be broken.